This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Day 1. While tens of thousands of new players were involved in the game of survival on a deserted island, a hot post suddenly appeared in the forum of the game of survival on a deserted island. Surprise! The new player only has 1 square meter at the beginning. 1L. Guess what I just saw? A new player's island started with only 1 square meter. 2L. I saw it too. It's hilarious. Normal players start with tens of thousands of square meters, and the worst ones have hundreds of square meters. It's the first time I've seen someone so unlucky. 3L. Where is it? Give me a live broadcast room ID, I go check it out. 4L. C13 area 6666 live broadcast room, ticket, no thanks. With her thin arms and legs, how many minutes can she live? If you go too late, you won't be able to see it, ha ha ha. In the deserted island survival game forum, the number of floors in that hot post keeps increasing. But Su Rohan, who was in the game at the moment, knew nothing about this. The game of survival on the deserted island has been loaded. Congratulations to the player number 6666 Su Rohan in area C13. Enter the game. Your game screen will be broadcast live. After the mechanical prompt sound of the game fell, Su Rohan opened his eyes. By the moonlight, Su Rohan saw his current situation clearly. This is a piece of land less than 1 square meter in size, and the rest is a vast sea with no boundaries in sight. And she was standing on this 1 square meter of land at this moment. Su Rohan, is this called an isolated island? Wow. The sound of waves suddenly rang in Su Rohan's ears. Before Su Rohan could react, she was hit by a huge wave and staggered. Following that, several more waves surged past. Su Rohan had no way to avoid it, and her clothes were soaked by the seawater. If she hadn't stabilized her body in time, the impact of these waves would have probably pushed her directly into the deep sea. Fortunately, such waves did not last long, and the sea surface finally calmed down. But Su Rohan did not relax. Having lived in the apocalypse for many years, she was used to being alert at all times. Sure enough, not long after, the sea surface began to surge again. And what was worse was that the situation was a little different this time. As if something was about to rush out of the sea, Su Rohan frowned. She raised her right hand and tried to activate her supernatural power, but suddenly realized that her supernatural power disappeared. Gulp gulp. However, Su Rohan did not have time to think about it. Along with the sound of boiling seawater, something rushed out of the seawater one after another and attacked the square meter of open space where she was. They were ugly fish that were more than 1 meter long. These fish were not only ugly, but their teeth were sharp and serrated. You could vaguely see some kind of animal meat left between these serrated teeth. Seeing this scene, Su Rohan's live broadcast room instantly became lively. The song ended, and the crowd dispersed. I didn't expect this player to have such bad luck. Not only did he start with 1 square meter, but now he even encountered a school of piranhas. Unknown air Guzzi. Ha ha ha, yes, it looks like the live broadcast is about to end. It's a pity that those who come later won't see such an unlucky player. Come on, fish who loves to eat cats. Let's count down a few seconds and witness the death of the new player together. Many viewers left the live broadcast room because they didn't want to see the bloody scene that was already a foregone conclusion. However, many viewers chose to stay. They all looked forward to seeing the exciting scene of the delicate beauty being eaten by piranhas. The emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room were almost all extremely excited. However, Su Rohan in the live broadcast screen did not change her expression. When the piranhas got closer to Su Rohan, almost biting her body, she made a move. In just a moment, the piranhas that besieged Su Rohan were kicked several meters away by Su Rohan. Almost all of them died on the spot. Su Rohan's movements were done in one go, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked, laughing at the world's dogs. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? This new player is so powerful. The song ends and everyone disperses. Awesome, I didn't expect such a delicate beauty to be a violent girl. System, laughing at the world's dogs. Giveaway. C13 District 6666 player. Bread slice *1, live broadcast room popularity +1. System, the song ends and the crowd disperses. Giveaway. C13 District 6666 player. Bread slice *1, live broadcast room popularity +1. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room were amazed at Su Rohan's skills, and some of them gave Su Rohan some gifts. But apart from that, there were some discordant voices. Fish who loves to eat cats. What's the use of having great skills? Didn't you see that her island is only 1 square meter? There are no supplies, and they have to face the attacks of piranhas from time to time. I bet she won't survive more than 3 days. After this barrage appeared, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Everyone felt that although the words of this fish-loving cat were not pleasant, they were not wrong. Compared to the live broadcast room, Suruhan's side was very quiet. After the batch of piranhas were killed, Suruhan stood there and observed the surroundings vigilantly for a long time, but did not wait for new piranhas to come ashore. Even the turbulent sea surface calmed down completely after the piranhas were dealt with. Suruhan was a little confused. Is this the end? At this time, the voice of the game machine sounded again. Announcement: please do your best to survive on the island. Death in the game is real death. I wish you all a happy game. Current number of survivors in C13 area: 985-187/1000000 people. At the same time as the game sound sounded, a high-tech light curtain appeared in front of Suruhan. Looking at the number of survivors on the screen, Suruhan's vigilance did not ease much. Although, in just a few minutes, only 15,000 players died in this so-called deserted island survival game, and the mortality rate was only about 1.5%. But maybe this game still has some tricks up its sleeve. Suruhan did not take it lightly. However, the mechanical sound did not give Suruhan time to react, and it sounded again. It is detected that the player Suruhan is a novice player, and a novice gift package and a system mall lottery are awarded. The novice gift package has been issued. Yes/no. Open the system mall lottery now. Suruhan's sight was caught by the transparent screen, which was showing yes/no. 2 big buttons attracted her. But in addition, Suruhan also noticed that there was a button with the words live broadcast room on the upper left corner of the light curtain. Suruhan immediately remembered that the prompt sound of the game of survival on the deserted island when she just entered the game seemed to have mentioned that she would be broadcast live. She frowned slightly, and did not immediately go to the lottery, but clicked into the live broadcast room. The picture on the light curtain changed with Suruhan's actions. The original interface with options disappeared, and was replaced by a familiar face, which appeared in the center of the screen of the light curtain. It was Suruhan's own face. Although in the apocalypse, Suruhan had not used such high-tech electronic products for a long time. But before the apocalypse, the technological level of the world Suruhan lived in was still very high. Suruhan was not unfamiliar with this kind of live broadcast room, but she felt as if she was in another world. Player C13 Zone 6666 Live Broadcast Room. Viewers, 239. Popularity, 2. Barrage, 99+. Suruhan carefully observed the various values in the live broadcast room, and her eyes were attracted by the barrage of 99+. Suruhan knew nothing about this survival game, but the comments in these live broadcast rooms were a good source of information. As Suruhan quickly slid on the light screen, the comments were quickly turned to the beginning. She began to read the comments of these viewers one by one, and soon came to several conclusions. First, the viewers in the live broadcast room were likely old players of the survival game. Second, the players of the survival game may not all come from the same plane. And there shouldn't be many players from Suruhan's original Doomsday. Third, in the island survival game, finding supplies and surviving are the first priority of the game, and the danger of the game is unknown. Fourth, the game is not absolutely fair. The area of the island at the beginning of each player is different. Other players will not start with only 1 square meter like her. These are the most useful pieces of information that Suruhan has analyzed so far. But she can't guarantee that her analysis is absolutely correct, so she can only take 1 step at a time. After reading the bullet screen, Suruhan temporarily exited the live broadcast room. Thinking that there was nothing to do, he returned to the main interface and clicked on the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the player for winning the talent skill, Territory Expansion, SSS level. Territory Expansion, SSS level. Every morning, the territory of the isolated island will automatically expand 1 meter in all directions. Almost at the same time as the system mechanical sound fell, Suruhan glanced at the time displayed on the light screen, and it happened to jump to 0. Suruhan found that the 1 square meter of land under his feet had expanded about 1 meter in all directions at that moment. In other words, the island she is on now covers an area of about 9 square meters. Suruhan curled her lips slightly. It seems that the talent skill she drew is a very good skill. Although the island expands 1 meter every day, it doesn't sound much. But as time goes by, the area of her island will increase exponentially. Although I don't know what the conditions for passing the game are, As long as she can live long enough, and the island is large enough, then she will win easily, right? Su Ruhan was in the mood. The live broadcast room was also in an uproar at this moment. Jinzu Juju. Wow, what kind of luck is this? He can actually draw an SSS level talent skill. It seems that we are going to witness the rise of another big guy. Unknown Erguzi. He has both good looks and strength, and now he has an SSS level talent skill. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. The audience was stunned by Su Ruhan's luck. You know, among the 1 million players in a district, basically only a single-digit number of players can draw an SSS level talent skill. As for players who draw SSS skills, as long as they are not too weak and not too suicidal, most of them will become big bosses. The number of viewers in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room also increased rapidly after she drew the SSS level talent skill. Everyone congratulated her, but among this series of envious and congratulatory comments, there was a comment from a viewer that seemed a bit out of place. Fish that loves to eat cats. So what if she draws the SSS level talent skill? I don't believe she can survive to the end. Fish that loves to eat cats. Didn't you see that there are no supplies in the territory she expanded? Even if she was able to kill the lowest level piranha just now, it was just luck. Without supplies, she still wouldn't survive for a few days. Chapter 2 the next day. The blue translucent light curtain was the only light source in the dark night. The negative comment in the live broadcast room titled, "Fish that loves to eat cats," did not cause any emotional fluctuations for Su Ruhan. Whether or not one can survive on an isolated island is not something that can be decided by a few words from others. Although the environment of this isolated island is harsh, it is not as bad as the apocalypse where Su Ruhan had lived for more than 10 years. Facing this strange and unknown environment, Su Ruhan will not relax his vigilance, but he will not worry too much either. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Su Ruhan opened the bullet screen and looked at it for a while. After not finding any useful information, he exited the live broadcast room interface again, returned to the main interface of the light curtain, and began to study. After a while, Su Ruhan found that there were some rectangular buttons on the lower frame of the light curtain. They were Game Introduction, Game Tasks, Character Attributes, Player Exchange, Game Forum, and so on. Su Ruhan clicked them one by one. During the operation, Su Ruhan also found that the game screen can be split. The screen can be divided into 4 small screens at most. In other words, Su Ruhan can open 4 interfaces at the same time. This is very practical. Su Ruhan quickly operated the screen interface and opened the 4 small interfaces of Game Live Room, Game Introduction, Game Task, and Character Attributes at the same time. Game Introduction. Deserted Island Survival Game is a real-life survival game. Please remember that death in the game is real death. Please try your best to survive on the island. Note: when health is 0, the player dies. When satisfaction is 0, the player subtracts 1 every 10 minutes. When health and stamina are 0, the player must rest. There is nothing special about the game introduction. It is basically similar to the previous game prompts. However, there is an additional note mentioning health, satiety, and stamina. Su Ruhan was thoughtful, and then he looked at another small interface of Game Task. Game Task Bar. Task 1. Kill 3 piranhas, April 3rd. Completed Task 2. Collect 200 milliliters of freshwater resources. Task 3. Collect a bundle of firewood. There are 3 tasks in the Game Task Bar, and Task 1 has been completed. Su Ruhan directly clicked the Submit button next to the task. Ding! Task 1. Kill 3 piranhas, April 3rd, has been completed. Mission Reward. Fishing Rod, 0/10, *1, 250 milliliters mineral water *1, bread slice *2, experience points *50. After submitting successfully, the reward for Mission 1 instantly appeared at Su Ruhan's feet. Water and bread are of course the most basic food. As for the fishing rod, it is also a practical tool. After Su Ruhan collected the reward, he looked at the Character Attributes interface. Personal Attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Level, 90/100, Level 1. Current Territory Area, 9 square meters. Health Points, 95/100. Satisfaction, 85 out of 100. Physical Strength, 60/100. Attributes, Attack 92, Defense 75, Agility 91, Intelligence 88, Luck 99. Talent Skill, Territory Expansion, SSS Level. Inventory, 1/10 2 slices of bread, 99 stacking quantities of the same item. Su Ruhan just completed Task 1 and was rewarded with 50 experience points. Then the remaining 40 experience points should be the experience points of the 4 piranhas. Now I only need 10 experience points to reach level 2. In other words, I can level up as long as I kill one more piranha. But the sea surface has completely calmed down at this moment. It seems that no more piranhas will come ashore in the short term. Su Ruhen had to put the level issue aside and start looking at other attributes. As for attributes, Su Ruhen was one of the top psychics in the apocalypse before being involved in the game, so her various attributes are very high. Inventory: this item is the game backpack. It is more like the space ring that Su Ruhen had before. Originally, Su Ruhen was a little uncomfortable with the disappearance of the space ring, but now, with the replacement of the inventory, it is barely acceptable. As for the 2 extra pieces of bread in the inventory, Su Ruhen quickly thought of the 2 golden word system report that he saw when he was browsing the live broadcast room barrage. That should be the 2 gifts given by the audience in the live broadcast room. Su Ruhen scrolled up the bullet screen in the game live room and wrote down the nicknames of the 2 viewers who gave her bread slices. Paying attention to the personal attributes interface again, Su Ruhen put all the previous task rewards and the items in the novice gift pack into the item bar. Item bar: for out of 10 250 milliliters mineral water, 5 bread slices, 1 dagger, 1 fishing rod. Su Ruhen nodded with satisfaction and began to pay attention to the 3 most important attributes in the personal attributes: health, satiety, and stamina. Su Ruhen could understand the decrease in satisfaction and physical strength. But what she couldn't understand was why her life was inexplicably deducted by 5 points. When she killed the piranhas just now, they didn't even touch the corner of Su Ruhen's clothes. Her life should be full now. Su Ruhen frowned slightly. She couldn't figure out what the problem was. But not long after, Su Ruhen found the clue. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and Su Ruhen saw her personal attributes interface, and a line of red words appeared in the lower right corner: health value -1. Su Ruhen then remembered that when she first entered the game, because the island was only 1 square meter, there was no place to hide, and her clothes were all wet by the seawater. It seems that physical discomfort will also cause health value to decrease. This is a bit troublesome. You know, there are no medicines on the island, let alone doctors. Maybe a simple cold or fever may cause the health value to drop directly to 0. Su Ruhen made a note of this in her heart. There are no resources on the island at present, and there is no way to obtain resources. In addition to fishing with a fishing rod, which can ensure sufficient food to a certain extent, other freshwater resources and materials needed for survival are temporarily unavailable. However, completing game tasks can actually be regarded as a way to obtain materials. Game task bar: the remaining 2 tasks, collecting freshwater and collecting firewood, are actually very important tasks. Needless to say, collecting freshwater is a must. Without freshwater, people can't survive more than 3 days on the island. Logically, Su Ruhen should find a way to complete task 2 first. But after thinking it over again and again, Su Ruhen decided to complete task 3 first, collecting firewood. Su Ruhen's 9 square meters of isolated island was empty. The firewood required for task 3 was naturally impossible. Su Ruhen thought that player exchange might be able to exchange supplies. Then, she closed the small screen of game introduction a quarter of the screen and replaced it with the player exchange interface. Player exchange: 1 piece of bread, 1 bundle of firewood, 3 pieces of wood, 250 milliliters of fresh water, 1 piece of women's clothing, 1 pack of cigarettes, 1 blanket, 100 satiety. Food. Player exchange: there are many kinds of transactions, and you can indeed exchange firewood with other materials. Although bread is also a very important material for Su Ruhen now, he can't live without firewood. It is already autumn and winter in the game. In addition, on the isolated island, the sea breeze was blowing, and Su Ruhen had no place to hide from the wind and rain. If he didn't light a fire to keep warm, according to Su Ruhen's current body, he would probably catch a cold and have a fever tomorrow. By then, it would not be a matter that could be solved by 1 or 2 slices of bread. Su Ruhen flipped through several pages in the player trading interface. He found the one with the highest exchange rate: 1 slice of bread for 1.5 bundles of firewood. The transaction was successfully completed. While Su Ruhen's inventory had 1 less slice of bread, he had 1.5 bundles of firewood. A bundle of firewood is equivalent to 99 small sticks, which directly occupies 1 grid in the inventory, and the other 50 small sticks occupy another grid. Fortunately, Su Ruhen does not have any other supplies now, so a backpack with 10 grids is enough. Su Ruhen selected a bundle of firewood and submitted task 3. Ding! Task 3. Collect a bundle of firewood, January 1st, completed. Task reward, lighter *1, coconut *2. If the reward for task 3 is put in peacetime, it will definitely be criticized. But in the context of an isolated island, it makes sense. Su Ruhan took out a dozen wood roots and lit a small fire. As the fire burned, Su Ruhan glanced at her personal attributes interface, and the red words that kept losing blood in the lower right corner finally disappeared. Su Ruhan breathed a sigh of relief. While roasting the fire, Su Ruhan was not idle. She planned to bake some jars with mud, and later she could use the baked jars to distill seawater and make fresh water. Although Su Ruhan had nothing on this 9-square-meter island, she had plenty of clay. Ordinary clay could only barely make clay pots, and the quality was definitely not as good as pottery pots. But now, the island lacked everything, so it was understandable that the first batch of clay pots were made of simple clay pots. With the help of the firelight and the light source of the game screen, Su Ruhan spent 2 or 3 hours to mold the prototypes of several pots with clay. Then, she put all the pots into the fire, added some firewood, and just waited for the pots to be fired. It takes at least 3 or 4 hours to make the pot. This period of time is actually the most suitable for sleeping. But Su Ruhan is wary of unfamiliar environments and does not plan to rest tonight. With nothing to do, Su Ruhan took out the fishing rod and prepared to go fishing. Without bait, Su Ruhan simply threw the rod without putting anything in. Anyway, she was quite full at this time, and she was not particularly short of food. She was just killing time. However, what Su Ruhan did not expect was that not long after the fishing rod was thrown out, there was actually movement. It was quite heavy. Su Ruhan turned the reel vigorously and began to reel in the rod. Chapter 3 The third day. The thing caught by the fishing rod was quickly pulled out of the water by Su Ruhan. It was a rotten wood. Unknown Erguzi. Ha ha ha. Has the host's luck run out? He actually caught a rotten wood. Fish that loves to eat cats. I tell you, this host won't live long. He will die sooner or later without supplies. Seeing this scene, many gloating comments instantly floated through Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. Su Ruhan reluctantly put the rotten wood aside. Originally, she thought she might catch something good, at least to see fish as food, but she didn't expect. Moreover, Su Ruhan also caught a glimpse of the red words in the lower right corner of her personal attributes interface physical strength -10 Su Ruhan. There is a sentence. I don't know if I should say it or not. End of the song. Don't be discouraged. The first time I caught a torn sock, but later I also caught something good. Keep fishing. Among the comments that gloated over the misfortune, there were also some encouraging comments. But Su Ruhan's interest in fishing had mostly disappeared. Just then, a comment caught Su Ruhan's attention. Fish that loves to eat cats. There are only 10 chances in total. Let's see if the anchor will catch other jump next. Su Ruhan immediately looked down and checked the properties of the fishing rod in his hand. Fishing rod, 1/10 an ordinary fishing rod. After 10 uses, it will be automatically scrapped. Su Ruhan frowned. Originally, she thought she could rely on fishing rods to get food and supplies. Now it seems that she thought too much. The jars are not baked yet, and Su Ruhan has nothing to do. She thought about it, and decided to continue fishing. The second catch was a backpack. A Death Barbie pink backpack covered with green seaweed. Su Ruhan picked it up with 2 fingers with some disdain and threw it aside. The end of the song. Ha, sorry. I didn't want to laugh either, but I couldn't help it. The fish who loves cats. I tell you, her luck has really run out. She caught 2 pieces of junk in a row. The barrage was filled with sighs. At this time, a bold golden font system broadcast caught Su Ruhan's attention. System, the end of the song. Giveaway. Player number 6666 in Area C13. Bread Slice *1, live broadcast room popularity +1. As the system broadcast passed by, another barrage appeared. The end of the song. The host, open it and take a look, I'm curious about what's inside. Su Ruhan didn't respond to the barrage in the live broadcast room. But Su Ruhan noticed that the audience member who spoke, the end of the song, was one of the 2 audience members who gave her a piece of bread before. Moreover, this time, while he was talking, he also gave her another piece of bread. Well, considering that the end of the song had no ill intentions, Su Ruhan walked back to the pink backpack and picked it up with 2 fingers. After pushing away the seaweed on the backpack, Su Ruhan simply washed it with seawater before unzipping the backpack. After seeing the items in the backpack, Su Ruhan was a little surprised. Ladies' backpack, 1 lady's coat, 1 set of unopened ladies' underwear, 2 packs of sanitary napkins, 1 pair of small scissors. After the lady's backpack is integrated with the inventory capacity can be increased by 5. The Barbie pink backpack looks worn out, but the things inside are clean as new. I don't know what the principle is, and, most importantly, it can also increase the capacity of the inventory. The song ends and the crowd disperses. It turns out that I laughed too early, and the clown is actually me. I love to eat durian. Oh my god, there are women's products in it. God knows what we girls use after entering this crappy game. Laughing at the world. The most important thing is to increase the capacity of the inventory. I will only say the word jealous once. The audience in the live broadcast room was more excited than Su Ruhan. After all, the items in this backpack are almost all non-renewable materials on the isolated island. The temperature at night on the isolated island is still a bit cold. This women's coat came at the right time. Su Ruhan took out the women's coat and put it on directly. As for the rest, she is still live streaming, so she definitely can't change them directly. After putting on the coat, Su Ruhan put the remaining items into the inventory. At the same time, Su Ruhan tried to merge the Barbie pink backpack with the inventory. Inventory, 9/15 250 milliliters mineral water, 5 slices of bread, 1 dagger, 18 firewood, 1 lighter, 2 coconuts, 1 unopened women's underwear set, 2 sanitary napkins, 1 small pair of scissors. Sure enough, the inventory increased by 5 slots. Su Ruhan was still very happy. However, 15 slots in the inventory are still a little small. There are not many things now, but it is barely enough. I just don't know if there will be more items to add slots later. Otherwise, there are only 15 slots, which will definitely not be enough later. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Su Ruhan's frowning expression, and they suddenly felt a little unbalanced, unknown erguzi. Is this an expression of dissatisfaction on the host's face? I have survived for more than 100 days, and the inventory only has more than 20 slots. What did I say? Fish that loves to eat cats. What's so great about that? I don't believe she can catch anything good. Su Ruhan ignored the comments in the live broadcast room. Seeing that it was still early, she started fishing for the 3rd time. In the distant sky, a hint of white gradually rose. More than an hour had passed since Su Ruhan cast the rod for the 3rd time. The sea was calm. Su Ruhan's excitement for catching a useful backpack also gradually cooled down. Su Ruhan, who hadn't slept all night, was a little sleepy now. She yawned, thinking that the clay pot should be almost cooked, so she prepared to put away the fishing rod and go to check the pot. But at this moment, Su Ruhan suddenly felt that the fishing rod in her hand seemed to be pulled hard. Something must have been hooked. Su Ruhan woke up instantly. She stood up and steadied herself. At the same time, she held the fishing rod tightly with her left hand, and turned the reel of the fishing rod with her right hand to reel in the line. The thing this time was very heavy, and Su Ruhan was a little worried that the fishing rod would be torn. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Su Ruhan quickly pulled the thing caught by the fishing rod to the shore. What was caught was a very textured bronze treasure chest. The treasure chest was the size of a suitcase and very heavy. Moreover, when Su Ruhan dragged the treasure chest to the shore, a metallic sound of ding ding dang dang was heard from the treasure chest. It seemed that there should be some good things inside. Su Ruhan did not delay and prepared to open the treasure chest. But he found that the treasure chest was locked with a metal combination lock. Su Ruhan thought that this bronze treasure chest should not have any advanced password. He randomly turned the combination lock to the 3 numbers. 666. Bang. The combination lock fell to the ground, and the things in the treasure chest instantly caught Su Ruhan's eyes. Bronze treasure chest. Hoe *1, sickle *1, shovel *1, rope *1, unknown seeds *10. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the scene and was excited again. The song ended and the crowd dispersed. Are you kidding me? It was open just like that? Unknown erguzi. The password of the bronze treasure chest is not very complicated, and there is no limit on the number of times normal people can open it, right? What's so surprising? Emperor of Europe. But the anchor opened it in one go. The things in the bronze treasure chest are all very good. Su Ruhan was very satisfied. She originally thought that there was nothing but soil on her isolated island. Now that she has seeds and farming tools, she can plant things very quickly. However, this bronze can't be merged with the inventory, and the capacity can't be increased, which is a bit regrettable. Su Ruhan took out the things in the bronze treasure chest and put them into the inventory. Inventory, 14/15 250 milliliters mineral water, 5 slices of bread, 1 dagger, 18 firewoods, 1 lighter, 2 coconuts, 1 unopened women's underwear set, 2 sanitary napkins, 1 small scissors, 1 hoe, 1 sickle, 1 shovel, 1 rope, 10 unknown seeds. But after putting all these farm tools, inventory only had 1 space left. Su Ruhan frowned. It was very difficult to increase the capacity of the inventory. He didn't know if there was any way to put more things in it. Suddenly, Su Ruhan had an idea. She took out everything except food and firewood, and put them into the bronze treasure chest. Then, she tried to put the bronze treasure chest filled with things directly into the inventory. Inventory, 5/15 250 milliliters mineral water, 2 slices of bread, 2 coconuts, 18 firewood, 1 bronze treasure chest. It actually worked. The song ends, and the crowd disperses. Surprise! There is actually such a method? This is the first time I have seen it. It just so happens that I also have a bronze treasure chest. I will try it. Unknown Air Goozy. I will try it too. I love to eat durian. I don't have a treasure chest, but I made a wooden box myself. I will try it. In an instant, more than 1,000 viewers in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room almost immediately put down what they were doing and tried Su Ruhan's new method. The end of the song. I tried it, and it actually worked, thanks to the anchor for providing new ideas. System, the end of the song. Gives. Player number 6666 in Area C13. Coconuts *5, live broadcast room popularity +10. Many viewers succeeded after trying. Out of gratitude to Su Ruhan, many viewers led by the end of the song began to give gifts to Su Ruhan. I love to eat durian. My ordinary wooden box also worked. I'm going to write a post on the forum to tell everyone this good news. Su Ruhan was. I love to eat durian. The game forum mentioned in this barrage attracted attention. She was busy doing tasks, fishing, etc., and forgot to look at the game forum. Su Ruhan closed the unused game tasks in the 4 split screens and replaced it with game forum. Not long after Su Ruhan opened the forum, she found a new hot post. Want to expand your inventory 10 or 100 times? You will regret it if you don't read it. Chapter 4: The 4th Day. The title of this post is quite interesting. If Su Ruhan guessed correctly, this should be the post from the viewer named I love eating durian. In her live broadcast room, Su Ruhan clicked on it curiously. 1L, original poster. I was watching a new live broadcast, and I found a way to increase the capacity of the inventory. I have tested it myself, and it works. Everyone go and try it. 2L, is it true? Is it a phishing post? 3L, I don't really believe what the OP said. 8L, it's true. I just tested it, and it worked. Ha ha ha. Now I'm finally done worrying about losing important supplies. 9L, I succeeded too. So excited. I'm curious about the newcomer's live broadcast room ID mentioned by the OP. 10L, OP room 6666, Area C13. The live broadcast room ID left by the OP on the 10th floor is indeed Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. It looks like the post from the viewer named I love eating durian. The number of floors in this post increases very quickly. Su Ruhan pointed to the split screen of Game Forum and refreshed the forum. When he clicked on the post again, he found that the post had reached more than 100 floors. 106L, it's really useful. It solved a problem that bothered me for many days. 107L, thank you for sharing. I will also go to the newcomer's live broadcast room to take a look. 108L, +1. 109L, +10086. This hot post was constantly pushed to the top of the survival game forum. Many people instantly flocked to Su Ruhan's live broadcast room because of this post. Soon, Su Ruhan noticed that the number of people in his live broadcast room was increasing at a very fast rate. In just a few minutes, it rose to more than 2,000, and even the popularity had reached 3 digits. Player C13 Zone 6666 live broadcast room. Viewers, 2,139. Popularity, 109. Barrage, 99 plus the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, and its popularity continued to increase. Most of them came to thank Su Ruhan. Even if there were a few discordant voices occasionally, they would be quickly drowned out. The Golden System report in the live broadcast room also kept appearing. Many viewers were giving gifts to Su Ruhan. Most of the gifts given by the audience were bread slices and firewood, which were only worth 1 popularity value. However, there were too many people. Su Ruhan now had 68 slices of bread, enough for her to eat for several days. There were also 16 bundles of firewood at the moment. Thank you everyone. Su Ruhan bowed slightly to the transparent light curtain and thanked the audience. Of course, Su Ruhan would not stop people from sending gifts. In the situation where all supplies are scarce on an isolated island, if you still pretend to be reserved and refuse to accept gifts, then in Su Ruhan's opinion, it is simply a brain bubble behavior. Su Ruhan browsed the forum again and looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and then she remembered that the clay pot she had fired before should be almost done. She walked to the fire and took a few pots out of the fire. Sure enough, the clay pot has been fired. Su Ruhan cleaned the firewood ash on the clay pot and checked the degree of firing of the clay pot. Of the 4 jars, 3 were intact, and 1 had a cracked bottom for unknown reasons and could not be used. However, Su Ruhan was very happy that he could successfully fire 3 jars at once. Of the 3 jars that were successfully fired, 2 were medium-sized and 1 was larger. Su Ruhan filled 1 medium-sized jar and 1 large jar with seawater, leaving a medium-sized jar for backup. After the clay pot used in the simple freshwater collection device was made, some other small materials were needed. Hollow thin bamboo poles, bamboo tubes, leaves, and clay pot lids. These small materials are naturally not available on Su Ruhan's island. However, these are not scarce materials on other people's islands. Su Ruhan only spent 3 slices of bread to exchange for 10 thin bamboo poles, 10 bamboo tubes, 99 leaves too. As for the lid of the clay pot, Su Ruhan forgot to make it when she was making the clay pot before, and it is more troublesome to refire it now. Fortunately, Su Ruhan exchanged 1 slice of bread for 5 small wooden boards in the player exchange, and she planned to make a suitable lid with the small wooden boards. Su Ruhan first used a dagger to cut the small wooden board into a circle the size of the mouth of a medium-sized jar. Then, he carved a hole the size of a bamboo tube in the middle right of the lid. Tilt the bamboo tube slightly, and assemble it with the hole in the lid. Cut the bamboo tube to a suitable length and block the gap with mud. Finally, find a bamboo tube that is slightly thicker than the bamboo tube on the lid and cut it shorter, then buckle it on the bamboo tube on the lid, and it's done. The reason why this lid is so complicated is to make it easier to add water during the process of boiling seawater later. If the lid is opened and closed, the steam will easily escape and people will be easily scalded by the steam. After all the materials needed for the simple freshwater collection device were prepared, Su Ruhan immediately began to assemble it. Step 1. First, build a simple small stove with mud, and place the medium-sized jar filled with seawater on the simple stove. One end of the hollow thin bamboo is placed on the groove of the medium-sized earthenware jar, and then the small wooden board and bamboo tube lid are used to cover the earthenware jar. Step 2. Place the large jar filled with seawater on the side of the small stove just made, and use mud to pad the bottom of the large jar to a suitable height so that the thin bamboo can be placed just above the large jar. The third step is to seal a part of the end of the hollow thin bamboo with 2 leaves to prevent the water vapor from being lost too much, and then place a clean empty earthenware jar under the end of the thin bamboo to collect the fresh water that drips down after the water vapor cools down. Only the above 3 steps are needed to complete the simple freshwater collection device. As for the principle of this freshwater collection device, it is to burn the seawater in the medium-sized jar to form water vapor, which will pass through the hollow thin bamboo pole, cool down through the cold water in the large jar, and finally drip into the last empty jar to obtain fresh water. Jin Zhaoyujiu. If I guess correctly, the anchor is making a freshwater collection device. In Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, there are viewers who are good at physics. During Su Ruhan's operations, they directly guess Su Ruhan's purpose. Jiuju Shanhai, it seems that it is really amazing. The new anchor made a simple freshwater collection device on the first day. I will definitely follow it. Kaiyan Gu Xiao Mushroom. The anchor's freshwater collection device seems to be a little simpler than the tutorial in the forum, and the materials needed are also common on the island. I also want to try to make one. The new viewers in the live broadcast room originally wanted to see how Su Ruhan used the treasure box to increase the capacity of the inventory. But I didn't expect to see the whole process of her making a simple freshwater collection device. The song ends and the crowd disperses. Really good, ha ha ha. Is the anchor all round? Why does it feel like he knows everything? The live broadcast room was very lively, but Su Ruhan was focused on making a simple freshwater collection device. This freshwater collection device looked simple, but Su Ruhan spent several hours to make it. After the freshwater collection device was built, Su Ruhan began to put firewood in the small stove to boil water. Soon, the water in the first earthenware pot boiled, and the steam passed through the thin bamboo, cooled by the cold water in the large earthenware pot, and condensed into fresh water, which dripped into the last clean earthenware pot. Next, Su Ruhan only needed to add seawater to the first medium-sized pot from time to time through the bamboo tube on the lid, and he could get fresh water continuously. Su Ruhan washed his hands. After doing all this, it was almost noon. Gurgle. Su Ruhan's stomach made a timely sound. She returned to the light screen and checked her personal attributes interface. Personal attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Level, 90/100, level 1. Current territory area, 9 square meters. Health value, 100/100. Satisfaction, 34 out of 100. Physical strength, 63/100. Attributes, attack 92, defense 75, agility 91, intelligence 88, luck 99. Talent skill, territory expansion, SSS level. Inventory, 15/15 250 milliliters mineral water *12, bread slices *99, bread slices *13, coconut *28, bamboo tubes *8, thin bamboo poles *9, small wooden boards *4, leaves *99, leaves *97, firewood *99 firewood *84, bronze treasure box *1. Su Ruhan's life value has automatically recovered. Stamina value has also returned to 63 points, but satisfaction has dropped to 34. It seems that life points and stamina points can be automatically restored when in normal condition, but satisfaction will decrease with the passage of time. According to Su Ruhan's calculation, stamina points should be +1 every 20 minutes under natural conditions, and satisfaction points should be -1 every 10 minutes. As for life points, since there is not much difference in the first place, Su Ruhan cannot figure out the law of its recovery for the time being. Su Ruhan also noticed that his inventory is now full. Even on the open space beside the transparent light curtain, there were a lot of firewood dropped. Many of these should be gifts from the audience in the live broadcast room. After Su Ruhan sorted out the item bar a little bit, he took out the bread slice and prepared to eat it. Bread slice. An ordinary slice of bread, eating it can increase satiety by 10 points, the most commonly dropped food in the game gift box. It is also the most common barter currency in the player exchange. Before eating the bread slice, Su Ruhan did not forget to check the properties of the bread slice. Each piece of bread can add 10 points of physical strength. Su Ruhan ate 6 pieces of bread, and her satiety increased by 60 points, directly increasing her satisfaction to 94 points. Although her physical strength was still 63, Su Ruhan had not slept all night, and she was a little sleepy now. However, if Su Ruhan was asked to sleep on the floor directly, she would feel a little embarrassed. Su Ruhan thought about it, and decided to trade some planks, and wood from the player exchange while it was still early to build a wooden shed for rest. Chapter 5 Day 5. Su Ruhan slid her finger up and down to turn the pages in the player exchange interface, and soon, she saw a few items. 2 slices of bread, 1 solid wood board. 1 slice of bread, 1 thick solid wooden stick. 5 slices of bread, 1 straw mat. 1 blanket, 100 satiety. Food. Solid wood boards and solid wooden sticks are of course the main materials for building a wooden shed. As for straw mats and blankets, they are also necessary for sleeping. Su Ruhan traded 9 pieces of bread for 2 solid wood boards and 5 solid wood sticks. He also traded 5 pieces of bread and 5 coconuts for straw mats and blankets. Coconuts are food with 2 popularity points, and eating them can increase satiety by 20 points. After buying the necessary supplies, Su Ruhan also sorted out the item bar. Su Ruhan took out the firewood pile, solid wood boards, solid wood sticks, leaves, and other materials that took up more space, and piled them directly on the ground. Small items such as bamboo tubes and thin bamboos were all put into the bronze treasure chest in the backpack. Item bar, June 15, 250 milliliters mineral water *12, bread slices *98, coconut *23, straw mat *1, blanket *1, bronze treasure chest *1. After sorting out the item bar, Su Ruhan began to build the wooden shed. Overall, the construction method of the wooden shed is still very simple. It only requires 5 solid wooden sticks, 2 solid wooden boards, and the rope opened from the bronze treasure chest before, and it can be completed. After comparing the size of the wooden board, Su Ruhan crossed 4 of the wooden sticks into 2 triangles and fixed them to the ground, and tied them with ropes. Then, he used another wooden stick to fix it horizontally between the 2 triangles, in the middle of the intersection. Finally, he put a wooden board on each side of the finished frame, and the simple wooden shed was built. After the wooden shed was built, Su Ruhan noticed the pile of firewood that she had taken out and stacked next to the light curtain. The firewood was piled very high, and there were also some thicker branches among them. Su Ruhan thought that she could use these thick branches to make a temporary fence around the 9-square-meter island. This temporary fence could, to a certain extent, prevent her from being bitten by piranhas that suddenly came ashore when she was resting. But a fence made of branches alone was not very strong and probably could not withstand the attack of several piranhas. However, it was better than nothing. At least when the piranhas broke through the fence, they would make some noise, which could serve as a warning. Su Ruhan planned to wait until he got more advanced materials and then reinforce the fence again. After simply cleaning out the isolated island of only 9 square meters, Su Ruhan returned to the wooden shed in the middle of the island and sat down, ready to rest. But before resting, Su Ruhan also took the time to browse through the live room, game forum and other interfaces to learn more about the game. In the game forum, Su Ruhan looked up and found many useful survival experience posts. I also learned a lot of things that were not in the game introduction. For example, she was most concerned about when the piranhas would come ashore, the number of people who survived the game, and how long it would take for the health points to recover. A post about piranhas stated, according to statistics, under normal circumstances, piranhas are only active at night. Only a very small number of single piranhas may come ashore during the day. In short, the daytime on an isolated island is relatively safer. Many veteran players with small islands rest by reversing their day and night. After all, they face more dangers at night. Their islands are small, so there is no good place to stay. If you rest at night, you may lose your life in your sleep. Although reversing your day and night is also bad for your health, it is equivalent to chronic suicide, but it is better than dying immediately at night. The number of survivors in the game will be reported globally by the game system once a week. Every time the report is broadcast, tens of thousands of players will be lost. Death in the game is real death. No one wants to die easily. As for the recovery of life value, Su Ruhan saw the relevant content in another post in the forum. In the case of good health, life value plus 1 every 20 minutes. But if there are negative conditions such as colds, diarrhea, etc., it will subtract 1 every 10 minutes. If you are injured and bleeding, it will subtract 1 every 5 minutes. At the same time, this post also mentioned, medicine is an extremely scarce material on the isolated island. There is only a very small chance that it can be obtained from a treasure chest or a gift box rewarded by the system. So much so that in the player exchange, the price of 1 antipyretic medicine is as high as 3,000 points of satiety food, equivalent to 300 slices of bread or 150 coconuts to exchange for 1 medicine. Sure enough, when Su Ruhan first entered the game, he took the lead in trading firewood to make a fire, dry his clothes, and stop losing blood. It was an extremely wise decision. After confirming that there was not much danger during the day on the isolated island, Su Ruhan rested during the day. She stood up and walked out of the shed, moving the game screen to the side of the shed, putting it in a place where it could not illuminate the inside of the shed. Although the game screen will automatically face the character and force live broadcast, it cannot be turned off 24 hours a day. However, it can be moved to any position within 10 meters around the character. This is also the conclusion Su Ruhan came to after reading the experience post on the game forum. Good afternoon, everyone. Su Ruhan waved to the audience in the game live broadcast room, and then turned back to the shed to rest without caring about everyone's reaction. The moon was on the branches, and Su Ruhan slowly woke up. She slept soundly, and didn't open her eyes until after 10 o'clock in the evening. During her rest, nothing special happened. Su Ruhan got up and walked to the freshwater collection device, and found that the firewood in the small stove had been extinguished automatically at some point. However, the earthenware jar used to collect freshwater had already collected more than half a jar of freshwater at this moment. Su Ruhan was a little thirsty, so she walked over and took a sip of the water in the jar. Fresh water condensed from water vapor is indeed not salty. This simple desalination device is very successful. It was late at night. Su Ruhan lit a fire. She planned not to rest tonight like most old players. After all, her island is still relatively small. If there is any emergency in the middle of the night, it will not be easy for her to deal with it in her sleep. Su Ruhan sat by the fire, with nothing to do, and sharpened many sharp sticks with a dagger. Now the island is surrounded by fences, so when the piranhas appear, she won't be able to attack them at close range. If she had these sharp sticks, she could save a lot of trouble. It was soon past 11 o'clock in the evening, close to the early morning. Similar to the situation last night, the waves suddenly became turbulent and crashed against the shore. Fortunately, the area of Su Ruhan's island was much larger than the 1 square meter when she first entered the game. Moreover, there was a wooden shed to block the view, so Su Ruhan's clothes didn't get wet this time. After the waves calmed down, not long after, they started to boil again. This should be a sign that the piranhas are coming ashore. Su Ruhan curled her lips. She stood up, picked up a few sharp wooden sticks that she had prepared in advance, and began to accumulate strength. Almost at the moment when the piranhas emerged from the water, Su Ruhan immediately threw out several sharp wooden roots in her hand. The piranhas didn't have time to react, and they were directly pierced by the sharp wooden sticks thrown by Su Ruhan, and instantly turned into 50 experience points. The song ends and the crowd disperses. Ha ha ha. These piranhas will never understand until they die. They are just here to give away experience. I love tea durian. The host's skills are pretty good. Very good, love it. When Su Ruhan first entered the game, there were not many viewers in the live broadcast room, so most of the new viewers did not know Su Ruhan's skills. Su Ruhan did not pay attention to the bullet screen in the live broadcast room at this time, but watched the surroundings of his isolated island expand outward by 1 meter. The area of the island becomes 25 square meters. Note: the formula for expanding the territory of the island equals number of days of survival on the island * 2 to 1 squared. It seems that it should have just passed midnight and reached the 3rd day of the game. Her talent skill territory expansion SSS level automatically took effect. Su Ruhan brushed off the wood chips left on her hands with satisfaction due to the previous production of the sharp wooden stick. She stood up, pulled the light curtain back in front of her, and checked her attribute panel. Personal attributes. Name: Su Ruhan. Level: 40/200, level 2. Current territory area: 25 square meters. Health value: 110/110. Satisfaction: 26/110. Physical strength: 60/110. Attributes: Attack 92, Defense 75, Agility 91, Intelligence 88, Luck 99. Unallocated attribute points *5. Talented skills: Territory expansion, SSS level. Inventory: 6/15 250 milliliters mineral water *12, bread slices *98, coconuts *23, straw mat *1, blanket *1, bronze treasure box *1. The first thing Su Ruhan saw was the 3 most basic attributes: health, satisfaction, and stamina. Health is still full, there is no doubt about that. Satisfaction. It has been 12 or 13 hours since Su Ruhan last ate bread slices, so naturally it has dropped a lot. Stamina, it should have been full, but Su Ruhan just killed 5 piranhas, which used up 50 points of stamina. In addition, Su Ruhan's level was also raised to level 2. The upper limits of her life points, satiety, and stamina points were increased by 10 points, all to 110 points. Moreover, there were an additional 5 unallocated attribute points. Su Ruhan did not rush to allocate her attribute points immediately. Facing the unknown, Su Ruhan was still cautious. She planned to make the most reasonable point allocation plan after checking the relevant strategies in the forum. Chapter 6 Day 6. Su Ruhan looked at her personal attributes interface again, but didn't find anything special. She looked away and sorted out the 4 split-screen interfaces in the game screen. In the 4 small interfaces, Su Ruhan placed personal attributes, live broadcast room, and game forum in the first 3. As for the last position, Su Ruhan used it to place a temporary viewing interface. Now that the piranhas have been dealt with, and they have reached level 2, Su Ruhan was idle when he realized that the second task, collecting freshwater, had been completed. Su Ruhan's game task interface was opened in the 4 split-screen interface. Game taskbar. Task 2. Collect 200 milliliters of freshwater resources, January 1st, completed. Then, Su Ruhan clicked the Submit button behind Task 2. Ding! Task 2. Collect 200 milliliters of freshwater resources, January 1st, completed. Task rewards. Saw *1, bread slices *2, mineral water 250 ml *1. In the rewards of this Task 2, bread and mineral water are basic survival supplies. But the saw is a rare material. It should also be a necessary material for normal players to complete Task 3. The tasks of this game are arranged in a chain. After completing the 3 tasks, Su Ruhan's game task bar became empty. However, a refresh button appeared at the top of the game task bar. After Su Ruhan clicked refresh, 3 new tasks appeared in the task bar. Game task bar. Task 4. Build a temporary residence. January 1st, completed. Task 5. Game level up to level 5. Task 6. Survive on an isolated island for 7 days. Among the 3 tasks that have just been refreshed, except for Task 4 which has been completed, Su Ruhan estimates that he will not be able to complete the other 2 tasks in the next few days. However, it is useless to think too much, and it is better to let everything go. Su Ruhan no longer worries, and submits the completed Task 4 first. Ding! Task 4. Build a temporary residence, January 1st, completed. Task reward. Open the Popularity Mall, Popularity *10, Popularity Lottery *1. The reward for Task 4 is quite novel. Su Ruhan closed the small split screen of Game Task Bar, and searched the main interface of the game, and found that there was indeed a new option Popularity Mall. Su Ruhan put it into the force small split screen, and clicked it to check it out. Popularity Mall. Food. Bread slice, 1 popularity. Coconut, 2 popularity. Mineral water 250 milliliters, 2 popularity. Tools. Dagger, 10 popularity. Saw, 10 popularity. Hoe, 10 popularity. Fishing rod, 0/10, 20 popularity. Medicine. 1 cold medicine, 1000 popularity. 1 antipyretic medicine, 1000 popularity. 1 sleeping pill, 1000 popularity points. 1 bottle of life recovery potion, 10,000 popularity points. Others. Thin clothes, 10 popularity points. Thick clothes, 20 popularity points. Thin bedding, 20 popularity points. Thick bedding, 50 popularity points. Popularity Mall. It is mainly divided into 4 categories: food, tools, medicine, others. Among them, the price of medicines in the medicine column is the most expensive. Basically, the cheapest medicine requires 1000 popularity points. You know, in many cases, when you are sick, you can't just take 1 medicine to be completely cured. Su Ruhan looked down and saw a recycling bar button at the bottom of the Popularity Mall. After clicking it, I learned that game players can put their excess supplies into the recycling bar, and get the corresponding popularity points. However, after Su Ruhan tried to put in 1 slice of bread, he found that the balance in his Popularity Mall had only changed from 1 to 0.5. It seems that the popularity points obtained by recycling items will be discounted. It is better not to recycle them in general. I don't know how long it took. Su Ruhan suddenly found that a line of eye-catching red words appeared in the lower right corner of his personal attribute small screen, -1 health value. Su Ruhan frowned. She immediately shifted her sight from the Popularity Mall to the personal attributes small interface. Personal attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Hunger. Health, 109/110. Saturation, 0 out of 110. Stamina, 73/110. The first line of Su Ruhan's personal attributes had a hunger icon. Looking down, her saturation had also dropped to 0. It seems that a long time has passed without her noticing. Su Ruhan quickly took out 9 slices of bread and 1 coconut from the inventory and started eating. Bread alone was still too dry. Drinking 250 milliliters of mineral water with 2 popularity points only increased satiety by 10, while coconut also had 2 popularity points, but increased satiety by 20. The cost-effectiveness can be imagined. Su Ruhan quickly finished the bread and coconut, and her satisfaction also quickly returned to full. There were still several hours before dawn. Su Ruhan was not idle either. She started making new clay pots, and went fishing, while the pots were being made. This time, Su Ruhan also only went fishing 3 times, because she had seen an experienced post in the forum that said, if you go fishing more than 3 times a day, the time you need to go fishing will be infinitely extended. Moreover, if the physical strength value is 0 due to fishing, the player will faint on the ground, and will not be able to deal with any external dangers. So relatively speaking, fishing only 3 times a day is the most reasonable arrangement. Su Ruhan went fishing 3 times and caught 1 albacore tuna, 1 sea cucumber, and 1 silver treasure chest. Su Ruhan checked the properties of these 3 items respectively: albacore tuna, an edible fish, weight 5 kilograms, every 500 g eaten can restore 100 points of satiety. Sea cucumber, a precious medicinal material, weight 100 g, after drying and making into Chinese medicine, it can remove the bleeding status and restore 100 points of health. Silver treasure chest, an unopened silver treasure chest. The 3 items Su Ruhan caught today are undoubtedly very good things. Although there are not as many people as in the daytime in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, there are still about 1,000 people online. Among them, There are some well-informed viewers. Unknown air Guzzi, am I seeing things? The anchor caught a sea cucumber for the second time? You know, the sea cucumber in the game is more precious than the life recovery potion in the mall. Chu Zhongren San. Yes, I'm really envious. The anchor's luck is really amazing. He fished 6 times, and except for the first time, all the others were good. I love to eat durian. That is to say, the anchor's attribute points will not all be allocated to the luck value. Go up there, right? The audience in the live broadcast room cannot see Su Ruhan's attributes, so naturally they don't know that Su Ruhan's attributes have been amazingly high since she entered the game. Her luck value is as high as 99. Su Ruhan didn't pay attention to the live broadcast room's excitement. Her sight was completely attracted by the 3 items in front of her at this moment. A 5 kilograms tuna is equivalent to restoring a total of 1,000 points of satiety. If it can be preserved by pickling, it can solve Su Ruhan's food problem for several days. 100 GC cucumber, although only a small one, may only be more than 10 grams after drying. But after making it into Chinese medicine, it can not only remove the bleeding state, but also restore 100 points of health, which is really a good medicinal material. As for the silver treasure chest caught for the 3rd time, this time it also has a password lock. After careful analysis, Su Ruhan tried several times and finally opened it. The password is 363. Because today is the 3rd day that Su Ruhan has entered the game, the first number Su Ruhan chose is 3. The time when the silver treasure chest was caught was 6:09 in the morning, so the second number is 6. As for the 3rd number, Su Ruhan initially chose 9 in the time, but it was displayed incorrectly. Later, Su Ruhan tried other numbers, and none of them were correct, only 3 was correct. According to Su Ruhan's analysis, the 3rd number should be the order of the treasure chests caught today, which is 3. In any case, the silver treasure chest is now open. Su Ruhan didn't think about it anymore and checked the items inside. Silver treasure chest, sea fishing rod, 0/20, *1, tent *1, iron pot *1, spatula *1, kitchen knife *1. After the silver treasure chest is merged with the inventory capacity can be increased by *5. The materials in this silver treasure chest are also very good, and the iron pot in it can be used to cook tuna. Although tuna can be eaten as sashimi, Su Ruhan still prefers to eat cooked food. The tent and the sea fishing rod are also very good supplies, but they are not needed for the time being. Su Ruhan put these 2 items, as well as the tuna and sea cucumber that she caught before, into the item bar. Item bar, 8/20 bread slices *89, coconut *22, mineral water 250 milliliters *12, sea fishing rod, 0/20, *1, tent *1, albacore tuna *1, sea cucumber *1, bronze treasure box *1. After packing up everything, it was already bright. Su Ruhan felt sleepy. After saying hello to the audience in the live broadcast room, she moved the light curtain away, and she returned to the wooden shed to rest. Chapter 7 The 7th Day. It was evening. When Su Ruhan opened her eyes again, about 10 hours had passed without her noticing. Her stamina had been restored to full, but her satisfaction had dropped by 62 points. She stood up and took out 6 slices of bread from the item bar on the light screen, and after eating them, she brought her satisfaction back to 108 points. After replenishing her status, Su Ruhan walked to the fire and checked the new clay pots she had fired this morning. This time, Su Ruhan fired 5 new large-sized earthenware jars to store fresh water. These 5 earthenware jars were fired quite well, and none of them were cracked. Su Ruhan was very satisfied. These earthenware jars could be used to hold the pickled tuna. Su Ruhan took all the earthenware jars to the shore and cleaned them. When she looked up, she accidentally glanced at the sky in the distance, but immediately frowned. It was because she found that behind the cirrus clouds in the sky, there seemed to be a large area of high-level clouds and nimbostratus clouds, which was a sign of the coming storm. A bad premonition emerged in Su Ruhan's heart. Su Ruhan remembered that an experience post he had seen in the forum stated that every new player would inevitably experience a storm within 7 days of entering the game. What's more terrifying is that along with this storm, there are also fierce and powerful sea creatures coming ashore. Because of this storm, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of new players will face death. This is also the biggest crisis that new players will face within 7 days. Each player encounters a storm at a different time. Su Ruhan didn't expect that she would encounter one on the 3rd day after entering the game. Although, Su Ruhan didn't know whether she would encounter any terrible creatures in this storm. But with her cautious character, she would make full preparations to deal with unknown dangers. This is also her experience that allowed her to survive to the end in such a dangerous apocalypse. Su Ruhan walked back to the light curtain with a solemn expression. After thinking for a while, he decided to change his original plan to make salt from seawater and pickle tuna today. I love eating durian. What happened to the anchor? Why do I feel that the anchor looks a little serious today? The song ends and the crowd disperses. Yes, it was fine just now. I went to the shore to wash the jars, and it changed when I came back. The people in the live broadcast room could not see the light screen operated by Su Ruhan, so at this moment, they could only see that Su Ruhan stood in front of the light screen with a slightly serious expression, and they all felt a little confused. The comments were lively, but Su Ruhan was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Her top priority was to buy a weapon that was right for her. After all, Su Ruhan saw in the post that each player encountered different dangers in this storm. Some were lucky and only encountered a storm, but some were unlucky enough to encounter a huge and ferocious creature several meters long and were swallowed on the spot. Su Ruhan searched around in the Popularity Mall and Player Exchange. Finally, I decided to buy a fine iron long sword from the Player Exchange. Although hot weapons such as submachine guns are also very good. But not only are they expensive, but each bullet must be purchased separately. In this way, the cost performance is obviously not high. As for cold weapons such as long swords, they are of good quality and relatively cheap. Combined with Su Ruhan's 92 points attack power, it can play a greater role, but even for a cold weapon, the long sword, the transaction price is as high as 200 slices of bread, and there are only 83 slices left in Su Ruhan's current item bar, which is obviously not enough. After thinking for a moment, Su Ruhan decided to sell the tuna. She put the tuna on the Player Exchange and set up the transaction. 100 slices of bread. In the exchange, bread slices are the most commonly used medium for material exchange. Players often exchange unnecessary materials for bread slices, and then use them to trade other things. Almost the moment Su Ruhan put the tuna on the exchange, the transaction was successful. Su Ruhan immediately felt that the price he set might be too low. After all, although 5 kilograms of tuna and 100 slices of bread can both replenish 1,000 points of satisfaction. But the nutritional value and taste of tuna far exceed that of bread. Moreover, for players who eat bread every day in the game, it is also a very good choice to change the taste. But now is not the time to think about these things. Su Ruhan successfully traded 5 kilograms tuna for 100 slices of bread and exchanged 9 coconuts for 18 slices of bread. So far, Su Ruhan's inventory finally had 201 slices of bread. She immediately used 200 slices of them to trade fine iron long sword. After Su Ruhan put away the long sword, she thought of sea cucumber in inventory. Although sea cucumber is an extremely precious medicinal material, its introduction clearly states that it must be made into Chinese medicine to stop bleeding and increase life value. Fortunately, before entering the game, Su Ruhan, as the leader of the largest base in the apocalypse, had knowledge of various industries, including Chinese medicine. After she took out the sea cucumber from the item bar, she immediately began to process it. To make sea cucumber into Chinese medicine, first of all, you need to remove the internal organs of the sea cucumber and clean the mud and sand in the cavity. Secondly, put it in appropriate salt water, boil for about 1 hour, remove and cool. Finally, when it is 80% to 90% dry after sun exposure or baking, add it to the pampas leaf liquid and cook it briefly until the color turns black, then take it out and dry it. This step is still very complicated. During the cooking process, salt and pampas leaves are also needed. In the past, Su Ruhan would naturally make salt by himself. Then slowly dry it. There is no need to rush. But now there is not so much time. Su Ruhan uses 5 coconuts. In the exchange, exchanged for 10 slices of bread, then for 1 bag of refined salt. Use the remaining 1 slice of bread to exchange for 20 lotus leaves. Note, the lotus leaves used to cook sea cucumbers are lotus leaves. After all the materials were prepared, Su Ruhan began to process the sea cucumbers and took out the iron pot from the silver treasure chest and began to cook them with salt water. The sea cucumbers cooked in salt water need to be dried. Su Ruhan was in a dilemma. It was because it was late now, and the cumulonimbus clouds were approaching, so there was no drying. The conditions required for sea cucumbers. Su Ruhan was a little anxious, but after thinking for a while, he decided to sacrifice a clay pot to hold the cooked sea cucumbers and dry roast them directly on the firewood. This way, it can also achieve a certain drying effect. However, the clay pot will most likely be cracked. But now there is no need to worry about it. After a few hours, the sea cucumbers were finally roasted to 80% or 90% dry, and Su Ruhan put them into the prepared puff leaf liquid and boiled them for an hour. Finally, he took another empty clay pot and began to dry the cooked sea cucumbers. At this point, the sea cucumber was finally made into a Chinese medicine, which took several hours. Su Ruhan took a look at the current profile of the sea cucumber. Sea cucumber that has been made into a Chinese medicine. After taking it, it can remove the bleeding status and increase 100 health points. The profile of the sea cucumber has indeed changed, and Su Ruhan breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a drop of rain fell on the tip of Su Ruhan's nose. Her previous judgment was indeed correct. It was going to rain. Su Ruhan simply packed up the supplies on the isolated island and returned to her wooden shed to sit down. The rain quickly turned from a drop to a downpour. Unknown Air Guzzi, looking at the rain, could it be the storm that happened 7 days before the game? She said she was lucky in the live broadcast yesterday, but she encountered a storm on the 3rd day of the game. I love eating durian. So, the reason why she looked solemn just now was that she predicted a storm, right? Su Ruhan sat in the wooden shed at this time, and had nothing to do, so she began to browse the forum and the live broadcast room. She found that many old players had the same idea as her, and they all guessed that the rain she was encountering now was the biggest crisis for new players in 7 days that eliminated tens of thousands of people as time passed. Su Ruhan and the people in the live broadcast room were almost in their throats. Chapter 8: The 8th Day. The rain was getting heavier, and the sea breeze was getting stronger. Su Ruhan's simple wooden shed lasted less than an hour in the storm before it was blown apart. It was definitely unrealistic to rebuild a temporary residence in the rain right now. Fortunately, Su Ruhan still had the tent from the silver treasure chest in her inventory. But when Su Ruhan took out the tent and prepared to put it up, she found that the surrounding sea water suddenly became turbulent. A strong and dangerous aura came. Su Ruhan put away the tent without hesitation, took out the fine iron sword, took out the prepared sea cucumber, and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Su Ruhan's eyes were fixed on the direction where the dangerous aura came from. After only a few breaths, Su Ruhan saw a huge marine creature emerging on the sea in front of him. In this dark rainy night, Su Ruhan could hardly see the whole appearance of this huge creature. But we can vaguely tell from its outline and the bloody mouth that it should be a giant shark. The comments in the live broadcast room also quickly floated when the giant marine creature surfaced. Chu Zhongren-san, oh my god, what is this? Looking at its appearance. Could it be the S-level boss bull shark in the forum that is said to be dead as long as you meet it? Laughing at the world dog, I just went to look through the experience post in the forum, and this seems to be a real bull shark. Oh my god, the anchor is in danger. You know, no new player who has encountered this kind of shark has survived so far. Many old fans of Su Ruhan's live broadcast room are worried about Su Ruhan. But occasionally, some viewers, seeing this scene, immediately turned on the sneer mode. Fish that loves to eat cats. Ha ha ha. I said this anchor will not live for more than 3 days. She is finally going to die. But soon, someone fought back for Su Ruhan. I love to eat durian. Shut up, you always say nothing good, so annoying. I love to eat durian. The anchor must survive this crisis. This is the first time I have met an anchor I like so much. Don't die. The live broadcast room was almost divided into 2 factions, arguing fiercely. But Su Ruhan had no intention to pay attention to the live broadcast at this moment. All her attention was on the giant shark in front of her. This giant shark was several meters long and stood in the sea, just like a wall. The flat and wide sharp serrations in its mouth showed that it was a very difficult guy to deal with. After the giant shark came ashore, it opened its mouth and bit Su Ruhan without waiting for Su Ruhan to react. The solemnity in Su Ruhan's eyes became deeper. She didn't expect that such a huge creature could be so fast. This is almost as powerful as the advanced mutant creatures in the apocalypse. Although Su Ruhan killed countless advanced mutant creatures in the apocalypse. But that was all based on her superpowers. Now, she has lost all her superpowers after entering the game. Su Ruhan looked at the giant shark attacking her with a serious face, and suddenly a very risky idea came to her mind. In the brief moment when Su Ruhan was stunned, the giant shark had already arrived in front of Su Ruhan. Chu Zhongren-san, host, please get out of the way. Help, don't just stand there. I love eating durian. Host, please run, quick. Many people in the live broadcast room anxiously reminded Su Ruhan to get out of the way. But Su Ruhan ignored them, and had no intention of getting out of the way immediately. Until the giant shark approached rapidly, almost less than half a meter away from Su Ruhan. She then moved. Su Ruhan quickly raised her right hand, swung the long sword, and stabbed at the giant shark's eyes. At the same time, her body also dodged to the side immediately. The next moment, the giant shark's right eye was pierced by the long sword in Su Ruhan's hand. But at this moment, Su Ruhan's condition was not much better. Although she tried to avoid the giant shark's attack at the fastest speed at the moment of piercing the giant shark's right eye, her arm was still scratched by its sharp teeth. Su Ruhan has not used this kind of injury-for-injury fighting method for many years. But she knew that in her current situation without superpowers, the longer the battle lasted, the greater the threat to her. After one of the giant shark's eyes was blinded, it immediately went crazy. The flesh and blood that Su Ruhan had been scratched by the giant shark's sharp teeth also directly reduced her health by 50 points, and also added the bleeding status. The giant shark opened its mouth angrily and bit Su Ruhan, and the battle was about to break out again. Su Ruhan exchanged injuries again, and blinded the giant shark's other eye. Her health instantly dropped another 50 points. The total health was only in the single digits. Fortunately, Su Ruhan had the prepared sea cucumber in her left hand. She swallowed the sea cucumber immediately, and the bleeding status disappeared, and the health value was instantly pulled back to 109 points. The giant shark with both eyes stabbed was no longer a match for Su Ruhan, who had almost recovered to her full strength. The next battle was much easier. But the giant shark's defense was also very high. After Su Ruhan continued to attack the giant shark for several hours, he chopped it all over, but he still couldn't kill it. This anxious state continued until Su Ruhan found the giant shark's weakness. After Su Ruhan's final blow landed on the giant shark's vital point, the giant shark finally fell to the ground. Global announcement. Congratulations to new player Su Ruhan, number 6666, C13 District, for killing the S-level boss giant bull shark. Reward: Diamond Treasure Chest *1, Popularity Mall Privilege, Popularity *1000, Experience *10,000. Game announcement sounded over all players' islands. Countless old players were excited. They couldn't believe that a new player could kill the S-level boss bull shark, which was called the Ocean Overlord. In order to find out, countless players rushed into Su Ruhan's live broadcast room immediately after the game's global announcement fell. But at this moment, Su Ruhan didn't know what happened. Just because, at the moment she killed the giant bull shark, a line of red words appeared in the lower right corner of the personal attributes interface, -500 stamina. The next second, Su Ruhan fainted in the storm. Chapter 9: The Ninth Day. After an unknown amount of time, the storm on the island stopped. Su Ruhan slowly woke up. At this moment, Su Ruhan's island had become a ruin due to the storm and the rampage of the giant shark. But Su Ruhan was not in the mood to pay attention to these things, because the moment she woke up, she felt a splitting headache. Su Ruhan thought to herself that it was not good. At that time, after she killed the giant shark, she fainted and lost consciousness. Although the giant shark is dead, the storm on the isolated island has not stopped. She fainted in the rain like that. I don't know how long she was soaked in it. She must have caught a cold and had a fever. Su Ruhan rubbed his brows. The next moment, he waved his hand to pull the game screen closer and checked his status and personal attributes. Personal attributes. Name: Su Ruhan. Fever. Level: 1340/1400, level 14. Current territory area: 49 square meters. Health: 170/230. Satisfaction: 170/230. Physical strength: 230/230. Attributes: Attack 92, Defense 75, Agility 91, Intelligence 88, Luck 99. Unallocated attribute points *65. Talented skills: Territory expansion, SSS level. Inventory: for 20 it's 250 milliliters mineral water *12, coconut *8, diamond treasure chest *1, bronze treasure chest *1. She really has a fever. But what surprised Su Ruhan even more was that her game level actually rose directly to level 14. The unallocated attribute points became 65 points, and there was also an extra diamond treasure chest in the inventory. Su Ruhan frowned slightly. I don't know what's going on now. With a puzzled mood, she checked her live broadcast room and the players' game forum. Player C13 Zone 6666 live broadcast room. Audience: 23,657. Popularity, 2,983. Barrage, 99 plus. Su Ruhan was surprised to find that the number of people in her live broadcast room had become more than 20,000 people. And even the popularity value of the live broadcast room was as high as 2,983 points. She was even more confused. So many people gave her gifts, but why didn't she see the gifts she received in the item bar? Su Ruhan rubbed her aching temples and endured the discomfort. She clicked on the popularity mall to check her popularity balance. Popularity balance, 3874. Why is it so much? Even if the newly added 2,874 points in the live broadcast room were all automatically converted into popularity balance, it should only be 2,874 points. That's right. Su Ruhan looked at the game forum again with doubt. Soon, Su Ruhan was attracted by a hot post related to her. The strongest new player, single-handedly fighting against an S-level giant bull shark. Hot 1L, original poster video. 2L, original poster. I said, she is the strongest new player I have ever seen. No rebuttal. 3L, damn. Just after the global announcement, the original poster released a first-hand video. Amazing. I go take a look. 4L, I go check it out and comment later. The first poster of this post shared a screen recording of Su Ruhan killing a giant bull shark. It seems that when Su Ruhan killed the bull shark, the poster should have been in her live broadcast room. 367L, the video is so long. I finally finished watching it just now. When the bull shark appeared at the beginning, I thought that the player number 6666 in Area C was definitely dead, but I didn't expect. 368L, I've also finished reading it. Everyone, go read it. It's full of high energy. That new player is really amazing. 369L, I don't believe it. I go check it out. Su Ruhan continued to scroll down the post. Someone else mentioned the game system's global announcement and the like at the end of the post. Su Ruhan finally understood the reasons for his level changes, popularity changes in the mall, and the extra diamond treasure chests in his backpack. At this moment, Su Ruhan felt a severe headache again. At the same time, her personal attributes interface also showed -1 health value, -1 satiety. Su Ruhan did not browse the post, but immediately clicked on the popularity mall, wanting to buy antipyretics and thermometers from it. Soon, Su Ruhan found the item she needed, but when she selected antipyretics to buy, she was in trouble. Just because she took a look at the price and detailed introduction of the items before buying, popularity mall. 1 antipyretic pill, 1,000 popularity points. Mercury thermometer, 2,000 popularity points. Mercury thermometer can measure body temperature. Under the condition of no damage, there is no upper limit on the number of times it can be used. 1 antipyretic pill can be taken when the fever state appears. Each time you take an antipyretic pill, there is a 20% chance that the fever can be reduced. The second antipyretic pill can be taken at least 4 hours later, otherwise the acute liver damage state will appear. A thermometer actually requires 2,000 popularity points, and 1 antipyretic pill also requires 1,000 popularity points. It's simply a sky-high price. Moreover, this antipyretic drug is not 100% effective in reducing fever, and if you take too much, you may even experience the negative state of acute liver damage. This is too much of a ripoff. Just then, 2 golden system reports came from Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. System: live in the deep sea for a long time. Giveaway: C13 District 6666. Antipyretic drug *5. Live broadcast room, popularity plus 5,000. System: live in the deep sea for a long time. Giveaway: C13 District 6666. Thermometer *1. Live broadcast room, popularity plus 2,000. Su Ruhan: what kind of big guy is this who has money but nowhere to spend it? Gardenia blossoms: oh my god, who did I see? The one who gave the anchor antipyretic drugs and thermometers. Couldn't it be the big guy Jiu Shanhai who ranks first in the player's comprehensive strength list? Emperor of Europe. It must be, except for him. How many people in the game have such courage to give so many popularity points at one time? Goji. What is the relationship between the big guy Jiu Shanhai and the anchor? I have never heard of the big guy before. He appeared in other people's live broadcast rooms, let alone rewarded. As soon as the system announcement of Jiu Shanhai giving gifts came out, many viewers who were lurking in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room were blown up. Everyone was very excited and speculated about the relationship between the Jiu Shanhai boss and the new anchor. But unlike the excitement of these viewers, Su Ruhan was calm at the moment. After a moment of silence, she just said lightly, "Thank you." In fact, Su Ruhan had already thought of a response plan before receiving the reward. Instead of buying the antipyretic medicine with such a low chance of reducing fever from the mall, it is better to buy some Chinese medicinal materials and prepare a Chinese medicine prescription to reduce fever. As for now, although Su Ruhan already has enough antipyretics and thermometers, but she is not going to use them immediately. After all, she doesn't know the purpose of the person who gave the reward. She can't live on the rewards in the live broadcast room. If that's the case, when she gets sick and has a fever next time, no one will give her antipyretics. What should she do? Su Ruhan doesn't like the feeling that life and death are not in her own hands. What's more, the effect of Chinese medicine in reducing fever is not worse than the antipyretics in the mall. Su Ruhan continued her original plan. The first thing she thought of was Guiji decoction and Huangma decoction, these two prescriptions for treating external cold when cold, headache and fever. Chapter 10 Day 10. Ma Huang Tang, Guiji Tang. The efficacy of the two prescriptions is similar. The main difference is that Ma Huang Tang has a stronger sweating ability, while Guiji Tang is relatively weaker. For colds without sweating, Ma Huang Tang is suitable, while colds with sweating and deficiency are suitable. And Su Ruhan is currently sweating, so it is more appropriate to use Guiji Tang. After Su Ruhan quickly selected the Chinese medicine prescription to be used, he began to buy the necessary Chinese medicinal materials from the player exchange. Su Ruhan has a good memory, and can almost remember everything he sees. Naturally, he also remembers that the ingredients of Guiji decoction are 9g of cinnamon twig, 9g of peony, 6g of licorice, 9g of ginger, and 5 jujubes. These herbs are actually common supplies in the eyes of many old players with large isolated islands. Therefore, Su Ruhan spent less than 10 points of popularity in total, and traded about 50g of each herb. In addition, an electronic scale is also needed. Su Ruhan searched for a long time in the player exchange, but couldn't find it. So he bought one directly in the popularity mall with 20 popularity points. After everything was ready, Su Ruhan lit a fire with firewood in the ruins of the isolated island, found a clay pot that was still usable, and prepared to start decocting the medicine. After taking the Guiji decoction, it is best to drink a bowl of hot porridge to help the medicine evaporate. Therefore, Su Ruhan rarely spent luxury on the popularity mall, and bought 500g of rice, spending 200 popularity points. Rice is the staple food of many people, but after entering the game, few players will buy rice from the mall. That's because 500g of rice can only increase 500 points of satiety in total, but it costs 200 points of popularity, which is equivalent to 4 times the price of bread and other foods. In a place like the island where resources are scarce, it is naturally very uneconomical to buy rice, a food with a very low cost effectiveness. Of course, there are also some big guys or old players who can grow rice by themselves, who are not short of rice. However, Su Ruhan's popularity balanced even if she deducted the medicines and thermometers rewarded by the big man. Long-term resident in the deep sea, she still had 3,000 or 4,000 points of popularity. Moreover, she was still sick, so it was understandable that she could indulge herself occasionally. After Su Ruhan took out some rice and cooked porridge, she took out an electronic scale and began to weigh the herbs according to the amount of herbs. Afterwards, she put the weighed herbs in a clean medium-sized earthenware pot and crushed them, added 1,400 milliliters of fresh water, and simmered them on low heat until only 600 milliliters was left, and then Guiji decoction. It was done. This 600 milliliters Guiji decoction needs to be taken 3 times, 200 milliliters each time. After Su Ruhan took 200 milliliters of the medicine, he immediately filled a bowl of hot porridge and started to drink. White porridge, in peacetime, is naturally a very common food, but for Su Ruhan, who has been in the doomsday for many years, it is also precious. After drinking Guiji decoction and white porridge, Su Ruhan's satisfaction was directly restored to full. Health is still decreasing, but the speed is much faster, from -1 every 10 minutes to -1 every 20 minutes. It seems that this Chinese medicine Guiji decoction is still effective, but the effect is a little slower. Fortunately, Su Ruhan has now leveled up, and the upper limit of life value is relatively high, so she is not particularly worried. Now, she just needs to cover herself with a quilt and wait for sweating, and the disease will probably be cured. Su Ruhan glanced at the time on the game screen. It was only about noon, so there was still time to sleep. But because the wooden shed, straw mats, blankets and other supplies were damaged, Su Ruhan had to take out the tent and set it up. And spent 100 points of popularity to buy 2 thick quilts in the mall, one to pad the bottom of the tent, and one to cover it. In the evening, when Su Ruhan woke up, she had already sweated a thin layer of sweat unconsciously. She took a look at her personal attributes panel and found that the fever status behind her name had disappeared, and her headache was gone. Sure enough, the effect of guiji decoction was really good. It is naturally much better to configure Chinese medicine according to the symptoms than to take the antipyretic medicine in the mall that only has a 20% chance of reducing fever. Su Ruhan also breathed a sigh of relief. However, in order to prevent the recurrence of the disease, Su Ruhan drank 200 milliliters of medicine and a bowl of hot porridge in the evening, just like at noon, to consolidate it. After taking the medicine and white porridge, Su Ruhan simply cleaned up the island. But while cleaning the island, Su Ruhan was troubled by the body of the S-level bull shark that she had killed on the island. This bull shark was huge, and it was estimated to weigh hundreds of kilograms, or even thousands of kilograms. Su Ruhan naturally couldn't move it. If it was just left on the island, it would take up space and might attract other carnivorous fish to come ashore. Su Ruhan thought for a long time, but didn't have any good ideas, so she opened the live broadcast room and the game forum. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately excited when they saw that Su Ruhan had finally returned to normal. Chu Zhongren-san, Anchor, you finally recovered. We were all worried to death. I love to eat durian. Yes, I was watching the live broadcast room last night, and I was really afraid that after the bull shark died, other piranhas would come ashore. In that case, the anchor would be completely unable to resist in a state of fainting. Su Ruhan saw many comments that were caring for her, and she felt a little warmth in her heart that she had not felt for a long time. However, Su Ruhan looked at the comment "I love to eat durian" and fell into a brief contemplation. What the "I love to eat durian" viewer said actually made a lot of sense. Su Ruhan's behavior last night was indeed a bit risky. But in that situation, Su Ruhan's isolated island was only 25 square meters, and there was nowhere to escape. The relationship between her and the giant shark was either you die or I die. Su Ruhan had to use the method of exchanging injuries for injuries to blind the bull shark's 2 eyes to seize the initiative. Otherwise, with all his superpowers lost, it would be difficult for him to survive. However, this game is really a pitfall. The upper limit of the stamina of a new player is only about 100. Killing a bull shark actually reduces the stamina by 500? This setting is simply too much. Fortunately, the game is not completely crazy. It also does not completely block the player's way out. Otherwise, when Su Ruhan fainted due to insufficient stamina, any ordinary piranha that came ashore would be a fatal threat. Thank you for your concern. Su Ruhan came back to her senses and spoke to everyone in the live broadcast room. She could see that many viewers in the live broadcast room really cared about her safety. I love eating durian. Oh, you are so polite. We couldn't help you in that situation. We could only pray that you could get through it. Jin Xiaoyujiu. Yes, you are really capable, host. Su Ruhan looked at the lively comments in the live broadcast room and felt for the first time that the feeling of this game live broadcast was not that bad. Humans are social animals. Living alone on an isolated island, if there is no live broadcast room, game forum or other things to communicate with others, it is easy to have psychological problems. Does everyone know how to deal with the body of the bull shark? After Su Ruhan browsed the live broadcast room for a while, he asked the question that troubled him. But the audience in the live broadcast room rarely saw someone kill this level of marine life, so they didn't know how to answer for a while. However, after a while, there was a barrage that answered Su Ruhan's doubts. Living in the deep sea for a long time, the anchor can divide the body of the bull shark into pieces, and then list it on the exchange. The shark meat of the bull shark can increase satiety. Chapter 11 Day 11. It was the big guy again, long-term resident in the deep sea. However, the information revealed in his comments gave Su Ruhan a new idea. If the bull shark can really increase satiation, then wouldn't it be a great profit to trade all the meat of such a large bull shark in pieces? Gardenia blossoms. Hey, the big guy appeared again. Goji, so funny. I just came from the big guy's live broadcast room, and was wondering why he was so abnormal today, staring at the screen for so long. It turned out that he had been watching the live broadcast of this new anchor, long-term resident in the deep sea. The barrage of comments appeared, causing the audience in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room to riot again. But Su Ruhan's reaction to this was still very calm. Thank you. Su Ruhan did not continue to talk about it, but just smiled and simply said thank you. then immediately turned around and started to deal with the body of the bull shark. Today is what year? Ha! The anchor actually left like this? It seems that the big boss is still not attractive enough. Goji. I opened the big boss and the new anchor's live broadcast room on both screens at the same time. Guess what the anchor said just now? Thank you. What was the boss's reaction? Ha! His ears turned red instantly. Jianshan Ruhua, WTF? Is it true? I go check it out. Jin Shishir Hinian, it's true. I went to check it out. My ears are still red. I didn't expect him to be such a boss, it's so funny. Gardenia blossoms. What should I do? I think the boss and the new anchor look like a good couple. Ha ha ha. After Su Ruhan turned around, the comments in the live broadcast room were all about live in the deep sea for a long time. The discussion about the relationship with Su Ruhan was more lively than before. But Su Ruhan didn't know. However, even if she knew, she probably wouldn't have much reaction. Su Ruhan walked to the body of the bull shark, cut off a small piece of shark meat, put it in the iron pot, and started cooking. On the isolated island, there was no seasoning except a bag of salt bought before. So Su Ruhan didn't expect the taste of shark meat. Not long after, the shark meat was cooked. Su Ruhan picked up a piece of shark meat with a dagger and put it into her mouth. The cooked shark meat tasted very delicious, melted in her mouth, and was not fishy at all. If some tofu, green onions, ginger and other seasonings could be added to the shark meat soup, the taste would probably be even more delicious. Su Ruhan did not expect that the shark meat of this bull shark tasted really good. More importantly, she also found that a line of green font appeared at the bottom of her personal attributes interface, plus 10 satiety. You know, Su Ruhan just ate a small piece of fish meat, and she was able to add 10 points of satiety. If she finishes this small pot, even if her satiety is originally empty, it will probably be filled up instantly. It seems that this shark meat can definitely be sold at a good price. Su Ruhan nodded with satisfaction. Although Su Ruhan's satiety is already close to the full value. But in line with the principle of not wasting, Su Ruhan still finished this small pot of shark meat, including the soup. Of course, Su Ruhan would not say that she was actually a little greedy. After finishing this small pot of shark meat, Su Ruhan began to deal with the body of the bull shark. The bull shark is very large. Su Ruhan spent a whole night processing it before she cut it into pieces and put it on the player exchange. She roughly calculated that every 0.5 kilograms of shark meat can restore 200 points of satiety. After cutting the shark into pieces, Su Ruhan calculated that the total weight of the shark was about 1,200 kilograms. She sold 1,100 kilograms and prepared to pickle the rest to use as food for a while. According to the calculation that 1 point of popularity can be traded for 10 points of satiety. Each 1 kilogram of shark meat can be sold for 40 points of popularity. 100 kilograms of shark meat sold for a total of 4,400 points of popularity. Of course, in the player exchange the most common currency is bread slices, so Su Ruhan also got 4,400 slices of bread. But there weren't that many bread slices, not to mention how long they would last, and they would take up space in the item bar. Su Ruhan had no choice but to recycle most of the bread slices in the popularity mall. Originally, Su Ruhan was worried about losing half of his popularity points at once, which was a pity. But what Su Ruhan didn't expect was that this time, the recycling bar didn't give him a discount for recycling bread slices, and one piece of bread could directly recycle 1 point of popularity points. Su Ruhan was very surprised. However, she soon figured out the reason. When killing the S-level boss bull shark, the task reward in the global report seemed to have a popularity mall privilege. It seems that recycling items at original price should be part of the popularity mall privilege. This privilege is really good. The broken game finally did something human. Su Ruhan will. For 1,400 slices of bread. After all the money was collected and converted into popularity points, the popularity balance became 15,664 points. This also included the medicines donated by Jiuju Shanghai, 7,000 popularity points for the thermometer, and 610 points donated by other viewers in the live broadcast room. After everything was done, it was already bright. When Su Ruhan walked back to the tent, he found the 200 milliliters of Chinese medicine he had left. Su Ruhan felt that his body was almost fully recovered now, and if he took more medicine, it would be harmful rather than beneficial to his body. So, she put the last 200 milliliters of Guizhi decoction on the player exchange. 200 milliliters Guiji decoction, 100 slices of bread. Su Ruhan originally thought that this price was quite expensive. After all, the raw materials of Guiji decoction were very cheap. She also thought that it might take some time to sell it. But to Su Ruhan's surprise, Guiji decoction was sold out instantly the moment it was put on the shelf. It seems that even Chinese medicine is a very precious material on an isolated island. As for why the raw materials of Chinese medicine are so cheap, it is also easy to explain, mainly because most of the materials Su Ruhan bought were not scarce materials. Secondly, the proportions of many medicinal materials in Chinese medicine require very precise dosages. Too much or too little, the efficacy will be poor, and it may even cause problems. So there are not many people who buy Chinese medicinal materials. After all, not everyone understands Chinese medicine. Chapter 12. The 12th day. When Su Ruhan woke up again, it was a little after 1 p.m. Today was already the 5th day of the game, and the area of Su Ruhan's island had already become 81 square meters in the early morning. The area of the island was much larger, but the newly refreshed ones were all empty land, with no supplies, and everything needed to be bought with popularity points. This was really a headache. After Su Ruhan made some shark soup and drank it, he was ready to start today's arrangement, using seawater to make salt. You know, although seawater is salty, you can get coarse salt by boiling it dry. However, that kind of coarse salt is not only bitter, but also contains many substances that are very harmful to the human body if taken for a long time. Moreover, Su Ruhan left more than 100 kilograms of shark meat unsold yesterday. There is no refrigerator on the isolated island, so he can only salt it and make it into dried fish for storage. However, fortunately, it is winter now, and the temperature is very low. The shark meat will not go bad in 2 more days. Su Ruhan still has enough time to make salt. There are many ways to make salt from seawater. But in the case of a shortage of resources on an isolated island, Su Ruhan thought for a long time and finally decided to use the salt field sun drying method to make refined salt. However, even the simplest salt field sun drying method cannot be fully implemented due to the conditions on the isolated island. Su Ruhan can only purify the sea salt appropriately under limited conditions to improve the taste and eliminate the harm. In simple terms, the salt field sun drying method is to continuously pour seawater into a piece of sand to obtain a salt field. Secondly, dig a pit and cover the bottom of the pit with stones. Then put the sand from the salt field into the pit, pour seawater into the pit, and stir vigorously to obtain saturated concentrated salt seawater. After obtaining the concentrated salt seawater, if you follow the traditional salt field sun drying method, you should use potassium carbonate to treat the concentrated salt seawater. But for the conditions of an isolated island, it is obviously unrealistic. So Su Ruhan thought of a more feasible method, physical filtration. Su Ruhan used the stones and sand on the island to lay the filter materials from top to bottom from coarse to fine, and then poured the saturated concentrated brine on it. Use a container to catch it below, so that you can get relatively pure saturated concentrated brine. The solid impurities in the concentrated brine are relatively easy to remove, but the concentrated brine itself still dissolves a lot of impurities. Only by removing these impurities can you get the real refined salt. Su Ruhan continued the steps of purifying sea salt. She scooped out about 1/5 of the relatively pure concentrated salt water and kept it for later use. She heated and boiled the rest until it dried up. After the water dried up, a large amount of crystals remained at the bottom of the container. These were the coarse salt. The last step was purification. Su Ruhan heated the small amount of relatively pure concentrated salt water that she had scooped out earlier to boiling, and then poured the coarse salt into the boiling concentrated salt water and stirred it thoroughly. After fully blending, let it settle for a while, then pour out the hot concentrated salt water, and some very white crystals will remain in the container, which are the refined salt. Although it is just a simple purification, these refined salts no longer have a bitter taste, and there are very few impurities in them, and long-term consumption will not affect health. Fish who loves to eat cats. What is she doing? Is there nothing to do? Is there something wrong with fiddling with seawater? Wouldn't it be better to just burn it dry and eat the coarse salt? It just tastes a little bitter. I love eating durian. It's you again. I get annoyed when I see you. Today there is wine. I can see that fish guy is not good at physics. He can't even understand the hose purifying salt. So stupid. There were some puzzled voices in the live broadcast room, but there were also many knowledgeable people who spoke up for Su Ruhan. The end of the song. The solubility of many substances will increase significantly with the increase of water temperature. After the host fully stirred the coarse salt and the boiling saturated concentrated brine, the impurities in the coarse salt will dissolve into the water, due to the increase in solubility. But the solubility of sodium chloride, salt, is very limited, so it is left. The host's method is very scientific. The explanation of the end of the song is very complete. Many old players in the game can make refined salt according to the experience post of making salt in the forum, but most of them don't know the principle. And many players think that the experience post of making salt from seawater is a waste of time and useless, so they are also like fish who loves to eat cats. Same, just boil the seawater dry and eat coarse salt. I love to eat durian. Why do you have to explain so much to her? Just let her eat coarse salt, and let her die of poison. Today there is wine. Ha ha ha, I agree with durian, clownfish are really annoying. The end of the song. I'm thinking that the anchor has many good fans, who may be eating coarse salt like that fish, so I'm reminding everyone. There are many old fans in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. They often have nothing to do, and they chat while watching Su Ruhan work. Everyone has a good relationship. But there is an exception, that is the fish that loves to eat cats. Basically, every time she appears, she will become the target of everyone's criticism. No one can understand, if she dislikes Su Ruhan so much, why does she have to follow the anchor? And she always comes out to say a few words from time to time, to get scolded. This may be the so-called black fans. Su Ruhan knew nothing about the slightly controversial comments in the live broadcast room. After she made a lot of refined salt, she began to pickle the shark meat. More than 100 kilograms of shark meat may not seem like much, but Su Ruhan spent several hours to pickle all of it. Now all she had to do was wait until daytime, make some wooden racks, put the pickled shark meat on them, and after a few days of exposure, she would get dried shark meat. At night, not long after midnight, on the isolated island, 6 piranhas appeared as usual. As soon as they appeared, they turned into Su Ruhan's 60 experience points. Personal attributes, a white light flashed across the panel, and Su Ruhan's attention was attracted by the white light. Personal attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Level, 0/1500, level 15. Current territory area, 121 square meters. Health, 240/240. Satisfaction, 200 to 240. Physical strength, 240/240. Attributes, attack 92, defense 75, agility 86, intelligence 88, luck 99. Unallocated attribute points * 70. Talented skills, territory expansion, SSS level. Items, for 20 it's 250 milliliters mineral water * 12, coconut * 8, diamond treasure chest * 1, bronze treasure chest * 1. Personal attributes, the 3 attributes of life value and others are +10 each, and the unallocated attribute points are +5. Su Ruhan's upgrade attribute points have not been allocated since entering the game. Unknowingly, it has reached 70 points. Taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do at night, Su Ruhan began to read the experience posts in the game forum to study the allocation of attribute points. Needless to say, the 3 items of attack, defense, and agility are definitely related to combat attributes. Intelligence and luck are not easy to explain, and no player can give a detailed explanation for them. After thinking for a while, Su Ruhan decided to use the 60 points unallocated attribute points to increase the values of all attributes to 100 points. As for the remaining 10 points, Su Ruhan added them all to attack. Attributes, attack 110, defense 100, agility 100, intelligence 100, luck 100. Su Ruhan felt that each of these attributes should be useful, otherwise there would be no need for them to exist. But relatively speaking, attack power is slightly more important, so in the next period of time, Su Ruhan plans to add all the attribute points of the subsequent upgrades to attack power. After all the unallocated attribute points are used up, Su Ruhan thought again that since his level has been upgraded to level 15, then task 5 in the game task bar must have been completed. Game task bar. Task 5, game level up to 5, May 15th, completed. Task 6, survive on an isolated island for 7 days, June 7th. Su Ruhan clicked to submit task 5. Ding, task 5, game level up to 5, May 15th, completed. Task rewards. 5 random crop seeds, 1 hoe, 1 popularity lottery. Seeing the popularity lottery in the task reward, Su Ruhan suddenly remembered that when he completed task 4 before, there was also a popularity lottery in the reward. She clicked on the popularity value mall, and searched for a while. In the lower left corner of the interface, in a not very obvious position, she found the popularity value lottery button. Su Ruhan clicked it, and used up 2 lottery opportunities. She won 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of soybeans respectively. Although these 2 foods are not particularly expensive for Su Ruhan now, they are still quite practical. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Su Ruhan just felt a wave of sleepiness coming over her. Before entering the game, Su Ruhan's biological clock was actually very regular, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. But in the past few days since entering the game, she has not slept for several days at night, because there is no good place to live, and there are piranhas attacking at night. Su Ruhan thought that she had to build a better place to live as soon as possible, and set traps around the house. In this way, she can sleep peacefully at night. Su Ruhan resisted the sleepiness and continued to browse the forum, and in the live broadcast room lobby, she looked through other people's live broadcast rooms, and so on. After a while, when Su Ruhan returned to her live broadcast room, she found that there was a viewer in the live broadcast room barrage that kept refreshing the screen. Saiwafiwa, anchor, save me, I am also a newcomer. Just now, a storm hit the island. Although I was lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the piranhas and hid in the cave. But I still got a fever while escaping from the rain. I have been following the anchor. Can you tell me what Chinese medicine you drank last time to reduce the fever? I really trouble you. Chapter 13, the 13th day. In order to confirm the authenticity of the comment from the viewer named Saiwafiwa, Su Ruhan clicked on the viewer's avatar and entered her live broadcast room. I saw a thin and small girl curled up in a slightly dark cave. She was not in a good condition, and her eyes were always fixed on the game screen. It seemed that her previous comments were all true. Su Ruhan returned to her live broadcast room and said to the game screen, Saiwafiwa, what are your symptoms now? Do you have a headache, sweating, etc.? Different symptoms require different Chinese medicines. Saiwafiwa, I am not sweating, but I feel a little chest tightness and very uncomfortable. My health points are also decreasing. I estimate that it will be gone in a few hours. Saiwafiwa, anchor, only you can help me. My popularity points are only over 100, which is not enough to buy medicines in the popularity mall. Your symptoms are different from mine before. You can't use the Chinese medicine I used before. Su Ruhan said after a brief analysis. Saiwafiwa, what should I do? Host, can you help me? You can use Ma Huang Tang. Su Ruhan finished speaking, and then continued, Ma Huang, without nodes, 6G, Guiji 4G, apricot kernel, without skin and tip, 9G, licorice, roasted 3G. Su Ruhan first told the audience the ingredients and dosage of Ma Huang Tang, and asked them to write it down, and then continued to tell the method of boiling Chinese medicine, as well as some precautions for taking medicine. Use 1,800 milliliters of water, boil Ma Huang first, evaporate about 400 milliliters, and remove the foam. Then add the other 3 herbs, boil and evaporate 500 milliliters of water, and remove the residue. After the medicine is boiled, take about 160 milliliters while it is hot, then cover yourself with a blanket and sweat, and you will be almost cured. Su Ruhan continued. Although there are some old players sharing Chinese medicine experience posts in the game forum, they are not as detailed as Su Ruhan said, and many people can't judge which medicine they should use. Like a flower, not a flower, it's the same. She flipped through a lot of experience posts, but the more she read, the more confused she became. In the post, either the dosage is not written in detail, or the details of boiling the Chinese medicine are not described. In short, I just can't understand it. Like a flower but not a flower. Also posted a help post in the forum, but everyone saw that she was a new player, and few old players responded to her. Moreover, most people didn't understand and couldn't help her at all. Originally, like a flower but not a flower. Came to see 13 District 6666 for help, who was also a new player, just with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, this new anchor is actually willing to help her. System, Saiwafiwa. Gives. See 13 District 6666 player. Bread slices * 99, live broadcast room popularity plus 99. Saiwafiwa, thank you so much, anchor. Now I will go buy some herbs and cook them. I don't have much popularity, and I haven't collected too many supplies, so don't think this gift is too little. I make up for it when I have more supplies later. It's okay. Su Ruhan nodded, understanding that 99 popularity points might be considered a lot for a new anchor. After dealing with the problem of the new player asking for help, nothing special happened in the live broadcast room afterwards. Su Ruhan continued to browse the forum and live broadcast room, chatting with the audience casually to kill time. However, during this period, Su Ruhan did not forget to check on the audience, who looked like a flower from time to time to see if there was any mistake in the steps of cooking a fedra soup. Fortunately, the recipe of Mahuang Tang is relatively simple. Although the girl was a little flustered, she finally cooked the medicine, drank it, and went to sleep. Seeing this, Su Ruhan was relieved. The sky was bright. Sleepiness came again, and Su Ruhan did not force herself this time. After saying hello to the audience in her live broadcast room, she went back to the tent to rest. Afternoon. After Su Ruhan woke up, she started to make wooden racks, dry the pickled shark meat, and remake a seawater desalination device, etc. Most of the things on the island were destroyed by the bull shark, so Su Ruhan had a lot to do. Su Ruhan was busy all afternoon. What she didn't know was that her live broadcast room was excited again because of the appearance of the boss. Long-term living in the deep sea, gardenia blooms. Oh boss, you are here to watch the newcomers live broadcast again today, ha ha. Why don't you go fishing and live your own leisurely island vacation life? In the island survival game, I don't know. Long-term living in the deep sea. There are very few veteran players with such a reputation. What everyone cares about most is that when everyone is struggling to survive on the isolated island, only living in the deep sea. This big guy is fishing leisurely every day. It's as if he is on vacation on the isolated island. Living in the deep sea, fishing is not as interesting as watching her live broadcast. The audience with the ID, Gardenia Blooms, did not expect that the big guy would actually reply to her ridicule. However, after seeing the content of the big guy's reply, she suddenly became more excited. The CP of the big guy and the new anchor is really good. Gardenia blossoms. Oh, the boss is so interested in the new anchor. Why don't you connect with her for live broadcast? Long-term living in the deep sea. She doesn't follow me. In the game of Deserted Island, you can connect with the microphone and broadcast live. When the live broadcast channels of two players are on the same screen, it is a bit like a video call. However, the premise of connecting with the microphone is, of course, that the two players follow each other. Goji Berry. Ha ha. Boss, you have come to this day. Gardenia blossoms. Later, the new anchor will come to the live broadcast room. Let's help the boss, brush the barrage, and let them connect with the microphone to broadcast. Ha ha. I'm sure of this couple. The song ends, and the crowd disperses. I agree. Ha ha, let's start. I love eating durian. I agree too. I really look forward to seeing them on the same screen. Live in the deep sea for a long time. No, don't. Goji, protest is useless. Let's start. Follow. Live in the deep sea for a long time. Boss, live broadcast with microphone and screen, you deserve it. So, when Su Ruhan finished her work at night and returned to the screen, she saw the full screen of bullet comments. Gardenia blossoms. Follow. Live in the deep sea for a long time. Big boss, we are live streaming on the same screen with microphones. You deserve it. The song ends and everyone disperses. Follow. Living in the deep sea. Big boss, we are live streaming on the same screen with microphones. You deserve it. Emperor of Europe, I am dying of laughter from you. How come it is like a small advertisement? Ha ha ha. I love eating durian. Don't disrupt the formation upstairs. Pull out. Follow. Living in the deep sea. Big boss, we are live streaming on the same screen with microphones. You deserve it. Su Ruhan was also amused by the content that was flooding the screen. It really looked a bit like the content of a small advertisement posted on the wall. As for the big man who lived in the deep sea for a long time mentioned by the audience, Su Ruhan still had some impression of him. Wasn't that the big man who sent her medicine and reminded her that the shark meat of the bull shark could be eaten? However, Su Ruhan still felt a little confused. After all, apart from this, there was no other intersection between her and this big man. I don't know why the audience in her live broadcast room suddenly posted such a barrage. Could it be that the big man instructed it? Why? Su Ruhan asked the audience in the live broadcast room with doubt. As soon as Su Ruhan finished speaking, a new barrage appeared in real time. Gardenia blossoms. The boss has a crush on you and wants to be your partner. The song ends, and the people disperse. The boss has a crush on you and wants to be your partner. Wolfberry. The boss has a crush on you and wants to be your partner. Su Ruhan was amused by everyone's humor again. She smiled and clicked on the page called Live in the Deep Sea for a long time. The big guy's live broadcast room. Want to see what happened? But when Su Ruhan entered the big guy's live broadcast room and saw the big guy's eyebrows and eyes clearly outside the black mask, her smile froze on her face instantly. After a long time, Su Ruhan clicked to follow. Jiu Ju Shanhai, and immediately clicked the Apply for Live Broadcast button. However, when Jiu Shanhai received Su Ruhan's live broadcast application, his body instantly stiffened, and he stood there in a daze without moving. Player number 6666 in Area C13. Connect to the mic. In the live broadcast room of Live in the Deep Sea for a long time, Su Ruhan's barrage floated by. Slight smile. Who is this? Why should the boss connect to her mic? How strange. Cat in the alley. That's right. This guy is paranoia, right? Have you ever seen the boss connect to someone else's mic? Life is like a dream. No. Don't you know that the premise of connecting to the mic is to pay attention to each other? Have you ever seen the boss pay attention to others? Live in the Deep Sea for a long time. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became very lively because of Su Ruhan's comments. Many people were sarcastic about Su Ruhan, mocking her for not knowing her own limitations. But there were also many rational viewers who had begun to speculate about the relationship between the boss and the player. C13 District 6666. A few minutes later, just when everyone thought that the boss, living in the deep sea, would not accept the player's application for a live broadcast, and most of the audience's ridicule became more intense, they saw Living in the Deep Sea's finger tap the screen and accepted the call. After Su Ruhan connected with Jiu Shanhai, she directly said a name that she had not mentioned for a long time. Lu Yui? Su Ruhan frowned slightly and opened her thin lips. Although Jiu Shanhai was wearing a black mask that covered most of his face, Su Ruhan was very sure that he was the person she had known for many years. When Jiu Shanhai heard this name, he pursed his thin lips and didn't know how to respond for a moment. The song ends and the crowd disperses. Oh my god, what's going on? Do the two know each other? The cat in the deep alley. Maybe they recognized the wrong person. Didn't you see that the boss didn't respond? After the two people were connected to the same screen, the audience comments in the live broadcast room were also on the same screen. Everyone was talking about it, and they were mainly divided into two groups. Su Ruhan's audience naturally spoke for her, while Long lived in the deep sea. Boss's audience, many voices slandered Su Ruhan. Life is like a dream. Could it be that they really recognized the wrong person? Why didn't the boss say anything? Cat in the alley. He must have made a mistake. The boss must not want to pay attention to her, so he didn't respond. Live in the deep sea for a long time. The boss silence made many viewers in the live broadcast room think that player number 6666 made a mistake. But at this time, they heard. Live in the deep sea for a long time. The boss suddenly said, I'm sorry. Lu Yui didn't expect that today, under the push of the audience in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, things would develop to this point. He was actually not ready to recognize her. After Lu Yui finished speaking, there was a long silence. However, the live broadcast room where the two of them were on the same screen was not so quiet. Today is the year, ahem. This is not some sadistic love story, right? Gardenia blooms. I just said that the boss has a crush on the new anchor, but looking at this situation, why does the boss feel like a scumbag? Can we still support this couple? Just as Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's live broadcast room was exploding, a post with a very ridiculous title appeared in the game forum. Shocking Melon, the boss of long-term Deep Sea, who ranks first in the strength ranking, is suspected of playing with the feelings of the newcomer. Chapter 14 The 14th Day. The reason why Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were silent. It was because many of the issues between them were not suitable to be discussed in public. Moreover, they met again after many years, and they didn't know where to start. But in the end, Lu Yui couldn't stand such a silent atmosphere and spoke first. I can explain, at that time I was because... Stop! Su Ruhan immediately spoke to stop him. Su Ruhan actually knew what Lu Yui wanted to say, but the current game live broadcast environment was not suitable for talking about things related to the end of the world. In the few days since entering the game, Su Ruhan discovered that in the game, most players would avoid talking about the word end of the world. Moreover, Su Ruhan accidentally saw from other players shared screenshots of tasks that there was a special task at the top of their game task bar that shocked her. Special task. Kill the players from the end of the world. Task reward. Return to the real world. Su Ruhan paid attention to the reactions of other players when they saw this special task, but found that they were all very accustomed to it, and almost tacitly accepted the existence of this special task. But this special task has never appeared in Su Ruhan's game task bar. It seems that the players from the end of the world described in the special tasks of most players are most likely her and Lu Yui, as well as other players from their world. Moreover, what's worse is that Su Ruhan has not discovered the existence of other end of the world players in the past few days, since entering the game. I don't know if it's because they all hide their identities very well, or most of the Apocalypse players have been killed. Of course, there is also the worst possibility, that is, in this game, there are only two people, she and Lu Yui, who are from the Apocalypse world. The two people's incoherent conversation made everyone in the live broadcast room have endless reverie. The live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, as well as the people in the forum post, Dog Blood title post, were all more excited because of their conversation. But the parties involved did not care about these. Lu Yui pursed his lips slightly and said a thought that had been lingering in his mind for the past few days. What are your coordinates? I go find you. Lu Yui and Su Ruhan have known each other for many years, and they can know each other's thoughts with just a glance. He naturally understood that the reason why Su Ruhan interrupted him to continue talking must be because there were too many people in the live broadcast room. If they could be on an isolated island, even if the game screen would be broadcast live 24 hours a day, they could move it a little further away, and the audience in the live broadcast room would naturally not know what they were talking about. Life is like a dream. Listen, what is he talking about? The sea is so dangerous, almost everyone who goes out to sea is buried in the deep sea. Is the boss blinded by love? Cat in the alley. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean the boss can't do it. He is the boss who ranks first in the strength ranking. What is impossible? While the audience in the live broadcast room was arguing, the conversation between Su Ruhan and Lu Yui continued. C13 District, 666, 666. Su Ruhan hesitated for a moment, then spoke. This game didn't allow private chats, so she could only directly tell the coordinates of her island in the live broadcast room. The reason why Su Ruhan hesitated was not because she didn't want Lu Yui to come to her island. It was just that she felt that exposing her game coordinates in the live broadcast room was still very dangerous. And the audience also said that there were many unknown dangers on the sea. However, after a little thought, Su Ruhan finally agreed to Lu Yui's proposal, just because she believed that Lu Yui would not do anything that he was not sure of. And her own strength is not weak, and other people don't know that she comes from the end of the world. She doesn't need to be scared, but it will arouse suspicion. Okay, wait for me. As soon as Lu Yui finished speaking, he immediately took out a large ship without hesitation, and began to pack up the important supplies on his isolated island, ready to set sail. Su Ruhan. There is no need to be so anxious. Of course, Su Ruhan only thought about such straightforward words in her heart, and did not say them out loud. She was just wondering. Lu Yui knew that she was involved in the game a few days ago. Why didn't he contact her actively, and now he is in such a hurry to come to her? Is there something special that he wants to tell her in person? Hey, wait a minute. Su Ruhan was stunned when she saw Lu Yui simply packing up and preparing to set sail directly on the ship. She hurriedly said, "Don't you see that my island is empty, and there is nothing? Pull out all the useful supplies on your island before coming here. Don't worry, the valuable things have been cleared out long ago, and I have accumulated a lot of popularity points, enough for us to use." Lu Yui's mouth slightly raised, and the familiar girl appeared again. System: live in the deep sea for a long time. Reward: C13 District 6666. Player: HP Recovery Potion * 10,000. Player Live Broadcast Room Popularity plus 100 million. At the same time as a Golden System broadcast appeared, Su Ruhan's Live Broadcast Room ranking also jumped directly from outside the top 100 to the second place. Countless players who were browsing the live broadcast hall instantly noticed this ranking change, and they all clicked into Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. Su Ruhan, sure enough, the audience's evaluation of him is very accurate, really rich and inhumane. Goji, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of bloody scene is this? I have never seen so many popularity points in my life. Gardenia blossoms, ah. It's really amiable, ha ha ha. I don't care. This is true love. This CP, please lock it in place. It doesn't have to be like this. Although Su Ruhan said so, her raised mouth corners could not hide her joy at the moment. If someone else gave her so many popularity points, she might still feel psychologically burdened, but since this person was Lu Yiqing, Su Ruhan could accept it without hesitation and felt very happy. Lu Yui certainly understood Su Ruhan's personality. In the end times, her favorite thing to do was to hoard crystal cores and count crystal cores. After midnight tonight, it should be the 7th day of the game, right? Be safe on the island. When I get to the island, I will transfer the remaining popularity points to you. After Lu Yui gave Su Ruhan a few instructions, He did not delay any longer. He went directly to the ship's cabin, set the coordinates of Su Ruhan's isolated island, and set sail directly. Goji, awesome, awesome. I have already thought of a new post title, the #1 game boss, spent 100 million popularity points, crossed thousands of miles of sea, just to chase his wife. What year is this? You above are poisonous, those posts with inconsistent, bloody titles in the forum must have been posted by you, right? But having said that, the title you chose this time is quite realistic, haha. As for the barrage and the liveliness of the forum, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui knew nothing about it. After they broadcast live on the same screen, they didn't pay much attention to the barrage in the live broadcast room and the hot posts in the forum. After Su Ruhan and Liu Yui chatted briefly for a while, they put the game screen aside and started to do their own things. In the live broadcast room of the two, although the two anchors did not talk much and did not interact with the audience, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room did not become deserted because of this. On the contrary, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room of the two on the same screen increased rapidly due to several hot posts about the big guys who lived in the deep sea for a long time in the forum. Although Su Ruhan had become rich overnight with a popularity value of 100 million, she was still going to build a wooden house today according to her original plan as her official residence in the game in the future. After all, there are no ready-made houses for sale in the popularity mall, and there is no way to help her make suitable defensive traps so that she can sleep peacefully at night. But having so many popularity points also has many benefits. At least it can save the trouble of having no popularity points to spend and looking for ways to earn popularity points everywhere. Su Ruhan now only needs to concentrate on purchasing materials and build a wooden house with peace of mind. Although the price of the solid wood and solid wood boards required to make the wooden house is not cheap, even if Su Ruhan buys a lot, it only costs less than 200 popularity points. Now it seems very cheap. After Su Ruhan bought enough raw materials for building the wooden house, he started today's brick-moving life. In one afternoon, Su Ruhan built the main frame of the wooden house. While taking a break, Su Ruhan remembered that there were still many seeds in the backpack that were rewarded by the game that had not been used. Su Ruhan walked to the open space next to the wooden house, reclaimed a piece of land, and planted all the seeds. While Su Ruhan was busy building the wooden house and cultivating the land, Liu Yui was also in the ship's cabin, always paying attention to the ship's route. However, apart from looking at the route, Liu Yui's eyes almost never left that beautiful figure. The atmosphere between Su Ruhan and Liu Yui was very sweet, and most of the players in the live broadcast room were also sending blessings. However, there were occasionally some bad comments mixed in. Cat in the alley. In my opinion, this new anchor is not worthy of the top leader in the rankings, and I don't know what kind of magic potion he gave to the leader. Fish who loves to eat cats. I think so too. Although she became famous for killing an S-level boss a few days ago, it was just luck, and she was just taking advantage of the situation. If there was no novice protection period, she would have died long ago. Her strength is not that good. How can she be worthy of the boss? Seeing these slanderous remarks about Su Ruhan's fans immediately responded indignantly. I love eating durian. She is not worthy, but you are? I really don't know what you are being so jealous about here. If you have the ability, you can also take advantage of the situation and kill the S-level boss. Wolfberry. That's right. A bunch of brainless green tea, as if no one can see your little thoughts. Gardenia blossoms. Boss, you don't care about your brainless fans. Look at what they are saying. The quality of fans is really poor. There are so many red-eye diseases, and they even slander our new anchor. The audience in the live broadcast room is mainly divided into two groups. One group is long-term living in the deep sea. Boss's fans, who think that Su Ruhan, a new anchor, is not worthy of the boss at all, and have been making remarks slandering Su Ruhan. The other group, of course, is the audience in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, who have been desperately defending Su Ruhan's reputation. The two groups argued fiercely, but neither of the two parties noticed. In the end, Liu Yui, who had been watching Su Ruhan's figure intentionally or unintentionally, found something wrong first. Looking at the many remarks slandering Su Ruhan in the live broadcast room, Liu Yui's eyebrows and eyes instantly turned colder. Chapter 15: The 15th Day of Survival on the Lonely Island. Liu Yui had been in the game for many years, and had lived alone for many years. When he saw Su Ruhan in the forum, God knew how excited he was. At the beginning, he was dragged into the game without even saying hello. In the eyes of Su Ruhan and other people in the base, he must be a coward who fled from the battlefield, a coward, and did not care about everyone in danger, right? Now, After finally waiting for this opportunity to reunite with Su Ruhan and explain things clearly, there are so many people messing around in the live broadcast room. Lu Yui really wanted to go to the islands of all the players who slandered Su Ruhan and kill them with his thunder power. From now on, anyone who dares to slander her again, get out of the live broadcast room, and don't let me know his coordinates. Lu Yui's face darkened slightly, and his thin lips opened slightly. His voice was cold and a little intimidating. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was stagnant for a moment. Fortunately, after Lu Yui's slightly threatening remarks fell, no one in the live broadcast room dared to slander Su Ruhan again. Lu Yui's frown slowly relaxed. Fortunately, he was able to deal with this matter before she found out about the bad comments, otherwise she might be more or less unhappy. Su Ruhan worked for several hours to build the wooden house, and the game time came to the early morning of the 7th day. Announcement. Congratulations to the surviving new players in Area C13, who successfully survived to the 7th day of the game and passed the 7-day new player protection period. The game difficulty is about to be upgraded. Please continue to work hard. I wish you all a happy game. Current number of survivors in C13 area, 8934887/100000 people. 2 consecutive game announcements sounded above all the players in C13 area. After hearing the content of these 2 prompts, Su Ruhan felt a little speechless. This broken game actually calls the 7 days when an S-level boss may appear as the newbie protection period. Moreover, if we remove the few minutes before midnight when we first enter the game, and the few minutes in the early morning of the 7th day of the game, this 7-day novice protection period is actually only 5 days. Su Ruhan. What the hell? Almost all the novice players in Area C13 had the same idea as Su Ruhan. But soon, they all had no energy to think about it. As soon as the game prompt sounded, the waves around the isolated islands of all the players in Area C13 immediately surged. Not only that, along with the waves, there were also groups of piranhas, crocodiles, small sharks and other carnivorous sea monsters coming ashore. These slightly ferocious sea monsters were all over 2 meters in size, and there were nearly 20 of them. Not only that, just after most of the players had finally dealt with this batch of sea monsters, they were shocked to find that another batch of sea monsters had come ashore. You know, in the so-called 7-day protection period in the game, under normal circumstances, only one group of piranhas would appear in one night, and the number was about 5 or 6, and no more than 10 at most. But the protection period had just passed, and the number and types of sea monsters had increased several times. Piranhas were the lowest level of these sea monsters, and the frequency of these sea monsters coming ashore in groups was obviously many times more frequent. Su Ruhan, like all the players in Area C13, the whole night was almost spent in this repetitive and busy killing of sea monsters coming ashore. However, although Su Ruhan was a little tired, fortunately, she was strong enough that no sea monster could touch the corner of her clothes. Even if these sea monsters came ashore in groups, they could not escape the fate of giving Su Ruhan experience. When the second batch of sea monsters came ashore, Su Ruhan was worried that she would faint again because of insufficient physical strength. But when she glanced at the physical strength in personal attributes, she found that after the novice protection period, killing the most common piranhas, like the previous ones, only required 1 point of physical strength. Other crocodiles, small sharks, etc., some require 2 points, some 3 points, but no more than 5 points. Stamina. So, even though Su Ruhan had killed nearly 200 monsters in one night, she still had dozens of stamina points left, so she didn't have to worry about fainting. Facing waves of sea monsters, Su Ruhan was able to handle them well. However, other players in the C13 area were not as strong as Su Ruhan. There were many players on small islands who had nowhere to hide and couldn't kill so many sea monsters at the same time. They could only become the meal of these sea monsters without any suspense. Even if the players were lucky enough to get a large isolated island, they would not have a good night, because they found that even if they were lucky enough to avoid the attacks of dozens of sea monsters coming ashore, the land was not safe, and there would be a large number of snakes, insects, and beasts waiting for them. However, this situation only lasted until about 7 o'clock in the morning, and all the sea monsters, snakes, insects, and beasts quickly retreated. Su Ruhan finally had time to rest. She was not in the mood to look at her attribute panel at this moment. She just felt exhausted. I'm going to sleep. I'm so tired. Su Ruhan walked to the light curtain, looking a little dejected. The excitement she had received yesterday afternoon for receiving 100 million popularity points had long since disappeared. This crappy game always liked to pour a bucket of cold water on her when she was excited. Although she had so many popularity points, these popularity points could not directly kill monsters for her except for buying medicine. What's more, Su Ruhan didn't need blood-replenishing medicine. Lu Yui could fully understand Su Ruhan's mood at the moment. He nodded, didn't say much, but silently adjusted the speed of the ship to the fastest. Su Ruhan slept until the afternoon. She adjusted her mood and continued to build the wooden house that she had not completed yesterday. Before last night, Su Ruhan had only thought that after the wooden house was built, she would use wooden stakes to set up a fence around it, and then set up some simple traps, and then she could sleep peacefully. Now it seems, she still thought the game was too simple. Those groups of sea monsters are not very powerful, but they are in large numbers, and they come in batches. They can kill people. It's really troublesome. Su Ruhan flipped through the forum, wanting to see what other players would face after they passed the 7-day newbie protection period. But she found that many players were in a much more difficult situation than she was last night. The small island may not be able to withstand the first wave of sea monsters. The large island with dense jungle may have to face not only sea monsters, but also wild beasts on the island. Well, now it seems that there is no vegetation on Su Ruhan's island, but it is not without some benefits. At least, no dangerous creatures other than sea monsters will suddenly appear on her island. Su Ruhan browsed the forum for a while, and caught a glimpse of Lu Yui in one of the split screens of the game. Lu Yui also looked like he had just woken up. He looked sleepy. Why don't you go to sleep for a while? Su Ruhan looked at Lu Yui's face, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled. Originally, when Lu Yui was on his own island, his biological clock was actually very healthy. But during the voyage, it was very dangerous at night, so he had to temporarily change his biological clock. Lu Yui rubbed his brows slightly and responded to Su Ruhan. I'm fine, go and do your work, don't worry about me. Su Ruhan nodded slightly after hearing this. She didn't persuade him much, because she understood that Lu Yui got up at this time probably because he wanted to check the ship's route and see if it had deviated. Fortunately, he could have a good rest when he arrived at his island. Su Ruhan didn't think about it anymore and started to busy herself with her own things. She spent another whole afternoon to barely finish the remaining part of the wooden house yesterday. In the evening, Su Ruhan walked to the cultivated land where the seeds were sown yesterday and used a clay pot to water the seeds. But when she got closer, she was surprised to find that a small part of the seeds that were planted yesterday had already sprouted tonight. According to normal practice, it would take a week at the fastest and a month at the slowest to sprout after the seeds were planted. Su Ruhan had never seen such a situation where the seeds sprouted in one day after being planted. But Su Ruhan thought about it. He thought that he was just in the game world now. The speed of time in the game world is different from that in the real world, which is actually very easy to understand. This may be some special game setting, however, it is still a bit surprising that it sprouted in one day. Su Ruhan returned to the live broadcast room with doubts, and asked Lu Yui, who was on the same screen as the live broadcast, and the audience in the live broadcast room. I planted the seeds in the soil yesterday, watered them, and they sprouted today. Su Ruhan's voice was very calm, so that others could not hear her current emotions, and it seemed that she was just chatting casually. The song ends, and the crowd disperses. The host's seeds sprout so fast. Gardenia blooms. Yes, in our land, it will take several days for the seeds to grow after being planted. What year is today? Maybe the soil on the host's island is different from ours. In fact, I have seen a host before, and the plants on her island grow very fast. Lu Yui immediately heard the hidden meaning of Su Ruhan's words. She wanted to ask whether the speed of game time is consistent with the real world of other players. But due to the large number of viewers, it was not easy to ask directly, so he spoke in a very calm manner, as if he was chatting with his family. Well, everyone grows crops very quickly, 2 or 3 times faster than in reality. Lu Yui has been in the game for many years, so he naturally understands the speed of the real world mentioned by other players. He found that most players would feel that the speed of time in the game world is 2 or 3 times faster than in reality. But Lu Yui roughly calculated and found that the speed of time in the game world is about 10 times faster than the apocalyptic world. In other words, during the more than 1 year that Lu Yui disappeared in the apocalypse, he had actually lived in the game world for more than 10 years. Chapter 16, the 16th day. After Lu Yui finished speaking, Su Ruhan nodded slightly, and she understood the meaning of Lu Yui's words. The reason why Lu Yui specifically said everyone's time flow is 2 or 3 times faster than reality was to hint to her that the space flow rate in other people's worlds was different from their end of the world. The time flow rate in the game is several times faster than the end of the world, which seems not to be a bad thing at first glance. But in fact, it is really not a good thing. It's just because this game, there is still no way to clear the game. If ordinary players want to leave the game, there is still a way to kill the Doomsday players. But the Doomsday players, there is no way to clear the game. They may be trapped in the game for life. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are increasingly suspicious that the mastermind behind the game is targeting the Doomsday players. Maybe there is some special connection between it and the Doomsday world. Otherwise, why would they clear the powers of the players in the apocalypse, and assign such a special task to all other non-apocalyptic players to kill the players in the apocalypse? Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are both the top power users in the apocalypse. Their disappearance is a huge loss to the humans who survived the apocalypse. Moreover, if this game continues to pull all the other top power users in the apocalypse into the game, and the power users are trapped in the game for 10 or even dozens of years, it is hard to imagine what kind of fate the other survivors in the apocalypse will face after losing a large number of high-level power users. Su Ruhan wanted to ask Lu Yui if he had found anything special after being here for so long. But there were so many people in the live broadcast room that she couldn't say much. She could only wait until he arrived on the island and then find a chance to ask about the situation. The game time soon reached 2300 hours in the evening. Waves of sea monsters began to land again. Just like last night, Su Ruhan was busy all night. As the sea monster corpses continued to pile up, Su Ruhan's experience points continued to increase. The situation on Lu Yui's side was not much better. The number of sea monsters his ship encountered at sea was several times that of ordinary players on isolated islands. Among them, there were also S-level bosses like the one Su Ruhan had killed before. What's more, there were SS-level and SSS-level bosses. However, even an SSS-level boss could not last for a few rounds in front of Lu Yui. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. They didn't know how much attack power he had. How terrifying has his strength reached? Su Ruhan was not too shocked. After all, she knew Lu Yui's strength. However, when Su Ruhan accidentally caught a glimpse of the barely detectable blue light between Lu Yui's left hands, she was shocked to find that Lu Yui's ability had not disappeared. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sea monster tide receded. This was the 8th day that Su Ruhan entered the game, and her game level also successfully reached level 17. Su Ruhan didn't sleep all night, and she kept killing monsters, looking very tired. It was time to sleep. Su Ruhan washed her hands and returned to the game screen, ready to say hello to Lu Yui and the audience in the live broadcast room. I'm going to sleep. How long will it take you to arrive? Before going to rest, Su Ruhan did not forget to ask about Lu Yui's current sailing progress. She was still thinking about the blue light between Lu Yui's left hand that she saw not long ago. She wanted to ask whether his supernatural power had disappeared. It should take another 2 or 3 days. Seeing Su Ruhan's tired look, Lu Yui's eyes flashed with a trace of barely detectable heartache. He pursed his lips slightly and responded. Lu Yui was in Area A01, and the distance to Su Ruhan's Area C13 was nearly 4,800 kilometers. And the fastest speed of the ship can only reach 55 kilometers per hour. In other words, the fastest time is more than 87 hours, nearly 4 days. Lu Yui set off on the night of Su Ruhan's 6th day of the game, close to the early morning of the 7th day. Naturally, we have to wait until the evening of Su Ruhan's 10th day in the game to arrive. Okay, you should go and rest too. Su Ruhan rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. Afternoon. After Su Ruhan completed the wooden house, he was going to build a defensive fence around it. However, there were no particularly strong and suitable building materials in the Popularity Mall, and the player exchanged to build a defensive fence. Su Ruhan had no choice but to use wood and other things to make some simple fences as an emergency measure. Wooden fences are relatively simple to make. It didn't take Su Ruhan much time to make all the simple defensive fences around the wooden house. The wooden house and the vegetable field next to the wooden house were all surrounded by it. At the same time, Su Ruhan did not forget to set up many traps outside the fence, which could be used to slightly stop the sea monsters from coming ashore. In the evening, not long after Su Ruhan returned to the screen, she was attracted by several comments in the live broadcast room. System, Saiwafiwa. Gives. C13 player 6666. Bread asterisk 1000. Live broadcast room popularity plus 1000. Saiwafiwa. Broadcaster, my fever is gone. The antipyretic Chinese medicine you told me about is really effective. I drank it once, and my fever went away immediately. I sold the rest and earned some popularity points. I will come to give you a gift when I get 1000. Saiwafiwa. Although I know you don't lack popularity points now, This is the popularity points I have accumulated for a long time. I hope you don't dislike it. Su Ruhan still remembers this Saiwafiwa. She is the new player who came to her for help to prescribe Chinese medicine because he had a fever and didn't have popularity points to buy medicine. Su Ruhan didn't expect that there would be a follow-up to this. New player. Like a flower, but not a flower. After recovering from the illness, he actually remembered to save popularity points to send her a gift. He was really thoughtful. 1,000 popularity points. Not to mention for new players, even for many old players, it is a considerable amount. Okay, I accept your gratitude. You should work hard to live on the island. If you have any other negative status in the future, you can ask me. Don't send gifts anymore. Su Ruhan liked this girl very much, so he said a few more words, thinking that since they were new players in the same area, he could take care of her. Saiwafiwa. Great! I will be the host's #1 fan from now on, ha ha ha. Okay, thank you. Su Ruhan couldn't help but smile when she heard this. In the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, everyone continued to chat casually. Most of the time, Su Ruhan was interacting with fans, and Lu Yui only occasionally interrupted. Originally, Su Ruhan's fans felt a little uncomfortable because Su Ruhan's live broadcast room was on the same screen as the live broadcast room of the big boss living in the deep sea. But when they found that the big boss living in the deep sea basically didn't talk much in the live broadcast room, but just stared at Su Ruhan's figure on the screen in a daze, they found it interesting. Everyone gradually became familiar with each other, and when Su Ruhan had nothing to do, he would chat with the audience in the live broadcast room. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very harmonious. Since the last time, the boss living in the deep sea warned his fans not to talk nonsense, there have been almost no viewers who like to speak ill of each other in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. Su Ruhan casually browsed the forum and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room, waiting for the arrival of 2300 hours at night. But when there was still about an hour before 2300 hours, Su Ruhan accidentally saw such a bullet screen in a pile of bullet screens, which was slightly asking for help. Anchor, I have been lacking sleep recently. Although the blood loss is relatively slow, only a little every 30 minutes, it is not a solution if it continues like this. I have already taken several life value recovery potions. The player who asked for help in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room this time should be an old player with a high popularity. Otherwise, he would not be able to afford the life recovery potion to maintain his life while he was losing blood continuously. After Su Ruhan carefully recalled the Chinese medicine knowledge about insomnia in his mind, he asked the viewer who posted the barrage, Yu Shanluan Jin, please tell me more. How long have you been in this sleep-deprived state? What are the symptoms? Although Su Ruhan did not study medicine since childhood, he also studied medical knowledge for several years after the end of the world. She has a certain understanding of Chinese medicine and some Western medicine. She also has a photographic memory, so she remembers most of the Chinese medicine prescriptions and precautions, or Western medicine materials and literature. What's more, Lu Yui, who rarely speaks, is actually a descendant of a Chinese medicine family. He has been studying Chinese medicine since he was a child. At the same time, before the end of the world, he was a top student at a famous medical university. Therefore, even if Su Ruhan really encounters some difficult and complicated diseases that she doesn't know how to treat, she can ask Lu Yui for advice. Featherfin Scarf. Wow, I didn't expect the host to really turn over my card. I thought the host wouldn't be able to see my comments because the comments were so dense. Featherfin Scarf. It's like this. Before entering the game, my biological clock was very regular, but the game was so dangerous at night that I didn't dare to sleep at all. But it was difficult for me to fall asleep during the day. Moreover, every time I finally fell asleep, I would suddenly wake up after a few hours. As a result, my sleep time every day was only 3 or 4 hours in total. Featherfan Scarf. The problem mentioned by this viewer is actually the problem faced by most players after entering the game. So when Featherfan Scarf described the symptoms, the comments were surprisingly quiet, and no one interrupted his speech. Chapter 17, the 17th day. Featherfan Scarf. I have been in the game for more than 3 years. The first 2 years were fine, and there were no problems. But in the past 1 or 2 months, I suddenly became sleep deprived. At the beginning, I lost 1 point of blood every 2 hours, then 1 hour. Today it has become half an hour. Featherfan Scarf. My main symptoms are restlessness, irritability, easy awakening, sweating. Featherfan Scarf. Fortunately, I have been collecting precious materials on the island and selling them for the past 2 years, and saved some popularity points Otherwise I couldn't afford the health potion and would have died long ago. Su Ruhan listened carefully to the feather fan scarf. After listening to the story, he clicked on his live broadcast room and carefully observed his complexion. Logically speaking, given the situation of this viewer, it would be best to adjust the biological clock of sleep to normal nighttime. After all, sunlight will inhibit the production of melatonin in the human body. Too little melatonin in the human body will make it difficult to fall asleep. However, the current situation on the isolated island obviously does not allow Yushan Luanjin to do so. After thinking for a while, Su Ruhan finally considered and said to Yushan Luanjin, generally speaking, it must be adjusted to a normal biological clock to completely cure insomnia, difficulty falling asleep and other problems. But given the current situation, it is indeed not allowed to do so. In this case, you can only use Chinese medicine to regulate your body, but it is estimated that it can only slightly improve your sleep condition and cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Su Ruhan paused for a moment and continued. Yushan Luanjin, it is okay if it can be improved. Even if it can recover for 2 hours and lose a little blood, it is better than the current situation. Yushan Luanjin, I can't afford to buy a life value recovery potion in 2 days. Well, then you can choose buy my lunch and drink. Its ingredients are 30g lily, 30g white wheat, 15g lotus seed, 15g night clover, 10g jujube, 6g licorice. Su Ruhan said a Chinese medicine prescription for regulating sleep, and also detailed the name and dosage of each Chinese medicine. Su Ruhan paused slightly to give Yushan Luanjin some time to record it, and after a while, he continued, soak the above medicines in cold water for half an hour, add water to 500 milliliters, boil for 20 minutes, filter the juice, put it in a container, and take out this medicine every time you want to drink water, regardless of the number of times. During the conversation between Su Ruhan and the audience member Feather Fan and Royal Scarf, the comments were unusually quiet. The audience members were all listening to the prescription Su Ruhan said seriously and attentively. The audience members, who had the conditions, began to find paper and pen to write down the prescription. After all, the problem of the audience member Feather Fan and Royal Scarf was actually the problem that most old players in the game had. Although most old players have not yet experienced blood loss, they can also feel that it is not far from such a situation. If you can take care of your body in advance, you won't have to spend a lot of money to buy health potions later. Why not? System, Feather Fan and Scarf. Give player number 6666 a slice of bread * 1000, and the popularity of the live broadcast room plus 1000. Feather Fan and Scarf, thank you for sharing the prescription. If it's useful, I give you more gifts. Now my popularity has to be used to buy medicine, which is really not enough. It's okay, don't worry about it. Su Ruhan doesn't really care about the tips from these patients. If possible, she would rather no one get sick and not use this method to earn popularity points. Like a flower but not a flower. Host, can I open an experience post to record the prescriptions you mentioned? Your live broadcast room will be signed. This will help more people and increase the popularity of your live broadcast room. Like a flower but not a flower. Of course, if you mind making the prescription public, I won't write the details. Let everyone come to the live broadcast room to ask you in detail if they have any symptoms. Is this okay? Like a flower but not a flower. The reason why she made this suggestion is that she thinks this newcomer boss may have the same idea, but just doesn't have time to put it into practice. So she tried to propose this posting on behalf of others' suggestion to see if the newcomer boss would agree. I don't mind. These prescriptions are originally the result of the wisdom of various Chinese medicine masters, and most of them are from ancient Chinese medicine books. If they can be published in the experience post, it can also help more players. Su Ruhan said without any concern. Like a flower, but not a flower. The guess was indeed correct. Su Ruhan had the idea of posting to share Chinese medicine prescriptions a long time ago. Su Ruhan thought that if the prescriptions of Guizhi decoction and Mahuang decoction could be shared, more new players would be able to survive in the game. However, Su Ruhan had too many things to do recently and forgot about this matter. Now, someone took the initiative to ask to post for her, and she was naturally willing to do so, which could save her a lot of energy. Therefore, an experience post titled Collection of Prescriptions Orally Told by Newcomers soon appeared in the forum. The post included the prescriptions of Guizhi decoction, Mahuang decoction, and by Mayan Shen that Su Ruhan talked about today. The dosage, precautions, etc. were all very detailed. This experience post became popular instantly, and the number of players who came to Su Ruhan's live broadcast room and became her new fans because of this post was countless. compared with the previous one, because of Liu Yui's 100 million. The number of viewers who came was even greater than before. Su Ruhan was a little worried that Si Hua Fei Hua did not understand Chinese medicine and might make some inappropriate descriptions. But when Su Ruhan clicked on the post, she was surprised to find that Si Hua Fei Hua had a very good memory. She only mentioned Gui Ji Tang Ma Huang Tang by Mayan Shenyin and Si Hua Fei Hua once in the live broadcast room. They were all described in great detail, and there was basically no omission. Su Ruhan was very satisfied. Her live broadcast room also became unusually lively because of this post. Honeysuckle tea, Anchor, I have been coughing recently, and my health points will drop from time to time. Fireworks are easy to cool. Anchor, I have diarrhea recently. Life is like a dream. I have a headache recently, and a little chest tightness. System, Honeysuckle tea. Reward player 66666 bread * 100, popularity plus 100. System, Life is like a dream. Reward player 666,666 bread * 1000, popularity plus 1000. System, what year is this evening? Reward player 66666 bread * 100, popularity plus 100. The barrage in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room suddenly became like a medical forum, and all of them came to ask Su Ruhan for help with their medical treatment. The barrage was full of chatter, refreshing at a very fast speed, and mixed in these barrages, there were also a large number of system reports. Su Ruhan was dazzled by the reward information. It's too late today. It's almost 2300 hours. There will be a group of sea monsters attacking. Everyone, come back tomorrow at noon. Su Ruhan rubbed his eyebrows and said impatiently, remember to speak one by one tomorrow. There are too many, and I can't see clearly. I will announce a lottery. The audience who are drawn will tell their symptoms one by one. In order to appease the slightly anxious mood of the audience, Su Ruhan continued, don't worry, I will take some time every day to help you with free medical treatment in the next few days. After hearing Su Ruhan's reminder, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that time passed so quickly, and it was almost 23 o'clock. It was almost time for the night sea monster to come ashore. So, not long after, the barrage in the live broadcast room became much less, and everyone dispersed and began to prepare for the coming sea monster tide on the isolated island. If it is said that before having 100 million popularity points, Su Ruhan may have to spend a lot of time to find ways to earn popularity points. But now, Su Ruhan is not so urgent. Free clinics when you are free can help more players, and you can also slowly accumulate your popularity and develop your own power. Although this is just a game, Su Ruhan feels that no matter whether it is a game or the end of the world, no matter how strong a person's ability is, it is ultimately limited. But if it is a base or a power composed of many people, it will be different. Chapter 18, the 18th day. After a morning of rest, the fatigue from fighting the sea monsters at night was almost recovered. Su Ruhan had a simple lunch, then walked to the farmland next to her cabin and quickly watered the crops in the field. Then, she was ready to start today's free clinic. However, before the free clinic in the afternoon, Su Ruhan thought that she had killed so many sea monsters at night in the past 2 days, and her level should have been improved. Moreover, she remembered that there should be another task in the game task bar, which was to survive on a deserted island for 7 days. It had been completed long ago, but it had not been submitted. Ding! Task 6. Survive on a deserted island for 7 days, September 7th, completed. Task reward. 7-day gift pack * 1, popularity points * 5,000, experience points * 5,000. Su Ruhan opened the game task bar and submitted the task. The experience points rewarded by this game task were still a lot. When the prompt sound for submitting the task sounded, 2 white lights flashed on the game screen in succession. Su Ruhan curiously opened his personal attributes panel. Personal attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Level, 100/2000, level 20. Current territory area, 289 square meters. Health value, 290/290. Satisfaction, 200/290. Physical strength, 59/290. Attributes, attack 110, defense 100, agility 100, intelligence 100, luck 100. Unallocated attribute points * 25. Talented skill, territory expansion, SSS level. Items, 6/20 mineral water 250 milliliters * 99, bread * 99, coconut * 99, 7-day gift pack * 1, diamond treasure chest * 1, bronze treasure chest *1 Su Ruhan upgraded these days, and added all the newly added 25 points. Unallocated attribute points to attack, and her attack instantly became 135 points. Su Ruhan was busy with the live broadcast of the free clinic, so she didn't delay any further. She directly closed her personal attributes and the game taskbar interface. Then she enlarged the small screen of the live broadcast room to the full screen. The diseases of the audience in the live broadcast room are different, and the prescriptions they need are naturally different. When Su Ruhan is doing free clinics, he will open the live broadcast rooms of those patients one by one, carefully observe his complexion, and then prescribe a prescription after careful consideration. In fact, normally, Chinese medicine is very particular about looking, listening, asking, and feeling, which is a combination of observing the complexion, listening to the sound, asking about the symptoms, and feeling the pulse. But now there is no condition for taking the pulse. Su Ruhan can only skip that step, but the other three are as detailed as possible. In one afternoon, Su Ruhan examined more than 10 viewers. Many of them had common diseases. Su Ruhan explained very carefully when he was examining, like a flower, but not a flower. The experience post on the forum also described it in detail. In this way, many viewers with similar diseases do not need to come to Su Ruhan's live broadcast room to ask. However, there are some special diseases that still require Su Ruhan to see them in person. So Su Ruhan was not idle all afternoon. Until the evening, Su Ruhan was still busy. You go sit down and rest for a while, and I will help them prescribe medicine next. Lu Yui has been listening in the live broadcast room. At this moment, he saw that Su Ruhan was a little tired, but he didn't want to delay the free clinic, so he spoke sympathetically. For the strength of the first long-lived in the deep sea. Most of the veteran players in the game actually know that the boss knows medical skills. However, the boss living in the deep sea usually ignores the comments in the live broadcast room and is very cold, so no one dares to ask for help from him. Now everyone in the live broadcast room is a little trembling when they see the boss living in the deep sea take over the role of the new anchor of 666. But after a while, everyone found that the boss living in the deep sea is as patient as the new anchor in terms of seeing patients, and they gradually put their minds at ease. Su Ruhan, who was resting on the side, looked at Lu Yui, who was prescribing medicine to the patient seriously and attentively on the same screen. Her thoughts drifted away, and she recalled that before the end of the world, when Lu Yui went to the hospital for internship, while studying for a master's degree, he was also like this. He treated every patient patiently and seriously. However, at that time, many female patients who came to see Lu Yui did not look at Lu Yui with pure eyes. Su Ruhan still remembered that she was angry for a long time because of this, but I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. So many years have passed in a flash. She and Lu Yui experienced the end of the world together, and came to the game again. Lu Yui seemed to have changed, but also seemed to have never changed. Through the sunset in the sky, Su Ruhan seemed to see the familiar him many years ago. The next day. That was the 10th day that Su Ruhan entered the game. For the game, or for other players, the 10th day of the game actually has no special meaning. But for Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, it was different. Just because this would be the first day they met after many years of separation. On this day, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui didn't know how long they had been looking forward to it. They both felt that this day seemed to be particularly long. In order to distract herself, Su Ruhan, in addition to her regular sleeping time in the morning, continued to arrange the live broadcast free clinic in the afternoon as usual. However, after the free clinic yesterday afternoon, Su Ruhan found that there were quite a few players who had been troubled by illness in the game. Although there are other players with medical expertise in the game. However, most of the players who know medical skills. They are busy with their own livelihoods and can't take care of themselves. They can't spend a lot of time, like Su Ruhan every day, to help other players almost for free. In fact, Su Ruhan doesn't have to worry about supplies because she has the 100 million popularity points given by Lu Yui. Otherwise, she is probably like most players, busy with their livelihoods. She has no time to treat Day. However, even if Su Ruhan said that she was providing free medical treatment, there were still many tips in the live broadcast room. In just 2 days, her popularity value of tips exceeded 100,000. This is also a considerable amount. However, the number of viewers who came to the live broadcast room for help on the 10th day was obviously not as many as in the previous 2 days. This is actually a good phenomenon. Most doctors don't want their clinics to be overcrowded. Su Ruhan is the same. I wish there were no illnesses in the world, and I would rather let the medicine on the shelf be covered in dust. This is the philosophy that every medical student should hold in mind. In the evening, Su Ruhan stopped the free clinic in the live broadcast room a little earlier than yesterday. It was because Lu Yui's ship was very close to Su Ruhan's isolated island. How far is it? Su Ruhan's tone seemed very calm, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed that she was also very happy at the moment. On the other hand, although Lu Yui's face was half covered by a black mask, the smile between his eyebrows was difficult to conceal. It's about 100 kilometers away, and it will take about 2 hours to get there. Okay. I wait for you. Su Ruhan nodded slightly, and didn't ask any more questions. Watching the somewhat dull conversation between Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. They seemed to be more excited than Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Goji, I didn't expect that the strength of the big man who lived in the deep sea for a long time was really so strong. He crossed thousands of miles of sea and was unscathed. Okay, I'm going to start recording the screen and editing a new post. Gardenia blossoms. After waiting for several days, the big man is finally coming. So excited. I was even more excited than when I met my online crush in person. Ha ha ha. 2100 hours in the evening. The moonlight sprinkled on the sea, and the eyes of Su Ruhan and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were all on the huge ship that was slowly approaching from afar to Su Ruhan's isolated island. The ship was only about 10 kilometers away from the isolated island. The comments in the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui became even more crazy. The song ends, and the crowd disperses. The exciting moment is coming. I'm really curious about what the male Su Ruhan's first reaction would be when they meet. I love to eat durian. The boss is really the first case in the history of the game to successfully cross the sea and go to another player's island. I really look forward to their appearance together. As for the two parties, although they both looked calm on the surface, they were actually extremely uneasy in their hearts. The giant ship is getting closer to the island. Half an hour later, the ship finally docked smoothly. Lu Yui also got off the ship and stepped into Su Ruhan's island. Just when everyone was excited and wanted to see what the first reaction of the long-term deep-sea boss and the new anchor would be after they met, a resounding global announcement sounded over the players' islands. Announcement. Because a player successfully entered the territory of another player's island, the island survival game began to upgrade. The territory infrastructure version is loading. Chapter 19 Day 19. All the surviving players in the Battlegrounds game were confused by the sudden announcement of the game. No one knew what the so-called territory infrastructure version in the game announcement was. Announcement. The Battlegrounds game territory infrastructure version has been loaded. The territory infrastructure system has been turned on. When there are more than one player on the island, a territory can be created. Announcement. Battlegrounds game territory infrastructure. In this version, when all the islands on the blue planet merge into one territory, the game will be successfully completed. All surviving players can return to reality. World Lords will get a chance to make a wish to the gods. I wish all players a happy game. The system announcement sound of the game upgrade completion fell, and players around the world were also boiling at this moment. Just because the players noticed that the system announcement mentioned a way to leave the game, they finally saw a glimmer of hope to return to reality. In the more than 10 years since the game was launched, no one has successfully left the game. Every player, except for the special task pinned to the top of the task bar, which is to kill the Apocalypse players, has no other way to pass the game and return to the real world. And the Apocalypse players seem to not exist in the game at all. No player has ever discovered that anyone came from the Apocalypse. Now the game has been upgraded. All players finally have a way to successfully pass the game. Although it is difficult to unify the whole world and become one territory, but it is not completely hopeless. Unlike all other players who were excited, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. It seems that the game will no longer be calm in the future. When these two global announcement prompt sounds fell, the game introduction in the game screen of all players also updated the same two contents, only with two more notes. Note 1. Survival game territory infrastructure. In this mode, the danger factor of the ocean is greatly reduced, and players can freely go to other islands or territories to merge with them. After the merger, the area of the player's isolated island territory will be reset to 0. Note 2. After the player steps into another island or territory, if he refuses to merge, he will start the life and death duel mode with the island owner or lord. The winning party can obtain the ownership of the merged island or territory. After the prompt sound ended, a green light flashed on the game screen of all players. The next moment, They found a large territory infrastructure button in the middle of their game main interface. However, when all players tried to click this territory infrastructure button, they found no response. It seems that only by creating a territory or merging territories can the new territory infrastructure system be activated. Ding, player. Lu Yui lives in the deep sea for a long time, is detected. Player. Su Ruhan, C13 area number 6666. The isolated island of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Please confirm within 10 minutes. Yes/no. Merge. Just as Su Ruhan and Lu Yui looked at each other, a system prompt sounded in their ears. The moment the system prompt sound fell, the yes/no option appeared on the game screen of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Lu Yui slid his finger and immediately clicked. Yes. Ding. The isolated island of player. Lu Yui, long lived in the deep sea. And player. Su Ruhan, C13 area number 6666. The isolated island has been merged, and the territory has been automatically created successfully. The total area of the territory is 1000361 square meters, and the lord is Su Ruhan, C13 District 6666. After this prompt sound fell, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui found that the area of the isolated island under their feet expanded instantly. If you look closely, you can also see that this expanded territory is almost exactly the same as Lu Yui's previous isolated island. Announcement, player. Su Ruhan, C13 District 6666. The territory was created successfully. This player is the first lord to create a territory. System rewards. Talent skill lottery times *1. Popularity value *1000000. Different from the previous two personal system prompts. This one is the prompt of global announcement. Moreover, more importantly, this prompt not only broadcasts Su Ruhan's live broadcast room ID, but also directly reports her real name. This has never happened before the game system was upgraded. Su Ruhan frowned slightly. And this global announcement prompt sound not only interrupted Su Ruhan's train of thought, it also instantly drew the attention of all the players in the game back to the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. The end of the song, my god, look, the island of the long-lived deep-sea boss, and the territory of the new anchor have merged. Gardenia blooms. Oh my god, the boss can actually give up his island territory for the new anchor, which will cause his territory area to be reset to 0. If this is not true love, then I will never believe in love again. I love tea durian. It must be true love. I'm really envious. I wish you 99. For a moment, many comments of envy and blessings floated through the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Occasionally, there were some rational comments in between. Life is like a dream. Have you noticed that there is an additional territory ranking in the game rankings? Saiwafiwa, newcomer, can I join your territory? I'm also a player in C13 area, not far from your island. Thank you for your blessings, and everyone is welcome to join our territory. Su Ruhan also reacted at this time. She looked at the general content of the live broadcast room barrage and spoke softly. Su Ruhan gave the audience a positive response in time. Su Ruhan understood that the expansion of a territory would inevitably require a large number of players to join. These fans in her and Lu Yui's live broadcast room may become the first members of their territory. However, recruiting members is not a rush. The most important thing now is to talk to Lu Yui about the game and some important matters about the end of the world. After such a long separation, Su Ruhan already had many doubts in her heart. Now that the game has been upgraded, she is even more confused. Of course, she is not in the mood to chat with the audience in the live broadcast room. It's getting late today. See you tomorrow. After Su Ruhan greeted the audience in the live broadcast room, she moved the game screen to a distance away from the wooden house. To ensure that the conversation between her and Lu Yui will not be known by the audience in the live broadcast room. Then, Su Ruhan pulled Lu Yui's sleeve and returned to the wooden house. After Su Ruhan returned to the cabin, the first question she asked was about the speed of time she was most concerned about. How long have you been in the game? I can't count it either. But this game machine will pull a group of new players into the game every half a month to a month. Areas A01 to A99, B01 to B99, C01 to C13, a total of 211 areas. Lu Yui did not hide anything and answered directly, and I am player number 000001 in area A01. So, I have been in the game for nearly 10 years. Lu Yui paused for a moment, but then continued to ask, has it only been a year since the end of the world outside the game? Yes, your guess is correct. From the day you disappeared to the day I entered the game, exactly 1 year has passed. Su Ruhen nodded in response, and at the same time asked another important question: what happened to your superpowers? After I entered the game, my superpowers and space all disappeared. My superpowers also disappeared when I first entered the game. But later, she accidentally drew a talent skill, which turned out to be a thunder-related ability. So it can be regarded as a disguised recovery of the ability. In response to Su Ruhen's doubts, Lu Yui naturally told him all the information he knew without reservation. Su Ruhen was thoughtful. In the end times, Su Ruhen's ability level was very high, and her strength was almost the same as Lu Yui's. She was one of the strongest people with abilities in the entire end times. But without her ability, she was just an ordinary person, and her strength was weakened by who knows how many times. The importance of superpowers to Su Ruhen can be imagined. Su Ruhen was silent for a long time, then sighed slightly in her heart and continued, "Is that so? Just now the system also rewarded me with a talent skill lottery. I don't know if I can get my superpower back." Lu Yui couldn't judge either, because the skills drawn in this game were really random. Sometimes SSS level talents and superpowers, sometimes just C level skills. Su Ruhen was a little impatient to try to draw a talent skill, but the game light curtain was still outside, and she didn't want to pull it back. It would be better to wait until tomorrow daytime to draw. Oh right. You should know the special task that other players pin in their game taskbars, right? You have been in the game for so long, have you found other Doomsday players? Su Ruhen suddenly thought of another tricky thing. Her and Lu Yui's identities as Doomsday players were also a huge hidden danger. Lu Yui knew what Su Ruhen was worried about. He pursed his lips slightly and responded, "I know that task. But I have been in the game for so long, and I have never found any Doomsday players other than myself. You may be the only Apocalypse player involved in the game besides me." Lu Yui paused for a few seconds, thought for a moment, and then continued. Su Ruhen frowned when she heard this. She didn't expect that her worst guess was actually right. This is a bit troublesome. If others know that the two of us are Apocalypse players, won't we become the public enemy of players around the world? Su Ruhen felt that this was a time bomb. Although no one could produce evidence to prove that they were Apocalypse players for the time being, who knew if there would be any special situation later? Why do I feel like this game is deliberately targeting us? Not only did they pull you into the game first, but they also assigned everyone the task of killing the Apocalypse players. Is this game related to the Apocalypse? Su Ruhen continued to express her confusion. Su Ruhen's question was actually a question that had troubled Lu Yui for many years. He couldn't figure out why for the time being. Su Ruhen saw that Lu Yui didn't speak, so he understood. He didn't know the answer to the question, so he didn't continue to talk about that topic, but pretended to be relaxed and changed the topic. Why do you still like to wear a mask after not seeing each other for so long? In the end of the world, Su Ruhen had asked Lu Yui this question before, but Lu Yui did not answer at that time, but remained silent. Originally, Su Ruhen thought that Lu Yui would not explain this time, and just when he was about to find a new topic, he heard Lu Yui speak. "Don't you dislike other girls staring at me?" Lu Yui seemed to remember something, his mouth corners slightly raised, and he took off his mask. A handsome face that was enough to make all girls obsessed appeared in Su Ruhen's sight, and the years did not leave many traces on his face. Facing Lu Yui's burning gaze, and thinking back to Lu Yui's explanation just now, Su Ruhen suddenly shifted her gaze unnaturally. She lowered her head and thought quickly in her mind, when exactly did she say that sentence? Suddenly, Su Ruhen remembered that the sentence came from the follow-up of Lu Yui's internship. At that time, Su Ruhen went to the hospital to deliver documents to Lu Yui. But she saw with her own eyes that a female patient was pretentious and flirting in front of Lu Yui. She immediately felt sour in her heart, and she left after throwing down the documents. Before leaving, she did not forget to say, "Some people like to make others crazy about them every day." Unexpectedly, Lu Yui really took this sentence to heart. Because of her words, Lu Yui never took off his mask in front of outsiders since then. "Are you stupid?" After so many years, Su Ruhen finally reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. "Am I so stingy?" Lu Yui did not respond after hearing this, but his slightly raised lips seemed to say, "You have." After the game was upgraded, the danger of the ocean was indeed reduced a lot as mentioned in the notes of game introduction. On most players' isolated islands, only one wave of sea monsters came ashore overnight, and the number did not exceed 5. It was easier to deal with than the previous novice protection period. This was simply a relief for all players who had passed the novice protection period. It was naturally easier for Su Ruhen and Lu Yui to deal with it. However, in order to prevent any tricks in this game, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui took turns to rest at night, leaving one person on guard. At noon, after Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had a good rest, they got up and prepared to study the territory infrastructure system that appeared last night due to the game upgrade. The button of the territory infrastructure system was in a very obvious position on the main interface of the game. After Su Ruhan found it, he clicked it directly without hesitation. The first thing that caught her eyes was a panoramic view of Su Ruhan's isolated island territory. That is, the territory panoramic view. Looking at this panoramic view of the territory, Su Ruhan suddenly had many ideas about territory construction in her mind. After a little thought, she told Lu Yui beside her about her ideas. I'm thinking, should we name the territory Hope? For now, it can be mainly divided into 3 areas, namely the main urban area, the wild, and the coast. Su Ruhan seemed to have thought of something, but soon came back to his senses and continued, among them, we mainly need to build the main urban area, which can be divided into 4 parts: residential area, farm, market, and research institute. The residential area, needless to say, is the place prepared for all players who join the territory to live. The farm is mainly to ensure the source of crops, food, and various poultry and other meats. The market is the place where players trade. In fact, it can be built later. After all, there are player exchange and popularity mall in the game that can temporarily replace the market. As for the research institute, it is the most important one among these sections. Whether it is from the perspective of agriculture, technology, or medicine, the construction of the research institute is very meaningful. Okay, I support it. Lu Yui immediately understood Su Ruhan's idea. Years of tacit understanding made it unnecessary for them to say more. Su Ruhan nodded, and then continued to observe the game's territory infrastructure system. She found that on the right side of the interface, there were also several buttons such as Infrastructure Mall, Territory Members, and Territory Buildings. Su Ruhan opened them one by one. First, it was the Infrastructure Mall. What surprised Su Ruhan was that in addition to a lot of basic materials for territory construction, there were also many products of modern technology in the Infrastructure Mall. For example, seawater generators, wireless signal towers, etc., which are difficult to produce on an isolated island. There are many types of goods, but the prices are not cheap. A seawater generator or a wireless signal tower actually requires 10 million popularity points. Although Su Ruhan has 100 million, she can't afford to spend it like this. So, she still thought that if she really needs it in the future and the research institute can't make it, she will buy it again. 100 million popularity points may be a lot for an individual. But for building a territory, it can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. It seems that she still has to find a way to earn more popularity points in the future. After Su Ruhan clicked the territory members button, she found that there were only Su Ruhan, Lu Yui in the territory member list. 2 names were hanging there alone. Moreover, this territory members list also automatically displayed the real names of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Territory members. Su Ruhan, player number 6666, C13 district, level 18. Contribution value, 0. Lord. Lu Yui, longtime deep sea resident, level 100. Contribution value, 0. Ordinary member Su Ruhan thought that the symbol behind the name should indicate the position, so he tried to click on the ordinary member behind Lu Yui's name. As it turned out, her guess was correct. After Su Ruhan clicked the ordinary member button behind Lu Yui's name, he could indeed change Lu Yui's position. Su Ruhan immediately appointed Lu Yui as Deputy Lord. The authority of Deputy Lord is still very large. Originally, after Lu Yui's territory infrastructure system was turned on in the game screen, his authority was limited to the control of his own wooden house. But after Su Ruhan changed his position, Lu Yui's territory infrastructure interface was almost the same as Su Ruhan's. Except that the Lord label behind Su Ruhan's name cannot be changed. Everything else is basically the same. That's good. I need you to worry about the territory construction later. Su Ruhan really thinks this is good. She smiled and continued, you don't have to give me the remaining popularity points. Keep them for building the territory. If it's not enough, tell me at any time. The identities of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui before entering the game were the largest base in the Apocalypse, Hope's Safety Base, Base Chief, and Deputy Base Chief. At the beginning, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui also built the first base of the Apocalypse from scratch, hoping to build a safe base. They naturally know very well how to build a base. Nowadays, in the island survival game, the concept of territory infrastructure is similar to building a base. Building a territory from scratch is not a particularly difficult thing for Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. In the process of building the base, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for building the base's infrastructure, and the other was responsible for recruiting and maintaining the base's personnel. Okay. Liu Yui naturally would not refuse. As soon as Su Ruhan finished speaking, Liu Yui instantly understood that she wanted to hand over the task of building the territory's infrastructure to him. Su Ruhan continued to explore other functions in territory infrastructure. After seeing the territory building button, Su Ruhan clicked it with interest. In the territory building's interface, not only were there Su Ruhan and Liu Yui's respective wooden houses, but also the defensive fences around the wooden houses. Su Ruhan was a little confused about what these meant, and then she clicked on the wooden houses and fences to view their details. Level 1 Wooden House. The most common residence in the territory. Spend 10,000 popularity points to upgrade to Level 2 Wooden House. Upgrade. Level 1 Wooden Fence. The most common fence in the territory. Every 200 popularity points spent can upgrade a 1 meter 1 level wooden fence to a 2 level thickened wooden fence. Upgrade. Unlike the previous common item attributes, there is an additional upgrade button behind the attributes of these two territory buildings. However, even if you want to upgrade the most common 1 level wooden house to a 2 level wooden house, you need 10,000 popularity points. As for 200 popularity points to upgrade a 1 meter 1 level wooden fence, it seems cheap, but in the end, the fence of a wooden house will cost 8,000 to 10,000 popularity points. Isn't this too expensive? You know, all the materials that Su Ruhan used to make a level 1 cabin and a level 1 fence together cost less than 200 popularity points. But in order to test the new features of this game, Su Ruhan still frowned slightly and spent 10,000 popularity points to upgrade his level 1 cabin. The cabin was surrounded by a white light. After a few seconds, it changed drastically. Although it was still a cabin, it was no longer the simple cabin before. Instead, it became a 40 square meter, 1-bedroom, single-family flat. Seeing the much more refined appearance of the level 2 wooden house, Su Ruhan was also somewhat curious about the internal structure of the wooden house. Then, she pulled Liu Yui into the wooden house, wanting to find out. The upgraded level 2 wooden house was small but fully equipped, with not only a master bedroom, but also a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. What surprised Su Ruhan even more was that the upgraded wooden house was not just an empty room. The furniture in each room is also complete, including refrigerators, washing machines, range hoods, water heaters, and many other modern home appliances. In general, this 10,000 popularity points is worth spending. However, although these appliances are good, since there is no electricity supply in this wooden house, Su Ruhan tried it and found that it was impossible to use. It seems that we have to find a way to build water conservancy and wind turbines to restore the power supply on the isolated island. Or, there is another option, which is to spend a lot of money to buy the infrastructure city seawater generator. After upgrading the level 2 wooden house, Su Ruhan thought of upgrading the defensive fence. Su Ruhan originally thought that the cost of upgrading the fence was indeed a bit expensive. But after seeing the effect of upgrading the wooden house to level 2, he decisively chose to upgrade. A ray of light flashed, and the fence was successfully upgraded. Although the level 2 thickened wooden fence is still made of wood, it is much better than the previous simple level 1 fence in terms of the thickness of the wood and the height of the fence. Su Ruhan was very satisfied with this 2-level thickened defense fence, plus the reduced risk factor of the ocean. Su Ruhan and the others can sleep peacefully at night in the future. No need to reverse the biological clock to rest anymore. Although the audience in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room could not see Su Ruhan's game screen operation interface, they all witnessed the whole process of the wooden house and the wooden fence changing with their own eyes, and everyone felt it was extremely novel. End of the song. Anchor, has this house been upgraded? Is it the function of the territory infrastructure system? Life is like a dream. I think it should be, otherwise you have been in the game for many years. When have you seen such an operation? It's really unheard of that you can reinforce the wooden house and fence in such a short time. Goji. Yes. Besides, have you ever seen refrigerators, washing machines, and other appliances appear on anyone's island? Anyway, I haven't seen these electrical appliances for many years since I entered the game. The audiences in Su Ruhan, Liu Yui's live broadcast room, were also very interested in this new territory infrastructure system. But now, except for Su Ruhan and Liu Yui, all the players were alone on the island. They could not create a territory at all, nor could they activate the infrastructure system. Su Ruhan was immersed in studying the territory infrastructure system at the moment, and did not notice the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. When Su Ruhan was operating the territory panorama, he accidentally discovered that if he pressed a certain building in the panorama for a few seconds, he could move its position. And after the position of the building on the panorama changed, it would also move to the corresponding position in the game reality. This is really a very convenient function. Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and the others will inevitably have to build some infrastructure for the territory. If they can change their location at any time, they can also arrange the territory more uniformly. Sihua Feihua, Boss Liu, I have accumulated 10,000 popularity points and can buy a boat to join your territory soon. Ruashua, Boss Liu, I am also a player in Zone C13. I also collected money to buy a boat. Can I also join your territory? After Su Ruhan was done, he closed the territory infrastructure system. I happened to see the comments of the two girls, like a flower, but not a flower in Ruashua. It was not known when a large part of the audience in the live broadcast room changed their address to Su Ruhan from New Anchor to Big Boss 666. Su Ruhan did not mind this. Of course, you are welcome to join our territory. Su Ruhan responded with a smile. If you want to expand a territory quickly, recruiting a large number of members is an essential step. She would not refuse players who actively wanted to join the territory. Is there anyone seeing a doctor today? Let's see the doctor as usual. Su Ruhan did not forget to provide free medical treatment for the players as usual. Half a sugar cube. Yes, Anchor, I have had my period these 2 days, and my stomach hurts so much. Is there any Chinese medicine prescription that can relieve it? Lulu, Anchor, my eyes have always been a little sore these 2 days, and I don't know what's going on. The audience in the live broadcast room originally thought that Su Ruhan was busy with living in the deep sea for a long time today. The boss was reminiscing about the past, and he was also researching the territory infrastructure system, so he certainly didn't have time to provide free medical treatment for everyone. Unexpectedly, the Anchor came to treat everyone as promised, which made many players who were suffering from illness very grateful. Okay, come one by one. Su Ruhan was still very patient. Until the evening. Su Ruhan agreed with the audience in the live broadcast room to continue the free medical treatment tomorrow, and then she cut out the small screen of the live broadcast room. She remembered that she still had one talent skill lottery draw number that she had not used. Then he clicked back to the main page of the game and found the lottery button. When Su Ruhan thought that Liu Yui could win the Thunder ability, she immediately became excited. With a finger tapping on the light screen, the lottery wheel began to turn. Ding! Congratulations to the player for winning the talent skill. God-given popularity, SSS level. God-given popularity, SSS level every 7 days. The popularity value will automatically increase by 10 million. Su Ruhan curled her lips. It's not that this talent skill is not good. On the contrary, in this game where popularity is equivalent to money, this skill is an extremely precious skill. However, what Su Ruhan wanted more now was to recover her special powers. Without special powers, Su Ruhan really felt a little insecure, especially when her hidden identity was still a time bomb. Forget it, I still can't be too impatient. Su Ruhan sighed slightly in her heart and closed the lottery interface. When Su Ruhan returned to her wooden house, she happened to meet Liu Yui, who had just returned from the residential area. After the two moved the game screen a little further away, they began to talk. How is the territory construction going? Su Ruhan suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, forced a faint smile, and asked Liu Yui. When Liu Yui saw Su Ruhan's expression, his heart tightened immediately, knowing that she must be a little unhappy, but he soon guessed the reason. It doesn't matter if you don't win the lottery once. When the game level is upgraded to level 50 and 100, there will be another chance to draw a talent and supernatural power. In fact, the supernatural power I won this time is also pretty good. Oh, let's not talk about this. Su Ruhan sighed slightly, knowing that nothing could be hidden from Liu Yui's eyes. Besides, she didn't want to do too much expression management in front of Liu Yui. The construction of the residential area and farms is almost complete. The residential area has only upgraded 200 level 2 wooden houses for the time being, and the rest are level 1. As for the farms, they are just temporarily circled out. Liu Yui also knew that Su Ruhan didn't want to talk about superpowers, so he changed the subject. Su Ruhan nodded. Adjusting his mood, he continued, with the territory infrastructure system, the progress is much faster than our construction base in the end times. We can start building the research institute tomorrow. However, with only 2 of us, we are definitely too busy. Tomorrow I will go to the live broadcast room and forum to see if I can recruit more members back. Su Ruhan thought for a moment and then spoke. Liu Yui smiled lightly, rubbed Su Ruhan's hair, and said, "Okay, don't work too hard." A dreamless night. Unconsciously, Su Ruhan had been in the game for 12 days. Last night was the first time that Su Ruhan could sleep peacefully at night since entering the game. When he got up, Lu Yui had already prepared breakfast. After Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had breakfast together, they started to work on their tasks for the day. "Good morning, everyone." Su Ruhan summoned the game screen back to his side and greeted himself and everyone in Lu Yui's live broadcast room. "I love eating durian. Wow, Anchor, you got up so early, I haven't even started sleeping yet." The song ends and everyone disperses. "Good morning, Anchor. However, Anchor, have you noticed the popular post about the big guys in the forum? There are many players who deliberately incite others' emotions." Su Ruhan has been too busy these 2 days, and really didn't notice any hot posts on the forum. Hearing the reminder from the old fans in the live broadcast room, Su Ruhan quickly clicked on the game forum to check. Living in the deep sea for a long time and landing on an isolated island for a new anchor, leading to a game upgrade, is this a good or bad thing? Hot after Su Ruhan clicked into the forum, he found that there was a hot post with hundreds of thousands of views. The title was about Lu Yui again, so it must be the popular post mentioned by old fans. 1L, original poster after the game was upgraded to the territory infrastructure mode. Although there was a new way to return to reality, how could it be possible to unify the islands around the world into a whole? Moreover, although the risk factor of the ocean has been reduced, it does not mean that it is safe. You know, the most unpredictable thing is the human heart. The game has really changed from PvP mode to PvP mode. 2L. Not really. As long as the global territory is integrated, all players can return to reality. Why should everyone be obsessed with it? 3L. Why not? Anyway, I completely agree with the original poster statement. Just taking the reward of the World Lord as an example, it will cause all players to be unable to work together. Don't argue with me. For example, what if the wish is to revive your family members who died in the game? 147L. Why bother? The dead cannot be resurrected. Isn't it better for everyone to work together to clear the game and return to reality? 148L. It's easy for you to talk, but if your family members died in the game, I wonder if you can work together. 149L. Don't say such harsh words above. Isn't everyone's ultimate goal to leave the game? There are 20 million players, but only one World Lord. Even if you want to be a World Lord, you have to recognize your own strength. Because the game forum posts are posted anonymously, many players' words are very intense. Maybe because they have been suppressed by the game for a long time, many players feel very angry. 1087L. If you ask me, it's all because of that person who has lived in the deep sea for a long time. Why did he have to go to the island of new players? Now that the game has been upgraded, although there are fewer sea monsters, I always feel that someone will suddenly come to my island to kill me, which makes it even more unsafe. 1088L. Who would kill you for no reason? Why don't you say that after the game is upgraded, there won't be so many sea monster attacks, and everyone can sleep well at night? 1089L. What are you arguing about? The top 10 players in the strength rankings haven't expressed their opinions. What's the point of you arguing here? Although many players dare not speak out in the live broadcast room, where Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are on the same screen, they dare to say anything in the anonymous forum. In the post, the players' speeches mainly show two extremes. One is that after the game is upgraded, players all over the world have the opportunity to complete the game. I hope all players can put aside their prejudices, let the world peacefully unify into a whole, and let all players return to reality together. But the other extreme is that the upgrade of the game will increase the fight between players, cause more deaths. I hate Lu Yui's arrival on Su Ruhan's island, which led to the game upgrade. In fact, when the game was upgraded, Su Ruhan also expected that there might be many players who were not optimistic about the game upgrade. Territory infrastructure. The emergence of the system will push the game into a new era. Players no longer need to fight against sea monsters and beasts, and can start to develop their territories together with peace of mind. Moreover, it also brings everyone the hope of leaving the game. These are all good. However, the bad thing is that this game deliberately publicizes the rewards of the World Lord, provoking disputes between players, making all players want to compete to become the world's first lord. The original poster of that post is right. Although the number of sea monsters and other beasts has decreased, in many cases, the most dangerous ones are not the monsters in these games, but the players. After 2 nights of fermentation, this popular post has reached hundreds of thousands of levels. Su Ruhan patiently continued to flip through the pages, her fingers sliding quickly on the game screen. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ruhan suddenly stopped flipping through the pages. She paused and turned the page back. Just because she saw some frowning replies. Chapter 20 Day 20. There are two posts in the popular thread that caught Su Ruhan's attention. 20831L. Have you noticed that the three players ranked 3rd, 7th, and 8th in the player strength rankings have merged their islands, and a second territory has appeared in the territory rankings? 20832L. I also found it. It happens that I am very close to this second territory. I will quickly join it. I would like to advise everyone here not to have any big dreams. Ordinary players should quickly find a big territory to join, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Su Ruhan was also surprised when she saw the second territory mentioned in the hot post 20831L. She didn't expect that other players would create a second territory so soon. Then, Su Ruhan immediately found the ranking button in the main interface of the game and clicked it. She also wanted to see the second territory information in the territory rankings mentioned in 20832L. In the rankings interface, there are 3 different rankings, namely, strength rankings, popularity rankings, and territory rankings. As soon as Su Ruhan opened this interface, the first thing that caught his eye was the strength ranking list. Strength ranking. 01 Liyue, long-term resident in the deep sea, level 100. Talent skill, teleport, SS level, territory, hope territory, deputy lord. 03 Gu Lin, what kind of game is this, level 100. Talent skill, double attack, SS level, territory, overthrow this game territory, lord. 07 Song Jiao Jiao, fried chicken and milk tea, level 100. Talent skill, invisibility, S level, territory, overthrow this game territory, deputy lord. 08 Lin Yifan, European emperor, level 100. Talent skill, super lucky, SS level, territory, overthrow this game territory, deputy lord. The strength ranking mainly includes the player's live broadcast room ID, game level, talent skill, and territory. Su Ruhan had opened the power rankings once or twice before. But at that time, the players in the power rankings only had the live broadcast room ID, and their real names did not appear. And there was no territory item. After the game was upgraded, the territory item was added, and for some unknown reason, all players' IDs were changed to real name authentication. Su Ruhan was more wary of this game. Fortunately, the level and talent skills are no different from before. Needless to say, the top 100 players are almost all at level 100, with only a few at level 90. As for players below level 80 or 90, there is no one. There is no difference in talent skills either. Each player just needs to choose one to be displayed in the rankings. For example, Liyue chose the lowest level. Teleport, SS level. Displayed in it. Su Ruhan flipped through the strength rankings, mainly to see the players mentioned in the hot post. 20832L. Who merged isolated islands and created a second territory. Rank 3rd. Gu Lin. Is the lord of. Knock over this broken game. Rank 7th and 8th are vice lords. The talents and skills of these 3 players are very good, all of them are SSS level, and their strength should not be weak. Su Ruhan has not paid attention to the 3rd and 7th players, but Su Ruhan has some impression of the 8th. European Emperor Ben Wang. This Emperor of Europe used to appear in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room frequently, and also followed Su Ruhan. But for some reason, he turned around and joined other people's territory. Su Ruhan frowned slightly. She felt that she had to find an opportunity to get to know these 3 players later. Su Ruhan glanced at the strength ranking again, wrote down the names of the top 10 players, and then continued to flip through. Popularity ranking. It is the popularity ranking of the player's live broadcast room. Liyue is first, Su Ruhan is second. There is nothing to see here. Su Ruhan skipped the popularity ranking and clicked on the territory ranking. Territory ranking. 01 Hope Territory, Level 1, Lord. Su Ruhan, C13 District Number 6666, Infrastructure Value, 40 million. Number of members, 2 people. 02 Overthrow this crappy game, Level 1, Lord. Gu Lin, what kind of crappy game is this? Infrastructure Value, 59,400. Number of members, 3 people. Territory ranking. The infrastructure value in the article caught Su Ruhan's attention. According to her calculation, this infrastructure value should be the total popularity value spent on the territory. Su Ruhan knew that Liyue built 200 level 2 wooden houses and 1,000 level 1 wooden houses yesterday, which added up to 3.2 million popularity values. Add to that the level 2 fences around the 200 level 2 wooden houses, the 1.6 million popularity value, and the level 2 fences of 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters outside the territory, the 35.2 million popularity value, and the total cost is exactly 40 million popularity values. 40 million popularity value corresponds to 40 million infrastructure value, which is easy to calculate. By analogy, the 54,900 infrastructure value of the second territory is probably the popularity value spent on 3 level 2 wooden houses and 2 fences. In the territory rankings, there are only these 2 territories, including the Hope territory. After Su Ruhan had a general understanding, he closed the rankings and the game forum interface and returned to the live broadcast room. I love eating durian. Boss Liliuliu, I also really want to join your territory. However, my island is too far from C13. It is really unsafe for a small boat to be on the sea. What a pity. End of the song. I have also been following the anchor since the first day he entered the game, but unfortunately my island is too far away, and I don't have enough popularity to buy a big ship. Also in C13. Like a flower but not a flower. You only need to buy a ship with 10,000 popularity points, because her island is very close to the Hope territory. But other players, who are far away from the Hope territory, will easily be overturned by the waves and sink to the bottom of the sea if they just buy a small boat. In Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, there are many players who have the same idea as the 2 old fans, the end of the song and I love durian. But they are also hindered by the distance and not enough popularity to buy a ship, so they have to give up. At this time, a barrage content posted by an audience attracted the attention of everyone in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. Goji, I have a good idea. Why don't we all build a boat together? One person has 10,000 popularity points. 200 people have 2 million popularity points, which is just enough to buy a bigger ship. Goji, I will post a message now. Anyone who wants to join the 666 bosses territory can come to share a ship. 200 people form a group. After everyone is gathered, I will use the self-driving ship to pick up these 200 players along the way. Not long after the barrage of Goji floated through Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, a new post appeared in the forum. Group by a ship. Go to the first territory, you deserve it. Su Ruhan and all the viewers in the live broadcast room did not expect that there would be such a cool operation. But when the audience in the live broadcast room reacted, they all responded to this post actively. Although they can't come up with 2 million popularity points at once, it is still relatively easy to gather 10,000 popularity points. 1L, host everyone only needs to give me 10,000 popularity points and attach coordinates to participate in the group purchase. I will broadcast live in real time, and the ID of the live broadcast room is Wolfberry. Everyone doesn't have to suspect that I will run away with the money. Opportunities are rare, and will never come back. There are only 200 places. 2L, but if I publish my coordinates in your live broadcast room, what if someone comes to my island to persecute me before you arrive? What should I do? 3L, host, you can do this. Everyone just needs to report the area in the live broadcast room. I start from area A01. And I will notify everyone in the live broadcast room every time I pass an area. At this time, if the players in this area report their coordinates again, I will pick them up as quickly as possible. In this way, the risk factor is greatly reduced. 12L. The post author's idea is great. I really want to join the first territory, but I don't have enough popularity points to buy a ship. Now you only need 10,000 popularity points to join the shipbuilding, which is great. I want to join. 13L. No more words, the shipbuilding has been successful. Everyone hurry up, the quota is almost gone. As soon as the post came out, it was directly built more than a dozen floors. Su Ruhan also curiously found the live broadcast room of Goji Berry, wanting to see if he was reliable. I am the 57th player on the leaderboard. You can go to the leaderboard to see my information. Those who want to join the group can directly give 10,000 popularity points. Now there are only 99 places left, 98. 97, 96, 95. Goji spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room, just like a live broadcast platform anchor in the real world. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room of Goji, Su Ruhan happened to hear him speaking. Su Ruhan checked the leaderboard and confirmed. Goji. After telling the truth, he did not interfere with the matter. Not long after Su Ruhan looked through the list, he returned to the live broadcast room of Goji Berry and heard Goji Berry say to the audience in his live broadcast room, the quota is full, please stop giving rewards. For the few who just exceeded the quota, I will give you 10,000 popularity points back immediately. Goji Berry quickly recorded all the players who successfully joined the ship on paper, and at the same time stopped everyone from giving rewards. Who would have thought that in less than 5 minutes, the 200 places for the boat were snapped up? Even the usually calm Su Ruhan was very surprised. This Wolfberry is really a talent. Su Ruhan thought that if he could really lead 200 players to the Hope territory smoothly, he could consider giving him a position like publicity minister to give full play to his talents. Just when Su Ruhan was distracted for a short time, Wolfberry. The overflowing rewards have been returned here. After counting the list of 200 people who successfully joined the boat and their areas, he did not delay and directly bought a large ship, set off from Area A01, and prepared to pick up people along the way. Su Ruhan watched for a while, and thought that there should be no forks, so he clicked to follow Goji Berry and exited his live broadcast room. Not long after, it was noon. Su Ruhan, who was having lunch with Liu Yui, suddenly heard a system prompt sound. Ding, the player. Linihua Saiwafiwa enters Hope territory. Within 10 minutes. Please confirm. Yes/no. To merge. The player name. Saiwafiwa that appears in the prompt sound is the new player who often appears in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room and helps the heroine post Chinese medicine experience posts. Saiwafiwa is a new player who is also in the C13 area. In the past 2 days, he often mentioned in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room that he would join Hope territory. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Ding, the isolated island of player. Linihua, like a flower but not a flower, has merged with the territory of Hope. The Lord is Su Ruhan, player C13 area 6666, and the total area of the territory is 1,010,500 square meters. The next second, another system prompt sounded. It should be that. Like a flower but not a flower. Click to confirm the fusion. Su Ruhan's isolated island has become a little bigger again. It seems that the area of the isolated island of like a flower but not a flower should be 10,000 square meters. The original area of Liu Yui's island was 1 million square meters. In other words, in fact, only the remaining 50,000 square meters was the area of Su Ruhan's own island. In the past 2 days, Su Ruhan found that her SSS-level territory expansion skill could only expand the area of her original territory, and the area calculation formula was still the same. Although, Su Ruhan was not too disappointed about this, anyway. As long as she lived long enough in the game, her territory would expand infinitely. However, Su Ruhan had another not-so-good guess about this problem. She planned to wait for an opportunity to verify it later. After Su Ruhan's territory merged with the isolated island of like a flower, not a flower, within a few minutes, Su Ruhan saw a girl running towards her quickly on the distant coast. Seeing this scene, Su Ruhan's mouth also raised a slight smile. She put down her lunch and walked out of the wooden house to greet her. Hello, Boss Liliuliu. I am a fan of your live broadcast room. Like a flower, not a flower. My real name is Linihua. My nickname is Hua Hua. You can call me or Hua Hua. Linihua trotted over from the coast and was a little out of breath. Take a breath. Su Ruhan smiled gently, and she didn't have any big boss airs. You don't have to call me big boss. Just call me Ruhan. Su Ruhan paused for a moment after she finished speaking, and waited for Linihua to recover before continuing. Have you had lunch? Not yet. Linihua touched her hair a little embarrassedly, and realized that she might have arrived just in time for lunch. However, she set out early this morning and rode a boat for a whole morning to reach Su Ruhan's territory, so she really didn't have time to eat. It's just right for you to have some food with us first. Su Ruhan smiled faintly and invited Linihua. Speaking of which, Su Ruhan really likes this lively and cheerful girl in front of him. Moreover, although Linihua looks only about 20 years old, she is not very old. But from the fact that Linihua wrote a TCM experience post for Su Ruhan and worked seriously and carefully, she is really a very good girl. The song ends and the crowd disperses. Someone has arrived at the Hope territory so quickly. It's okay, wait for me. I got a group purchase boat ticket this morning, and I can join the territory soon. I love eating durian. I got one too, but this girl couldn't be the one who looks like a flower, but is not a flower, right? She was the most active in the live broadcast room before, but I didn't see her all morning today. Feather fan and scarf, me too. I got one too. 666, wait for us. Yes, she is Hua Hua, a new member of our Hope Safe territory. Su Ruhan happened to see the comments of 2 familiar IDs in the live broadcast room, So she introduced Linihua to everyone in the live broadcast room. Linihua didn't expect Sister Ruhan to formally introduce her to so many viewers in the live broadcast room. She knew that the audience of Sister Ruhan and the boss's live broadcast room, normally, is at least hundreds of thousands of viewers. Linihua lowered her head instantly, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to look at the live broadcast room in Su Ruhan's game screen. Okay, don't tease her, we're going to eat first, and come back to help everyone with free medical treatment in the afternoon. Su Ruhan saw that Linihua was embarrassed, and immediately changed the subject to help her out. After lunch, Su Ruhan took Linihua to visit the territory while taking a walk after lunch. But before that, Su Ruhan did not forget to call Linihua to his game screen and asked her to choose a level 2 wooden house to live in. Hua, come and take a look at this and choose a house you want to live in. Su Ruhan opened the panoramic view of the territory and let Linihua choose. Sister Ruhan, where do you live? I want to live closer to you. Linihua had just come to the territory and was not used to it yet, so she asked a little embarrassedly. In fact, Linihua's personality is very introverted in real life, and she is only active in the game and in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. Now that she saw Su Ruhan in person, her introverted and shy personality in real life took over again. Su Ruhan naturally saw Linihua's shyness, and she comforted her a little. Don't be nervous. Then you can live in the cabin on my left. Linihua looked up and saw the house Su Ruhan pointed to. It was only separated from Ruhan's own house by a fence. She immediately smiled happily and replied to Su Ruhan, Okay, Sister Ruhan. You should be in college in real life, right? What's your major? Do you have any hobbies? I see if I can arrange something suitable for you to do. Su Ruhan thinks everyone has their own strengths. Although Linihua is shy, as long as she finds something she is good at, she can do it well. After thinking for a while, Linihua answered, I majored in agronomy in college, and my grades were pretty good. My hobbies are planting flowers, cooking, and so on. After Linihua finished speaking, she felt that her hobbies didn't seem to be very useful. In reality, majors are often ridiculed by everyone. Learn well, and go home to farm. She immediately lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Su Ruhan. When Su Ruhan heard that Linihua was a major in agronomy, his face was filled with joy. Although this major is not very popular in reality, it is a very useful major in the game, or in the apocalypse where Su Ruhan lived before. Agronomy is good. It just so happens that our territory is going to build a farm. Why don't you go and see if it is a job within your major? Su Ruhan's tone was slightly happy. Linihua was not stupid. When she heard Su Ruhan say this, she realized that she was no longer in reality, and her major was still very useful in the game. Okay, Sister Ruhan. If there is anything I can do for you, please tell me. Linihua's fighting spirit was instantly high, and the shy expression on her face gradually disappeared. Okay. Su Ruhan looked at the changes in Linihua and knew that her judgment was correct. As long as you find a person's strengths, you can inspire her fighting spirit. And the agricultural major should be Linihua's strength. After Su Ruhan arranged a place for Linihua to live, he immediately took Linihua to the farm. Yesterday, although Lu Yui outlined the general scope of the farm, he had no time to worry about other things. So the farm is actually still empty at this moment. We still need someone who can concentrate on building the details of the farm from scratch. The farm was only outlined yesterday, and we haven't had time to make any plans. I wonder what Hua thinks. Su Ruhan asked this question to see if Linihua has the ability to take charge of the entire farm. Linihua was not at all flustered when faced with Su Ruhan's question, which was close to her professional expertise. After thinking for a moment, she said, I think that to build a farm, we must first divide the farm into areas, such as planting areas, breeding areas, animal husbandry areas, etc. We can plant crops in the planting areas, and in the breeding areas. Hearing that Linihua had come up with a preliminary plan for farm construction in a short time, Su Ruhan felt that there should be no problem in leaving the farm construction to her. Linihua's initial concept is actually very complete. If the details are optimized later, the actual operation will definitely not be worse than this initial concept. Hua, I think your concept is very good. I will give you full authority to build the farm. Do you think you are capable of it? Su Ruhan waited for Linihua to finish her concept before speaking in a slightly solemn manner. Linihua subconsciously wanted to refuse. Although she had a good idea, she had never actually done anything. Moreover, in reality, she has always been the kind of person who is timid and afraid that she can't do something well. But when Linihua saw Sister Ruhan's trusting and high expecting eyes, her inner thoughts suddenly became firm. I can definitely do it well. I won't let Sister Ruhan down. Linihua said firmly that one day she would prove to everyone that she could do something well. Su Ruhan was very satisfied. She raised her hand and rubbed the hair of the little girl in front of her, who was much shorter than her, and said encouragingly, "Okay, I believe you, keep going." Su Ruhan opened the territory infrastructure system and appointed Linihua as the farm manager position. Linihua's authority instantly increased a lot, and she could operate the entire farm at will. However, when Su Ruhan changed Linihua's position, he made a not-so-good discovery. In this identity column, scroll down, and at the very bottom, there is actually an clear territory option. Su Ruhan's pupils suddenly contracted, and her previous bad guess about the fusion of the territory was deepened. But because the game screen was right in front of her, Su Ruhan quickly restrained her emotions and returned to a normal state. Then, Su Ruhan traded to Linihua 10 million popularity points for her to use to build a farm. Territory members can directly trade items and popularity points, without the need to go through the player exchange, live broadcast room rewards, etc. After arranging Linihua, Su Ruhan returned to her cabin. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, and began to provide free medical consultation in the live broadcast room as usual. On the other hand, Lu Yui and Linihua were seriously building the research institute and the farm. In the evening, after Su Ruhan finished the live broadcast free medical consultation, Lu Yui and Linihua had not returned yet. With nothing to do, Su Ruhan opened the territory infrastructure interface to see the construction progress of Lu Yui and Linihua today. When Su Ruhan just opened the territory infrastructure interface, he found that at the top of this interface, behind the territory name Hope Territory, an upgrade button appeared. Su Ruhan was a little confused, but still tried to click the upgrade button. The next moment, a white light flashed on the game screen. When Su Ruhan's sight returned to the previous Hope Territory position, he found that upgrade after the territory name. The button has disappeared. Instead, level 2 is displayed. It seems that the territory has been successfully upgraded. Su Ruhan didn't know why the territory had reached the upgrade conditions. But she thought about it, and realized that it was probably because of the infrastructure value of the territory. Su Ruhan thought that perhaps other territories had also been upgraded, or that some new territories might have appeared. So she clicked on the territory ranking list to check it out. Territory ranking 01. Hope Territory, Level 2, Lord, Su Ruhan, Number 6666, Area C, Infrastructure Value, 120 million. Number of members, 3 people. 02. Kill this crappy game, Level 1, Lord, Gu Lin, what kind of crappy game is this? Infrastructure Value, 13.57 million. Number of members, 9 people. 03. Sunny Territory, Level 1, Lord, Yen Yiqing, looking at the clear sky at dusk, Infrastructure Value, 210,000. Number of members, 2 people. 04. For Supremacy Territory, Level 1, Lord, Fangsheng, for Supremacy, Infrastructure Value, 130,000. Number of members, 1 person. The infrastructure value of Hope Territory has indeed increased significantly, exceeding 100 million. It seems that Su Ruhan's guess was correct. Infrastructure value is linked to the popularity value spent on building a territory. When it reaches 100 million infrastructure value, it can be upgraded. However, it is not known whether the next upgrade will still follow this rule. Su Ruhan continued to look down and found that in just one day, there were several more territories in the territory rankings. Moreover, when Su Ruhan saw that the 4th-ranked military supremacy territory had only 1 member, she frowned slightly. Only because this means that this military supremacy territory cannot be created by the peaceful fusion of isolated islands between players. It can only be that some players refuse to merge, and after the life and death duel, the winning party established the territory. Chapter 21, Day 21. Perhaps, the fusion of the isolated islands between players can be split again. Su Ruhan's speculation was not out of thin air. A few days ago, when Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's isolated islands were just merged to establish the territory of Hope, she began to think about this problem. Su Ruhan paid special attention to the basis on which the Talent Skill Territory Expansion, SSS level, took effect after the fusion of the isolated islands. Soon, she found that this skill could only be expanded on the basis of her original isolated island area. If the territories between players are truly completely integrated and cannot be split, then this SSS level territory expansion skill should be based on the more than 1 million square meters of the integrated territory. The current territory integration is said to be integration, but in fact, it is more like a simple splicing together. Especially at noon today, the arrival of Linihua, a new member of the territory, further deepened Su Ruhan's speculation. When Su Ruhan replaced Linihua with the position of farm manager, he saw an option called Clear Territory at the bottom of the position options. It seems that players can be cleared from the territory. If the players are cleared from the territory, their islands are likely to be split from the territory. Moreover, since the Lord can clear the territory members, then maybe the territory members can also voluntarily leave the island. If the previous assumptions are true, then on this basis, the fourth territory, which was obtained through violent plunder, and the islands of dead players must not be split up. In this way, if everyone waits until this fact comes to their attention, the game will be in complete chaos. It seems that we still need to find an opportunity as soon as possible to verify these speculations. In the evening, when Lu Yui and Linihua both came back, at Su Ruhan's signal, everyone moved the light curtain away, and Su Ruhan immediately expressed his speculation about the fusion of the territories. Originally, when there were only Su Ruhan and Lu Yui in the territory, Su Ruhan was a little afraid to test it, worried that the territory would be disbanded because it was composed of only one isolated island. But now that Linihua has come, there are 3 people in the territory. Coupled with the appearance of the 4th-ranked territory, Su Ruhan's guess is pushed to a worse direction. My SSS-level territory expansion skill, the territory is expanded based on the area of my original isolated island. Su Ruhan looked at Lu Yu and Linihua and spoke out his concerns. So I was wondering, this so-called territory fusion, is it really fused and cannot be divided? Or is it just temporarily put together? I want to verify my guess, but... When Su Ruhan said this, his eyes pointedly looked at the game screen 10 meters away. Lu Yui understood what Su Ruhan meant. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you are worried about being broadcast live during the verification, then I have a skill that can temporarily block the live broadcast room." Due to Linihua's presence, Lu Yui did not elaborate on his SSS-level skill that can close the live broadcast room. There is such a skill, that's just right for me. Su Ruhan was delighted when she heard Lu Yui's words. She shifted her gaze to Lu Yui and told him her plan. Then we will test whether the players who have joined the territory can be cleared out of the territory, and whether the players can voluntarily withdraw from the territory. And what will happen when the players withdraw? Okay. Lu Yui nodded slightly and did not refuse. Su Ruhan thought that after Lu Yui withdrew from the territory, she didn't know if there would be any special situation. She was worried that Linihua would be scared, so she said to Linihua in advance, "Wah, we will do a test later, don't be nervous. Sister Ruhan, don't worry. If you need me for anything, you can tell me directly." Linihua was very touched that Su Ruhan was not shy about telling her so much important information. Su Ruhan nodded slightly. After confirming that Lu Yui had completely blocked the live broadcast room of the 3 people, she moved the game screen in front of her. Immediately, Su Ruhan opened the territory infrastructure system, found Lu Yui's identity in the territory members list, and selected Clear Base option. The next moment, 2 system prompts sounded beside the light screens of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Ding, player. Lu Yui, long lived in the deep sea. Exits the Hope territory. The player's island will be split from the Hope territory, and the area of the Hope territory will be reduced accordingly. Ding, player. Lu Yui, long lived in the deep sea. Please leave the Hope territory within 10 minutes and return to your island, otherwise you will start a life and death duel with the Lord of the Hope territory. At the same time as the system prompt sound fell, a large crack appeared in the middle of the Hope territory. On the left side of the crack is the Hope territory formed by Su Ruhan and Linihua's islands, and on the right side is Lu Yui's island. It seems that Su Ruhan's previous speculation was correct. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui looked at each other, and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. Go back to your own island first, and come back later to see if you can rejoin the base. Su Ruhan saw that in addition to the 2 prompt sounds on the game screen, there was also a 10-minute countdown, so he spoke to Lu Yui. Lu Yui nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then turned around and teleported to his own isolated island. The next moment, he turned around and teleported back to the territory of Hope. Ding, the player. Lu Yui, longtime deep-sea resident. Entered the territory of Hope. Please confirm. Yes/no. Within 10 minutes. To merge. Lu Yui clicked. Yes again. Then, the crack between Lu Yui's isolated island and Su Ruhan's territory of Hope stopped expanding immediately, and the next moment it was merged again. Together. Su Ruhan asked Lu Yui to try again and voluntarily withdraw from the territory. Unexpectedly, it was successful. Her speculation was indeed true. It seems that the territories merged between players are actually not stable at all, and can be broken up at any time. This is troublesome. It is already an extremely difficult task to merge the territories of the whole world. Now it is discovered that these merged bases can be split up at any time. As for another worse assumption that unfolded from this, the result is known without testing. After all, it is impossible for someone who has been silenced to jump out and leave the territory. Fortunately, most players should not be able to think of this now. Otherwise, there will definitely be many crazy players who will choose to constantly kill other players to expand their territory. However, maybe someone has already done this. Isn't the 4th place in the territory ranking a living example? After Su Ruhan verified his guess, he asked Lu Yui to unblock the live broadcast room, wanting to see the reaction of the audience in the live broadcast room to the blocking of the live broadcast room. Life is like a dream. Okay, the big guy's live broadcast rooms are working again. What happened just now? Why did the 3 of them go black at the same time? The song ends and the people disperse. Yeah, what happened? Big guys, did anything happen over there? When Su Ruhan checked the comments in the live broadcast room, she found that the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had increased a lot in the few minutes they had just closed the live broadcast room. In the comments, most of the discussion was about why the live broadcast screen was black. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui looked at each other. Su Ruhan nodded slightly. Then, she turned to face the live broadcast room, with a slightly puzzled expression, and blurted out her prepared words. What's going on? Our screen was black just now. Could it be that the game was not upgraded properly, causing the game screen to malfunction? Su Ruhan's expression seemed to be really confused. Anyway, except for Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and Lin Yihua, no one knew that the live broadcast room was blocked because of Lu Yui's skills. Now the problem is attributed to the game system upgrade. Even if others have doubts, they can't prove it. Qianqian smiles. But the game has never had such a problem before? I love eating durian. Then the game has never been upgraded before. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just go to bed early. There are still many people who don't believe Su Ruhan's words. After all, there has never been such a situation before. In order not to attract attention, Lu Yui has never used this skill before. However, even if everyone had doubts, there was no better explanation. Those curious spectators quickly dispersed, attributing the incident to a bug after the system upgrade. Su Ruhan was relieved to see that the problem was solved. However, Lu Yui's skill should be used less in the future, otherwise it will definitely arouse other people's suspicion if it is used too many times. It will be difficult to explain then. Early morning of the 13th day of the game. Su Ruhan, who had almost no rest all night, thought a lot about the end of the world and the game last night, and couldn't calm down for a long time. When he first entered the game, Su Ruhan actually thought that although there were dangers like sea monsters in this game, at least there were no conflicts between players. Each player could stay safely on his own island. As long as he arranged defense measures, he could actually live a very leisurely life on the island. But he didn't expect that in just a dozen days, it would develop into what it is now. How is the game today different from the end of the world? Although it's not that everyone is in danger, Su Ruhan feels that it's not far from that situation. Lu Yui looked at Su Ruhan's face, and knew that she probably didn't sleep well last night. Don't worry, we can definitely pass the game. Lu Yui easily knew what Su Ruhan was thinking. He took 2 steps forward and comforted her. Yeah. Su Ruhan didn't look up, but responded softly, now, we can only take it 1 step at a time. There is no good way. Lu Yui looked at Su Ruhan's face, and knew that she was still entangled in this matter, so he wanted to say something to change the subject. By the way, my thunder ability was drawn when I upgraded to level 50, and the system rewarded talent skills were drawn. It's the early stage of territory construction now, and it's not very busy. You can also try to upgrade your level to level 50 to see if you can draw your superpower. Lu Yui continued to suggest. Su Ruhan was immediately distracted when she heard that Lu Yui mentioned the topic of superpowers. She raised her head slightly and looked at Lu Yui, asking, then is there any way to quickly gain experience and upgrade the level? Normally, if you want to upgrade the level, there are only 2 ways, killing wild monsters and completing tasks. After a brief thought, Lu Yui continued, however, according to my experience, killing the boss in the game rewards the most experience and the fastest upgrade speed. Also, before the game level 50, the experience required is not much. If you just want to upgrade the game to level 50, it will still be very fast. Seeing that Su Ruhan was interested, Lu Yui continued to say a little more, but after level 50, the experience required for upgrading is 5,000 more experience points per level than the previous level. It is not so easy to upgrade from level 50 to level 100. Su Ruhan nodded in approval after hearing this. She only killed an S-level boss last time, and her level was directly upgraded by more than 10 levels. And according to the rules, before level 50, the experience required for each upgrade is only 100 points more than the previous level. But Su Ruhan did not expect that after level 50, the experience required for game upgrades would be so much. However, that is something to be considered later. The most important thing for Su Ruhan now is to upgrade her level to level 50 and extract talent skills again. If you do tasks and kill boss at the same time, the game level should be upgraded faster. Su Ruhan thought thoughtfully. Su Ruhan suddenly remembered that she had not refreshed the task bar since she submitted task 6 last time. So, she immediately moved the game screen in front of her and clicked on Game Taskbar. Click Refresh. Game Taskbar. Infrastructure Task. Lord. Task 1. Create a territory. January 1st. Completed Task 2. Personal contribution value reaches 2 million. 20,000/2 million. Task 3. Territory level is upgraded to level 2. 2 halves. Completed daily tasks. Task 7. Harvest 10 crops. 0/10. Task 8. Game level is upgraded to level 20. 20/20ths. Completed Task 9. Survive on an isolated island for 15 days. 13/15ths. After the refresh of the game task bar, it is quite different from the previous one. It should be because the game was upgraded to the territory infrastructure version. Game task bar, there is an additional category of infrastructure task for the Lord. As for the tasks before the game version upgrade, they were classified as daily task. Looking at these refreshed tasks, 3 of them were marked with completed. Su Ruhan did not hesitate and clicked Submit directly. Ding! Infrastructure Task Task 1. Create a territory, 1/1 completed. Mission Rewards, 1 Infrastructure Gift Pack, 10,000 popularity points. Ding! Infrastructure Mission Mission 3. Territory level increased to level 2, 2 halves, completed. Mission Rewards, 2 Infrastructure Gift Packs, 100,000 popularity points. Ding! Daily Mission Mission 8. Game level increased to level 20, 20/20ths, completed. Mission Rewards, 1 level 20 gift pack, 1,000 popularity points, 5,000 game experience points. In terms of mission rewards, the rewards for infrastructure missions and daily missions are similar, mainly gift packs and popularity points. However, daily tasks sometimes reward experience, but infrastructure tasks do not reward experience, but rather rely on popularity and infrastructure gift packs. If Su Ruhan wants to focus on upgrading, she still needs to do more daily tasks later. Looking at the gift packs of several more game task rewards, Su Ruhan remembered that she still had a 7-day novice gift pack and a diamond treasure chest in her inventory that had not been opened. So, she immediately took out all the gift packs and treasure chests in her backpack and opened them. Diamond treasure box. 1 top quality sword, 1 top quality defensive treasure clothes, 1 SS level skill book. After the diamond treasure box is merged with the inventory, it can be expanded by 20 grids. 7-day gift pack. 1 random skill book, popularity value *1000, experience value *1000. Among these treasure boxes and gift packs, the most valuable one is the diamond treasure box that was rewarded when killing the S-level boss before. The treasure box not only contains top quality equipment and skill books, but the treasure box itself can also expand the inventory by 20 grids. These 20 grids may not seem like much, but you have to know that Su Ruhan's current inventory only has 20 grids in total. Top grade sword. Use it to increase attack by 100 points. Top grade defensive clothing. Use it to increase defense by 100 points. Talent skill. Double upgrade points, SS level. Each time you upgrade, you will get double the unallocated attribute points. Su Ruhan carefully checked the attributes of several items in the diamond treasure box. The attributes of each item were very good. Although there are skill books in the 7-day gift package, they are of random levels, which means that it is very likely to draw A level, B level, or C level skill books below S level. Su Ruhan did not have much hope for it, so he clicked on the skill book to check it out. Active skill, double attack SS level. Actively using this skill can double the attack power within 5 minutes. Cooling time is half an hour. Su Ruhan was very happy. He did not expect that this random skill book was also a pretty good SS level skill, and it could be used actively. The territory expansion, God-given popularity, and double upgrade points she had drawn before were all passive skills. As for the contents of the remaining 3 infrastructure gift packs, there was nothing special. Most of them were high-priced items in the Popularity Mall and the Infrastructure Mall. But because they could all be bought in the mall, their scarcity is not as good as the items in the Diamond Treasure Box and the 7-day gift pack. Do you know where there is a boss that can be killed? Su Ruhan asked Lu Yui eagerly after holding the top-grade sword and equipping the top-grade defensive treasure clothes. Compared to when Su Ruhan first entered the game, not only has her level and attributes improved, but her weapons and equipment have also been upgraded. Now, it shouldn't be as difficult for her to kill an S-level boss as it was before, like killing an S-level bull shark. If it's S-level, it's really not difficult to kill. But if you encounter SS level or SSS level, it's still a little difficult for you now. Although Lu Yui didn't want to discourage Su Ruhan's enthusiasm, he had to tell her this fact. Although the names of SS level boss, SSS level boss, and S level boss seem to be similar, they just have 1 or 2 more S. But in terms of the risk factor, they are completely different. Before Su Ruhan could respond, Lu Yui suggested, "How about I go with you? I will beat the boss to a pulp, and you will finish off the boss. The experience gained is the same. Gardenia blossoms, I envy you. The relationship between the boss and the anchor Liliulu is so good. Who doesn't want to have a boyfriend who helps them fight monsters? Honeysuckle tea, yes, where can I find a boyfriend like the boss who not only talks but also takes practical actions?" After Lu Yui said this, most of the audience in the live broadcast room were envious. But occasionally there are sour voices mixed in. Fish that loves to eat cats. TSK, think about how hard it was when we were leveling up, killing small monsters every day, and each small monster would increase 10, 20 experience points, and it took several years to barely reach the maximum level. Now this anchor just opened his mouth, and there will be men paving the way for him. It's really amazing. Hee hee. Slight smile. To be honest, this anchor has no other abilities, but he is very good at dragging the big guys down every day. Lu Yui has been busy building the research institute these 2 days, and has not paid much attention to the live broadcast room. The players who were warned not to talk nonsense before became active again when they saw that he didn't seem to pay much attention to the comments in the live broadcast room. At this moment, although Su Ruhan didn't see the content of the comments in the live broadcast room, he didn't agree with Lu Yui's proposal. No need, if I encounter something I can't handle, I won't force it. Don't worry. I also have to adapt to this game as soon as possible. Su Ruhan saw that Lu Yui seemed to want to say something to persuade him, so he immediately added a meaningful sentence. This sentence not only means what it says, but also tells Lu Yui that now that she has no superpowers, she must adapt to everything in the game as soon as possible in order to survive in this game. After hearing Su Ruhan's words, Lu Yui really had no way to persuade her, but out of concern for Su Ruhan, he continued to speak. "Then I will be near you and observe the situation around you through live broadcast. Is this okay?" Su Ruhan wanted to refuse directly, but when she saw Lu Yui's slightly worried eyes, she couldn't say no. After a long while, Su Ruhan sighed imperceptibly and whispered a word okay. In the next 2 or 3 days, Su Ruhan went around the territory several times, but only found 2 S-level bosses. Fortunately, 1 S-level boss can reward 10,000 popularity points, and 2 can reward 20,000. In addition to the 5,000 experience points rewarded by submitting daily tasks before, Su Ruhan's level was directly raised to level 30. Watching the screen, Su Ruhan saw the upgraded white light flashing, and then he opened the Personal Attributes panel to check his attributes. Personal Attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Level, 2800/3000, level 30. Territory, Hope Territory. Territory area, 1,010,961 square meters. Current territory area, 961 square meters. Health value, 390/390. Satisfaction, 380 to 390. Physical strength, 34/390. Attributes, attack 135, defense 100, speed 100, intelligence 100, luck 100, unallocated attribute points *100. Talented skills, territory expansion, SSS level, God-given popularity, SSS level, double upgrade points, SS level, double attack, SS level. Inventory, 240th storage box *1, bronze treasure box *1. To save space, the following will be abbreviated. Since the game was upgraded, Su Ruhan has not looked at the attribute panel for a long time. Unexpectedly, The personal attributes interface after the game upgrade is slightly different from before. The main difference is the addition of the two items Own Territory and Territory Area. Own Territory is easy to understand. It is the name of the territory that each player joins or creates. As for Territory Area, it should be a property exclusive to the Lord. And the current Territory Area under this attribute, according to Su Ruhan's calculation, is the area of her personal island. It looks quite complicated. But it is simple to say, it is just a divisible and indivisible relationship. Territory area may decrease at any time due to players leaving the territory, but current territory area will be relatively stable and indivisible unless it is cleared after joining another player's territory. Su Ruhan continued to move his sight down to his attributes column. Originally, the unallocated points for upgrading from level 20 to level 30 should be only 50 points. But with the help of the double upgrade points skill, the unallocated upgrade points doubled to 100 points. Su Ruhan added all the 100 unallocated attribute values to her attack power, and her attack power instantly reached 235 points. If she equipped the sword with 100 points and activated the double attack talent skill, Su Ruhan's attack power would probably be higher than that of many max level players. Su Ruhan's strength has been improved again, and it will be easier for him to face the S-level boss later. The 16th day of the game. Su Ruhan, as usual, looked for the S-level boss in the morning and killed it, and gave free medical consultations in the live broadcast room in the afternoon. But just in the evening, some barrages suddenly appeared in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. The song ends, and the people disperse. Boss Liliulu, we are about to reach the Hope territory. I love to eat durian. Yes, it's not easy. I have been looking forward to it for so long, and it's finally here. I'm so excited. Wolfberry, it's not easy. I am so tired. I picked up 200 players along the way. Life is like a dream. Haha. Thank you, host Goji, for your hard work. Su Ruhan was also very surprised when he saw these comments. It has been 4 or 5 days since Goji proposed to share a boat to the Hope base. Today, these players who successfully group buyed and shared a boat are finally approaching the territory of Hope. Welcome everyone. Su Ruhan quickly finished seeing the last patient, walked to the coast, and quietly waited for the arrival of the 200 players. About half an hour passed. Next to Su Ruhan's game screen, the system prompt sound suddenly began to sound continuously. Ding, player. Wolfberry. Entered the safety line of Hope territory. Ding, player. End of the song. Entered Hope territory. Ding, player. I love durian. The isolated island and Hope territory have merged. After 400 prompt sounds fell, the sky above the territory finally became quiet. Su Ruhan, I really thank the system for reminding me. After the reminder sound completely ended, Su Ruhan also saw that the area of his island had expanded outward by an unknown amount. Welcome everyone to join our territory of Hope. Facing so many people, Su Ruhan smiled and said some polite words. Although such polite words sound like nonsense, if nothing is said, everyone will feel embarrassed. 666 Boss, I am Wolfberry. I am the end of the song, and the people disperse. I love eating durian. There were 200 people together, and many players with more active personalities began to introduce themselves first. Su Ruhan also patiently responded one by one. After everyone finished greeting, Su Ruhan raised his voice slightly and said to everyone, everyone is tired from the journey, so take a good rest tonight. I have prepared accommodation for everyone follow me. Su Ruhan said while leading the way. Soon, Su Ruhan led the 200 players into the residential area of the territory. Everyone can choose a house to live in. I will come back tomorrow morning and arrange some positions according to everyone's abilities. Su Ruhan smiled gently. She has been the head of the first base in the end times for many years, so she will naturally have no problem with personnel arrangements. When everyone dispersed, Su Ruhan noticed Goji who was behind the crowd, and said to him, Goji, come with me first. Goji smiled slyly, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, Boss, I knew you might keep me to talk, so I walked behind. Okay. You're really smart. Su Ruhan couldn't help laughing when he saw Goji's expression of seeking praise. Get up a little earlier tomorrow, and count everyone's abilities. I assign everyone some corresponding work according to their abilities, so that everyone can have something to do in the territory. Su Ruhan quickly regained his usual smile, and instructed Goji. Goji also regained his serious look and said, Don't worry, boss. I hand you the statistics early tomorrow. Su Ruhan nodded slightly. Okay, then I trouble you. Seeing that the arrangements were almost done, Su Ruhan said hello to Wolfberry and walked back to her residence. Not long after she left, Su Ruhan suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming from not far away. At the same time, two system prompts sounded next to her game screen. Ding! Player Zhou Feng, Crazy Zhou, exits the Hope Territory. The player's island will be split from the Hope Territory, and the area of the Hope Territory will be reduced accordingly. Ding! Player Zhou Feng, Crazy Zhou, must leave the safety line of the Hope Territory within 10 minutes and return to his own island, otherwise a life and death duel mode with the Lord of the Hope Territory will be started. Chapter 22 Day 22. When Su Ruhan heard the system notification sound of player Zhou Feng exiting the territory, she secretly thought it was not good. She immediately took out the top-grade sword from the inventory, turned around and faced the direction of the dangerous aura, using the sword to block in front of her. Dang. The top-grade sword blocked the sneak attack of the player, but Su Ruhan also took several steps back because of the force of the collision. Su Ruhan stabilized her body and looked at the player who had just attacked her. Then I saw a slightly illusory figure gradually emerged not far away. If it weren't for the fact that he had just entered the combat state and revealed part of his body, Su Ruhan estimated that it would be difficult for him to see the existence of this player with his naked eyes. This illusory figure was obviously the player named Zhou Feng who attacked Su Ruhan. Zhou Feng saw that his almost full-strength attack did not kill this Lord of the Hope Territory, who was only level 30. An incredible look flashed in his eyes. But then, he just smiled contemptuously and disappeared into the darkness again. Looking at the direction where the figure disappeared, Su Ruhan frowned slightly. She knew that Zhou Feng should have a talent skill similar to invisibility. Things have become a little tricky. Su Ruhan looked around vigilantly. She knew that Zhou Feng had come a long way and tried every means to sneak into the boat team and enter the Hope Territory. He would definitely not give up without killing her, the Lord. Sure enough. After a few seconds, Su Ruhan felt another gust of wind coming from behind her. Su Ruhan quickly dodged and used her talent skill of SS level double attack to double her attack, then swung her sword and attacked the location where the gust of wind came from. Although Su Ruhan's level was not high, in fact, her several basic attributes were more than 90 at the beginning, which was 2 or 3 times that of ordinary players. And after a period of time, Su Ruhan also had double upgrade points, and she added all these upgrade points to her attack, and combined with SS level double attack. Skills. In short, Su Ruhan's attack power is not much inferior to that of ordinary full-level players. However, except for attack, Su Ruhan's speed, defense and other attributes are still slightly inferior to those of full-level players. So Su Ruhan can't delay any longer. She must take advantage of her high attack power and kill him as soon as possible before Zhou Feng takes it seriously. Su Ruhan hit the target with one strike, and Zhou Feng's illusory figure also became invisible because of the bleeding state. The skill failed, and his figure gradually appeared. Who sent you? Although Su Ruhan knew that it was very likely that nothing would be learned from asking this, he still wanted to try asking, just in case he ran into a fool. Humph. Although Zhou Feng did not take this sneak attack seriously at the beginning, he was not stupid enough to do that. When he heard Su Ruhan's question, he just sneered and did not answer. Zhou Feng originally thought that the task assigned by the superiors this time must be very simple to do. Although Su Ruhan, the Lord of the Hope Territory, is considered very strong among the newcomers, she is only level 30 after all. In front of the level 100 players, the gap in strength cannot be made up. But what Zhou Feng did not expect was that Su Ruhan was so strong, with only level 30 strength, she could actually withstand his almost full strength attack. Not only that, after he disappeared, Su Ruhan was still able to detect his position in advance during the second attack, and swung her sword to hurt him. Zhou Feng's eyes showed a look of shock, and he couldn't understand how Su Ruhan did it. Moreover, the current situation did not allow Zhou Feng to think anymore. Looking at his revealed figure, Zhou Feng also realized that he might have underestimated the enemy this time. But now, he could not retreat. Zhou Feng took out a bottle of life-restoring potion and swallowed it, quickly adjusting his state, with a flash of determination in his eyes. The next moment, Zhou Feng was not afraid of the long sword in Su Ruhan's hand at all, and he attacked Su Ruhan with a dagger in his hand. Su Ruhan no longer dodged, and directly raised the sword and killed Zhou Feng quickly. Although Su Ruhan wanted to spare Zhou Feng's life and ask him who was behind the scenes, Su Ruhan's double attack had a time limit. If it exceeded 5 minutes, it would be troublesome if the skill failed. Ding, player. Su Ruhan, C13 Area 6666. Successfully killed player Zhou Feng, Crazy Zhou, and the island of player Zhou Feng, Crazy Zhou. will merge with the territory of hope. As the system prompt sounded, Su Ruhan also noticed that the body of Zhou Feng in front of him disappeared out of thin air. Su Ruhan suddenly felt strange. She frowned slightly and had a guess that was difficult to test. Could it be that other players were just conscious and involved in the game? Otherwise, why would they disappear directly like a piece of data after death? At this time, Lu Yui's figure quickly teleported from a distance to Su Ruhan's side, interrupting Su Ruhan's thoughts. Are you okay? Lu Yui just heard the system prompt sound from the live broadcast room that a player had exited the territory, and he knew something was wrong. He immediately put down the things in his hands and rushed to Su Ruhan. Su Ruhan came back to his senses, looked at Lu Yui, who was worried, opened his mouth, but glanced at the game screen next to him, and immediately took back the words on his lips, just shook his head slightly. After a while, I don't know who sent it. The game has only been upgraded for a few days, and someone has done this kind of trick. Su Ruhan sighed helplessly in his heart, suppressed the new speculation that had just emerged in his mind, and just spoke to the point. Su Ruhan knew that players in the game would sooner or later realize the essence of territory fusion, and the fact that they could freely withdraw from the territory after joining. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It was unknown who had instructed Zhou Feng to sneak into the Hope territory so early to assassinate Su Ruhan. However, Zhou Feng would definitely not be the mastermind. After all, Su Ruhan and Zhou Feng did not know each other at all, and there was no hostile relationship between them. Fortunately, Zhou Feng did not go all out at the beginning, otherwise Su Ruhan might not be his opponent. After all, the level difference is there, and a level 100 player will have at least 500 additional attribute points, plus 2 or more talent skills. If Zhou Feng had been extra careful to hide his figure at the beginning, Su Ruhan might not have noticed it at all, and he would have succeeded in sneak attacking her. Although this sneak attack did not cause any substantial damage to Su Ruhan, she still became more vigilant. Su Ruhan understood that Zhou Feng. He was just the first pawn to attack her. There will be more dangers waiting for her later. Gardenia blossoms. Big Boss Lililia is too powerful. If I am not mistaken, the player just now should be the 97th player in the rankings. Crazy Zhou, right? What year is today? It is indeed Crazy Zhou, the 97th player. I just checked the rankings and Crazy Zhou's original position has been replaced by Big Boss Lililia. Su Ruhan saw what year is today, was also shocked. She didn't expect that the player she killed this time was actually a player in the top 100 of the ranking list, and from this barrage, Su Ruhan also learned a special information, that is, as long as you kill a player, you can replace his ranking. This may also be a new feature after the game is upgraded. But it's hard to say. After all, before the game was upgraded, no one had ever been to other players' islands, so naturally there was no possibility of replacing the ranking in this way. Just when Su Ruhan was slightly stunned, she caught a glimpse of some bad comments in the live broadcast room. Qianqian's smile. Oh my god, did she just kill someone? This anchor is too cruel. Cat in the alley. Yes. There is no need to kill. The audience in the live broadcast room just saw Su Ruhan killing other players with their own eyes. Among them, many viewers thought that the heroine was very strong and could kill other players at level 30. But there were also a few T-talk that appeared. Su Ruhan was about to speak, but she found that some fans had already helped her to fight back. I love to eat durian. TMD. Are you sick? Didn't you see that the man attacked the 666 boss first? I love to eat durian. If the 666 boss didn't fight back, would he stand there and be hacked? I think you are in the same group with that Crazy Zhou. Su Ruhan felt warm in her heart. This I love to eat durian was also one of her old fans. He often appeared in her live broadcast room to maintain the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. However, Su Ruhan was not in the mood to look at the live broadcast room's barrage at this moment. Although she killed Zhou Feng, she did not find out who instructed Zhou Feng. If she can't catch the person behind the scenes, she will be in danger all the time. Don't worry. After Lu Yui finished speaking, he used his eyes to signal Su Ruhan to move the game screen away. He had something to say. Su Ruhan naturally understood and cooperated to move the screen 10 meters away. I have a special SSS level skill, View Hidden Attributes, which can view other people's hidden attributes, including name, coordinates, skills, forum ID, malicious value, etc., very detailed. Lu Yui moved his game screen to a distance before speaking. Lu Yui has several talents, but the most important ones are lightning ability, teleportation, viewing hidden attributes, closing live broadcast, and full critical hit rate. In fact, the most commonly used and least conspicuous ones are teleportation and full critical hit rate. And those who can assign the top 100 players to attack you must be the top players. Lu Yui continued. Just click into the live broadcast rooms of these top players one by one, and take a look at their hidden attributes. Su Ruhan nodded slightly and responded in a deep voice. Well, it's good to check it out. It is estimated that someone is eyeing the fat piece of meat of Hope territory. They don't dare to attack you, so they come to pick on me, a soft persimmon. Su Ruhan knew that she was being treated as a soft persimmon by many players. If Lu Yui were the Lord of Hope territory now, she believed that few people would dare to sneak attack Lu Yui. Don't think too much, your strength is not weaker than mine, it's just that you have been in the game for too short a time. Lu Yui understood Su Ruhan's thoughts at the moment, and he persuaded her, as long as you reach the maximum level or restore your superpowers, there will be few people in this game who can be your opponent. Su Ruhan nodded slightly, and also agreed with Lu Yui's statement. But the current situation is that whether it is to reach the maximum level or restore her superpowers, it is a long way off. Su Ruhan wanted to transfer the position of Lord to Lu Yui. She didn't really care who would be the Lord between her and Lu Yui. You have to believe in yourself, and I will protect you. But Lu Yui seemed to have seen Su Ruhan's thoughts, and he spoke before Su Ruhan spoke. After hearing this, Su Ruhan immediately understood that Lu Yui meant to refuse to take over the territory. She sighed slightly, and did not force it, but secretly made up her mind to speed up the pace of upgrading and find a way to restore her superpowers. The next day, which was the 17th day of the game. Early in the morning, when Su Ruhan pushed open the door of the wooden house, she saw Qin Yu, also known as Wolfberry, standing by the door. Why are you here so early? Su Ruhan felt a little strange. Last night, she had clearly assigned Qin Yu a task to collect everyone's information. Logically, he should be collecting everyone's information in the residential area now, so why is he here? But today, Qin Yu did not have the usual playful smile. He just took out a stack of statistical tables and handed them to Su Ruhan, and then said, Boss, I made this statistical table overnight last night. See if you can use it. Su Ruhan looked at him with some confusion, not knowing what was wrong with him. He was so carefree last night, but why was he so quiet today? It was a bit strange. However, Su Ruhan didn't think much about it. After taking the statistical table handed over by Qin Yu, she carefully checked it. She found that among the more than 200 players, many players had some experience in farming, raising poultry, construction, scientific research, etc. These players were either people who did similar jobs before entering the game, or players who made a living by farming and raising poultry after entering the game. Originally, there was only Lin Yihua working on the farm, and she was definitely too busy to handle it. Now that there are so many players working on the farm, I believe that the farm that hopes to be safe will soon be on the right track and supply the entire base. Among the remaining players, there are also those who are interested in architecture, or experts in scientific research before entering the game. In short, these players are basically players who have survived in the apocalypse for a long time, and they all have some strengths. Su Ruhan also assigned positions to each player based on their strengths. After Su Ruhan marked the more than 200 players, he turned around and looked at Qin Yu, only to find that he seemed to be hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? Just tell me. Su Ruhan asked in confusion. When Qin Yu heard Su Ruhan's words, he immediately said like a child who had made a mistake, Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't know that among the more than 200 players I brought back yesterday, there would be players with ulterior motives. So that's what happened. Su Ruhan suddenly realized why Qin Yu had such an expression. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to take it to heart. I haven't thanked you for bringing so many useful technical talents to our Hope security base. That's because Hope territory already has strength. I didn't recruit anyone. I just acted as a driver. Qin Yu didn't take all the credit for himself, but spoke realistically. Su Ruhan knew that Qin Yu was being modest. Seeing that he was no longer bothered about Zhou Feng, Su Ruhan did not say anything more. She just asked, Is there anything you want to do? I like the feeling of sailing. If necessary, I can also drive a boat to pick up other players who want to join the territory and join our Hope base. Qin Yu has been at sea these days, looking at the vast ocean, and he feels calmer inside. Moreover, the most important thing is that as a captain, he can also make a lot of friends. He likes making friends the most. Su Ruhan didn't expect that there are people who like to sail. This is also a very strange hobby. However, she did not reject Qin Yu's proposal. Anyway, the Hope territory really needs someone to recruit more players back. Okay, then I leave this to you. Su Ruhan said with a faint smile. Qin Yu was very happy when he saw Su Ruhan agreed, but he also promised seriously, Don't worry, boss, I will definitely help you recruit more players back. Su Ruhan smiled and nodded. After Qin Yu left, he did not forget to change his position to captain. Not long after Qin Yu left, Lu Yui walked into Su Ruhan's cabin. Yesterday I looked at the live broadcast rooms of the players on the leaderboard, and there are probably already a few candidates. After Lu Yui walked in, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui moved the light curtain tacitly. Su Ruhan was really curious about who it was, which one, or which players. The Lord of the Second Territory, and the 8th and 10th players on the leaderboard. Lu Yui seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were slightly cold, but when he turned to face Su Ruhan, he returned to normal. Lu Yui's skill cannot directly see the malice of others towards players other than himself. And those who have malice towards Lu Yui and Su Ruhan are probably not the same group of people, so Lu Yui chose to check who had malice towards Hope Territory last night. There is malicious intent. Yeah. Su Ruhan thought carefully about the players mentioned by Lu Yui, but she had no impression of most of them. She also didn't remember when she had offended them. Forget it, remember these people first, and we talk about this later. Su Ruhan pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, she changed the subject and continued, I have something more important to tell you now. My previous worst speculation is also true. Su Ruhan told Lu Yui everything he had discovered. After Zhou Feng died yesterday, his 40,000 square meters were completely integrated with the area of my own island. This morning, I found that the basis for the expansion of the territory was also based on the sum of these two. Su Ruhan's island was originally 961 square meters, which is 31 square meters. Normally, on the 17th day, the territory should be 33 square meters, which is 1,189 square meters. But the fact is that it has become 54,289 square meters. In simple terms, the calculation formula for the territory area has changed. Su Ruhan's territory expansion skills will be expanded based on the total area of her and Zhou Feng's isolated islands. Although Lu Yui had already expected this result, he couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard it. After a while, he said something that seemed to be off topic. In fact, I think peaceful reunification is more difficult than reunification by force. Su Ruhan understood what Lu Yui meant. He wanted to say that in this case, when the players were killed and the territory could be completely integrated, many people would advocate the use of force to unify directly. Su Ruhan naturally knew this truth. However, he also felt that it was not yet the point where he would do whatever it took to achieve his goal. There might still be some room for maneuver. Whether it is peaceful reunification or military reunification, it will take some time. The most important thing now is to speed up the development of our desired territory and attract more players to join. Su Ruhan paused for a moment before continuing. In this way, even if military reunification is really necessary in the later stage, the number of casualties can be minimized. Although Su Ruhan prefers to unify the world's territories by peaceful means, she will not oppose the use of force if the situation does not allow it. However, it is too early to think about this now. There are still more than 20 million players in the game, which is equivalent to more than 20 million isolated islands. It is conceivable how difficult it is to unify all these isolated islands, and how long it will take. 17 days of the game. Announcement. Congratulations to all players in Survival on the island game territory infrastructure. Survive for 7 days after the mode is turned on. The game difficulty will be upgraded. From this moment on, players who have not joined or created a territory within 21 days will be eliminated. I wish you all a happy game. Current number of territories, 367. Current number of global survivors, 21204570. The number of survivors reported by the system this time is not quite the same as what Su Ruhan heard on the 7th day of entering the game. The previous number of survivors was only the number of survivors in one area, C13, but this time it should be the total number of players worldwide. Moreover, the game days seem to start counting again from the day the game was upgraded. In addition, the most shocking thing was the sentence in the announcement: if you do not join or create a territory within 21 days, you will be eliminated. Once this rule came out, Su Ruhan believed that the game was about to be completely messed up. After all, the elimination in this announcement does not mean that players will quit the game and return to reality, but death. Now, even if many players want to watch the fire from the other side, and do not want to join or create a territory, they can no longer stay out of it. The game forum was also in an uproar. What kind of shitty game is this? No way for players to survive. New I've had enough, destroy it. New. How can ordinary players survive in the new game version? Hot, is it good or bad for a new anchor to upgrade the game after living in the deep sea for a long time and landing on an isolated island? Hot. The forum was very lively for a while, and many players had emotional breakdowns and vented in the forum. However, some rational players began to analyze how ordinary players should deal with this matter. The first article Su Ruhan clicked on was on how ordinary players can survive in the new game version. Hot 1L. Original poster. There are several ways for ordinary players to join or create a territory within 30 days. First, join other players' territories. It is recommended to join a large territory to prevent being assassinated in a small territory. Second, find a few good friends to create a territory together, but also prevent friendship from deteriorating in the face of interests. Third, kill other players and create a territory. This is more violent and not recommended. At present, these three are the most common ones. If there are other methods later, I will share them in the post in time. 2L. Isn't the OP talking nonsense? Who doesn't know these points? 3L. The OP is also kind enough to organize them. If you don't want to read them, just get out. 17L. Stop arguing. Why are you so angry? Although you will die if you don't join a territory within 30 days, there are so many territories now. Why are you so excited? 18L. Is it Murakami who is not online? In recent days, players in small bases have been killed. Several friends who jointly established territories have turned against each other, and perverted murderers have appeared. Haven't you seen these posts? 19L. It means that who dares to join other people's territories casually now? Even if you create a territory, it is not safe, it feels like. This game seems to encourage players to kill each other. I am almost driven crazy. Su Ruhan took a general look at this post, and learned about some recent hot events in the forum. It seems that this game has been in chaos for a long time without people noticing. More and more players have realized that as long as they kill other players, they can obtain indivisible territory. Su Ruhan also knows that this day will come sooner or later. But the appearance of this game announcement today will still speed up the chaos of the game. Su Ruhan exited this post and turned to look at the hot post about Liu Yui in the forum, which had just dropped in popularity but was pushed up again. 142478L. If it were you, I'd say we should all join the second base and go back to besiege the first territory together. Anyway, except for Liu Yui, the first territory is just a bunch of useless showpieces. What's there to be afraid of? And no matter how powerful Liu Yui is, he can't be a match for so many players working together. 142479L. I mean, I want to laugh when I see the Lord of the First Territory. Even in this situation, she still provides free medical services every day. She must be mentally ill. Does she think she is a saint? Hee hee. 142480L. Yes, who said it wasn't? If the Lord of the First Territory was Liu Yui, I would still consider joining the First Territory. But what's the point of letting a novice of more than 30 levels be the Lord? It's a joke, right? Really love-brained, speechless. Because there were too many floors in the post, Su Ruhan directly selected the page, turned to the end, and read forward. She found that the comments after this post were more violent than the previous ones. And the abuses against her and Liu Yui gradually occupied the majority. Although a few players would help fight back, they would soon be drowned in the vulgar comments. However, Su Ruhan was expressionless and had no emotion in her heart. She just felt that her previous thoughts might have been a little idealistic. Perhaps not. The vast majority of players advocate peaceful reunification and clearing the game. On the contrary, many players advocate the use of force. They do not think that killing other players in the game is a wrong thing. On the contrary, many anchors enjoy this, competing to see who kills more players and who has a larger territory. Many players have been in the game for a long time and have become a little crazy. The situation is much more serious than Su Ruhan imagined. Chapter 23, Day 23. Looking at the countless slanderous comments that kept being refreshed in the popular post, Su Ruhan also frowned slightly. Su Ruhan herself actually didn't care about what others thought of her. But her current identity is, after all, the Lord of the Hope Territory. If such comments are allowed to ferment, in the long run, when all players mention the First Territory in the future, the first thing they think of is probably her, who is ridiculed by countless people as a coward. Lord. Moreover, there are countless comments in this post asking Su Ruhan to abdicate and let the wise man take over. Although Su Ruhan had thought about giving up the position of Lord of Hope Territory to Liu Yui a long time ago. But that was her initiative. But now, other players are forcing her to abdicate. The nature of these two is completely different. Although Su Ruhan usually has a good temper and gives people a feeling of being easy to talk to, it does not mean that she is easy to bully. None of the superpowers who can live for so many years in the apocalypse is a simple character, and Su Ruhen is naturally not one of them. She has been the head of the first base for so many years in the apocalypse. If she was weak and could be bullied, she would have died countless times. In the apocalypse, when Su Ruhen first became the head of the base, there were superpowers who said things like, "Women cannot be the head of the base. Quickly step down and let the wise take over." However, at that time, Su Ruhen's strength was strong enough, and those superpowers who had objections, even if they dared to mutter a few words at the beginning, did not dare to say anything more in the end under the deterrence of Su Ruhen's powerful strength. Now, the appearance of these remarks was all within Su Ruhen's expectations. However, Su Ruhen is not as strong as she was in the end of the world. Now, perhaps the option of abdicate and let the wise man take over may really allow Su Ruhen to avoid many dangers. However, at this moment, Su Ruhen has no intention of giving up the position of Lord. The stubbornness in her bones does not allow her to bow her head at this moment. Sometimes, once a person bows his head, it will be difficult to stand up again. In the end times, in the game, there is actually no difference in essence. Strength is the foundation of a person's foothold. Only with strength can one have the right to speak. Su Ruhen warned herself to keep in mind this experience of being ridiculed by countless people for having no strength. As for the many arguments in the post about her free clinic, Su Ruhen was also a little helpless. Su Ruhen naturally could not really be the saint savior described in the post. The reason why she would provide free clinics every day was, firstly, because this matter did not consume too much of her energy, and for her, it was a matter of no loss, and secondly, because the initial stage of territory construction also required the participation of a large number of players. She helped other players, and other players would naturally give priority to joining the Hope territory. Relationships between people need to be maintained, and so do relationships between players in the game. However, since so many players now think that her free medical treatment is a saintly act, and there are many players who have received favors from her, Su Ruhen will naturally not continue to do this thankless thing. On the other side, Lu Yui was also reading the post with a lot of slanderous remarks. The more Lu Yui flipped through the pages, the darker his face became. With a cold gaze, he checked all the anonymous floors that insulted and mocked Su Ruhen, and recorded all the player IDs, coordinates, and other information he found. Although the forum was anonymous, Lu Yui's view hidden attributes. SSS level skill could still see the real name, live broadcast room ID, coordinates, etc. of each player. At this moment, Lu Yui's eyes were colder than Su Ruhen had ever seen. The next day, Su Ruhen got up early as usual. Looking at Lu Yui, who came into the house to make breakfast, with a concerned look but hesitant to speak, Su Ruhen immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Or I go and kill those people now." Lu Yui touched his neck with his thumb, and then said the idea that filled his mind all night. "Not for now." Su Ruhen stopped him in time, her voice paused, and then continued to explain, "Even if you go and kill those who curse the most, it will be useless. We can't stop the gossip. If I can't show enough strength, no matter what you do, others will only think I'm useless. The most urgent task now is to continue upgrading and building the territory. When my strength and our territory are strong enough, naturally no one will dare to act rashly." Su Ruhen's eyes flashed a cold light as he spoke. Okay. Lu Yui could understand Su Ruhen's thoughts, and he could only suppress the violence deep in his heart for the time being. After the two of them finished breakfast, Su Ruhen, as usual, prepared to look for bosses around the territory to kill. But she searched for a long time, but still found nothing. It seems that the S-level bosses around the territory may have been killed by her. Su Ruhen frowned slightly. She is only level 30 now, and there are still 20 levels of experience points from level 50, which probably requires about 76,000 points. It is equivalent to that. If you want to rely on beating bosses to gain high experience, you must defeat at least 7 or 8 S-level bosses. But there are no bosses around the Hope territory. It is not a good idea to waste time like this. After a little hesitation, Su Ruhen decided to leave the territory alone and go to the sea to find more bosses to upgrade. After all, time waits for no one. Who knows if those players, who are looking forward to her stepping down, will do something weird later? Su Ruhen still thinks that she must improve her level and strength as soon as possible, make adequate preparations, and respond to changes with the same attitude. However, before leaving the territory, Su Ruhen also had to make some preparations. Originally, if Su Ruhen had been looking for S-level bosses around the territory to fight, even if she happened to encounter a boss higher than S-level, Lu Yui could sense the aura of the high-level boss in time and rush to help her. so she was not in any danger. However, if she left the territory alone and went to the sea to look for S-level bosses, if she encountered SS-level or SSS-level bosses at sea, then no one would be able to help her. It is still very dangerous to go out to sea alone. Su Ruhan thought for a moment, and thought of something that might be helpful for going out to sea. That is, the detector in the Popularity Mall. This detector can detect the coordinates of all islands, players, sea monsters, and bosses within a radius of 100 kilometers. And it is said that if you get close, you can detect more detailed information. It has been repeatedly listed as one of the most useful items in the Popularity Mall by all old players. However, this detector, although it is useful, few players actually buy it. The reason is that the price of this detector is really super expensive. One needs 100 million popularity points. When Su Ruhan first started to level up boss, she also thought about buying a detector, but the price really discouraged her. Although she has 100 million popularity points, she still needs to keep it for building the territory. If she buys a detector, her popularity points will be directly reset to 0. However, if Su Ruhan wants to leave the territory and survive alone on the sea, then this detector is indispensable. Otherwise, if she encounters a boss higher than S level and accidentally loses her life, it will be a loss. Su Ruhan gritted her teeth and spent almost all of her popularity points to buy a detector. Then, she used the remaining popularity points to buy a large self-driving ship and some daily necessities at sea. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the talent skill God-given popularity that Su Ruhan had drawn before, which took effect a few days ago and gained 10 million popularity points, Su Ruhan might not have enough money to buy a ship at this moment. After buying the necessary supplies, Su Ruhan looked at her remaining popularity points and felt a pain in her heart. After everything was ready, Su Ruhan began to make a plan to leave the territory, find the S-level boss, and upgrade the task. She planned to find a chance to leave alone the next morning, when everyone was busy, and had no time to pay attention to the live broadcast room. Then she would go to the sea, and use the detector to find the traces of the boss. If she had time, she could also do some daily tasks that could increase her experience. However, before leaving tomorrow, Su Ruhan also planned to visit various departments to see the construction status of the territory, and then explain some important development directions of the territory construction to the various responsible persons in a vague way. After all, she was going out this time to wait until she reached level 50 at least before returning to the territory. Then she didn't know how long she would be out there. In addition, Su Ruhan also remembered that she still had some infrastructure tasks related to the territory that she had not completed. Moreover, Su Ruhan was more concerned about whether the two task categories, infrastructure tasks and daily tasks, could be refreshed separately. Before the game was upgraded, the refresh button on the task bar would appear behind the game task bar after all 3 tasks were completed. Now there is an additional infrastructure task, and I don't know if it is necessary to complete all 6 tasks in these 2 categories before it can be refreshed. After Su Ruhan leaves the territory, he may not be able to complete the infrastructure task. In this case, if the daily task cannot be refreshed separately, Su Ruhan will lose a source of experience points. Su Ruhan clicked on the game task bar with a little desire to test it. Game task bar. Infrastructure task. Lord. Task 2. Personal contribution value reaches 1,020,000/1 million. Daily task. Task 7. Harvest 10 crops, 0/10. Task 9. Survive in the game for 15 days, 19/15 completed. Su Ruhan is going to complete the daily tasks first. After all, this is related to her experience acquisition and leveling up. Ding! Daily task Task 9. Survive in the game for 15 days. 19/15 completed. Task rewards. 15-day gift pack *1, popularity *2000, experience *10,000. The first is Task 9, the task of surviving for 15 days in the game. Su Ruhan had already completed it a few days ago, so she directly clicked submit and got 10,000 experience points. As for Task 7, harvesting crops, when Su Ruhan saw it in the task bar, she immediately remembered that she had planted a batch of crops before the game version was upgraded, but she had not harvested them yet, so she could just harvest them and submit this task. Su Ruhan immediately walked to the open space next to her wooden house to check the crops. Soon, Su Ruhan saw that the unknown seeds she had planted before were now green and lush, and most of them were already mature. In addition to some common fruits and vegetables, there was even a peach seedling. What surprised Su Ruhan even more was that it only took a few days for this peach tree to grow from the seeds to a sapling that was almost 1 meter tall. You know, a peach tree this tall normally takes at least several months to grow. The growth rate of these crops is really amazing. It feels like it is 10 times faster than she had guessed before. Su Ruhan was a little confused for a moment. She suppressed her confusion and planned to find time to study the growth of crops and the speed of time later. Ding! Daily Task Task 7. Harvest 10 crops, October 10th, completed. Task Reward, Unknown Seeds *20, Experience Points *1000. Su Ruhan quickly harvested 10 crops and submitted Task 7. At this point, all the daily tasks in the game task bar were finally completed. The next moment, Su Ruhan saw a refresh button appear behind Daily Task. Su Ruhan was delighted and immediately clicked Refresh. Game Task Bar. Infrastructure Task. Lord. Daily Task. Task 10. Kill 100 sea monsters. 0/100. Task 11. Game level is upgraded to level 30. 32/30. Completed Task 12. Survive 30 days in the game. 19/30. Sure enough, the refresh was successful. Su Ruhan nodded with satisfaction. In this way, even if she was outside the territory and did not do the infrastructure task, she could complete the daily task alone. In addition, Su Ruhan also carefully discovered the refresh pattern of the daily task. Generally speaking, it would refresh a level task, a survival task, and another task. After the game version is upgraded, most of these tasks will reward good experience points. Ding! Daily Tasks Task 11. Game level increased to level 30, 32/30, completed. Task Reward, Level 30 Gift Pack *1, Popularity Points *2000, Experience Points *10,000. Su Ruhan's level is exactly level 30, and the refresh Task 11 is in the completed status. She immediately submitted Task 11 and received 10,000 experience points. Adding the experience points from the 2 tasks she submitted before, Su Ruhan got a total of 21,000 experience points. These experience points directly raised Su Ruhan's game level to level 36. Su Ruhan was also very satisfied with this. The experience points from these tasks were almost as much as the experience points from 2 S-level bosses. Now it was equivalent to Su Ruhan only needing to kill 5 or 6 more bosses to reach level 50. If she could complete daily tasks while killing bosses, then the time she needed to upgrade would be even shorter. Perhaps, Su Ruhan didn't need to leave the territory for long before she could come back. Su Ruhan was about to close the task bar, but she caught a glimpse of the last lonely infrastructure task in the infrastructure task column. Su Ruhan paused as she was about to close the taskbar interface. After a little thought, she thought, why not complete the second task of the 1 million infrastructure value? It just so happened that Su Ruhan was still in the territory, so it was very easy for her to complete this task. She just upgraded her wooden house to a level 4 villa, and upgraded the defense fence around the villa to a level 5 super strong metal fence, and she spent 1 million popularity points directly. After completing and submitting task 2, a refresh button appeared behind infrastructure task. Su Ruhan did not hesitate and immediately clicked refresh. Game task bar. Infrastructure task. Lord. Task 4. The number of territory members reaches 10,000,203/10,000. Task 5. Restore the territory's power system. 0/1. Task 6. Restore the territory's fresh water supply. 0/1. Daily tasks. None of the 3 new infrastructure tasks can be completed immediately. But Su Ruhan is not in a hurry. She believes that as long as the territory develops normally, it won't take long for these tasks to be completed automatically. However, these 3 tasks have also reminded Su Ruhan. Before she leaves tomorrow, it's time to go and see how the Research Institute and the farm are doing recently. The restoration of electricity and fresh water supply in missions 5 and 6 can be said to be the premise for all development of a territory, which is still very important. Before doing mission 4 and increasing the number of territory members, the preparation that needs to be made is to vigorously develop the farm, to ensure that players can have sufficient food supply after joining the territory. Therefore, the Research Institute and the farm are very important for the development of the territory. Before Su Ruhan leaves, he must arrange everything so that he can leave the territory with peace of mind. The morning of the 20th day of the game. During breakfast, Su Ruhan proposed to go to the Research Institute with Liu Yui to see the latest research results. The tasks of restoring the territory's electricity and fresh water supply have appeared in my infrastructure task column. Let's go with you this morning to see the progress of the Research Institute. Su Ruhan's explanation is very reasonable, and it can also prevent Liu Yui from sensitively discovering something wrong. Liu Yui and other players do not have the infrastructure task column, so naturally they don't know what task Su Ruhan will refresh. But Liu Yui never refused Su Ruhan's proposal. He opened his thin lips and said okay. When Su Ruhan and Liu Yui came to the Research Institute together, they found that there were already people in the institute. Song Bowen? Why are you here so early? Su Ruhan saw that the person in front of her was the Yushan Luanjin, who came to her live broadcast room to see Insomnia. The real name of Yushan Luanjin was Song Bowen. He came to the Hope territory with more than 200 people who shared the boat with the group purchase. Later, Su Ruhan saw in the statistics that Yushan Luanjin had experience in scientific research, so he arranged for him to work in the territory's research institute. Yes, Lord. I suddenly had an inspiration in my dream last night, and I felt that it would be very helpful for research, so I came to the research institute early in the morning to verify my inspiration. Song Bowen pushed his glasses. In the atmosphere of the research institute, he had the temperament of a scientific researcher. Okay. Then you continue your research, we won't disturb you. After Su Ruhan finished speaking, he did not bother Song Bowen anymore, but turned around and went somewhere else with Liu Yui. Liu Yui first took Su Ruhan to the department that researched power generation equipment and introduced, the progress of this part of the research is already very good. It is estimated that in a few days, we can develop a seawater generator that is unique to our Hope territory. The cost is about 10 times cheaper than the one in the infrastructure mall. The Research Institute is currently the only place in Hope territory that has electricity supply. Liu Yui had spent more than 100 million popularity points to build the Research Institute. Among them, he spent 30 million popularity points to buy 3 seawater generators in the mall. But despite this, the power generated by the 3 generators was barely enough for the Research Institute, not enough to supply the entire territory. To restore the power of the entire territory, I am afraid that at least dozens of seawater generators in the mall will be needed. That is really a huge expense. Therefore, the research of generators is currently the top priority for the members of the Institute. That's pretty good. Su Ruhan didn't expect the progress to be so fast, and was a little happy. Liu Yui nodded slightly, and then took Su Ruhan to see the seawater desalination device, and some other research results. Among them, seawater desalination is a relatively simple one, so it has been successfully studied, and it only needs to be promoted in the next few days to restore the fresh water supply of the entire territory. Very good, thank you for your hard work. Su Ruhan knew Liu Yui's ability, and knew that it would be no problem to let him take charge of the core department of the territory, the Research Institute. Su Ruhan said to Liu Yui after a few more words, then you go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me, I go check on the farm and stuff. The Research Institute is the focus of the initial construction of the territory, but the crops, poultry, and other food produced by the farm are also the most basic conditions for ensuring the survival of the players. Wah wah. Su Ruhan just walked into the farm, and saw Lin Yihua busy at the side. She stepped forward and greeted her. Lin Yihua saw that it was Su Ruhan who came, and quickly put down the things in her hands, and ran towards her. Sister Ruhan, you are here. Su Ruhan raised the corner of her mouth slightly and nodded. Looking at the farm that had changed a lot, Su Ruhan knew without asking that the farm was doing well under Lin Yihua's management. Sister Ruhan, let me tell you, the output of our territory farm is really amazing. Whether it is crops or poultry, the growth cycle is very short. You see, in just a few days, many crops have matured. The food output of our farm will definitely be enough to supply the entire territory. Lin Yihua was very excited at this moment. The timidity when she first joined the territory a few days ago has completely disappeared. Instead, she has a confident and excited smile. Su Ruhan also praised, Hua Hua is great. Lin Yihua was a little embarrassed by the praise. She touched her hair, and after a long while, she continued to speak embarrassedly. Sister Ruhan, if the output of our territory farm is excessive in the future, I thought that I could sell the excess to the player exchange, so that I can earn some popularity points and use them to build our territory better. Of course, the farm is fully under your charge. As long as you can ensure the food supply of the territory members, you can do whatever you want with the rest. Su Ruhan was also quite relieved about Lin Yihua. This little girl was very serious and careful in doing things. She talked to Lin Yihua about the future development of the farm, and then left the farm. Whether it was the Research Institute or the farm, they were all built very well with everyone's joint efforts. Every player who joined the Hope territory also performed his duties. Seeing that the territory was developing in such an orderly manner, Su Ruhan could leave the territory with peace of mind and go to the sea to find an S-level boss to upgrade. Soon, Su Ruhan came to the border of a territory, a very inconspicuous coast. After confirming that Lu Yue, who was on the same screen in the live broadcast room, was not in front of the light screen and there were no other players around, Su Ruhan put the ship he had bought earlier into the sea. The sea water covered the depth of the ship by 1 to 2 meters. Su Ruhan got on the ship without any further delay and walked directly to the cockpit of the ship. In the game, except for the cheapest small boat with a popularity value of 10,000, all other ships can be driven automatically. Although Su Ruhan can't drive a boat, he only needs to set a coordinate casually, and the ship can automatically drive in the sea. Su Ruhan opened the map that came with the ship, and after randomly setting an empty sea area, the ship began to set sail automatically, looking at the Hope territory that was getting farther and farther away, and gradually disappeared from sight. Su Ruhan's thoughts also drifted away. Chapter 24, Day 24. At noon, Lu Yue finished his research this morning and moved the game screen back to himself. He found that the scene behind Su Ruhan seemed a little different from the past. He looked closely and was surprised to find that it was not the cockpit of the ship. You left the territory? After confirming that Su Ruhan was really in the cockpit of the ship, the surprise on Lu Yue's face instantly turned into shock. Don't get excited. Su Ruhan estimated that Lu Yue would be back in front of the screen at about this time, so she waited in front of her own game screen. When she heard Lu Yue speak, she immediately responded. In fact, the reason why Su Ruhan left the territory alone without notifying others in advance was very simple, mainly to avoid unnecessary arguments with Lu Yue. Others were fine, but Su Ruhan knew that with Lu Yue's personality, if he knew in advance that he was leaving the territory, he would definitely leave everything behind and follow her without caring. But Su Ruhan didn't want Lu Yue to leave the Hope territory. Hope territory is still in the early stages of construction. If there is no strong person in charge, it will be easily occupied by others. Su Ruhan didn't want everyone's hard work for so many days to go to waste. So after thinking it over again and again, Su Ruhan finally decided to leave the island during the morning when Lu Yue was the busiest and not around during scientific research. You know, I can find you. Lu Yue pursed his lips. His voice was much lower than usual. Su Ruhan knew that what Lu Yue meant was that he could check her location. She did not continue to talk about this issue, but changed the subject and said, "Don't be impulsive. I left a letter for you on the bedside table in my bedroom." This letter was written by Su Ruhan last night. She also understood Lu Yue's character. If she left the base without saying anything, he would definitely be a little angry. So she explained it in the letter. Well, Lu Yue sighed helplessly in his heart. He knew that Su Ruhan was stubborn and no one could persuade her. In fact, at the beginning, Lu Yue was really a little angry at Su Ruhan's behavior. But after calming down and thinking about it, it was easy to guess the reason why Su Ruhan did this. It was nothing more than worrying about the territory and eager to improve her own strength. Lu Yue could understand Su Ruhan's feelings, so he naturally would not blame her for leaving without saying goodbye. He would only attribute all this to the players who slandered Su Ruhan in the popular posts and forced Su Ruhan away. Lu Yue sneered and secretly made a note of these players. After a long time, Lu Yue finally calmed down his emotions, and his tone seemed a little aggrieved. Okay, I know, believe me, I will check it tonight. Well, these days, you lead everyone to build the territory well, and I will go back when I reach level 50. Very soon. Su Ruhan heard Lu Yue's tone, and knew that he should have calmed down. Lu Yue sighed helplessly again, and after a moment, he responded, I know, you have to take care of yourself. I love eating durian. Sister Ruhan, why are you leaving? Don't take those people's words to heart. The anonymous posts on the forum are places for those who are unhappy with their lives to vent their emotions. Don't pay attention to what they say. Saiwafiwa, yes, Sister Ruhan, you are already great. You have only been in the game for a few days, but you can kill the S-level boss and the top 100 players in the strength rankings. How many people can do this? The song ends and the crowd disperses. Yes, Lord, don't be impulsive. Many of Su Ruhan's old fans in the live broadcast room have joined the Hope territory. They have been flooding the screen since Su Ruhan left the territory, and have been persuading Su Ruhan not to be impulsive. Thank you for your kindness. I made this decision after careful consideration. I will not leave the territory for too long, so don't worry too much. Looking at the content in the live broadcast room, Su Ruhan felt warm in her heart. She could see that many of them were sincerely concerned about her safety. Su Ruhan chatted with everyone for a few more words, comforted Lu Yui and all the viewers in the live broadcast room who cared about her, and she could finally start to concentrate on finding the S-level boss on the sea to kill. Su Ruhan took out the detector that he had prepared before and began to detect the surrounding sea area to see if there was any suitable S-level boss. The detector is a rectangular transparent light curtain similar to the game light curtain, slightly smaller than the game light curtain. From a distance, it looks like a smaller version of the game light curtain. Su Ruhan clicked the start detection button in the middle of the detector, and a rotating circle appeared in the center of the detector. It seemed that it was detecting. A few seconds later, the central rotating circle disappeared, and instead, a map of the sea area with a radius of 100 kilometers centered on Su Ruhan's location was displayed. This map was densely marked with dots in 4 colors: green, white, yellow, and red. Among them, green is an island, white is a player, yellow is an ordinary sea monster, and red is a boss. Click on any of the dots to see the information on that dot. This includes coordinates, introductions, etc. Su Ruhan dragged the map, looking for the red dot among the dense dots. But what puzzled Su Ruhan was that for some reason, there were often several dots on the map, superimposed on the same coordinate display, which made it difficult for her to select the dot information she wanted to view. Su Ruhan patiently continued to study the map interface of this detector. Soon she discovered the secret. Su Ruhan found that as long as she pressed the screen with her finger for a few seconds, she could rotate the map up and down, that is, she could convert the 2D map into another 3D angle. However, from this 3D perspective, many 2D objects seem to be dots on the left, but in fact they are not on the same horizontal plane. They are at different depths in the seawater. In this way, the yellow and red marks with countless layers of the same coordinates on the original 2D map can also be viewed under the 3D effect. This is much more convenient. However, despite this, the number of these ordinary sea monsters in the map is too large, densely packed, occupying most of the map area. Su Ruhan couldn't see other islands, players, and boss locations clearly. She didn't know if there was any way to turn off the yellow dot mark of ordinary sea monsters. Su Ruhan studied the detector carefully again. Soon, she found a small button in the upper right corner of the map, check to display. Su Ruhan clicked on this button and found 4 options: island, player, boss, and ordinary sea monster. Behind these 4 options, there is a small square box. Each box has a check mark, indicating that it is checked. Su Ruhan quickly found the column of ordinary sea monsters, and removed the check mark in the box behind it. The next moment, detector on the map of the interface, all the yellow dots of ordinary sea monsters disappeared, and the entire map became empty. There were only a few islands, players, and boss logos. Su Ruhan was delighted. She felt that such a map looked much simpler and clearer. She quickly selected a dot of an S-level boss that was only 50 kilometers away from her current location and clicked to view the information. Red boss. Name: unknown S-level boss. Coordinates: area C13, 667,897. Text: unknown. Health: unknown. Attributes: unknown. Detector: in addition to the boss level and coordinates in the first 2 rows, the rest of the attributes are unknown. Su Ruhan was somewhat helpless. It seemed that the distance of 50 kilometers was indeed a little far. He could only wait until the distance was closer and then redetect it. However, it was enough to determine the level and coordinates of the boss. After all, for Su Ruhan now, most S-level bosses were not particularly difficult to deal with. Without much hesitation, Su Ruhan directly set the coordinates of the S-level boss on the main control interface of the ship. The ship was moving very fast. In less than an hour, Su Ruhan had already arrived at the 10-kilometer range near the coordinates of the S-level boss detected by the detector. Su Ruhan clicked on the control panel of the ship a few times and stopped the ship. Then he clicked detector again on the red boss on the screen and chose to view the properties. The content in the interface this time was quite different from the last time. Red boss. Name: S-level boss Giant Dunkleistus. Coordinates: C13 district, 667,897. Text: a seriously injured giant Dunkleistus. Note: the giant Dunkleistus in a healthy state is incredibly powerful, up to SSS level. HP 15440/200000. Bleeding. Attributes: attack 448, 2240, defense 636, 3180, speed 224, 1120. Weakness: attacking the wound of the giant Dunkleistus can produce a critical hit effect. This time, The detector displayed all the information of this S-level boss. This information is very detailed. It not only contains the health and attribute points of this S-level boss, but also its weaknesses. However, after checking the specific attributes of this S-level boss, Su Ruhan did not move forward immediately. Instead, she looked at the 3 words, Dunkleistus, and frowned slightly. If she remembered correctly, Dunkleistus was a super strong prehistoric creature in their time, with amazing bite force, which could bite a shark in half in 1 bite. For a long time, it was the overlord of the sea. Logically speaking, this giant Dunkleistus should not be only S-level. The S-level bull shark before this giant Dunkleistus is just food. But Su Ruhan thought about it, and guessed the reason. This giant Dunkleistus in a perfect state may be a SS level or SSS level boss, but it dropped to S level after being injured. But even though it is a giant Dunkleistus in an injured state, its various attributes are far superior to the S-level bosses that Su Ruhan encountered before. Su Ruhan hesitated. She was considering whether to give up the injured Dunkleistus and switch to another S-level boss. Su Ruhan did not start the boat rashly, but waited quietly at the spot, and began to carefully analyze the various data of the giant Dunkleistus, weighing the pros and cons. Her current attack is 235, defense is 100, and speed is 200. Each attribute value is very different from that of the injured Dunkleistus. Su Ruhan added 30 points to attack and speed respectively for the 60 unallocated attribute values that were upgraded to level 36. Attack becomes 265, speed 230. Su Ruhan calculated again. After she put on her weapons and equipment and used her skills, her maximum attack could reach 730, defense 200, and speed 230. This attribute value is actually not low among many players in the game. However, it is still not enough in front of this S-level boss giant Dunkleistus. This boss has an attack power of 448 points, and Su Ruhan is only level 36 now, and her total health is only 450 points. Even if the defense can block 200 points, as long as this Dunkleistus hits Su Ruhan twice, Su Ruhan's health will be directly lost. And Su Ruhan's maximum attack is 730 points. Even if she attacks the weakness of the boss every time and hits it with a critical hit, causing 1460 points of damage, she still has to attack more than 10 times in a row to kill this S-level boss. And, more importantly, Su Ruhan is still slightly disadvantaged in the sea battle. After all, she doesn't have the teleportation skill like Liu Yui, so she doesn't have to worry about having nowhere to stay. When she was fighting the boss at sea, she had to pay attention to her foothold and other issues. Just as Su Ruhan was hesitating, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the red dot belonging to the S-level boss in the detector, which was approaching her position quickly. Su Ruhan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this injured S-level boss was so sensitive and had discovered her existence so quickly. It seems that escaping is not a solution. Su Ruhan quickly took out weapons and equipment and bought a small speedboat, a rock climbing hook, and several wooden boards from the Popularity Mall in case of emergency. Not long after, the figure of the S-level boss giant Dunkleistus appeared in Su Ruhan's sight. This Dunkleistus was more than 20 meters long, much larger than the 3 S-level bosses Su Ruhan had encountered before. Su Ruhan stood in front of this giant Dunkleistus, just like the difference between an ant and an elephant. There was no time to delay. Su Ruhan immediately put away the big ship and jumped onto the speedboat. He raised his sword and started fighting with the seriously injured S-level boss giant Dunkleistus. However, Su Ruhan's sight line was too low when she was standing on the speedboat, and she couldn't see where the giant Dunkleistus was injured. This made her at a greater disadvantage. Many plans to kill this S-level boss suddenly emerged in Su Ruhan's mind. In the end, she chose the most reliable plan. That is to use the climbing hook to jump onto the back of the giant Dunkleistus, and then stabilize her body on its back. Then wait for an opportunity to find its injured part, take advantage of its weakness, and attack it repeatedly to kill it. So, when the giant Dunkleistus was approaching quickly, and the distance between it and Su Ruhan was less than 10 meters, Su Ruhan quickly threw out the climbing hook and fixed it on the back of the giant Dunkleistus. The next moment, she used the power of the hook to flip over and jump onto the back of the giant Dunkleistus. After Su Ruhan got behind the giant Dunkleistus, she was not idle. She immediately took out her long sword and stabbed it into the flesh of the giant Dunkleistus. The sword was almost completely immersed in the flesh of the giant Dunkleistus. Su Ruhan grabbed the hilt of the sword to prevent herself from falling off the back of the fish. The S-level boss giant Dunkleistus was not stupid. When it sensed a player on its back, It immediately began to twist its body violently and jumped up and down in the seawater, trying to shake off the human player. But how could Su Ruhan let it do so? Su Ruhan felt that a long sword alone might not be strong enough. Then he had an idea and thought of the hook of the rock-climbing hook. If it sank into the fish meat and hooked the giant Dunkleosteus' skin and flesh, it might be strong. However, the previous grappling hook was too far away, and it was not convenient for Su Ruhan to get it, so she simply bought 2 more from the Popularity Mall. After Su Ruhan placed the 2 newly bought grappling hooks in the right place, he took out a hammer and hammered them hard, hammering both grappling hooks into the flesh of the S-level boss giant Dunkleosteus. Then, he tied the rope at the end of the hook to his feet to fix his body. Life is like a dream, eh? I feel sorry for this S-level boss. I love to eat durian. Ha ha ha. Sister Ruhan is too funny. It is obviously such a dangerous moment, but she actually took out a hammer. Ha ha ha. Slight smile. Ha ha, garbage is garbage. Every time you kill an S-level boss, you use these crooked methods. Love to eat catfish. Just to say, you are always trying to attract attention, and I don't know what you are doing. Wouldn't it be better to give up your position earlier? Like flour, not flour. You flies are really annoying. You always come to the live broadcast room to be weird. I am so annoyed. In Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, since the last popular post continued to ferment, it began to gradually become chaotic. At Su Ruhan's signal, Lu Yui also stopped caring about this matter on the surface. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became excited when they saw Su Ruhan start to fight the boss again. But Su Ruhan didn't care what the audience in the live broadcast room thought. After she fixed her body shape, she began to observe this S-level giant Dunkleosteus and where the injured part was. Soon, Su Ruhan found something wrong. She found that this giant Dunkleosteus seemed to have no tail. In other words, even the back half of its body, 1/3 of the position, seemed to have been bitten off by some creature. At the back of the S-class Dunkleosteus, there was a bloody, huge cross-sectional wound. This wound was bleeding. Detected the blood volume of this giant Dunkleosteus was also decreasing. Su Ruhan did not feel happy at all, but his breath was choked, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You know, this S-class giant Dunkleosteus was as high as SSS level during its victorious period. What kind of creature could bite off the tail of the SSS class boss giant Dunkleosteus in one bite? Su Ruhan didn't dare to think about it anymore. She immediately took out the detector and started detecting. She was a little worried that there might be a boss more terrifying than the SSS level one around her. Fortunately, Su Ruhan was overthinking this time. Within a 50-kilometer radius around her, there were no other red dots except for the seriously injured S-level giant Dunkleosteus under her feet. Su Ruhan breathed a sigh of relief and began to take the battle with this S-level boss giant Dunkleosteus seriously. Actually, it was not really a fight. After all, Su Ruhan had fixed herself on the back of the giant Dunkleosteus, and the giant Dunkleosteus had no way to attack her. Moreover, with half of its body bitten off, and in a bleeding state, it might not survive for a few days without Su Ruhan's attack. However, Su Ruhan let go of the rope, moved to the wound of the Dunkleosteus, and began to stab its weak point with a long sword. 2 minutes later, the giant Dunkleosteus, which was already seriously injured, died under Su Ruhan's sword without any suspense. This boss also rewards 10,000 experience points and 1,000 popularity points, but nothing else. Speaking of which, Su Ruhan actually only got a diamond treasure chest when she killed an S-level boss for the first time. In the other times, she got nothing except experience points and popularity points. However, Su Ruhan didn't take it to heart. Anyway, what she needed most now was experience points, and she could consider other things later. And just now, when she killed the giant Dunkleosteus, Su Ruhan didn't forget to sell it directly to the recycling station of the Popularity Mall when it sank to the bottom of the sea. Sold 100,000 popularity points. Although it's not much, a mosquito is still meat, and a little bit adds up. After defeating the boss, Su Ruhan took out the detector and prepared to find a safe place to rest. Soon Su Ruhan detected that there seemed to be a green-marked island less than 10 kilometers away from her current location. Moreover, this island is different from other islands in that there is no white mark belonging to the player on this island. This is really a bit strange. The islands that Su Ruhan had seen before were basically green with one or several white dots on them. This meant that there must be players on those islands. Su Ruhan had never seen an island that was only green and not white. Su Ruhan thought of a possibility. Maybe the players on the island left the island and were about to join other players' territories, but were still on the way, so the island had not been merged yet? In order to verify his guess, Su Ruhan clicked to view the information of the Green Island. Green Island. Name, Deserted Island. Coordinates, C13 District, 666, 886. Text, an uninhabited deserted island. Area, 9,999 square meters. The name of this island is actually written in the introduction. An uninhabited deserted island. In the game, in addition to the player's isolated island, there is also such an isolated island. Su Ruhan was a little surprised. She had not thought that there would be such a possibility before. After detecting that there was no special danger on the island, Su Ruhan set the forward coordinates of the ship to the location of the deserted island. She wanted to see if there was anything special about this deserted island. The ship was moving very fast, and after just over 10 minutes, Su Ruhan arrived at the coast of the deserted island. Su Ruhan put away the ship and stepped onto the deserted island. Ding, congratulations. Su Ruhan, player C13 area 6666. Stepping onto the uninhabited deserted island, the player can merge it into a part of his territory. Please select yes/no to merge. As soon as Su Ruhan stepped onto the deserted island, he heard the system prompt sound coming from the position of his game screen. Su Ruhan decisively chose yes. The next moment, Su Ruhan found that the territory area in her personal attribute interface had directly expanded by 9999 square meters. And the deserted island under her feet also disappeared in an instant. Su Ruhan had no choice but to take out the ship again and enter the cockpit of the ship. After standing still, she quickly opened the territory infrastructure panel and wanted to check the territory map. Soon, Su Ruhan found the deserted island she had just merged in the corner of the territory map. It seems that the deserted island should have been directly merged into the Hope territory 100 kilometers away. The audience in the live broadcast room were all a little excited when they saw such a magical scene. You know, after they left their own islands and joined the territory, they couldn't see the process of their islands disappearing and merging with their own eyes. And if they heard it right, that island could be a deserted island, which was merged into their territory without any effort. This has brought new ideas for creating territories to many independent players, but unlike the excitement of the audience, Su Ruhan suddenly seemed to think of something at this moment. She didn't feel a trace of joy in her heart, but more worried. Chapter 25 Day 25. Deserted islands may be the islands left behind by players who unfortunately died in the game. If this assumption is true, then the players who died in the game account for a large part of the total number of players pulled into the game. In this case, doesn't it mean that the number of deserted islands in the game now may be many times more than the islands inhabited by players from the clearance conditions in the previous announcement when the game version was upgraded? Perhaps, the key to clearing the game is not whether players from all over the world can join the same territory. Rather, it is whether the islands around the world have merged into one whole. At first glance, this may not make any difference, but if you think about it carefully, the difference is huge. The surviving players account for about 1/10 of the total number of people who entered the game. The current number of survivors is more than 20 million, which means that more than 200 million players originally entered the game. If the islands of those dead players have all become deserted islands, then the total number of deserted islands in the game, plus the number of deserted islands, may be 200 million. It was difficult to unify the more than 20 million islands with owners in the game, and now there are so many unowned islands with unknown coordinates. In this way, it will be even more difficult to complete the game. Su Ruhan's calm mood has fluctuated a little at this moment. No one wants to be trapped in the game for a lifetime. Honeysuckle Tea, Anchor, what's the situation with your island? If I heard it correctly just now, did the system prompt say that this is an uninhabited deserted island? What year is this evening? There are actually uninhabited deserted islands in this game. Doesn't that mean that many players who don't want to join other people's territories have a new choice? Emperor of Europe. But I feel that this is not a good thing. There are already more than 20 million isolated islands owned by players, and now a deserted island has been discovered. The game is even more difficult to pass. Just as Su Ruhan was stunned, her live broadcast room became very lively because of her discovery of the deserted island. Many players were very interested in the deserted island that Su Ruhan had just discovered. But occasionally there are rational players who analyze the pros and cons in the comments. Although Su Ruhan noticed these comments at this moment, she was not in the mood to respond. Her mood at this moment became a little depressed because she suddenly found that the difficulty of passing the game had increased a lot. However, with the reminder of the comments in the live broadcast room, Su Ruhan remembered that the scene of her merging the deserted island and the deserted island disappearing instantly was broadcast live. At this moment, The forum must have started to discuss this matter again. Su Ruhen pinched her brows. As soon as she opened the forum, she saw several new posts about deserted islands. She browsed for a while, and finally chose the one with the most comments and the most popular one and clicked in. Independent players. There may be a way to create a territory without joining other people's territories or killing other players to plunder islands. Hot 1L, original poster. I was watching the live broadcast of the first territory lord just now, and I saw her land on an uninhabited deserted island. The deserted island had no owner, and she merged it effortlessly, hoping that the area of her territory would become a little bigger. Perhaps. Not all islands in the game have owners. Players who don't want to join other people's territories or duel can find such ownerless deserted islands to merge and create their own territories. 2L, is this true? I've never heard of deserted islands before. 3L, I personally believe that what the OP said is true. After all, the game has such a high mortality rate, but after the player dies, the island may not disappear, so it will become an ownerless deserted island? Many people in the post have been distracted by the post author, and their focus is different from Su Ruhen's. But from another perspective, Su Ruhen thinks that what the post author said is not wrong. The existence of the deserted island does give many independent players a new idea to create their own territory. However, I don't know if the post author of this post deliberately ignored the fact that the existence of the deserted island will greatly increase the difficulty of passing the game. 151L, although what the OP said is correct, wouldn't it be more difficult to clear the game? The condition for clearing the game is to merge all the islands into one. Who knows how many deserted islands there are in this game? How long will it take to merge all these islands with, and without people? 16L. That's to say, the existence of deserted islands can indeed solve the problem of creating a territory temporarily. But in the long run, it will definitely do more harm than good. Su Ruhen quickly scrolled down the post, and soon saw these two rational comments. These two players had the same concerns as her. Those islands with owners were actually okay. At least every player had to live broadcast. When players live broadcast, they can use the skills similar to Luyui's. Explore hidden attributes to check the specific coordinates of these players. However, those unknown deserted islands may be scattered all over the world. It is easier to find larger ones, but if there are many like Su Ruhen's. 1 square meter. How can we find a place of the same size? Su Ruhen was silent for a long time, but suddenly she had an idea that might work. That is, using her innate skill, territory expansion, to cover the entire blue star by expanding the territory, which is also a disguised unification. Moreover, if a person's territory can integrate enough deserted islands, then the territory expansion skill can expand on a large enough area every day. Perhaps, it won't be long before her territory can be expanded to the entire blue star. As for the process of expanding the territory, she may encounter countless deserted islands, but when they border on Su Ruhen's territory, they may be automatically merged into Su Ruhen's territory. In this way, Su Ruhen no longer needs to go all out to find those particularly small deserted islands all over the world, and only needs to concentrate on unifying those larger territories. This is a very good idea. But there are many problems that need to be verified. For example, how can we ensure that when expanding the territory, it will definitely border the deserted islands, rather than automatically bypassing those deserted islands or other players' territories for expansion? However, these problems are estimated to be impossible to verify in a short time. After all, Su Ruhen's personal territory is only tens of thousands of square meters. It will take a long time to expand it to a large enough size. But no matter what, the territory expansion skill also provides Su Ruhen with a new idea for passing the game. Su Ruhen silently remembered this important idea in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to verify it later. Since the deserted island he found before has been directly integrated into the territory of hope, Su Ruhen is now ready to find a new place to rest. Although it is not impossible to rest on the ship at night, ordinary sea monsters and bosses on the sea are much more active than during the day. Su Ruhen also doesn't want to suddenly encounter an S-level or above boss while he is sleeping. Moreover, more importantly, the sea waves at night were still very big, swaying the ship, causing the entire ship to shake constantly. It was shaking so much that it gave people a headache. Su Ruhen operated the detector and began to detect again. Soon, Su Ruhen found a deserted island with a green mark in the detector. She decisively positioned the coordinates of the ship's advance to the location of the deserted island. Not long after, Su Ruhen landed on the deserted island she discovered for the second time. As soon as she stepped onto the island, she heard the game system's prompt sound that she was merging the deserted island. However, Suruhan did not choose to merge immediately this time, but clicked No. Rejecting the merger is mainly to prevent the deserted island from disappearing again after merging with the territory and transferring to the territory of hope. Moreover, Suruhan also wanted to see if there would be any special changes to the deserted island after refusing the merger, or if there would be any settings to refuse players from entering. But after Suruhan refused to merge, the system's prompt sound never sounded again, and the deserted island remained unchanged. Suruhan breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, this is good. At least this kind of deserted island without an owner will not exclude players who step into the deserted island. She has a place to stay tonight. It's getting late. Suruhan didn't delay any longer. She took out the tent she got a long time ago and opened it. She also lit a bonfire next to the tent for lighting and heating. Suddenly, this scene seemed to go back to when Suruhan first entered the game. Suruhan felt that the pressure on all players in the previous version of the game was not as great as it is now. After all, at that time, all players only had to consider one thing, that is, how to survive on the isolated island. No one thought about how to leave the game. Maybe it's because ignorance is fearless. If you don't think about releasing the game, there is really no pressure. But no one can do this. After the game version was upgraded, all players were given a guide to leave the game. But Suruhan felt that this guide seemed to be tempting all players to perish, and the content of the clear note in the game introduction at the beginning of the game version upgrade, the ocean danger factor will be greatly reduced, was not necessarily accurate. Suruhan went out to sea today, and found that the danger level of the ocean had not actually decreased. Those high-level boss did not disappear, but seemed to be dormant. The giant Dunkleistos that Suruhan encountered today, which was seriously injured but still had an S level, is a good example that there may be unknown creatures in the sea area of this game that are more terrifying than SSS level creatures. However now, almost all players seem to have ignored this point. They put all their attention on the content of the game announcement and concentrated on studying the issue of joining or building a territory. This is actually a huge hidden danger. The existence of the deserted island has pushed the difficulty of clearing the game to a higher level again. Suruhan's thoughts drifted away until the second half of the night, when she gradually felt sleepy. She set the detector beside her to an alarm mode, and then fell asleep peacefully in the tent. This alarm mode was discovered by Suruhan during the daytime when she was operating the detector. Click on the red button in the upper left corner of the detector to set it to alarm mode. Once an ordinary sea monster or a boss enters a certain distance, the alarm will be activated. Suruhan set the alarm system to go off if a common sea monster appeared within 1 kilometer, an S-level boss appeared within 10 kilometers, or an SS-level or SSS-level sea monster appeared within 100 kilometers. In this way, Suruhan would feel more secure when resting in an unfamiliar environment. The next morning. That was the morning of the 21st day after Suruhan entered the game. Suruhan simply packed up the tent, bought some bread for breakfast, and prepared to set sail to the sea to find a boss to upgrade. Of course, before leaving the deserted island, Suruhan did not forget to integrate the area of the second deserted island, 8,888 square meters, into her own territory. The larger her personal territory, the larger the new territory that can be expanded every day. As for Suruhan's level, after she killed the S-level boss yesterday, she reached level 39, and only needed 3,300 experience points to reach level 40. From level 40 to level 50, 44,500 experience points are required. That's a total of 47,800 experience points. In other words, Suruhan only needs to kill 5 more S-level bosses to level up. Moreover, in the process of killing the bosses, Suruhan can also submit the 2 daily tasks that will upgrade to level 40 and kill ordinary sea monsters. This can also increase some experience points. In this way, her upgrade speed will be faster. However, even if the level is upgraded to level 50, Suruhan does not plan to return to the territory so soon. Although Suruhan's level 50 strength may surpass most players, the difficulty of this game may not only lie in the players. Suruhan's experience yesterday made her feel that it was too difficult to deal with so many unknown dangers with a level of 50. Suruhan planned to level up a few more levels before going back. Anyway, the base was looked after by Liyue, Linihua and others, so she was relieved. Her main task now was to level up. Only by improving her own strength could she be more beneficial to the development of the base in the future. Suruhan spent the next 2 or 3 days searching for S-level bosses. Because of the existence of the detector, In addition to the seriously injured giant S-level boss Dunkleistus, Su Ruhan also easily found the other 4 ordinary S-level bosses. The attributes of these 4 S-level bosses are far inferior to that of the injured giant Dunkleistus, so it is very easy for Su Ruhan to deal with them. With 40,000 experience points from the 4 S-level bosses, plus 15,000 experience points from daily tasks to level 40, and 2,000 experience points from killing 100 ordinary sea monsters, Su Ruhan finally successfully reached level 50. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Su Ruhan, player number 6666, Area C13. For reaching level 50. Rewards. Talent skill draw times *1, popularity value advance draw times *1. On the evening of the 20th day of the game, Su Ruhan finally waited for the long-awaited prompt sound. Without any delay, she directly clicked the draw button on the main interface of the game and started drawing talent skills. Ding! Congratulations to the player for drawing talent skills. Wood ability, SSS level. The talent skill that Su Ruhan drew was one of her dual abilities in the Apocalypse, the Wood ability. However, the system's notification sound for the skill drawn this time was somewhat different from the previous ones. Before, there were usually 2 notification sounds. The first one was no different from this time, but the second one was usually a detailed explanation of the skill drawn. But this time, the system did not announce the second one directly. Su Ruhan felt something was wrong. She quickly clicked on her personal attributes interface and checked the introduction of the new Wood type ability she had drawn. Active skill, Wood power, SSS level. You can use Wood power to attack or heal players. Note, if the player is detected as a Doomsday player, Wood power is one of the player's original powers, which can restore the original level of the player's power in the Doomsday. Su Ruhan was shocked when she saw the note below the skill introduction. If the words Doomsday player were discovered by other players, her identity would be exposed. Fortunately, the game system is not so tricky. If it had just put this Wood power, the introduction and notes of the skill were directly broadcasted, and Su Ruhan would probably become the public enemy of all game players. Originally, restoring the Wood type ability, and Su Ruhan's original highest level should be a very happy thing. However, Su Ruhan was not happy at all at this moment. If someone else had the same skill of viewing hidden attributes as Liu Yui, or if the detector could detect the notes of the skill, then it seems that it is better to use the ability less when it is not necessary. Su Ruhan now understood why Liu Yui had such a powerful lightning ability, but didn't use it, and instead used the weapons and equipment in the game to fight the boss. There was no point in thinking too much about the ability. Su Ruhan suppressed his worries, and continued to pay attention to his own level and attributes. Su Ruhan thought that since he had added points at level 36 last time, he had not added points again until level 50, so he should still have 140 points. Upgrade points were not allocated. Su Ruhan used 70 points to increase his speed to 300, and the remaining 70 points were all added to his attack, which became 335. Personal attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. Level, 1820/10,000, level 50. Territory, Hope Territory. Territory area, 1.525 million square meters. Current territory area, 88,000 square meters. Health, 590/590. Satisfaction, 520/590. Physical strength, 490/590. Attributes, attack 335, defense 100, speed 300, intelligence 100, luck 100. Talented skills, territory expansion, SSS level, Wood power, SSS level, God-given popularity, SSS level, double attack, SSS level, double upgrade points, SS level. Item bar. Omitted after the game level is upgraded to level 50, the experience required for upgrading has indeed increased significantly. Normally, it only takes 5,000 experience points to upgrade from level 50 to level 51, but now it requires 10,000 points. If each level up adds 5,000 experience points, the next level up will require 15,000, the next level up 20,000, and so on. The further you go, the harder it will be to level up. After Su Ruhan reached level 50, he looked through more experience posts about game upgrades in the forum. According to those experience posts, this game does not reach its peak attribute value after reaching level 100. After level 100 and after 100 days in the game, the task bar will no longer update the level and game survival days tasks, but will add other more difficult tasks. Although these tasks are difficult to complete, the rewards are extremely generous. Sometimes there will be attribute points, sometimes it is top quality equipment, or high-level treasure chests, and even more rewards will be the number of talent and ability draws, etc. However, most of these tasks are extremely difficult, and few players are willing to take this risk. But in other words, level 100 can actually be regarded as a new beginning for players to improve their strength in the game. Players who have just reached level 100 and players who have been at level 100 for a long time and have done many difficult tasks may not be at the same level to a large extent. As he learned more about the hidden settings of the game, Suruhan became more and more cautious about the game. At night, several consecutive system announcements sounded over the islands and territories of all players in the game. Announcement: congratulations to all players for surviving 14 days after the island survival game territory infrastructure mode was turned on. The game difficulty continues to increase, and players who have not joined or created a territory within 14 days will be eliminated. I wish you all a happy game. Current number of territories: 214,560. Current number of survivors worldwide: 18,104,570 people. Suruhan, who was resting on a deserted island and reading the experience posts on the forum, was also a little surprised when he heard the system broadcast of more than 200,000 territories. I didn't expect that in just 1 week, so many players have created so many territories, but it's easy to understand. After all, no player wants to be eliminated from the game because they didn't complete the content in the system announcement. Suruhan opened the territory rankings and wanted to see the current development of each territory. Territory rankings. 01. Hope Territory, Level 3, Lord. Suruhan, number 6666, Area C13, Infrastructure Value: 560 million. Number of members: 21,098 people. 02. Knock over this broken game, Level 2, Lord. Gulin, what kind of broken game is this? Infrastructure Value: 230 million. Number of members: 18,849 people. 03. For Supremacy Territory, Level 2, Lord. Fangsheng, for Supremacy, Infrastructure. Construction Value: 160 million. Number of members: 14,561 people. 04. Tianqing Territory, Level 1, Lord. Yanyiqing, Mountain Evening looking at the clear sky, Infrastructure Value: 81.54 million. Number of members: 9,032 people. 100. Anan Territory, Level 1, Lord. Zhoan, Itzanan, Infrastructure Value: 10.2 million. Number of members: 1,156 people. It wasn't long since Suruhan last opened the territory rankings. But this time, Suruhan found that the territory ranking list was already filled with different territories of different sizes. Suruhan pinched his eyebrows and felt that it would be a troublesome thing to unify so many territories. Fortunately, the Hope Territory has been upgraded to Level 3. The number of people has exceeded 20,000 and is still increasing, temporarily leading other territories. As for the development of the second and third territories, they are actually not bad. The level has reached Level 2, and the number of people is more than 10,000. Suruhan closed the territory rankings and thought about the number of survivors in the system announcement. The number of survivors this week is still much lower than before. Although the risk factor of the ocean has decreased, it does not mean that there is no danger. It is okay during the day, but if it is night and the ship is still sailing on the sea, it will occasionally encounter a powerful boss. Suruhan has seen several posts about players' ships being wiped out in the forum these days. However, overall, the danger of the ocean is indeed much lower than before the game was upgraded. Especially at night on islands or territories, there is basically no danger, and there are rarely sea monsters coming ashore, let alone boss. Therefore, current players usually go out to sea during the day and find a deserted island to temporarily stay and rest at night. This can also guarantee their safety to the greatest extent. Pulling back the drifting thoughts, Suruhan thought that she would find time to ask Lu Yui tomorrow about the recent development of the Hope Territory. At the same time, she was also thinking about how to arrange herself in the future now that she is level 50 and has recovered a wood-type ability. But at this moment, the alarm of the detector sounded in her ears. Beep beep. There is an SSS level boss entering the 100-kilometer sea area around the player. Please pay attention to safety. Chapter 26, Day 26. Detector. The alarm function has never been turned off since Suruhan turned it on when he was resting at night a few days ago. When going out to sea during the day, it only needs to be slightly modified to turn off the alarm prompts of ordinary C monsters and S-level boss. As for the early warning of SS level and SSS level boss, Su Ruhan has never turned it off. So, as long as there is an SS level or SSS level boss within the 100 km C area around Su Ruhan, an alarm will be triggered. In the past few days, the alarm has never sounded. I don't know whether Su Ruhan is lucky, or the number of SS level and SSS level bosses is rare. Anyway, since leaving the Hope territory, Su Ruhan has never encountered an SS level or SSS level boss. Tonight is also the first time that Su Ruhan has encountered an SS level or SSS level boss. And he encountered two at the same time. Beep beep. Accompanied by the alarm prompt sound, Su Ruhan's eyes have been fixed on the two red dots that appeared in the detector. The two red dots passed by on the detector map in front of Su Ruhan at a very fast speed, one after the other. Su Ruhan operated the detector to check the information of the two bosses, and found that the one in front was only SS level, and the one behind was SSS level. But because the distance was too far, he could not check more information. However, judging from the dynamics of the two bosses chasing each other, it is not difficult to analyze that it should be the SSS level boss that is hunting the SS level boss. In this way, they appeared within 100 kilometers around Su Ruhan, and it is very likely that they were just passing by. But Su Ruhan was still very alert. You know, if Su Ruhan didn't use his superpowers, it would be extremely difficult to deal with an SS level boss with his current level 50 strength. What's more, what if two SS level and SSS level bosses appeared at the same time? Ding, a lady alarm. Fortunately, these two bosses were just passing by. They appeared very quickly, but they also passed through the sea area around Su Ruhan at a very fast speed, without noticing Su Ruhan's existence at all. Seeing that the SS level and SSS level boss had left the alarm range of the detector, Su Ruhan was relieved. The seriously injured S-level giant Dunkleistos that she had encountered before had extremely high SSS level attributes before it was injured. Su Ruhan also knew that to become an SS level and SSS level boss, the attribute value must be not low. If she encounters these high attribute bosses, it will be a more difficult matter. Although, if she uses her wood type ability that has recovered to its peak state, she will not be much inferior to the SSS level boss. But according to Su Ruhan's cautious character, she didn't want to reveal her identity as a Doomsday player until her dual abilities were fully restored and her strength was strong enough to reach the peak. Who knows, among so many players, will there be any skills to check attributes, or other special skills? The real strong people like to hide in the city. The top 100 players in the strength ranking are not necessarily the strongest players. Su Ruhan will not be so arrogant as to think that she is invincible in the game now. Su Ruhan wanted to upgrade his level, and improve his gaming skills in addition to his supernatural powers. The appearance of these two SS level and SSS level bosses made Su Ruhan even more eager. I had a dreamless night. The next morning, after Su Ruhan woke up, he told Liu Yui that he wanted to stay outside the territory to upgrade. I plan to return to the Hope territory later. How is the territory developing recently? Su Ruhan asked. When Liu Yui heard that Su Ruhan was going to postpone his return, he felt a little disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mood and said, "Okay. I know you should be careful. Everything is going well in the development of the territory. The second and third ring roads built outside the original main urban area are enough to accommodate more than 100,000 or 200,000 territory members. If there are more new members joining in the future, they can continue to expand outward." Liu Yui described the general situation of the development of the territory. Of course, due to the large number of viewers in the live broadcast room, he did not go into too much detail. In addition, the supply of electricity and fresh water in the territory has been restored, and the output of the farm is enough to supply the entire territory. Don't worry, Liu Yui continued to add. This sentence was also to remind Su Ruhan of the latest progress of several tasks that she was most concerned about before. Hearing Liu Yui's words, Su Ruhan thought of her infrastructure tasks, which should have been completed. So, she opened her game task bar and checked it out. Game task bar. Infrastructure task. Lord. Task 4. The number of territory members reaches 10,000. 21098/10,000. Completed. Task 5. Restore the territory's power system. 1/1. Completed. Task 6. Restore the territory's fresh water supply, January 1st. Completed. Daily tasks. Task 12. Survive 30 days in the game, 25/30. Infrastructure tasks as expected, all 3 tasks in the column have been completed, and Su Ruhan submitted them immediately. The rewards for infrastructure tasks are usually infrastructure gift packs and popularity points. The items in the infrastructure gift packs vary in value. Some may be a cabin worth a few thousand, while others may be expensive materials such as a seawater generator worth 10 million. Although Su Ruhan's luck value is 100, it is not the maximum value. After all, when she added points, except for adding a point to the luck value at the beginning, she never paid attention to the attribute of luck value again. However, there are some players in the game who will add most of their upgrade points to the luck value. Now there are some such players in the Hope territory. So let them open the infrastructure gift package to maximize the effect of the gift package. Therefore, after getting the infrastructure task reward, Su Ruhan did not check it much, and directly transferred all the infrastructure gift packages obtained from those tasks to Lu Yui. Let him find a player with high luck in the territory to open it. After all 3 tasks were submitted, a refresh button appeared next to infrastructure task, and Su Ruhan immediately clicked on the refresh button. Infrastructure task. Lord. Task 7. The number of territory members reaches 100, 21098/1000000. Task 8. The total area of the territory exceeds 10 million square meters, 268.9/1000. Task 9. The territory level is upgraded to level 3. 3/3. Completed. The newly refreshed Task 9 has been completed. Su Ruhan submitted it directly, and received 3 infrastructure gift packs, and 1 million popularity points. The way to deal with the infrastructure gift pack is to transfer it directly to Lu Yui. Before closing the game taskbar, Su Ruhan also noticed that the last task in the daily task was only 5 days away from surviving 30 days in the game. Su Ruhan kept this in mind. The things in the 7-day gift pack for surviving 7 days in the last game were pretty good, and there was also a skill book. I wonder if there will be any in the 30-day gift pack this time. Su Ruhan was a little excited, but she didn't dwell on this issue. Anyway, she has now recovered one of her abilities, and her obsession with skills is not as strong as before. The next day. It was the 26th day that Su Ruhan entered the game. After Su Ruhan simply packed up her luggage and tent, she was ready to set sail again to find the boss to kill monsters and level up. She randomly selected the coordinates of an S-level boss about 60 kilometers away from her current location and set off. But Su Ruhan's ship had just sailed less than 20 kilometers when the detector issued a beep, beep alarm again. Beep, beep. It has been detected that there is an SSS-level boss in the sea area 100 kilometers near the player. Please pay attention to safety. Su Ruhan's eyes froze, and he immediately clicked on the main control interface of the ship several times to slow it down and stop it. The next moment, her sight immediately shifted to the flashing red dot in the detector that sounded the alarm. Su Ruhan clicked the red dot and checked the information. Red boss. Name, unknown SSS-level boss. Coordinates, Area C13, 821,797. Text, unknown. Health, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Is it an SSS-level boss? Su Ruhan had some doubts. This was the SSS-level boss that killed the SS-level boss last night. Maybe it was preparing to return today after hunting its prey. Then she just happened to run into it right after going out to sea. However, it is not important whether it is the SSS-level boss from last night. What is important is that it is an SSS-level boss. According to the description in the forum experience post, the average values of the 3 attributes of attack, defense, and speed of most SSS-level bosses are around 2,000 points. The average value of SS-level attributes is between 1,000 and 2,000, and that of S-level is between 500 and 100. According to the game's attribute points, Su Ruhan's current 3 attributes, even if skills and equipment are added, the average value is less than 500. Who is strong and who is weak, it is clear at a glance. Today is the year. The alarm just now was sent by the detector, right? There is an SSS-level boss. With the current strength of the anchor, she will definitely die if she encounters an SSS-level boss. The end of the song. Not to mention the Lord. Even most of the max-level players will die if they encounter an SSS-level boss. Lord, run. Smiling lightly. Run for nothing. Don't you know how fast the SSS-level boss is? The maximum speed of a ship is only 55 to 60 kilometers per hour, let alone the SSS-level boss. Even many SS-level and S-level bosses have speeds of over 200. Fish that loves to eat cats. Ha ha, die soon. The SSS-level boss will find her soon, and has been looking forward to her death for a long time. There are more and more black fans in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, and the hostility is getting heavier. Many times, Her fans' barrage can't completely cover the malicious barrage of these black fans. However, what those comments in the live broadcast room said this time was not wrong. Judging from Su Ruhan's current game level and strength, it is indeed difficult to win against an SSS level boss. Su Ruhan did not notice these. She stared at the screen and thought about how to deal with this SSS level boss if she really faced it. However, Su Ruhan soon noticed a problem. That is, although this SSS level boss was extremely fast, it was not coming straight towards Su Ruhan. Instead, it passed obliquely through the 100-kilometer sea area of Su Ruhan. The distance between the SSS level boss and Su Ruhan was not closing very fast. Moreover, when the SSS level boss was closest to Su Ruhan at a distance of about 30 kilometers, it did not stop at all, but continued to move in the original direction. Ding ding ding. The SSS level boss was 30 kilometers away from the player, 35 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 45. Ding ding ding. The SSS level boss was getting farther and farther away from Su Ruhan. Just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the sound of the alarm suddenly changed. Alarm, alarm. The SSS level boss is coming straight towards the player, 40 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 20. Away from the player. Detector the map shows that the SSS level boss suddenly changed direction and rushed straight to Su Ruhan's location. Su Ruhan sighed in his heart, knowing that he had been noticed by the SSS level boss. She now only hopes that the attribute value of this SSS level boss is not the top one among the SSS level boss. In that case, even if she uses superpowers, Su Ruhan can only use the healing effect of the wood-type superpowers. The healing effect is relatively hidden, and may not be noticed by too many people. However, if the attack and defense states of the wood-type superpowers are all activated, then it will definitely attract the attention of all players. Su Ruhan quickly prepared for the battle, while paying attention to the distance between the SSS level boss and herself on the detector. As soon as it entered the 10-kilometer range of Su Ruhan checked the information of this SSS level boss in time. Red boss. Name: SSS level mutant saltwater crocodile. Coordinates: C13 area, 721,797. Text: a mutant saltwater crocodile. Its defense is extremely high, and few creatures in the ocean can break its defense. Health value: 89120/100000. Attributes: attack 2180, defense 4510, speed 1030. Weaknesses: the defense of the eyes, mouth, abdomen and other parts is weak. Seeing the attributes of this SSS level boss, Su Ruhan also frowned slightly. The situation is not good. This boss has very high attribute values. Especially the defense, 4510, which is probably the best among SSS level bosses. In addition, the attack and speed of this boss are not low. With 2180 attack power, basically as long as it touches Su Ruhan will definitely be killed instantly. As for the speed of 1030, although it may not be high among SSS level bosses, it is still far higher than Su Ruhan now. Generally speaking, this boss mutant saltwater crocodile is relatively strong among SSS level bosses. Except for its relatively weak speed, its other attacks and defenses are very strong. It must be dealt with all its strength. If you still hesitate and hide your weakness in this situation, you may not even know how you died. Su Ruhan no longer hesitated. She immediately summoned her peak level 9 wood ability. She used vines to weave several thick layers of defense around herself. The first thing she had to do was to ensure her own safety and avoid being hit by this SSS level boss. At the end of the world, Su Ruhan was a dual element ability user, and her fire and wood abilities had reached the peak of level 9. The wood ability was not Su Ruhan's main attack ability, but the fire ability was. According to Su Ruhan's calculations, the attack, defense, speed, and blood addition of the peak level 9 wood ability should all be between 2000 and 3000. The 9th level peak fire ability is the main attack, which should be about 5000 attack power. However, although the attack of the wood ability is not as good as the fire ability, it is actually very good for Su Ruhan, who is now at a low level. At least its defense and blood adding effect are incomparable to the fire ability. I love to eat durian. Oh my god, what skill is this lord? It looks too powerful. Like a flower but not a flower, it is very powerful. However, Sister Ruhan can reinforce it a few more layers, and must pay attention to safety. Fish who loves to eat cats, hee. You know to hide when you can't beat them. You look so cowardly every day, it's disgusting. The end of the song. Can you get out? You guys are the ones who come out every day to disgust people. When will this crappy game be able to upgrade a room management function? I am really depressed when I see you guys. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked to the extreme when they saw the vine defense wall suddenly rising around Su Ruhan. But at this moment, Su Ruhan's attention was all on the detector in front of him. The distance of the SSS level boss was getting closer, 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Su Ruhan looked at the direction where the SSS level boss was coming from, activated the wood type ability, and prepared to launch an attack. This time, it was because of this SSS level boss that his ability was exposed. Su Ruhan looked at the SSS level boss with increasingly cold eyes. Only about 1 kilometer left. Su Ruhan immediately used the 9th level peak wood ability to entangle the SSS level mutant saltwater crocodile and attacked its weak points with wooden thorns. The attack distance of the wood ability is about 1 kilometer. So when the SSS level mutant saltwater crocodile just arrived at the attack range of the wood ability, Su Ruhan took the lead without hesitation. Today is what year? Oh my god. This is too powerful. What kind of skill is this? Not only can it defend, but it can also attack. Unknown Erguzi. I'm shocked. Is this the strength that a level 50 player should have? It's really a bit strange. When Su Ruhan launched the attack, the SSS level mutant saltwater crocodile was not stunned. It immediately wanted to turn around to avoid the attack. But Su Ruhan's wood type ability speed is obviously much faster than the speed of this SSS level boss mutant saltwater crocodile. The mutant saltwater crocodile was unable to dodge, and was directly entangled by several strong vines. Even after being tied up, the mutant saltwater crocodile continued to struggle, biting the vines with its teeth, trying to bite them off. The attack power of the SSS level mutant saltwater crocodile and the defense power of Su Ruhan's level 9 wood type ability were comparable. After the two stalemated for several minutes, the mutant saltwater crocodile's attack power was slightly superior. Seeing that the mutant saltwater crocodile was about to bite off the vines and attack Su Ruhan, Su Ruhan's eyes were slightly condensed, and she was ready to launch another wood type ability attack. But at this moment, she suddenly had an idea. I wonder if the double attack skill can be added to the wood power? Su Ruhan clicked to use the double attack skill. The next moment, Su Ruhan felt that the power of her wood power had obviously changed. This should be successful. Su Ruhan didn't have time to think about it, and immediately used the wood power to continue attacking the mutant saltwater crocodile. Soon, Su Ruhan found that the health of this SSS level boss began to decrease under her attack. It seems that the attack power of the wood power should exceed the defense power of this SSS level boss. Double attack skills can indeed be added to the wood power. Su Ruhan was delighted. This superimposed skill effect can just make up for the weakness of the wood power's attack power being not strong enough. In this way, it is easier to defeat the SSS level boss. Sure enough, not long after, the health of the SSS level boss mutant saltwater crocodile was emptied, and turned into 100,000 experience points for Su Ruhan. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Su Ruhan, C13 Area 6666. For killing an SSS level boss for the first time. Rewards: 1 Platinum Treasure Chest, 100,000 experience points, 1 million popularity points. There is a special reward for killing an SSS level boss for the first time, a Platinum Treasure Chest, which sounds more precious than a Diamond Treasure Chest. And the experience points gained this time are even more amazing. The 100,000 experience points for killing an SSS level boss, plus the 100,000 reward from the system just now. This boss brought Su Ruhan 200,000 experience points, which is equivalent to killing 20 S-level bosses. On Su Ruhan's game screen, several white lights flashed. Su Ruhan clicked on his personal attributes, and found that he had only upgraded to level 56. Su Ruhan, ? However, Su Ruhan quickly reacted. The experience points required for upgrading after level 50 are too much: 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. Stacked up like this, 200,000 experience points may seem like a lot, but in reality, it won't level up much. Su Ruhan pinched her brows. Even if you kill several S-level bosses every day, it will probably take a very long time to reach level 100. After killing an S-level boss, you get 10,000 experience points, SS-level bosses get 50,000, and SSS-level bosses get 100,000. It seems that if you want to increase the leveling speed later, you must find more SS-level bosses or SSS-level bosses of higher levels to kill. Anyway, Su Ruhan's ability has been exposed now, so there is no need to hide it deliberately, which will only make people more suspicious. Thinking of the ability, Su Ruhan immediately closed the personal attribute panel and began to check the live broadcast room and the current players' reactions on the forum. Su Ruhan could only hope that other players' abilities do not have the skills similar to Liu Yui's ability to check hidden attributes. Otherwise, her identity as a doomsday player will really be revealed. Saiwafiwa, Sister Ruhan, you are my god, so awesome. Let's see who dares to say our lord is a weakling. I love eating durian. The lord is mighty, so awesome. I feel that his strength is not inferior to that of the deputy lord. Those who say that women are not as good as men, come out and get slapped in the face. At this moment, Su Ruhan's live broadcast room has exploded, and the number of viewers has directly exceeded 1 million. The forum is also very lively at this moment, and various posts about Su Ruhan defeating the SSS level boss, with level 50 strength continue to emerge. The first territory lord, his real strength is not inferior to the deputy lord. New the level 50 player is so strong, is there a bug in the game? New is the reward mechanism of this game fair? Why can a level 50 player have such powerful skills? New. Serious suspicion, the first territory lord, his real identity is a doomsday player. Hot. Most of the posts are discussing why Su Ruhan's skills are so strong, questioning the game's reward mechanism, and whether there are bugs in the game. But one of the posts, about suspecting Su Ruhan is a doomsday player, immediately aroused heated discussions among everyone. When Su Ruhan clicked into the forum, she happened to notice this popular post. Her breath was choked. Could it be that the problem she was most worried about would be revealed so soon? Chapter 27 Day 27. Su Ruhan quickly clicked to view the content of the post. 1L, original poster. The level 50 player is so strong. Have you ever thought that she might be a player in the end times? Has anyone seen other players with this kind of talent skill of supernatural nature? And even if there is, whose talent skill would be so powerful right after it is drawn? 2L, to be honest, I actually have some doubts, but there is no evidence. This kind of supernatural power is indeed only found in the end times in novels. Who has really seen it? 3L, yes. And didn't you notice that her proficiency in using supernatural powers was obviously not the state of groping when she just got a new skill, but rather she was very proficient in it. The content of the first few posts in this post made Su Ruhan frown. Her eyes were slightly cold, and she tapped her fingers to continue scrolling down the post. 18L, I didn't think so at first, but after reading the first two posts, I also think it makes sense. Who can use a new skill so proficiently after getting it? And I've never heard of anyone whose attack power can be increased so much by just one skill. I just roughly calculated it, and I think her attack power is almost over 4,000 or 5,000, right? 19L. I suddenly thought of a terrifying question. In fact, there are many strange things about living in the deep sea for a long time. Do you remember that one time when he took advantage of the opportunity to kill the SSS level boss? A thunderbolt directly killed the boss. Now thinking back, maybe it wasn't a thunderbolt, maybe it's his lightning ability. It has to be said that there are still many wise players among the game players. Their excuses are almost the same as the actual situation. Looking at the post, even Liu Yui's ability was exposed. Su Ruhan immediately felt that the situation was even worse. 107L, damn, you said that, I'm really scared. All of our players have the task of killing the Apocalypse players at the top of the task bar to return to the real world. Then will there be a way for the players in the Apocalypse to return to the Apocalypse world by killing ordinary players? 201L, reply to 107L, definitely not. You don't have to be afraid. Some time ago, didn't the Lord of the First Territory kill a player, and she didn't return to reality? Moreover, if it is so easy to return to reality, then he killed a lot of players before living in the deep sea for a long time, but he didn't return. 238L, reply to 201L, but I still find it a bit scary. Could it be that the mission of the players in the Apocalypse is to destroy all ordinary players before returning to reality? 256L, reply to 238L, isn't this too much of a conspiracy theory? Look at the First Territory Lord and Deputy Lord. They have never killed innocent people, and the First Lord also provided free clinics before, and it doesn't seem like he wants to destroy all players. 317L, reply to 256L, who knows, maybe she is using the free clinics to cover up her ambitions, and the reason why the game version was upgraded at that time was because of the meeting between the two of them. Anyway, I feel that there is something wrong with them. Scrolling back, the content of the post went a little off track. Some players raised the issue of special missions, and even proposed conspiracy theories, whether the players in the Apocalypse would kill ordinary players in order to return. There were even such remarks as the players in the Apocalypse want to destroy all ordinary players. Su Ruhan was a little helpless, but she couldn't come out to explain anything at this time. After all, at this critical moment, no matter if Su Ruhan denied it immediately or explained it in any other way, the players would definitely not believe it. The players were very angry at the moment. If she spoke at this time, it would not only be useless, but it would also likely push the matter to a higher level. Su Ruhan thought that it would be better to deal with it calmly for a while, and wait until the heat dropped before making plans. However, Su Ruhan was still a little worried about her and Lu Yui's future situation. Who knows if there are any powerful players with hidden strength in this game? The strength ranking list is not necessarily accurate, and Lu Yui is not necessarily the most powerful player in the game. You know, Su Ruhan's strength is now almost the same as Lu Yui's, but she just took a look at the strength rankings, and her ranking is still the 97th place she replaced when she killed 97 Zofeng. What's more, even if Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are the most powerful players in the game, there are still about 10 million other non-apocalyptic players. If so many non-apocalyptic players unite, no matter how strong Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are, they can't be so outrageous that they can fight against so many players at the same time. We still have to find a way to calm this matter down as soon as possible, otherwise, it will easily develop into an uncontrollable situation. At this moment, Lu Yui happened to return to the game screen. You weren't injured just now? Lu Yui didn't know the details of Su Ruhan's fight with the SSS level boss just now, so he asked this question. Su Ruhan killed the SSS level boss too quickly, and when everyone in the research institute was doing research, they all moved the game screen away to prevent leaks. So, when this news finally reached Lu Yui's ears, more than 10 minutes had passed. Su Ruhan shook her head slightly. I'm fine. After Su Ruhan finished speaking, Lu Yui carefully checked Su Ruhan through the game screen again. He didn't find any injuries on her and her health was full, so he felt relieved. However, although Su Ruhan didn't say anything extra just now, Lu Yui could tell from her eyes an expression that something must have happened. And it must be something bad. It's just that it's not convenient to say it directly due to the live broadcast. So, Lu Yui immediately shifted his attention to the live broadcast room and the game forum. When Lu Yui saw the post about the speculation of their identities, he was also a little surprised. But then, he could immediately figure out the reason. After all, he just heard that the one Su Ruhan encountered was an SSS level boss. In that situation, it is indeed possible to escape unscathed by using supernatural powers. Leave this matter to me? After Lu Yui understood the general situation, he returned to the live broadcast room and asked Su Ruhan softly on the same screen. Su Ruhan hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded to agree to Lu Yui's proposal. Seeing Su Ruhan agreed, Lu Yui did not delay any longer. He swept the unfriendly comments in the live broadcast room with a cold gaze, and the next moment, he said solemnly to the more than 1 million viewers who came to watch the fun, delete the posts that should be deleted, and stop arguing about this matter. If we were the players of the end of the world, we would have to kill you all to return to reality. Then you should have died long ago, and you would still have the chance to talk nonsense here. Also, I don't want any more negative posts about Ruhan and the First Territory to appear in the forum, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lu Yui paused and continued. After Lu Yui's words fell, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room paused for a few seconds. But soon, it was refreshed again for a few days. Fish that loves to eat cats. Oh, the boss is really awesome. He doesn't even let people talk. Hee. Slight smile. That's right, we didn't say anything. What's so great about it? Tonight's chicken dinner. Could it be that the post hit your sore spot? Are you really Apocalypse players? Meow Man Man, level 89, coordinates A89 area, 371,542, Shang Shui, level 75, coordinates B27 area, 267,876, Sun Chiming, level 91, coordinates A64 area, 514,654. Players near these coordinates. Kill any one of them. I will reward 10 million popularity points. Lu Yui reported 4 or 5 names, their real levels, and their coordinates, and offered a reward of 10 million popularity points per head. You should know that 10 million popularity points may be the total popularity points of hundreds or thousands of players in many small territories. At this moment, Lu Yui directly offered a reward for 4 or 5 players who spoke rudely, which is 40 to 50 million. This huge profit made countless players forget the purpose of coming to Su Ruhan's live broadcast room in the first place. They all secretly wrote down the coordinates of the players who offered the reward. The comments in Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's live broadcast room also fell silent at this moment, and no one dared to say a word. Everyone was surprised that Lu Yui offered so many popularity points, and they were also secretly shocked that Lu Yui could report the information and coordinates of those players so accurately. You know, Although the detector sold in the Popularity Mall can also detect the basic information and coordinates of players, it is limited in range. And now the coordinates that Liu Yui said are scattered all over the world, and it is impossible for him to have been to so many places at the same time. So there is only one explanation, that is, Liu Yui has a higher level of detection skills. Those players in the forum who originally had a fluke mentality, thinking that even if they did not delete the post, no one would know who they were, now immediately deleted the post in fear. After all, no one dared to guarantee whether Liu Yui's more advanced detection skills could detect the anonymous player ID in the forum. This storm about Su Ruhan and Liu Yui's identity in the end of the world had just ignited a small flame, and was extinguished by Liu Yui in time. However, many players who saw the hot post at that time still planted a seed of doubt in their hearts. Originally, there were many players who wanted to join the first territory, but now they are a little hesitant. Although the development of the first territory is really good, compared with their lives, other territories may be safer. However, only a few people noticed the post. Moreover, after deleting the posts about Su Ruhan, Liu Yui, and the first territory, the players in the forum tacitly rarely talked about various information about the first territory and the first territory lord. This matter has been temporarily settled. However, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui both know that this matter is far from over, and the danger they are facing has just begun. Although Liu Yui's strong move prevented the situation from developing in an uncontrollable direction in time, it also made many players, who speculated casually, no longer dare to speak casually. Moreover, as time goes by, the vast majority of players may soon forget about this matter. But this is only temporary. Su Ruhan and Liu Yui both understood that there might be many cautious and powerful players in this game who have set their sights on them. The live broadcast room had become very harmonious because of Liu Yui's speech. Su Ruhan was also thinking about what to do in the future. Originally, she didn't want to expose her superpower so early, but who knew that she would encounter an SSS-level boss, and had no choice but to use her superpowers. Now, this matter can be suppressed, except for Liu Yui's deterrence. The bigger reason is that those remarks are just empty words, and there is no actual evidence to prove that they are the players of the end of the world. But what if there is evidence in the future? After dealing with the hot post, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui in the live broadcast room did not speak again. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was strangely quiet for a while. After a long time, Liu Yui was the first to speak and broke the silence. When do you plan to return to the territory? Although Liu Yui's words were very ordinary, they were hinting to Su Ruhan that it might be dangerous for her to be alone outside in the current situation. She might be targeted by powerful players. Su Ruhan looked up and looked at Liu Yui on the same screen as the live broadcast, but did not respond in time. It's not that she didn't understand Liu Yui's concerns, but in this situation, she needed to improve her strength faster. Su Ruhan sighed secretly in her heart, but because she was live broadcasting, she could only speak in a very calm tone. If there is nothing else, I will go back after I reach level 100. That's fine. Liu Yui knew that he couldn't persuade Su Ruhan, so he could only respond helplessly. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long. I find SS level boss and SSS level boss to kill later, and the upgrade will be faster. Su Ruhan saw Liu Yui's slightly lost expression, so he added a few more words. Okay, I wait for you. Liu Yui responded. Time passed quickly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and this was already the 36th day of Su Ruhan's game. After settling the debate on the forum post, Su Ruhan has been living a peaceful life these days, with nothing special happening. The only special thing was the third system announcement after the game upgrade a few days ago. In that announcement, all players were reminded that they must join or create a territory within 7 days, otherwise they would be eliminated. Moreover, the number of territories reported at that time had exceeded 1 million, and the number of players had decreased to about 16 million. There were still 2 days before the players were eliminated. However, Su Ruhan also learned that most players have solved this problem. These days, Su Ruhan did not worry too much about other people's affairs, but focused on upgrading. In these 10 days, Su Ruhan killed 2 SSS-level bosses and 5 SS-level bosses, totaling 450,000 experience points. The number of SS-level and SSS-level bosses is not as many as S-level, and Su Ruhan often needs a whole day to find 1 or 2. What's more, it takes 200 points of physical strength to kill an SS-level boss, and 500 points for an SSS-level boss. Stamina cannot be restored by eating. You can only rest or wait for it to recover a little every 20 minutes. So, under normal circumstances, after Su Ruhan kills a boss, she will not kill the second one on the same day. Fortunately, Su Ruhan has submitted several daily tasks in the past few days and gained tens of thousands of experience points, so her level has been raised to level 66. Personal attributes. Su Ruhan. Level 23,000/80,000, level 66. Territory, Hope Territory. Territory area, 8.734 million square meters. Current territory area, 344,000 square meters. Health, 730/730. Saturation, 730/730. Stamina, 730/730. Attributes, Attack 335, Defense 100, Speed 300, Intelligence 100, Luck 100. Unallocated attribute points *140. Talent skills, omitted. Inventory, 9/40 Platinum Treasure Box *1, Diamond Treasure Box *1, 50 level gift pack *1, 30-day gift pack *1, top quality long sword *1, top quality defensive treasure clothes *1, sundry boxes *2, bronze treasure box. Su Ruhan first allocated 100 points of his 140 unallocated attribute points to defense and 40 points to attack. Defense power became 200, and attack power became 375. Su Ruhan's attack now has the whip power, which can reach up to 4,000 or 5,000, so she is not in a hurry to increase her attack power. However, 100 defense is too low, and Su Ruhan's health is only 730. If she is not careful, any SS level or SSS level monster can kill her instantly, as long as it touches her. Su Ruhan feels that she still needs to find a way to significantly increase her defense and health limit. Otherwise, she would have to be extremely careful when facing a boss above SS level, otherwise she would be killed in seconds, which was too dangerous. After allocating the upgrade points, Su Ruhan took out all the treasure chests that she had accumulated over the past few days. The Platinum Treasure Chest and Diamond Treasure Chest were system rewards for killing SSS level and SS level boss for the first time respectively. The level 50 gift pack and the 30-day treasure chests were all rewards for completing tasks. The things in these treasure chests and gift packs should be very good. Su Ruhan did not hesitate and directly opened all these treasure chests and gift packs. Diamond Treasure Box, 1 top grade agility gem, 1 top grade attack gem, 1 top grade defense gem. After the Diamond Treasure Box is merged with the inventory, it can be expanded by 20 grids. Platinum Treasure Box, 1 top grade sword, 1 top grade clothing, 1 top grade shoes. After the Platinum Treasure Box is merged with the inventory, it can be expanded by 20 grids. After opening the Diamond Treasure Box this time, you will get some gems that can be embedded in weapons and equipment to increase attribute points, each of which can increase 100 points. As for the Platinum Treasure Chest, there are some top quality weapons after opening it. The top quality sword can increase attack power by 500 points, the treasure clothes by 500 points of defense, and the treasure shoes by 500 points of speed. These top quality equipment are also very good, just right for Su Ruhan to use now. And if the gems in the Diamond Treasure Chest are inlaid on the top quality weapons, then Su Ruhan's various attribute values can be increased by 600 points, attack 975, defense 800, agility 900. With this attribute value, even if Su Ruhan does not use superpowers, he will have the strength to fight against SS level boss. Su Ruhan was very satisfied with the items in these 2 treasure chests. The defense problem that she was most worried about was greatly improved, and the speed was also much faster. Later, she only needed to think of a way to increase the upper limit of health. Su Ruhan put away the weapons and equipment. As for the remaining empty Diamond Treasure Chests and Platinum Treasure Chests, they could also be merged into the inventory to increase its space capacity. After the fusion was successful, the capacity of the inventory instantly became 110 grids. Su Ruhan estimated that he would not have to worry about the inventory capacity for a long time. After opening 2 treasure chests, Su Ruhan began to open the gift packs again. However, there was nothing special in the 30-level gift pack and the 50-level gift pack this time. It was just some health potions and fine iron swords that could be bought in the Popularity Mall. Although, these things might be a little helpful for players who survived 30 days in the game or reached level 50. However, for Su Ruhan now, it seems to be a bit useless. It's better than nothing. Su Ruhan didn't bother about the 2 gift packs anymore. She sorted out the weapons and equipment she just got, then closed the Personal Attributes panel and opened the Game Task bar. Game Task bar. Infrastructure Task. Lord. Task 7. The number of territory members reaches 100. 000-8230-4/1000000. Task 8. The total area of the territory exceeds 10 million square meters. 873.4/1000. Daily tasks. Task 13. Kill 1000 sea monsters. 47/1000. Task 14. Upgrade to level 80. 66/80. Task 15. Survive in the game for 100 days. 36/100. This time, the task bar is full of unfinished tasks. This is mainly because Su Ruhan completed the daily task last time and survived for 30 days in the game, and the next task that was refreshed was to survive for 100 days. This also caused Su Ruhan to be unable to complete this daily task in the next 2 extra days, and could not refresh the daily task bar. Su Ruhan just felt a little helpless. But fortunately, she heard Lu Yui explain that after the 100-day survival task was completed, there would be no more survival time tasks, but some more difficult tasks. And after 100 days, if you encounter a task you don't want to do, you can just give up and refresh the task bar. This is quite convenient. But that is something that needs to be considered 2 months later. As for the infrastructure tasks, it should be completed soon. The number of people in the territory has exceeded 100,000, and the area has expanded to 10 million square meters. It is estimated that it will all happen in the next few days. Su Ruhan thought about refreshing it in a few days. 2 days later. That is, the night of the 38th day of the game. Several consecutive system announcement prompts sounded above all players' territories. Announcement. Congratulations to all players for surviving 28 days and joining or creating a territory after the launch of the survival on a deserted island territory infrastructure version. Announcement. The novice test has ended. Those who have not joined or created a territory are 1,202,408 people, all of whom have been eliminated. Current number of territories, 2,320,610. Current number of survivors worldwide, 12,410,475 people. The game version has only been upgraded for 28 days, and the mortality rate is close to half. Such a high death rate was unprecedented before the version upgrade, and all players were very heavy-hearted. But all the players had not had time to make any comments. At this time, they heard another system announcement. Announcement. Survival on a deserted island territory infrastructure. The second test of the version will be launched in 7 days, and the game difficulty will be upgraded. Please be fully prepared. I wish you all a happy game. Chapter 28, Day 28. What might the second round of game tests be? Hot 1L, original poster. Does anyone know what the second round of game tests might be? Also, the game difficulty upgrade mentioned in the announcement just now, is it the difficulty upgrade I thought of? Could it be that in just 1 week, the frequency of sea monsters coming ashore will return to the level before the version upgrade? 2L, who knows, but according to the nature of this game, it is still very likely. Moreover, I always have a bad feeling that this so-called second round of tests may be more difficult before the game upgrade. 64L, what a crappy game. They still wish us a happy game. I think this game just wants us all to die so that it can be happy. 65L, I am so annoyed. I have been trapped in this crappy game for several years. I will die sooner or later. I am going crazy. After the game announcement sounded, many players were emotionally devastated. After the previous version upgrade, the danger of the ocean was reduced, and players finally fell asleep at night. It has not been a month yet. Are we going to go back to the tired state of killing monsters every night? No one can give a definite answer to this. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui also couldn't guess what the purpose of this game was. Su Ruhan only felt that this game was really like what the players said in the post, hoping that all players would be eliminated. There were only 7 days until the next round of tests. Although Su Ruhan didn't know what the test was, she saw the sea monsters in the sea become active instantly after the system prompt sounded. She knew that this second round of test should be inseparable from the invasion of sea monsters. But I don't know if there will be anything else that will happen along with the invasion of sea monsters. Facing the upcoming unknown test, Su Ruhan, like all the players, became a little worried. Originally, Su Ruhan planned to stay on the sea for a while longer, upgrade to the maximum level as soon as possible, and then return to the territory. But now it seems that there is no need to look for the sea monsters in the future. They will come to the door by themselves. This can be considered a good thing for Su Ruhan personally. But for a territory, it is not good. Su Ruhan knows that she can't delay time at sea any longer. She has to return to the territory as soon as possible to see how the territory's defense fence and other construction sites are. At the same time, she must also make adequate preparations for the second round of tests that will come in 7 days. Su Ruhan did not hesitate anymore, and immediately set the coordinates of the Hope territory on the ship control interface, ready to set sail for the return journey immediately. Su Ruhan had been wandering around C-13 area looking for bosses to kill during the days she was away from the territory, so the return trip didn't take much time. Soon, the ship arrived at the coast of Hope territory. Before getting off the ship, Su Ruhan saw many familiar figures waving at her from afar on the shore. She looked carefully and found that Liu Yui, Zhao Shui, Qin Yu, and other core members of Hope territory were among the crowd. "Lord, you're back." "Welcome back, Lord." "Sister Ruhan, we all miss you so much." Su Ruhan smiled and waved in response. But at the same time, she was a little confused. She hadn't mentioned this to anyone when she decided to leave for Hope territory. "I thought you might come back tonight, so I came to the shore to wait and see. I didn't expect everyone to follow me," Liu Yui explained. Although Su Ruhan didn't say anything, based on his understanding of Su Ruhan, Liu Yui guessed that Su Ruhan would return to the territory soon after hearing the game announcement. Moreover, Liu Yui had been paying attention to Su Ruhan's location, so when Su Ruhan approached the territory, Liu Yui immediately set out to the shore in the direction of Su Ruhan's return. As for the others, they saw Liu Yui and Su Ruhan's live broadcast room, and then realized that the Lord should be back, so they all ran to the shore to greet her. "Thank you, everyone." Although Su Ruhan was surprised for a moment, she quickly came to her senses and thanked everyone politely. "Sister Ruhan, why are you being so polite to us?" Zhao Shui smiled and took Su Ruhan's arm. "Sister Ruhan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Hua heard that you were coming back, so she stayed in your room to cook." Zhao Shui, the fan of Su Ruhan's live broadcast room with the ID "I love eating durian," was also one of the first group buying boats to come to the Hope territory. Su Ruhan nodded slightly and understood. She just glanced around and didn't see Lin Yiwu. She was wondering, but she didn't expect the girl to be so considerate to prepare dinner for her. "I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry too." Su Ruhan didn't reject Zhao Shui's approach. She just smiled and responded. "Let's talk while walking." Su Ruhan spoke again. At the same time, she didn't forget to greet others and walk towards the residential area together. Walking on the road, Su Ruhan found that the Hope territory was very different from when she left. Not only in terms of the area of the territory, but also from the crowded, bustling residential area and the market. Su Ruhan felt as if she had returned to a peaceful era. When was the power restored? It feels good to have bright lights. Su Ruhan was slightly touched, and she asked Liu Yui, who was walking side by side with her, casually. "A few days after you left the territory, the entire base was restored to power." Liu Yui's smile was a little faint. Su Ruhan was focused on the bustling street market, and did not notice anything unusual about Liu Yui. She just nodded in approval and continued, "The progress of the research institute is really fast." Everyone was talking and laughing along the way, and Su Ruhan also learned a lot about the latest development of the territory. In addition to the main urban area, the Hope territory now also has the outer urban area of the second and third ring roads. The overall scale is much larger than when Su Ruhan left. Overall, the main urban area is not much different from before Su Ruhan left. In addition to the residential area, important territory buildings such as farms and research institutes are all in the main urban area. The only difference is the changes in the residential areas in the main urban area and the level of the defensive fence. When Su Ruhan left, he remembered that most of the buildings in this residential area were level 1. But today, Su Ruhan found that the lowest level of houses in the main city residential area is level 2 or 3. Level 2 houses have 2 bedrooms, level 3 has 3. And so on. If we assume that one person lives in one room, if all the rooms are full, the number of people in the main city residential area should exceed 10,000. However, the popularity points required to upgrade so many buildings are also a huge number. Many of them earned their own popularity points and upgraded themselves. Everyone has been working hard during this period. Liu Yui promptly answered Su Ruhan's doubts. After players join the territory, they will be assigned some work, such as farms, research institutes, guards, etc. These jobs are not done in vain, and there will be salaries, so many people will choose to find a job to do. In addition to the basic daily living expenses, the popularity points they earn will naturally be used to upgrade houses and defensive fences. Pretty good? Su Ruhan nodded. The whole territory looks thriving, which is a good trend. And it's not just the inner city. When Su Ruhan passed by the second and third ring roads, He found that even the second and third ring roads were similar to the main city, but the average grade of the houses in the second and third ring roads was slightly lower than that in the main city. But the second and third ring roads are mainly residential areas, so even if the houses are of low grade, the number of people they can accommodate is no less than that in the main city. Of the more than 80,000 members of the territory, more than 70,000 live in the second and third rings. As for the defense facilities of the entire territory, they are also very complete, and can be said to be set up layer by layer. Take the outermost third ring as an example. Outside the third ring, there is a dense and tough 4-level wire mesh fence. And a few meters outside the fence, there is a moat several meters wide. This moat is dug like a maze, winding, easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Not only that, Su Ruhan just heard that Liu Yui has led the research institute to specially develop highly toxic chemicals for sea monsters during this period. After these chemicals are produced in large quantities, they are poured into the moat. Basically, when the sea monsters reach the first layer of the moat, most of them have been killed. Even if there are some sea monsters that have managed to escape, they will enter the buffer zone of several meters between the moat and the wire fence. This buffer zone of several meters looks clean and empty on the surface, but in fact, it is densely packed with traps. The traps are densely packed with metal spikes and highly toxic chemicals. Those sea monsters that have managed to escape the first layer of the moat, as soon as they climb to shore, the next second, they will fall into this trap full of spikes and highly toxic chemicals and be stabbed like hedgehogs. Even if there are sea monsters with great luck, they avoid this second layer of protection and reach the vicinity of the level 4 wire fence. At this time, they will find that when they just stretch out their claws and try to climb over or push down the wire fence, they will be electrocuted and fly away. There is actually high voltage electricity on this level 4 wire fence. Moreover, when the high voltage electricity of the wire fence is activated, an alarm will be sounded immediately. Among the nearby territory guards, those combatants with attack power higher than 500 will immediately go to the location where the alarm was sounded. However, when these guards arrived, they could only see a sea monster corpse that was scorched by electricity. Su Ruhan couldn't help but raise her lips slightly when she thought of this. She really admired Zhao Shui for coming up with these traps. She is really a talent. Moreover, this is only the outermost layer of protection outside the third ring. In addition, there are fences and traps between the third ring and the second ring. There are fences and traps between the second ring and the main city. And there are fences around every building in the main city. Su Ruhan's lips continued to rise, and she felt that she would probably cry if the sea monster came. Su Ruhan and his group did not walk fast along the way. It was not until half an hour later that they arrived near the residential area of the main city. "Lord, you should go to eat and rest first, we will go back too." Zhao Shui and others were very considerate and prepared to withdraw. On the way just now, the deputy lord's expression was obviously not very happy. I think he should have wanted to pick up the lord alone, but he didn't expect everyone to follow him. "Okay. You should also rest early. See you tomorrow." Su Ruhan didn't notice the teasing in other people's eyes. She spoke naturally. "Then Lord, we see you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Sister Ruhan." Zhao Shui, Qin Yu, and the others quickly dispersed, leaving only Liu Yui. "Why do you seem to be in a bad mood?" Su Ruhan noticed that Liu Yui didn't seem to say much along the way after everyone left. Liu Yui was used to Su Ruhan's slowness. "It's okay, let's go eat first." "Oh!" Su Ruhan saw that Liu Yui refused to say anything, so she didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Lin Yihua heard the noise outside the house and came out to greet her. "Sister Ruhan, you are finally back. I made your favorite stewed beef brisket with potatoes and winter melon and pork rib soup. You came back just in time, and they are still hot," Lin Yihua said excitedly. Su Ruhan was a little confused about how Lin Yihua knew her preferences, but when she saw Liu Yui walking into the house silently next to her, she immediately understood. "Thank you, Hua Hua. I am really sorry to bother you." Su Ruhan smiled and thanked Lin Yihua, but her eyes were looking at Liu Yui's back, which made her even more confused. Lin Yihua felt a little embarrassed by the thanks, and then continued to say, "Sister Ruhan, then you go to eat first. I will go back first. Would you like to eat something together?" Su Ruhan was a little confused. Lin Yihua glanced at the direction where Liu Yui entered the room, then turned her head and raised her eyebrows to look at Su Ruhan, looking back and forth between the two of them. The next moment, she waved her hand and ran away with a smile. "I had dinner before. See you tomorrow, Sister Ruhan." Su Ruhan didn't quite understand what Lin Yihua meant by that teasing smile before she left. Maybe she wasn't really hungry. Su Ruhan didn't think too much about it and turned back to her house. Speaking of which, before Su Ruhan left the territory, she upgraded her house to a level 4 villa in order to do a construction task. The fence around the villa was upgraded to a level 5 fence. It looked very safe, and Su Ruhan was quite satisfied. Just now I asked Hua Hua to stay for dinner, but she ran away with a smile. She is really a child. Su Ruhan smiled faintly and walked to the dining table and sat down, speaking to Lu Yui, who was already waiting there. Oh! Lu Yui raised his eyebrows, thinking that Lin Yihua was very considerate, much better than the other core members of the territory. The game screen of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had been separated by 10 meters, so there was no need to be too cautious when talking. But 24-hour live broadcast is really annoying. Su Ruhan really wanted Lu Yui to use his skills to hack the game live broadcast room. But due to their identity as Apocalypse players, they didn't want to be special and be noticed by too many people. I don't know what the second round of the game is. When Su Ruhan thought of the game, his mood immediately became less high and his expression faded. No matter what it is, as long as we are fully prepared, there is no need to worry too much. Lu Yui's mood seemed much more stable. Su Ruhan also agreed with Lu Yui's words. Yes, as long as the military, defense, and material supplies are well prepared, no matter what the test is, I hope the territory should be able to survive safely. Yeah. Lu Yui's tone was still calm. Su Ruhan came back to his senses and looked up to see Lu Yui's flawless face. I don't know when Lu Yui took off his black mask. Why are you still wearing a mask every day? Won't it look out of place? Su Ruhan couldn't help laughing. I was just joking at the time, don't take it to heart. When Lu Yui heard Su Ruhan's words, his expression became even more indifferent. He pursed his lips and sighed softly. Sometimes, I really don't know if you are really slow, or if you are rejecting me. Looking at Lu Yui's somewhat lost expression, Su Ruhan felt that his heart was tightened for some reason. After a long while, he finally said, I didn't reject you, but I don't know if I have a future. In fact, Su Ruhan's deepest hidden character is her pessimism. Even Lu Yui doesn't know this. When she was the base leader in the end times, although Su Ruhan was very strong, she often felt that she might die in a battle with zombies at any time. After entering the game, she began to face so many unknown things, and Su Ruhan felt even more insecure, and she always felt hopeless in her heart from time to time. Many times, Su Ruhan was not as firm and hopeful as she seemed on the surface. She often thinks, just let it go, let it be destroyed. This is the biggest flaw in Su Ruhan's character, but she never shows it. But Lu Yui is different. He is always so optimistic and so strong. Su Ruhan feels that even if she is gone one day, Lu Yui can live well alone. So, she doesn't want to use any relationship to bind the two of them together. But if she doesn't refuse or accept it, it seems that she is a scumbag. Just what? Lu Yushi continued to ask. Su Ruhan was also stunned by the question. According to Lu Yushi's previous personality, as long as she felt embarrassed, he would definitely not continue to ask. Unexpectedly, they were separated for a year. No, in fact, for Lu Yushi, they have been separated for 10 years. 10 years may really change a lot of things. Lu Yushi leaned forward, shortened the distance between him and Su Ruhan, and continued to ask. Looking at the eyebrows and eyes that had not changed since the separation, Su Ruhan felt for the first time that Lu Yushi was a little different. After a long time, Su Ruhan said, Don't you think there is no future? This is also the first time that Su Ruhan showed her pessimistic side in front of Lu Yui. Even if she had negative emotions in the past, she never said such words. As the head of the base or as the lord, Su Ruhan has too much responsibility. She can't and shouldn't have such pessimistic emotions, which may affect the entire base. Whether before or after the end of the world, Su Ruhan has thought about giving way to others. But she was worried about handing over the base and territory to someone other than Lu Yui, and she couldn't bear to hand it over to Lu Yui. Such a negative emotion also made Lu Yui stunned. It's not that he hadn't thought about this reason before, but he thought that according to Su Ruhan's usual tenacious character, he shouldn't be entangled by such a thing. I will definitely take you out of the game, believe me. Lu Yui gently held Su Ruhan's hand and said firmly. Lu Yui regretted asking questions again and again today, which might make her feel embarrassed. He actually always knew that Su Ruhan would occasionally have a negative side, but since Su Ruhan became the base commander, she was cheerful and positive every day. He thought that she had gradually forgotten those things. She would no longer have pessimistic thoughts. Unexpectedly. In the end, he was talking too much today. I'm sorry, I talked too much. Lu Yui tightened his grip on Su Ruhan's hand and spoke apologetically. But Su Ruhan did not respond to him again. She just fell into a bad memory of her own. No one knows that Su Ruhan, the head of the #1 base, who has been in the apocalypse for so many years, and has the highest military power in the world, actually did not grow up smoothly at the beginning of the apocalypse. Her mother, who loved her the most, turned into a zombie on the first night of the apocalypse. Her father had a family outside his home, and his true nature was exposed when the apocalypse came. Su Ruhan was pushed into the pile of zombies by her father. And her best girlfriend turned out to be her half-sister, and she stabbed her before she was pushed into the pile of zombies by her father. Fortunately, Lu Yui arrived in time and saved Su Ruhan's life. But the death of her mother, the cruelty of her father, and the hostility of her sister all brought great blows to Su Ruhan, and made Su Ruhan fall into despair. It was Lu Yui who encouraged and enlightened her again and again, which made her rekindle hope and work hard to improve her strength. Later, after the great revenge was taken, Su Ruhan felt a little empty in her heart. She regretted that she could not stop her mother from going out to give an umbrella to her father, who was worse than a beast before the end of the world, which led to her being caught in the rain and becoming a zombie the next day. But everything is irreversible. The dead cannot be resurrected. No matter how regretful she is, there is nothing she can do. There is nothing in this world worth her worrying about anymore. Although Su Ruhan has some feelings for Lu Yui, she feels that Lu Yui doesn't need her to worry about him, and he can live well alone. And with her father's experience, she doesn't want to pin her emotions on others. So, in the dead of night, Su Ruhan sometimes thinks, why not just forget it? Why live so hard? There is no meaning. Do you remember that after you complete the game, you will have a chance to make a wish? Lu Yui knew that Su Ruhan might have recalled some bad memories. He immediately stopped her from thinking further. Yeah. Su Ruhan came back to her senses after hearing this. You mean, you can make a wish? Su Ruhan looked a little calm. In fact, when she first heard the game announcement, Su Ruhan had thought about this possibility. It was just that out of suspicion of the game, she instinctively resisted following the game's instructions. She didn't believe that the game would be so kind. She didn't want to raise her hopes and end up with nothing. I don't think that announcement is credible. It's just a means to guide players to kill each other. Su Ruhan's voice was still calm. She was not overwhelmed by her greatest wish. How do you know the result if you don't try it? Seeing that Su Ruhan's attention was diverted a little, Lu Yui leaned close to Su Ruhan's ear and continued to speak in a low voice. Moreover, I think this game is conscious, not a specific program. As long as we find this game consciousness, we have the possibility of leaving the game and getting rewards. Su Ruhan was a little shocked, but after carefully thinking back to all the experiences in the game, he felt that what Lu Yui said was very likely to be right. We can give it a try. Su Ruhan's eyes lit up with a little hope. Tell me more. Okay. Seeing that the pessimistic atmosphere around Su Ruhan disappeared, Lu Yui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 29, Day 29. In my first year in the game, I reached the maximum level and recovered my lightning ability. At that time, because of some abnormal announcements, I suspected that the game was conscious. Lu Yui paused and continued. So, one time I took advantage of the stormy weather and tried to use the lightning ability to continuously attack the game screen. After more than an hour, when my ability was almost exhausted and I thought I might have guessed wrong, the game screen suddenly went black and disappeared. After a few hours, I heard an announcement. The game defense system has been successfully upgraded. It has detected that a player is trying to attack the game's subsystem, and the punishment is electric shock for 24 hours. Lu Yui continued to speak while recalling the details. Then the electric shock had no effect on you, but your ability was upgraded instead? Su Ruhan learned to answer quickly. Lu Yui touched his nose awkwardly, and after a while, he continued to speak. You were right. And since then, I have also found that I can hack the game screen, or close the live broadcast room, check the anonymous players on the forum, etc. I think there should be some bugs in the game. Such an important thing, why did you say it now? Su Ruhan was a little angry. Lu Yui felt a little wronged. Do I have a chance to say it? Every time I stay alone with you, you drive me away before it exceeds a few minutes. You also ran out of the territory to fight the boss alone. There are so many viewers in the live broadcast room, and it is impossible to say such a thing in public. Su Ruhan was stunned. What Lu Yui said was true. She felt a little embarrassed, so she quickly changed the subject. Then, you didn't try to attack the game screen again? Later, I found an opportunity to try it once, but it never worked again. It should be that the game's defense system has been upgraded, and my highest attack power can no longer pose any threat to it. Lu Yui stopped while he was ahead, and continued to speak along with Su Ruhan's words. Su Ruhan pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, when our attack power is increased to a higher level, we can try it again. Okay. This is also Liu Yui's idea. The next day, in the meeting hall of Hope Territory, Su Ruhan and Liu Yue convened a meeting of the core members of the territory. As everyone knows, the second wave of the game will begin in a few days. Hope Territory must be prepared in terms of military power, defense, supplies, and other aspects. If you have any suggestions, you can raise them here. Su Ruhan sat in the chief position and spoke after all the core members arrived. As soon as Su Ruhan finished speaking, Zhao Shui raised her hand and spoke first. Lord, I think the defensive traps in our territory can be further optimized. I have come up with a lot of new ideas that can take our base's defense to the next level. Chief, can you let me do this? Zhao Shui volunteered. Since she entered the game many years ago, she has been tinkering with various defenses and traps, and is one of the more proficient players in this area. Su Ruhan thought of the layers of defense she had seen yesterday, and her mouth twitched. Still want to take it to the next level? Okay, this part is still up to you to coordinate and arrange. Su Ruhan did not show any strangeness on her face, and looked at Zhao Shui with an encouraging look. If the defense trap can be improved, it will be a good thing, and she will naturally not refuse. After Zhao Shui finished her proposal, Lin Yihua stood up. Sister Hua, don't worry about the food supply. I will make sure to store it well. I will not sell the excess these days, but save it. In case of emergency. Lin Yihua is very different from when she first entered the territory. Now she spoke in front of so many people without showing any fear. Okay, you can store more rice and soybeans, which are durable and filling. Su Ruhan attaches great importance to supplies, so he gave a few more instructions. In addition, you also need to prepare medicines, Chinese medicinal materials, and daily necessities. You can go to the Popularity Mall and the Player Exchange to buy more. If the popularity is not enough, tell me at any time. As soon as Su Ruhan finished speaking, he transferred 20 million popularity points to Lin Yihua, which was the popularity points she had gained from the God-given popularity skill during this period. Okay. Lord, don't worry, I will collect the supplies well. Our farm has also earned a lot of popularity points before, and with these 20 million, it will definitely be enough. Lin Yihua saw Su Ruhan being so serious, and she took this matter more seriously in her heart. However, except for Liu Yue, many other core members present did not quite understand the purpose of Su Ruhan's action. After all, even if there are no supplies, they can always be exchanged from the Popularity Mall and the Player Exchange. Why do we need to stock up so much now? Aren't we afraid of waste? Su Ruhan didn't explain too much. After all, she and Liu Yue were the only ones from the end of the world, and they really understood the importance of supplies. Although the game is different from the end of the world, there is a Popularity Mall that seems to be endless, and you can buy supplies as long as you spend money, but they still think it's better to prepare more supplies. Prepare more Chinese medicinal herbs, and you can also buy some seeds. Su Ruhan took out several prescriptions written last night, handed them to Lin Yihua, and instructed again. Although no one knew what the second round of tests would be, if the game difficulty was upgraded, there would definitely be casualties among the territory members. Various blood replenishing and healing herbs are naturally indispensable. There are no Chinese medicinal herbs for sale in the Popularity Mall, and if the second round of tests is too difficult and causes confusion among players, in that environment, it may be difficult to buy the required Chinese medicinal herbs in the Player Exchange. Therefore, Chinese medicinal materials are the most important of the materials that need to be prepared in this batch. Okay, Lord, don't worry. Lin Yihua nodded again. Then, several players made reasonable suggestions, and Su Ruhan responded one by one. After more than half an hour, seeing that everyone had said almost everything, Su Ruhan turned his eyes to Liu Yue and motioned him to speak. Liu Yue nodded and spoke out the decision he and Su Ruhan had discussed last night. There is another important thing to gather everyone here today, that is, to establish a formal army belonging to our first territory. The military strength of a territory is very important, which is related to the survival of the entire territory. Before, Liu Yue had been doing scientific research, and Su Ruhan was not in the territory, so this matter had been delayed. Now the second round of tests is imminent, so this matter must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Recruit about 20,000 to 40,000 soldiers, with 4,000 people forming a brigade. All players with an attack power of more than 500 can join. There will be corresponding military pay. Liu Yue paused, and continued, I will be the commander, and each brigade will select a captain. The 4,000 guards from before will also be incorporated into this legion as the 1st Brigade, and Zhou Huan will be the brigade leader. Zhou Heng is the old fan named Chu Zhongren-san in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room. He mainly adds attack power, and is also a max-level player, which is considered quite powerful among ordinary players. He was also the captain of the previous territory guards. Okay, thank you for your trust, Commander. Zhou Heng stood up to thank him, and he did not refuse. Lu Yui nodded and motioned him to sit down. Then, he continued to arrange some details of forming an army. After the meeting ended successfully, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui immediately sent people to announce the territory's conscription notice on the territory radio. As for other defenses and material reserves, they were all carried out privately without any fanfare. After everything was arranged, Su Ruhan suddenly leaned close to Lu Yui's ear and whispered, let's go back first." Lu Yui glanced at Su Ruhan from the side, and knew that she had something to say to him, so he nodded and followed Su Ruhan's steps back to the villa. "What's wrong?" Lu Yui moved the screen away, and confirmed that there was no one around before speaking. Su Ruhan also manipulated the screen, and threw it outside the door. "This game screen is really annoying, it's live all the time. How about I wait for the second round of tests to come in a few days, and then I will directly hack our game live broadcast room?" Lu Yui suggested at the right time. "I don't know what the second round of tests will be. At that time, I may have to show up in the live broadcast room to appease people. Well, let's see when the time comes, don't worry about this for now." Su Ruhan frowned slightly and continued, "That's not what I want to talk about." During the meeting just now, Su Ruhan suddenly thought of an important thing, but now he had the opportunity to say it out loud. "I thought of a serious problem. Did you say before that the game would attract a group of people to join the game every half a month to a month?" "Yes." When Lu Yui heard Su Ruhan's words, he immediately thought of something. Su Ruhan continued with a serious expression, "It has been more than a month now, but the game has never attracted new players to join the game. Could it be that after the game version is upgraded, this game is equivalent to a closed loop? Players outside the game can't enter, and players in the game can't leave." Su Ruhan felt more and more frightened the more he thought about it. "What you said is not impossible. I have been in the game for so long, and I have never seen a player leave the game." Lu Yui paused and continued, "However, I believe there will be no dead end, but we have not yet found a way to truly pass the game." "Well, let's not talk about this matter for now." Su Ruhan remembered this and continued, "We still have to prepare for the upcoming second test. You and I will have to work together to look at the preparations of various departments in the next few days." "No need to be so polite to me," Lu Yui said. "In the 7 days before the second round of tests, hope that the defense facilities of the territory will become more watertight with Zhao Shui's improvement. The moat not only contains chemical drugs that are highly toxic to sea monsters, but also chemical solutions that can dissolve the sea monster corpses. Now the sea monster will be completely destroyed if it falls in. As for the trap in the buffer zone, a special fishing net is added above it that is easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Some potions that dissolve the sea monster's body are also added inside. The sea monster will never get out if it falls in. The material collection area for food, medicine, and daily necessities that Linihua is responsible for is also very good. It is filled with many warehouses, and the inventory of each core member. Among them, there are a lot of Chinese medicinal materials. In addition to the few Chinese medicines for blood supplement and healing that Su Ruhan gave yesterday, Linihua also stockpiled all the cold, fever, and insomnia medicines that appeared in the previous Chinese medicine experience post. As for the territory's army, under Lu Yui's call, 40,000 players with attack power above 500, as well as 2,000 medical soldiers and logistics personnel, have been successfully recruited. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. At the same time, Lu Yui also equipped all these players with various weapons and equipment, which greatly improved their overall strength. However, this time, collecting supplies, forming an army, and strengthening defense facilities consumed a huge amount of popularity. Fortunately, in the previous period, the farms and research institutes of Hope Territory have developed very well, and the surplus agricultural products and technological products have been sold at a good price. So the popularity value is barely enough. Many other territories have also sensed that something is wrong. They began to secretly imitate Hope Territory and began to hoard supplies. However, there are also many territories that sneer at Hope Territory's behavior. They think that hoarding supplies is simply a waste of popularity. After all players around the world join the territory, basically every player will grow their own land and be self-sufficient. Even if they don't have it, they can go to the popularity mall to buy it. There is absolutely no need for the territory to store so many supplies, and it is unnecessary to worry about such things. In this regard, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui did not make any comments. They only need to take care of their own Hope territory, and they don't have the energy to meddle in other people's affairs. After everything is ready. On the evening of the 45th day of the game, the system announcement sounded as expected. Announcement: Survival Game Territory Infrastructure. Version: the second round of test, extreme cold and heavy rain, has started. The game difficulty has increased, and the Popularity Mall and Territory Infrastructure Mall are temporarily closed. I wish all players a happy game. The current number of territories: 2319610. The current number of survivors worldwide: 12409462. As the game announcement sounded, the game screen game introduction of all players refreshed the same content as the announcement. The difference is that there is an additional note. Note: in the extreme cold rain mode, the rain will not stop within 28 days. The temperature randomly drops by 1 to 5 degrees every day, and the sea level rises by 1 meter. Players who are exposed to the rain for more than 30 minutes will have a fever, and those who are too cold will catch a cold. Please keep warm and prevent rain. Along with the game announcement prompt sound, there are also pea-sized raindrops. All players' territories were swept by violent storms in an instant. Originally, it was winter in the game, and the temperature was around 0 degrees. Now it has also changed to -5 degrees Celsius in an instant. However, although the temperature dropped to below 0, the sea water did not show any tendency to freeze. The sea monsters in the sea also became extremely active in this storm, and were not affected by this extremely cold and rainy weather at all. The waves on the coast immediately rolled and surged, and countless sea monsters rushed to the shore one after another. Compared with the active sea monsters, the players' conditions were not so good. Players around the world fell into chaos as soon as the second round of tests sounded. Every player returned to his house as quickly as possible to avoid the rain. But the countless sea monsters will not let the players stay in the house so peacefully. The first team of 4,000 people will be divided into 4 teams to kill the sea monsters that have passed through the layers of traps in the barbed wire defense walls around the territory. After 20 minutes, the second team will take over. After another 20 minutes, the third team. And so on. Lu Yu commanded in the Hope Territory broadcast. The construction level of Hope Territory is very high, and some infrastructure similar to the real world before the game is well built. There was also a territory broadcast. Although the Army of Hope Territory was established not long ago, after Lu Yui's screening, those who joined the army were all players who had good intentions towards Hope Territory. Their discipline was still very good. After hearing the broadcast, the members of the Hope Territory's first team quickly began to disperse around the territory and kill the sea monsters that were lucky enough to escape the trap from a distance within the defense fence. The combat members of the army began to fight against the sea monster in an orderly manner. Every 20 minutes or so, a new battalion of members would take over. And after they retreated to the rear, a member of the medical team immediately handed them a bowl of ginger soup, which could also effectively dispel the cold and prevent colds and fevers. The army had 40,000 attacking members, which was equivalent to 10 battalions. If there was one team every 20 minutes, it would be equivalent to each team taking a turn every 3 hours. But everyone had no complaints about this. After all, this was also their own territory, and they were fighting for themselves. No one wanted their territory to fall. With everyone working together and actively cooperating, not a single sea monster could successfully avoid all defenses and enter the outer city area overnight. Most sea monsters would be directly killed by traps, and occasionally a single one would be quickly killed by the fighters guarding the defensive fence. Moreover, since each player was exposed to the rain for less than 30 minutes, and there would be ginger tea, dry towels, etc. to dry clothes during the return rest period. Therefore, even after a night, no one caught a cold or had a fever. Compared to the Hope Territory, most of the other territories are not so easy. The larger territories are fine, they have also built their own defensive fences, and will gradually organize territory members to kill sea monsters. Although there will be occasional chaos, it can still be dealt with in general. However, the situation of those small territories is not so good. Some territories have too low a level of defensive fences around them, or even no defensive fences, and the territories will soon be breached by the sea monster tide. Immediately, the entire territory will fall into chaos, and it is estimated that the entire territory will be destroyed in a short time. Moreover, even if some players are lucky enough to survive the sea monster tide, as the temperature continues to drop every day, all the crops will be frozen and rotten in the fields by the heavy rain. The Popularity Mall is closed again, and there is no way to buy food in the Popularity Mall. These players have no food source. At that time, they will face hunger. When the satiety drops to 0, they will also start to lose blood. Add to that the continuous rainstorms, and you'll get a fever after being in the rain for 30 minutes. You can't go to the Popularity Mall to buy medicine. Most people don't know how to prepare Chinese medicine, and even if they do, they can't buy Chinese medicine. All that awaits them is death. Players in many small territories are in a panic. They never thought that the Popularity Mall would be closed, nor did they expect extremely cold and rainy weather. Their worst guess before was that there would be continuous sea monsters invading the shore. However, the actual situation was far beyond their expectations. In this situation, only territories like Su Ruhan who prepared supplies in advance will not face a desperate situation. Those territories who had secretly mocked and hoped that the territories would worry about the future are now regretting their actions. Countless players posted for help in the forum, and Su Ruhan also noticed one of the hot posts for help. Help the second round of tests. How can small territory players survive? Hot 1L, original poster extreme cold and rainstorms are coming, and the Popularity Mall is closed. How can we, the players of small territories, survive the second round of tests in this game? The defensive fence of our territory can't resist the sea monster tide for long. Moreover, the temperature will drop by 1 to 5 degrees every day, and the sea level will rise by 1 meter. The temperature is getting lower and lower, and the territory is getting smaller and smaller. There are no supplies, and we have to keep getting wet and killing monsters. How can we survive? 2L. Yes, we are also a small territory. Many people around us have lost hope of survival. In this desperate situation, it is better to end it by ourselves. 3L. I don't want to live anymore. Goodbye everyone. After so many years of struggling in the game, I'm really fed up. In the post, many players have fallen into despair. They used to rely too much on the Popularity Mall, and many of them didn't have the habit of growing crops themselves. But some players with a better mentality or optimism are actively guiding everyone and giving everyone suggestions. 17L. Don't be so negative. When it gets light tomorrow morning, the sea monster may fade away, and the rain will stop. Then everyone can go out to sea, and quickly find a large territory nearby to merge with. 18L. Reply to 17L. Now only the method you mentioned is the most reliable. The infrastructure of the small territory is really not good, and there is no material reserve. Staying in the small territory will only lead to death. The lords of our small territory have decided to follow us to join the big territory. 19L. Yes, everyone, hurry out and collect the food you planted. There are only 28 days left. Eat sparingly and just hold on. Everyone, hold on. Looking at the content of the post, Su Ruhan pursed her lips slightly. She thought of a problem. In this second round of tests, in addition to the obvious dangers such as extreme cold and heavy rain, sea monster invasion, there are also some potential hidden dangers, such as famine. Chapter 30. The 30th day. The low temperature and heavy rain will make crops unable to grow, which is a problem that can be easily thought of. Players who plant food and crops will not be able to obtain food through harvesting in the next 28 days. Fortunately, on the first day of the heavy rain, they can collect all the mature and immature crops in the field, plus their previous surplus food. In fact, if there is no other danger, it is not difficult for them to survive for 28 days. As for those players who were used to buying bread and other food in the Popularity Mall, this time, they were in an even worse situation. They lost their food source instantly. Those players who had a certain amount of food in their inventory were fine, but those who only bought bread when they were hungry were really doomed. No one could predict the content of this second round of tests in advance. No one could have thought that the Popularity Mall would be closed. This had never happened before. Even Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had never expected it. Fortunately, Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and the others always put stockpiling supplies first. This time, it really worked. There is no need to worry about food for the time being. The food collected and stored by Linihua before the second test is enough for the 80,000 people in Hope Territory to eat for several months. In addition, the defense facilities in Hope Territory are well arranged, and the average force of the army members is also very high, so there is basically no need to worry too much about the sea monster. What Su Ruhan needs to worry about now is the diseases caused by the extreme cold and heavy rain, and the problem of rising sea levels every day. Although Su Ruhan and the others had stockpiled a large amount of supplies, they did not prepare too many daily necessities for warmth and cold protection. If there were not enough cold-proof clothing, with the temperature dropping by 1 to 5 degrees Celsius every day, more and more members of the territory would get sick. Although a lot of medicines and medicinal materials were stockpiled, there were not enough Chinese medicinal materials specifically for treating colds and fevers. As for Su Ruhan's wood-based ability, it had a healing effect. Although it could cure most diseases, it was impossible to treat so many members of the territory at the same time. What's more, the healing effect of Su Ruhan's wood-type ability can be said to be her last trump card. She doesn't want to expose it unless it is absolutely necessary. And in this situation, if most of the 80,000 people in the territory are sick, relying on these existing medicinal materials, or even if Su Ruhan exposes her wood-type ability, it will definitely not be enough. Therefore, the problem of insufficient Chinese medicinal materials for treating colds and fevers is a very serious problem. Su Ruhan kept this in mind. In addition, regarding the issue of the sea level rising by 1 meter every day, although Su Ruhan has the skill to expand the territory, she can only expand on the basis of her own territory. And in the Hope territory, most of the territory area does not belong to Su Ruhan personally. More importantly, this 1 meter rise in sea level does not mean that it only submerges the 1 meter territory boundary, but submerges the 1 meter vertical height territory boundary. This difference is too big. You should know that the boundary shore of the Hope territory is generally a huge gentle slope. The distance of several hundred meters is only a few meters in vertical height. In this case, it will probably take only a few days for the seawater to flood the moat, and then the defense fence, the third ring, the second ring, the main urban area. If left alone, it may flood most of the territory of Hope territory within these 28 days. By that time, where will the 80,000 members of Hope territory live? Moreover, after the Popularity Mall and Infrastructure Mall are closed, not only is there a problem with food, but ships cannot be bought, and territory buildings cannot be upgraded or repaired. These are all very serious problems, and Su Ruhan felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. We must find a way out for everyone before the sea water floods the territory. The morning of the 46th day of the game. That is, the second day after the second round of trials began. After dawn, the sea monster tide really subsided. However, the rainstorm did not stop, and the temperature dropped to -7 degrees again. In the territory of Hope, Su Ruhan also gave a speech on the territory's radio and live broadcast room early in the morning of the second day after the second round of trials began. Good morning, members of the Hope territory. I am Su Ruhan, the Lord of the First Territory. Su Ruhan said with a serious expression. The content of the second round of tests announced by the game last night was unexpected by all players. The closure of the Popularity Mall and the Infrastructure Mall will also have a huge impact on every player and every territory. Please don't panic, members of the Hope territory. The Hope territory has stockpiled a large amount of food, daily necessities, medicines, etc. before the start of the second round of tests in the game. The first thing Su Ruhan wanted to talk about was the issue of supplies that all players were most concerned about. Considering that everyone would have some food in stock, the territory would start distributing food to everyone on a regular basis, and in fixed quantities on the morning of the 8th day after the second wave of trials began. If players have already experienced food shortages within 7 days, they can also go to the Hope Territory Auditorium to register and receive it. After talking about the supply issues that everyone was most concerned about, Su Ruhan paused and began to talk about the various problems caused by the lack of more important medicines, rising sea levels, falling temperatures, and heavy rains. Although there is no shortage of food in the territory, cold-proof items and cold and fever-reducing medicines are in short supply. Everyone must pay attention to keeping warm and moisture-proof. Try not to stay outdoors for more than 20 minutes each time. Su Ruhan paused and continued. In addition, the sea level rises by 1 meter every day. If no measures are taken, it is estimated that in 28 days, more than half of the territory of our Hope territory will be submerged by sea water. So, in addition to those who choose to join the army, other members of the territory can come to the main city and build more high-rise buildings and ships in case of emergency. Su Ruhan continued, for the Hope territory and for yourselves. I hope that every member of the Hope territory can work together to overcome this difficulty. The speech lasted for more than half an hour before it ended. The main purpose was to call on the members of the Hope territory to pay attention to keeping warm and work together to build more high-rise buildings and ships to leave themselves a way out. Su Ruhan's call was quickly responded to by most of the territory members. Except for the members of the army, other territory members worked together and began to take turns to build high-rise buildings and large ships in the rain. After all territory members also understood that they were not only doing things for the territory, but also for themselves. If most of the territory was really going to sink to the bottom of the sea, then the first to die would definitely not be the high-level personnel of the territory, but ordinary territory members like them. So even if Su Ruhan didn't make a strong request, most players would actively join the team to build houses and ships. Unlike the relatively harmonious atmosphere in Hope Territory, many other territories are now in chaos. Many players in small territories died in the sea monster tide after their territory defenses were breached last night. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they knew that if they continued to stay in this small territory, they would die sooner or later. Therefore, most of the players in small territories started to crowdfund to buy ships and go to larger territories together. However, now that the Popularity Mall has been closed, the ships that were originally worth 2 million have been directly sold at 20 million worth of materials, or 2 million worth of food in the player exchange. All players understand that after the Popularity Mall is closed, the popularity value is equivalent to becoming waste paper. No one mentions the popularity value anymore, and everyone starts bartering. Among them, the prices of food and ships are the highest, and those relatively larger territories are not in a good situation now. The vast majority of territories do not have enough supplies to pay for rent. So, many players with bad intentions appeared, taking advantage of the chaos in the territories to fish in troubled waters, plundering other players' supplies. The incidents of burning, killing, and looting have been staged in various territories around the world. Basically, except for the Hope Territory, there is no territory without incidents. When Su Ruhan heard the news, he was helpless. In the early days of the apocalypse, a similar incident actually happened, so Su Ruhan and Lu Yui put the collection of supplies in the most important position before. Once people can't even guarantee the most basic source of food, there is no guarantee that they can have any moral bottom line in that situation. If the Hope Territory is like other territories, without enough survival supplies, it will definitely be in chaos now. The next day, after another night, a small number of members of the Defense Army on night watch in Hope Territory began to have a fever. Although, at night, the shift time between each brigade is still 20 minutes, and ginger tea is taken immediately after the shift. But it is too frequent, and the weather is cold, the clothes are wet, and there are not enough dry clothes to change. So some members of the army with weaker constitutions still couldn't hold on, and began to have a fever. The Chinese medicinal materials that were previously stockpiled came in handy at this moment. However, the problem of insufficient reserves of Chinese medicinal materials has also been clearly highlighted. It seems that we still have to find a way to solve this difficult problem as soon as possible, but in this extremely cold and rainy situation, in just 2 days, the crops in Su Ruhan's yard have all been frozen to death in the ground. Crops are very difficult to survive, and Chinese herbal medicines are naturally the same. Sister Ruhan, why don't we try to use greenhouses to grow Chinese herbal medicines? Linihua has been helping Su Ruhan deal with Chinese medicine issues, and now she can see her worries. Su Ruhan heard this, and thought that Linihua's proposal was not bad. However, now there is a shortage of all materials, and I don't know if it is possible to successfully build a greenhouse for growing Chinese medicinal materials. But in general, give it a try. Su Ruhan nodded. Okay, Wah, have you learned about the construction of greenhouses before? I have learned a little, Sister Ruhan. Wait for me to think carefully, and I will try to organize a plan for you tomorrow. Linihua knew the importance of this matter, and did not shirk it. In addition to Linihua, several other core members were also doing their best to contribute to the Hope Territory. While the Hope Territory was busy in full swing, some ships began to dock in the sea area of the Hope Territory. These should be players from other small territories. After their own territories were breached, they gathered supplies and exchanged for ships in the player exchange, and came here to join the Hope Territory. But Su Ruhan actually didn't want to accept these players into the territory. Originally, Hope Territory's supplies, except for food, were barely self-sufficient. If Hope Territory were to accept these players, who came to Hope Territory one after another, the supplies would be even more scarce. What's more, who knows if there are any other useful players among so many players? If those players start to incite people after being accepted into the territory, then Hope Territory might become chaotic like other territories. However, if we can accept more members, the territory outside the territory will continue to expand, and maybe we can offset the sea level rising by 1 meter every day. What do you think? Su Ruhan was a little entangled, and she wanted to hear Lu Yui's advice. Lu Yui knew what Su Ruhan was worried about, and he came to Su Ruhan and whispered, "We can move all the players in the current territory to the second ring and the main city, and keep the third ring for these new players, and we don't have to provide supplies to these new players." Su Ruhan nodded slightly. thinking that what Liu Yui said was also a good suggestion. These players did not choose to join the Hope Territory as their first choice. Now they joined the Hope Territory only because they were forced to do so. Naturally, they should not receive the same treatment as the original members of the territory. The purpose of agreeing to let them join the territory is just to use their territory area to offset the daily rising sea level. Su Ruhan quickly arranged personnel to help all the old players move to within the second ring. Then, Zhao Shui and Zhou Heng, core players, started to organize and register the information of these new players. However, before registering the new players, Su Ruhan also wrote a territory notice and posted it at the entrance of the territory. Hope Territory Notice. For players who join Hope Territory after the second round of trials, Hope Territory will not provide any food, medicine, daily necessities, and other supplies. Beside this notice board, there is also a special person standing there, asking every new player to read it carefully before joining. Why? We join the territory later, and don't have any benefits, no food distribution, and no medicine when we are sick. Then why should I join your territory? That's right, I wanted to join your territory because I was sick and had no medicine. Didn't you say that there are sufficient food reserves, and food will be distributed to each member of the territory? Why don't you distribute it to us? Before Su Ruhan could speak for some players' rogue remarks, he heard Zhao Shui shouting at the top of her voice with a loudspeaker. What were you doing before? You join our camp now, when we don't even have enough supplies. Do you think we are a charity? What contribution have you made to the territory of Hope? What does every brick and tile of our territory have to do with you? You don't participate in the labor process, but want to share the fruits directly. It's good enough that we didn't ask you for an entrance fee, but you are still licking your face. How can you say that? You can join or not. If you don't join, get out of the sea area of the territory of Hope immediately. Before Zhao Shui said this, she had specially found a loudspeaker. She talked a lot, and no one could interrupt. At this moment, Su Ruhan also raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and secretly applauded her in her heart. What Zhao Shui said just now was completely right. If it was a player who originally wanted to join the territory, they would have had many opportunities to join before the second test came. But they did not join at that time. Now that their own territory is in trouble, under this situation, they want to join the Hope Territory, and the Hope Territory is not a shelter. If the sea level does not rise by 1 meter every day, in order to use the territories of these players to offset the rising territory, Su Ruhan would probably not agree to let them join the territory. After Zhao Shui finished speaking, everyone present was silent for a few seconds. Originally, those people wanted to say something else, but Zhao Shui waved to Zhou Heng, the captain of the 1st Brigade. Captain Zhou, please take your men, and get rid of those who dare to talk again. After Zhao Shui finished speaking, she made a gesture of wiping her neck towards the group of people just now. Zhou Heng nodded when he heard it. The next moment, at Zhou Heng's signal, the 4,000 people in the 1st Brigade raised their long-range weapons at the same time and aimed at the players, who were still trying to incite people. Those people were frightened and silent when they saw this scene. No one dared to say a word of nonsense. And almost all the players, after seeing the notice on the Hope Territory bulletin board clearly saying no supplies, after hearing the words, they still chose to join the territory. After all, at least the defense measures of the Hope Territory are guaranteed, and they don't have to worry about being eaten by sea monsters in the short term. As for food, some players have already stored some in their inventory, while others have started to covet other people's food. Humph! If I know that someone is causing trouble in the Hope Territory, then the end result will be the sea monsters in the moat and buffer zone traps with no remains left. Zhao Shui continued to speak loudly through the loudspeaker. When the players who had some ideas heard this, they thought of the video about the defense trap of Hope Territory in the forum post. They instantly shrank their necks and thought that Zhao Shui was really scary. In response, Zhao Shui rolled her eyes and said that she was too lazy to pay attention. Su Ruhan smiled more and found it quite interesting. Originally, when she gave the matter of recruiting new members to Zhao Shui, she was a little worried and followed to take a look. Now he was completely relieved. He was not someone who would suffer any loss. Let's go back. Su Ruhan felt that Zhao Shui and Zhou Heng should be able to handle the matter here without any problem, so he spoke to Liu Yui beside him. Liu Yui nodded, and the next moment, he took Su Ruhan back to the villa. Su Ruhan had just taken a shower at the gate of Hope Territory. After returning, he immediately took a hot shower and changed into clean clothes. I wonder how long the water and electricity supply in Hope Territory can last. Su Ruhan found a dry towel and wiped his hair. If the seawater generator is not destroyed by the sea monster, it can be supplied all the time. Lu Yui looked at Su Ruhan's gaze and paused. After a slight sigh, he still spoke. Several have been destroyed in the past 2 days. It is expected that in less than a week, Hope Territory will have no water and electricity. Su Ruhan also expected this to happen. When there are only a few generators left, notify everyone that the water and electricity will be cut off. Without electricity, other desalination equipment will naturally not work and will have to return to its original state. However, there is no need to worry about water resources. Although seawater is salty, the rainwater from heavy rain is actually fresh water. It can be used after a little filtering and purification. How is the cotton-padded jacket production of the Research Institute going? Su Ruhan continued to ask. Since the second round of tests began, the Research Institute has produced a large number of 2 kinds of potions that can poison sea monsters. All the remaining people began to use various limited materials to speed up the research and development of warm and cold-proof clothing. It's okay, but the materials are limited. It is estimated that at most we can produce 10,000 or 20,000 warm clothes, which is still impossible to take care of everyone. Lu Yui said a cruel fact. Su Ruhan also sighed slightly after hearing it. He couldn't think of any good solution for a while. But just a moment later, Su Ruhan suddenly thought that he seemed to have 2 infrastructure tasks that had not been completed. They are, the number of territory members reaches 100,000, and the territory area exceeds 10 million square meters. These 2 infrastructure tasks can be completed in the next few days. At that time, you can get 2 infrastructure gift packs. Although infrastructure gift packs are not valuable in normal times, they are indeed rare and precious in the current situation where the infrastructure mall is closed. I don't know if I can get anything useful for the second round of tests. 2 days later. The number of people in the territory exceeded 100,000, and the area of the territory exceeded 10 million square meters. Su Ruhan had completed the 2 infrastructure tasks in the task bar. Game task bar. Infrastructure task. Lord. Task 7. The number of territory members reached 100,000,107,124/100,000. Completed task 8. The total area of the territory exceeded 10 million square meters. 1107.5/1000. Completed daily task. Su Ruhan submitted both tasks directly and received 2 infrastructure gift packs and some popularity points. She put away the infrastructure gift pack and then clicked on the refreshed infrastructure task bar. Infrastructure task. Task 10. Pass the second round of the game version test. 0/1. Task 11. At the end of the second round of the test, the death rate of the territory members should not exceed half. 0/1. Task 12. The territory level is upgraded to level 5, March 5th. Note, it is detected that the player infrastructure mall is closed. You can obtain infrastructure value and upgrade the territory by killing sea monsters and bosses. Su Ruhan looked at the newly refreshed notes of Task 12 and frowned slightly. This was the first time this happened. Moreover, more importantly, the tasks of this game will change with the progress of the game. Su Ruhan and the others have just entered the second round of trials, and the tasks refreshed in this game are related to this second round of trials. What if she completed the previous tasks before the second round of trials? I don't know if the same tasks will be refreshed in that case. No one can respond to Su Ruhan's questions. Su Ruhan just kept this in mind. She will wait until the second round of trials is over, and then take advantage of the rest time between the second and third rounds to complete these 3 tasks. Refresh the task bar again to verify her own guess, and see if the newly refreshed tasks are related to the next test. Chapter 31, Day 31. The morning of the 7th day, when the second round of trials began. That was the 51st day, when Su Ruhan entered the game. At this time, the global temperature had dropped to -18 degrees Celsius, and the sea level had risen by 7 meters. In the 6 or 7 days since the second round of trials began, many small and medium-sized territories had suffered a large number of casualties. Moreover, when it comes to the causes of casualties in these small and medium-sized territories, most of them were not caused by the invasion of sea monsters, but rather died of colds and fevers caused by heavy rains and extremely low temperatures. In this extremely low temperature and heavy rain, more and more players are suffering from colds and fevers. With the popularity mall closed, the stock of medicines in each territory is far from enough. Most players cannot count on the territory to distribute medicines. If they want to treat diseases, they can only go to the player exchange to exchange materials for medicines. But in this situation, everyone knows the preciousness of medicines. How can any player be willing to exchange the medicines in his hands, unless there is a very rare situation where there is no food, no warm clothes, and they are about to starve to death or freeze to death, they will consider exchanging medicine for food and warm clothes. But it is also said that it is a very rare case. Most of the sick players will not have the good luck to encounter such a coincidental transaction. Then the only thing waiting for them is death. On the other hand, the Hope territory is not so bad. Apart from the new players who join the territory in the third ring, the territory members in the second ring and the inner city are all paying special attention to keeping warm and rainproof. Therefore, the number of people with colds and fevers in the inner city of the second ring is relatively small. As for the 2 infrastructure gift packs that Su Ruhan had rewarded for completing the infrastructure task before, Su Ruhan also specially found players with high luck in the territory and asked them to open them. Everyone was surprised to find that the rewards in the 2 gift packs this time were almost all the items urgently needed for the second round of tests: 2 large-scale intelligent winter coat production machines, and a large amount of clothing materials and accessories needed for the production of winter coats. The importance of winter clothes in extremely cold and rainy weather is unquestionable, and these 2 infrastructure packages are very practical. But Su Ruhan also became more suspicious of the game consciousness because of this. With the machines and materials for making winter clothes, Hope Territory has also sent a large number of members to work overtime to make winter clothes in the past few days. Therefore, these 2 large fully automatic machines have successfully produced more than 10,000 thick winter coats in these few days. However, there is a bad news that the seawater generators placed in the sea near Hope Territory have been basically destroyed by sea monsters. The remaining few can't hold out for long. If there is a power outage, the winter clothing production machine will naturally not be able to operate. Fortunately, the Research Institute has been actively researching warm materials and making warm clothing these days. Finally, on the morning of the 7th day, when the second round of tests began, more than 10,000 pieces were produced. More than 10,000 winter clothing production machines, plus more than 10,000 pieces produced by the Research Institute, plus more than 30,000 pieces hoarded by Linihua when she was hoarding goods. If you add it up, there are nearly 60,000 winter clothes in total. Although it is not enough for one person per person, many of the original 80,000 members of the territory are old players, and they originally had thicker clothes. So, overall, the problem of cold-resistant clothes for the territory members in the second ring and the main city can be solved. The problem of the sea level rising by 1 meter every day in the territory has also been well solved. The territory area of more than 100,000 new members has well offset the effect of rising sea levels. More than a week has passed, and the defense fences and traps outside the third ring have not been submerged. However, from this point of view, another problem of Chinese medicinal materials is particularly prominent. Although, in the Hope territory, there are not as many members with colds and fevers as in other territories. But under the continuous heavy rain and extremely cold weather, some patients with colds and fevers have appeared one after another in the past few days. Moreover, most of these members with colds and fevers are combatants, who have to keep watch in the middle of the night in the army. Fortunately, the number of people is not particularly large, and Linihua also stockpiled some Chinese medicinal materials before the second round of tests, plus some Chinese herbal medicines harvested from the newly built Chinese medicine greenhouse a few days ago. So, overall, the Chinese medicine for colds and fevers is barely enough so far. In the Hope territory, the sick players were cured quickly, and there were no casualties. However, not all Chinese herbal medicines grow so fast. On the contrary, the growth cycle of many Chinese herbal medicines takes a long time. So even if they are planted in soil that is 10 or dozens of times thicker, it still takes a long time. A few days have passed, and nearly half of the Chinese herbal medicines in the greenhouse are still not mature. Seeing that the previously stockpiled Chinese medicinal materials are about to run out, the next batch of Chinese herbal medicines that are about to mature in this greenhouse is almost related to the life and death of many members of the territory. Su Ruhan and everyone in the Hope territory attach great importance to the Chinese herbal medicines in this greenhouse. There are special personnel guarding and patrolling around the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse 24 hours a day. While eating breakfast, Su Ruhan was thinking about going to the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse to see the growth of those Chinese herbal medicines. At this time, Linihua ran in from outside in a panic. "Sister Ruhan, it's not good. I don't know who destroyed the Chinese herbal medicines in the greenhouse. When I went to see it this morning, most of the Chinese herbs were trampled and broken." Su Ruhan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and said with a cold look, "Who destroyed it? Didn't they arrange people to watch around and inside the greenhouse? Where are those people?" Su Ruhan's first reaction was that someone neglected their duties. Sister Ruhan, most of the team members who guarded the greenhouse last night should have died. Only 2 members are still alive, but they are about to die. Lin Yihua's tone was unprecedentedly panic. The importance of this batch of Chinese herbal medicines is beyond doubt. Sister Ruhan, why don't you go and take a look? Su Ruhan didn't expect this result, and a hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. You know, most of the members she recently arranged to guard the greenhouse are military members with a combat power of more than 500. Being able to kill so many players at the same time, and not even giving them a chance to issue a warning. It seems that the one who attacked them must be a master. Okay, let's go check on the injured members first. Su Ruhan pushed away the dishes and stood up. At this moment, Su Ruhan's mind was thinking quickly. In this situation where all players are live streaming 24 hours a day, a player who can do this step without anyone noticing must have some special skills. Either it's a skill similar to Liu Yui's to turn off the live broadcast, or some other skills. Anyway, it must not be a simple character. Things are a bit tricky. But the most important thing at the moment is to save the lives of the 2 surviving players. Maybe we can get some useful information from these 2 players. Wah, go and investigate whether the viewers of the live broadcast rooms of the territory members who died at night saw anything unusual in their live broadcast rooms. Su Ruhan suddenly thought of another direction to investigate, so he told Lin Yihua. He then continued to ask about the specific location of the injured members. Are the injured members still in the greenhouse? They are still near the greenhouse. On my way back just now, I also specially called the members of the nearby large team and the military doctor over. Sister Ruhan, you should go too. Lin Yihua spoke quickly. Leave the investigation to me. Su Ruhan said nothing more. She glanced at Liu Yui, who came out of the kitchen after hearing the noise, and said, let's go to the greenhouse. Something happened. Liu Yui had heard part of it just now, so he didn't delay any more and teleported directly with Su Ruhan to the vicinity of the greenhouse. At this moment, many people gathered around the greenhouse, and surrounded in the middle were 2 injured and dying members of the territory. Several military doctors were actively trying to save them, but because the medical conditions were too limited, they were just anxious and could not really help. Seeing this, Su Ruhan immediately prepared to step forward and summon the wood power. But at this moment, Liu Yui suddenly grabbed Su Ruhan. He pulled Su Ruhan and teleported her to an empty corner, and moved the game screen away. The people who attacked them went to such great lengths to do such a thing that hurt others, and did not benefit themselves. What do you think is the purpose? Liu Yui spoke in a low voice. He must want to destroy the Chinese herbal medicine, so that we can hope that the territory is short of medicine, and it will be in chaos like other territories. Su Ruhan spoke without thinking. But soon, Su Ruhan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in a deep voice, you mean? That person wants to force me to use the wood power to save people, and save the Chinese herbal medicine? Then that person will have more reason to use this to say that I am a doomsday player, or there is any other conspiracy against me. Su Ruhan continued. Well, so my suggestion is that you should not use the healing effect of the wood element ability to save people easily. Saving the Chinese herbs is not an option either. Seeing that Su Ruhan understood immediately, Liu Yui directly stated his suggestion. Compared to the lives of others, Liu Yui still felt that Su Ruhan's safety was more important. But if we don't save people and those Chinese herbs, our territory will also face huge losses and a huge crisis. Su Ruhan pursed her lips and said what she was thinking. Moreover, if someone wants to deal with me, even if I don't take action this time, they will come up with other ways to force me to use my supernatural powers next time. Su Ruhan knew that Liu Yui made such a cautious suggestion out of concern. But in the current situation, Su Ruhan felt that even if he avoided it, it would only be temporary. It would be better to save those 2 people, and see if he could ask for some useful information and turn the passive situation into active. Well, but you have to promise me that you can't act alone in the future. Liu Yui knew that he couldn't persuade Su Ruhan, so he could only do his best to protect her safety. Su Ruhan nodded in agreement. Although on the surface, it was Liu Yui and Su Ruhan who stood at the top of all players. But Su Ruhan and Liu Yui both understood that the mastermind behind today's silent murder must be very powerful. Soon, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui teleported back to the vicinity of the Chinese medicine greenhouse again. Everyone, get out of the way. I take a look for them. Su Ruhan saw from a distance that the 2 attacked players were lying on the ground, dying. She immediately ignored everything else and stepped forward to disperse the crowd around. When everyone saw that it was the Lord and the Deputy Lord, they immediately made way. Su Ruhan did not delay any longer. When she came to the 2, she immediately summoned her wood ability. A green halo surrounded the two dying players. In less than 5 minutes, the two players coughed up a pool of black blood one after another. The next moment, the two woke up slowly. What happened? One of them was still a little confused. Seeing so many people around him, his mind went blank for a moment. The other one was also confused. Why am I lying on the ground? Su Ruhan used the wood ability to check the condition of the two people. After confirming that they had stabilized and were not in any danger for the time being, he asked, "What did you encounter before you fell into a coma? Or did you see anyone special?" One of them shook his head, saying that he didn't remember anything and nothing strange happened. The other one thought for a while, and suddenly said, "Although I didn't see anyone, I remember that I seemed to smell a strange and pungent smell before I fainted. It was a smell I had never smelled before. It was only a few seconds after the smell came, and I didn't know anything." Su Ruhan frowned even more when she heard this. When she treated the two people just now, she found that they were poisoned. Even Su Ruhan had never seen this kind of poison. Su Ruhan turned his gaze to Lu Yui beside him, wanting to see if he had any more discoveries. Lu Yui just shook his head slightly. Su Ruhan was a little disappointed, and asked the two members who were attacked a few more questions, but he didn't ask anything extra. "You should go back and have a good rest first. Although I have helped you get rid of the state of coma caused by poisoning, your health is still relatively low. Let the military doctor make some blood-replenishing soup for you." Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of them, Su Ruhan asked them to go back. But at this moment, Lin Hua ran over from a distance. "Sister Hua Hua, I just went to investigate." The viewers of the live broadcast rooms of the attack members all said that they didn't see anything either. They only knew that the game live broadcast room suddenly went black, and then they couldn't see anything. Lin Hua was panting and speaking anxiously. Hearing this, Su Ruhan immediately turned around and looked at the two players who had been rescued before, and asked, "Are your two live broadcast rooms still black now?" The two players immediately clicked on their game screens to check the situation, but were surprised to find that their live room button could not be opened no matter how hard they tried. Other players, who knew the two injured members, also tried to click into the live rooms of these two people from the follow list, but found that they could not be opened either. This situation, in the past, would only occur after the player died. What's going on? Are we already dead? Yeah, are they dead or alive now? After they are revived, they are no longer normal people, right? I don't know, but if they died, they should disappear directly. If they didn't disappear, it should mean that they are not dead yet. Stop arguing. Can they stand here and talk peacefully after they die? Su Ruhan felt very upset. She swept her eyes over the people present, and then fell on the two players. Someone should have blocked your game live broadcast room with a skill. Don't think too much. Go back and have a good rest. Everyone go away. Su Ruhan spoke again, asking the surrounding players to leave first. However, Lin Hua was left behind. Hua Hua, stay for a while. After everyone dispersed, Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and Lin Hua also moved the game screen away, and then walked into the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse together. Looking at the devastation in the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse, Su Ruhan's eyes also flashed a trace of fierceness that had not appeared for a long time. She secretly made a note of this account in her heart. Without saying anything extra, she directly activated her wood-related abilities, and began to restore these trampled and broken Chinese herbal medicines. Wood-type abilities can heal players' injuries, so it is naturally easier to treat this kind of original plant now. The green halo of Su Ruhan's peak level 9 wood-type ability lingered over the entire Chinese medicine greenhouse. Not long after, most of the Chinese herbs in the greenhouse were revived and restored to their best state. However, Su Ruhan did not withdraw his wood-type ability. Instead, he continued to activate a greater degree of wood-type ability, trying to ripen the Chinese herbs that had just recovered to their original form. Lu Yui was naturally used to Su Ruhan's actions. However, Lin Hua, who was standing by, was shocked by Su Ruhan's move, and her eyes widened. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands to prevent any extra sound. After a while, Su Ruhan slowly withdrew his wood-type ability. At this moment, most of the Chinese herbs in the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse had matured. However, Su Ruhan staggered because of excessive use of his ability, and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Lu Yui and Lin Hua were not far away. They supported Su Ruhan and sat beside her to rest. "Hua Hua, you have also seen my ability." After resting for a while, Su Ruhan said to Lin Hua beside him, "The reason why I didn't hide it from you is that, after the Chinese herbal medicine in this greenhouse was destroyed by human beings, I had a new plan." When Su Ruhan spoke, he looked at Lin Hua, wanting to see if she had any special changes to her expression. Although Su Ruhan had asked Lu Yui to check Lin Yihua's favorability towards Hope territory many times before, and it can be confirmed that she is a trustworthy partner for the time being. But human nature is the most vulnerable to the test, and no one can guarantee. Don't worry, Sister Ruhan, I will definitely not leak the secret. Lin Yihua took a long time to come back to her senses. She put down her hands covering her mouth and spoke solemnly. At the same time, she also knew very well in her heart that Sister Ruhan told her these things out of trust in her, so she didn't feel that Sister Ruhan's tone was harsh at all. Sister Ruhan, what are your new plans? Lin Yihua continued to ask, and now she had completely calmed down. Seeing that Lin Yihua was so receptive, Su Ruhan did not explain anything more about the supernatural power, but directly told her future plans. Now that our herb greenhouse has been targeted, the purpose of the person behind the scenes must be that he does not want us to have enough herbs in Hope territory. He probably wants to make Hope territory chaotic, so that he can fish in troubled waters. Of course we can't let the person behind the scenes get what he wants. In the future, we will definitely continue to plant Chinese herbs, but we need to move them to a more hidden and safer place. Su Ruhan paused and continued, I plan to directly clear out the second floor of my level 4 villa and convert it into a base for planting Chinese herbs. Only the three of us know about this. When the time comes, I will trouble Hua Hua to come over often to help me take care of these Chinese herbs. Su Ruhan said. Originally, Su Ruhan didn't want to do this. After all, the area of the villa is still very limited. Although it is a level 4 villa, the first floor is only about 200 square meters. Even if the second floor is completely emptied, I'm afraid not many Chinese herbal medicines can be planted. However, under the current situation, Su Ruhan has to choose this method. The main reason is that the Chinese medicine greenhouse has been targeted by someone, and if it continues to be planted in the greenhouse, it will easily be destroyed again. Second, the power supply will stop soon, and the bulbs in the greenhouse that illuminate the Chinese medicine and allow it to photosynthesize will not work. If the planting base of Chinese herbal medicine is moved to the second floor of Su Ruhan's villa, with Su Ruhan and Lu Yui there, naturally no one can destroy it under their noses. As for the second problem of electricity and lighting, it is easy to solve with Lu Yui's thunder ability. Don't worry about the power problem. We have prepared some backup power sources. If it is only used for lighting the plants on the second floor of the villa, it can last for a while. Su Ruhan did not mention Lu Yui's ability, but just explained it under the guise of backup power supply. Lu Yui's level 9 lightning ability has reached an amazing level of control over lightning, not to mention that Lu Yui's real strength has now reached level 10. So there is naturally no problem with this power supply problem. Before, I just didn't want to arouse suspicion, so I didn't actually use it. You go back first, don't tell anyone else what I just told you. Su Ruhan also did not forget to remind Lin Yihua again before she left. Of course, it was a warning, but to a certain extent, it was also a warning. Su Ruhan believed that with Lin Yihua's intelligence, she would naturally understand her hidden meaning. Sister Ruhan, I understand, don't worry. Lin Yihua nodded solemnly, knowing that this matter was of great importance. Chapter 32 The 32nd Day of Survival on a Deserted Island. After Lin Yihua left, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui collected all the Chinese herbs that were ripened by the wood-type supernatural power, and then teleported back to the villa. The two of them moved the game screen at the same time. When the game announcement is broadcast tonight, you can take the opportunity to close our 2 live broadcast rooms. Su Ruhan said as soon as she returned to the villa. She seemed to have thought of something, her eyes were slightly cold, and she continued, at that time, we can also blame the reason for the blackout of the live broadcast room on. Originally, in order to avoid panic among the members of the territory, Su Ruhan was not going to close the game live broadcast room in this second round of tests. But now, Su Ruhan has been targeted. Moreover, she will also plant Chinese herbs privately on the second floor of the villa. If there is a live broadcast room following her, she will always have to move the game screen around and block it, which is also very troublesome and easy to leak information accidentally. Besides, there are players in the territory who can hack other people's live broadcast rooms. We can take this opportunity to throw the dirty water on that person's head. Since that person dared to plot against Su Ruhan, he could not blame Su Ruhan for plotting against him. But have you ever thought that if you do this, you will always be in a dangerous state? Lu Yui did not beat around the bush and directly expressed his concerns. If your live broadcast room is closed, that person's live broadcast room may also be closed. If he wants to deal with you, wouldn't it be done without anyone knowing? Su Ruhan had already thought of the problems that Lu Yui might have, and she explained, but even if I don't close the live broadcast room, I actually pose no substantial threat to that person. He can close my live broadcast room as soon as he gets close to me, so the result will be the same? Besides, if I broadcast live all the time, I will be a bright target. Everyone knows where I am, and anyone can attack me. Su Ruhan continued, from this perspective, not broadcasting live can help us move from the light to the dark better. In this way, the enemy who was originally in the dark will have to come out in the light. But I can't always know your location. If you are in danger, I can't be in time. Lu Yui said again. Su Ruhan interrupted, it's okay. After the live broadcast room is closed, we can stay together for 24 hours. No matter how powerful the enemy is, I don't believe that he can defeat the two of us together. Su Ruhan sneered, turned his gaze back to Lu Yui, and continued, and don't forget, I have also recovered one of my superpowers. Lu Yui sighed slightly after hearing this, but was finally convinced. Okay, I listen to you. But if our live broadcast room is suddenly closed, it will definitely cause panic among many members of the territory. Su Ruhan saw that Lu Yui agreed, so she expressed her concerns. She paused and continued to talk about her next plan. So, we will call Linihua, Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng and others to discuss it this afternoon. Also let them prepare themselves mentally in advance, so that when the time comes, they can comfort other members of the territory in time. Okay. Lu Yui nodded, thinking that Su Ruhan's plan was perfect, so he didn't add anything. After Su Ruhan finished talking about this, he thought about the poison on the two players just now. When I used the wood element ability to heal the two people just now, I found that they were poisoned. If it was an hour later, they would definitely die, and the wood element ability couldn't save them. I have never seen this kind of poison before. You looked at their status bar just now, there was nothing special? Although Su Ruhan had asked Lu Yui once before with her eyes, and got a negative answer, she couldn't help but ask again this time. Lu Yui still shook his head. No, their status just now was only the word poisoned. I didn't see any extra notes. The enemy in the dark may be a player who is good at using poison. I don't know what his purpose is. Su Ruhan also felt a headache. This was the most insidious player she had met since she entered the game. Su Ruhan also felt uncomfortable with the feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. She continued to ask, do you have any suspects? Lu Yui frowned and thought for a moment. I feel that no one in the top players can match this person. Maybe it's a player outside the rankings. However, you don't need to worry too much, since he is not directly looking for trouble with us, but only destroying Chinese medicinal materials. It means that his strength is still not strong enough, and he wants to disrupt the order of the territory so that he can kill people with borrowed knives. Lu Yui thought for a moment and continued, if he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble just to force you to use your powers, and make more people suspect that you were a doomsday player. Yes, if he was strong enough, he could just come and kill one of us, and then we could just go back to reality. There's no need to do this. Su Ruhan also agreed with Lu Yui's statement. She paused and made another guess. Perhaps he was sent by other hostile territories to disrupt the order of the Hope territory? Su Ruhan had a reason to think so. After all, in the second round of the test, only Su Ruhan's Hope territory remained independent. Other territories, big and small, were in chaos, and every player was trying to survive. Perhaps there were players or leaders from other territories who were not used to the peaceful state of Hope territory and wanted to create some trouble. We can only know the answer after we see the murderer. Although Lu Yui can check the attributes of the players, it is impossible for him to do nothing and check all the hundreds of thousands of players who have joined the territory. Moreover, it is not certain whether the murderer who destroyed the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse and killed other players joined the territory before the second round of trials, or mixed into the territory with the victims after the second round of trials. This makes it even more difficult to find the murderer by checking the information of each player in the territory. Well, we still have to find a way to catch this person. Su Ruhan also understood what Lu Yui meant. She paused for a moment and continued. When our game live broadcast room is hacked, that person will definitely be unable to hold back and want to see what happened on our side. Then we can ambush him. Okay, after the live broadcast room is hacked, you can pretend to be injured. In this way, even if you can't lure out the murderer this time, you can attract many players who are suspicious of our identities and want to take the opportunity to attack us. After a brief thought, Lu Yui suggested. Yes. Su Ruhan agreed with Lu Yui's idea. The two hit it off and began to formulate some plans against those players with ulterior motives in the territory. At noon, in order to prevent the entire territory from falling into chaos after Su Ruhan and Lu Yui closed the live broadcast room, Su Ruhan promptly summoned Linihua, Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng, Qin Yu, Song Bowen, and other core members of the territory to the villa for a brief meeting. I asked you all to come here today because there is an important matter that requires your cooperation. Su Ruhan spoke directly when everyone was present. The reason why Su Ruhan and Liu Yui did not deliberately hide most of their plans from the core members of these territories was actually very simple. After all, Liu Yui carefully checked the hidden attributes of each member present. They all had no ill will towards the Hope territory, and were teammates who could be trusted to support them. Of course, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui both understood that the premise of all this must be that their identities as Doomsday players would not be exposed. Otherwise, no one could guarantee that under the huge temptation of being able to return to reality, these so-called core members would still be kind to them. Lord, please tell us what you want. We will do our best to do it. Qin Yu, who was always the most carefree, now had a serious expression like the others. Qin Yu thought that Su Ruhan must have called everyone here because of the Chinese medicine greenhouse incident, just like everyone else. Needless to say, the importance of the Chinese medicine greenhouse to the Hope territory. Except for Lin Yihua, no one present knew the subsequent handling results of the Chinese medicine greenhouse. So at this moment, every member present had a serious expression and was thinking about countermeasures. And the fact was indeed as everyone expected. Su Ruhan called everyone here today, and it was indeed about the incident this morning. However, it was not just about that incident. I'm sure everyone has heard about what happened in the greenhouse today. I have some new arrangements for this matter. Su Ruhan did not keep the secret and spoke directly. Before the two players were attacked, the live broadcast room was forcibly closed. I said at the time that someone used the skill to block the live broadcast room. Su Ruhan paused slightly, and then continued, the main reason I asked you to come here today is because of the problem with this live broadcast room. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Su Ruhan continued, since the attacker can shut down other people's live broadcast rooms, he can also shut down his own live broadcast room. So it is very difficult for us to find a murderer among so many players in the territory. But since he likes to hide in the dark, we can also lure him out of his hole and design a way to lure him out. Su Ruhan continued. How to lure him out? Everyone listened very carefully and asked in confusion. The Deputy Lord actually has the same skills. When the system announcement comes tonight, he will take advantage of the chaos of global players because of the system announcement to close our live broadcast rooms. Su Ruhan continued to talk about the detailed plan. The murderer will definitely be confused and want to check the situation, or think this is a good time to attack us. And we will ambush the murderer in the villa. But if our live broadcast room is closed, I hope that many members in the territory will definitely fall into chaos because they can't open our live broadcast room. At this time, everyone needs to maintain order in the territory. Su Ruhan continued. Lord, I understand. Don't worry. Leave everything to us. Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng and others responded immediately. When can we go to the villa to find you? After a while, Zhao Shui suddenly asked. Su Ruhan thought for a while before continuing. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will gather in the broadcasting room of the territory. I also need to make some speeches. As for tonight, everyone should not come. We can take this opportunity to see who in the territory has been secretly making moves. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Su Ruhan's eyes. But if everyone's reaction is too bland, it will also arouse suspicion, so Su Ruhan described some detailed plans. After Su Ruhan finished talking about his plan, Zhao Shui, Qin Yu and others all expressed their willingness to cooperate actively. Okay, Lord, don't worry. We will do our best to complete the tasks you have assigned us. Tonight is destined to be a night that will not be peaceful. In the evening, the weekly game system broadcast sound came as expected. Announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving 7 days in the second round of the test of the version of survival on a deserted island territory infrastructure. The 7-day gift package has been distributed. Please check it out. If the player or the territory can survive 28 days in the second round of the test, there will be better gift packages. Please stay tuned. Announcement. There are 21 days left before the end of the second round of the test. The game difficulty is upgraded, and the S-level boss will soon join the battlefield. Please be prepared. Current number of territories, 212,457. Current number of survivors, 8,770,145 in this week. The number of territories has directly decreased by nearly 90%. Only 200,000 are left. The number of players has also been reduced by nearly 3 million, leaving less than 9 million players. The death rate of the game is unprecedentedly high. Although the more advanced the game is, the more powerful the players who stay, but the number of survivors reported each week is still rapidly declining. Because of the 7-day gift package in this system announcement, everyone in the forum excitedly began to discuss what they had opened in their gift packages. I found 10 antipyretic pills in the 7-day gift package. I'm so lucky. New, I found a full set of warm clothes, so I don't have to worry about freezing to death. New, I found a skill book. New, am I the only one who found 2 slices of bread? New, I only found a bottle of mineral water. Isn't fresh water what we don't need the most now? New. In short, there are good and bad items in the gift package. Many people found items they urgently need, but many people also found some not so useful items. But at this moment, a new post caught the attention of all players. The live broadcast room of the First Territory Lord and Deputy Lord went black, suspected of being murdered. Hot, this post was specially written by Chinyu, also known as Goji, at the request of Su Ruhan. From this ridiculous title, it can be seen that it is his style. It has only been less than a minute since the post was posted, and it has instantly covered hundreds of floors. 1L, original poster just now, the game announcement sounded off, and I wanted to see what the Lord and Deputy Lord would have in their 7-day gift packs, but I didn't expect that when they were about to open the gift box, the screen went black. I was also ejected from the live broadcast room. When I tried to enter the live broadcast room again, I found that I could no longer enter it. 2L, this situation only occurs after the player dies. The First Territory Lord and Deputy Lord are so powerful, who can kill them both at the same time? 3L, the original poster replied to 2L, you don't know this, but there is a player in the Hope Territory who likes to black out other people's screens, poison and sneak attack others recently. I guess he should have been subdued by the Lord and Deputy Lord. Everyone follow me to find out. 4L, the OP is not a spy of Hope Territory. The Lord and Deputy Lord were attacked by someone, but you are still so happy. 5L, OP replied to 4L, I just trust the strength of our Lord and Deputy Lord, you know nothing. Su Ruhan looked at the post posted by Chinyu, and felt a little upset. However, seeing the content of the post, she had already expressed most of what she wanted to express, so Su Ruhan did not pay too much attention to it. Let's wait and see tonight if there are any big fish that will bite the hook. Su Ruhan curled his lips and sneered, and said to Lu Yui beside him, you go and close all the fences around the villa. I won't show up. You can tell everyone outside. I will inform everyone on the radio tomorrow morning. These were all plans arranged in advance. Lu Yui naturally didn't ask more questions. He went out of the villa directly, and closed all the entrances to the level 5 defense fences around the villa. At the same time, he also said to Chinyu, Xiao Shui, Zhou Heng and others who rushed over at the first time, you go back first. The Lord is fine. She will go to the broadcasting room to give a speech tomorrow morning. You can wait for her in the broadcasting room. Is the Lord really okay? Chinyu was acting like a drama queen, and this was a plot that had been arranged in advance. Yes. Is Sister Ruhan really okay? Let's take a look, otherwise we won't be able to rest assured. Zhao Shui also suppressed the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise, and spoke with a worried look. It's good that the Lord is okay. Zhou Heng acted very naturally, unlike Chinyu and Zhao Shui who acted so exaggeratedly. Deputy Lord, S-level bosses have landed on the shore one after another. Since the Lord is okay, I will lead people to encircle and suppress the boss. Lu Yui looked up at Zhou Heng after hearing this. His performance was much more natural. Okay, take the people there quickly. You will be in charge of the other captains for the time being. I probably won't be able to go to the shore tonight. Lu Yui did not forget to continue the plot. He spoke. Although Lu Yui's words were meant to indicate that Su Ruhan was fine. But except for the core members, who knew the inside story, everyone else could see from Lu Yui's performance that something might have happened to the Lord. Suddenly, the game forum and the Hope Territory were all bustling. 216L. I have a bold guess. The Lord of the First Territory might be injured. 217L. Don't make wild guesses. Our Lord is so powerful, he will be fine. Don't talk nonsense here. Be careful of ID checking. Everyone has seen just now, our Deputy Lord is unharmed. 218L. That is to say, didn't our Lord say that he would give a public speech tomorrow morning? Why not just wait until tomorrow morning? Among the members of the Hope Territory, most of the players are actively protecting the reputation of the Lord, but they can't help but feel nervous in their hearts, worrying that something has really happened to the Lord. But there are also a few players who are ready to go to Su Ruhan's villa to find out. Even if these players guess that this may be a trap, many people will still step into it. Just because many people have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if they are caught, they can still use the excuse that they are just curious and come to see the situation. They all felt that according to the character of Su Ruhan and Liu Yui, neither of them would kill innocent people. However, no one knew that Liu Yui's skill of checking hidden attributes could also distinguish right from wrong, good from evil. Their coming this time was destined to have only one ending, that is, there was no return. For every player who came near Su Ruhan and Liu Yui's villa, Liu Yui would immediately block his live broadcast room as long as he detected that he was a malicious person. Of course, there were also 10th level vulnerabilities that went with them, and all those people were killed on the spot. Moreover, Liu Yui's special skills also have a good cover. That is, he can put all this on the head of the person behind the scenes who used poison to destroy the greenhouse. Doesn't that person like to kill people in secret? Doesn't he like to block the live broadcast room? It's not unfair for him to take the blame. Su Ruhan and Liu Yui looked at each other and understood tacitly. In just one night, Su Ruhan and Liu Yui killed no less than 30 dissidents hidden in the territory members. However, the murderer who used poison and whom they wanted to catch the most never showed up. You are really patient. Su Ruhan looked at the gradually whitening sky outside the window and was a little disappointed. Liu Yui also sighed softly. It's okay, I will watch it from now on. You go to sleep for a while. You have to go to the broadcasting room to give a speech in the morning to calm people's hearts. Why don't I hide for a few more days, and you go to give the speech? Su Ruhan pondered for a moment before he suggested, just say that I am not feeling well, and make the situation more chaotic. That person must know that we are waiting for him to take the bait, so he is so patient. But if I don't show up, he will have to come and test the waters. Su Ruhan continued. Su Ruhan and Liu Yui both understood that they had encountered a tough opponent this time. Not only can he use powerful poisons, but he is also so patient. It is really difficult to deal with him. Su Ruhan's original plan to personally go to calm people in the morning had to be changed temporarily. However, I hope that with Liu Yui in the territory, most of the players will be appeased. Only the few players who are hostile to her will become active. This is also a good opportunity to eliminate dissidents. Su Ruhan plans to continue like this for a day until that person comes out. Anyway, she is in the dark now, so there is no need to worry. Those who should be anxious should be those who have ulterior motives. Chapter 33 The 33rd Day of Survival on the Deserted Island. The 8th day of the second round of tests. In the extreme cold and rainstorm mode, the weather this week is even colder, and the global temperature has dropped to minus 20 degrees. The rainstorm is still falling continuously, and the sea level of all territories in the game has risen by 8 meters. There are many smaller territories with lower sea levels. In just the past 8 days, more than half of the territory has been submerged. Moreover, after the second week of the second round of tests in the game, in addition to dealing with the problem of rising sea levels, the global territories also need to face a new challenge. That is, the newly joined S-level boss. The S-level boss landed. For ordinary full-level players, and ordinary small and medium-sized bases, it is a very difficult matter. If it is not handled properly, it may be a disaster. You know, the normal full-level player's full attack power is only about 500, and the health is only about 1100. The average attribute value of S-level boss is above 500, and the HP is above 10,000. The gap between the two is obvious. It is difficult for ordinary players with full level to deal with S-level boss alone. Fortunately, every player now has a territory. If the power of many territory members is combined to kill 1 or 2 S-level boss together, it is not a particularly difficult task. However, things are not as smooth as everyone imagined. The players soon discovered that the number of S-level bosses that came ashore at night was not just 1 or 2. Instead, 1 or 2 new S-level bosses would come ashore every half an hour or an hour. In this way, just one night passed. The number of S-level bosses that came ashore was more than 10 or 20. In this case, even if many players in the territory could work together to kill the S-level boss, they were all in a very exhausted state, and casualties would occur from time to time. What's worse is that many of the combat members of these territories are temporarily assembled. Their attendance time is not as orderly as that of the Hope territory. Many players often get caught in the rain for more than 30 minutes, which leads to many of them catching a cold and having a fever very quickly. But when these players have a fever, these territories have no medicine reserves. It is difficult for individual players to buy medicine in time, and their health keeps dropping. Even a full house player at level 100 will not survive for a week if he catches a cold and has a fever and continues to lose blood. The safety of combatants cannot be guaranteed, so fewer and fewer people will actively participate in the battle. The combat power of many territories is seriously insufficient. As a result, many territories will begin to force their members to fight against sea monsters and S-level bosses. But even so, those players who are forced to join the battlefield will soon catch a cold and have a fever. They will be in a trance, have headaches, fatigue and other symptoms, lose the ability to fight sea monsters, and be killed by sea monsters. For a while, despair permeated the territories of all sizes around the world, and every player felt that they were not far from death. Some were even unwilling to accept the arrangements of the territory's top leaders, and began to organize people to fight back, causing civil unrest. Moreover, at this extremely chaotic moment, there were players who posted a special post, expressing a guess hidden in the hearts of many players. Since the S-level boss joined the battle in the second week, then in the third and fourth weeks, wouldn't it be the turn of the SS level and SSS level boss to come ashore? All players understand that the speculation in this post is likely to be what is about to happen. This cognition makes many players in the game feel cold in their hearts. The second round of tests has only been open for more than a week. The vast majority of players and territories around the world have already fallen into dire straits. However, the Hope territory, which is also facing these problems, shows a completely different state. Unlike the rapid reduction in combat effectiveness of other territories in the game, the number of military members in the Hope territory has increased instead of decreased. The original army of Hope territory, which had more than 40,000 people, has now been expanded to 100,000 people. Of the 60,000 people added, more than 10,000 are from the original 80,000 members, and the remaining 40,000 to 50,000 are all from new members who have joined the territory. In fact, all this is thanks to a policy proposed by Zhao Shui. Originally, according to reason, the new members living in the third ring of Hope territory did not have any supplies. However, Hope territory did not completely cut off the livelihood of these players. As long as they can take the initiative to join the army, or take the initiative to participate in the construction of ships and high-rise buildings, they can get a certain amount of food and medicine. This is similar to the ancient method of work for relief. These new members who live in the third ring and have just joined the territory are like disaster victims. If supplies are directly distributed to these new members, then the old members in the second ring and inner city will definitely feel that it is a bit unfair. But if you don't care about the lives of these people at all, it will easily cause unrest. You know, there are more than 100,000 new members joining the territory. The old members of the territory before were only 80,000. If a riot occurs, the situation will be difficult to control, and it will be a very troublesome thing at that time, and the method proposed by Zhao Shui, similar to the method of work for relief, can not only stabilize most of the new members outside the third ring, but also the old members will not have such a strong resistance. At the same time, it can fully mobilize the enthusiasm of all new and old members in the territory, so that they can join the construction of the territory and the defense team. In addition, it can also be used to win people's hearts and make new members who join the Hope territory feel more at home. In short, this can be said to be a win-win approach. Su Ruhan naturally agrees with this. After this policy is promoted, the new members who were originally displaced and forced to join the Hope territory responded to this policy very actively. And the old members were immediately inspired to fight when they saw that the new members were so active and proactive. For a while, the enthusiasm of all new and old members in the Hope territory was fully mobilized. The number of military members suddenly expanded to about 100,000. The number of people building large ships and high-rise buildings also increased significantly. As a result, the overall military strength and construction speed of the Hope territory increased by an unknown amount. Players from other territories naturally discovered the unusualness of the Hope territory, and posts about the Hope territory continued to appear in the game forum. Among them, a hot post about the members of the Hope territory army caused a heated discussion among everyone. Are all the players in Hope territory crazy? Why are they so excited to see the boss? 1L, original poster. It's hard to understand. We don't even have time to hide when we encounter an S-level boss, for fear of being chosen to fight the boss. I don't know what's wrong with these players in Hope territory. I just went to see them. They are all bloodthirsty and crazy. 2L, reply to original poster. You know nothing. As long as you can chop off the head of the S-level boss, you can get an extra food reward. So many people are gunning for one head, but they can't even grab the gun. How can they not be anxious? 3L, exactly, everyone only has 20 minutes, and when the time is up, the next team will be replaced. Can we not try our best to fight? Otherwise, the next team will take advantage of it. 68L, damn, is what the second and third floor said true? There is such a good thing? 69L, reply to 68L. Of course it is true, but it is useless for you to envy. Our territory army is full, and we are not recruiting for the time being. It is useless for you to come. You are just jealous, ha ha ha. When Su Ruhan saw the content of this post, the corners of her lips slightly raised. She thought of a reward system that was just implemented in the territory last night. As long as you kill an S-level boss, you can get an extra food reward. Although this is not a special reward at ordinary times, it is a very exciting reward in such a chaotic moment. No wonder every member of the territory will join the battle so actively. Those S-level boss will be hacked to death by random swords in just a few minutes after they come ashore. Su Ruhan couldn't help but light a candle for those S-level bosses in her heart. 10 o'clock in the morning. The last generator of Hope Territory is about to be damaged, and the entire Hope Territory is about to face power outage. Lu Yui made his first and last speech before the radio station was completely scrapped. Good morning, everyone. I am the Deputy Lord Lu Yui. Lu Yui paused, and then continued, last night, the Lord was assassinated, and the live broadcast room of me and the Lord was closed. The Lord is fine now. He only needs to rest for 2 days to recover, don't worry. If anyone finds a suspicious player who is good at using poison, please report it in time. Lu Yui briefly explained the relevant matters last night, which was also the content of the speech prepared in advance. From today, players in the second ring and inner city can go to the auditorium to line up to receive supplies. Those who join the army or participate in the construction of the territory in the third ring can also get corresponding food supplies. Afterwards, Lu Yui informed the members of the territory about the distribution of supplies based on Su Ruhan's last speech. The territory will be out of power soon, and every player must keep warm and rainproof. After the S-level boss joins the battlefield, the arrangement of the territory army must be more stable. The captain of the 1st Brigade, Zhou Heng, will serve as the deputy commander, and he will convey the instructions of me and the Lord. All other arrangements remain the same. Lu Yui continued. At the end of this speech, Lu Yui added a concluding sentence that Su Ruhan told him. Don't panic. As long as you keep your mind steady, we will definitely be able to get through this difficult time together. This speech was very brief, mainly describing Su Ruhan's experience last night and the issue of the distribution of supplies in the territory. At the same time, it also briefly explained the next arrangements for the territory. The promotion of Zhou Heng allowed him to legitimately convey the instructions of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui and mobilize other members of the brigade. Of course, the most important purpose of this speech was to show weakness appropriately, so as to draw out the poisonous snakes hiding in the dark in the Hope Territory. At night, a black-clad, masked figure quietly approached Su Ruhan's level 4 villa. Here they come. Su Ruhan looked at the green mark on the detector that was approaching the villa quickly, belonging to the player, and whispered to Lu Yui beside him. Lu Yui nodded slightly, without saying anything, but directly clicked on the green mark on the detector screen. Afterwards, he immediately activated the skill of View Hidden Attributes to detect the hidden attributes of this person. Although the detector can detect the player's information, the information it can detect is very limited. It is nothing more than the player's name, level, coordinates, territory, and other simple things. However, it is impossible to detect the player's specific attribute point distribution, skills, favorability, etc. Therefore, if you want to know whether the black-clothed man approaching the villa is hostile, Lu Yui still has to use the skill of checking hidden attributes to detect it. After seeing what he had detected, Lu Yui couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. Lu Yui has always been calm. When Su Ruhan heard Lu Yui's surprised voice, her attention was instantly drawn. She turned her head and set her sights on the screen of Lu Yui's game, and the content displayed after the detection skill detection. Hidden attributes of the player. Name, Xia Chuya. End of the world player. Level, 2160/15000, level 51. Territory, Hope Territory. Favorability, 85. Current territory area, 0. Attributes, Attack 227, Defense 95, Speed 95, Intelligence 95, Luck 95. Talented skills, Psychic ability, SSS level omitted. When Su Ruhan saw the detailed attributes detected in Lu Yui's game screen, she was also stunned for a moment. End of the world player. The 4 bright red characters were very dazzling in this dark night. Try to detect my attributes. Su Ruhan thought of something and whispered to remind Lu Yui. Lu Yui immediately agreed, and then found Su Ruhan's avatar in his own follow list, and clicked to use the View Hidden Attributes. Skill. Player Hidden Attributes. Name, Su Ruhan. End of the world player. Level, 23,000/80,000, level 64. Territory, Hope Territory. Favorability 100. Su Ruhan saw that in the content displayed on Lu Yui's game screen, her name was also followed by the 4 red characters end of the world player. It seems that this end of the world player should also be a hidden attribute. As long as the player has the skill of view hidden attributes, they can see their hidden identities. This is really a very troublesome thing. However, now is not the time to think about this problem. What surprised Su Ruhan and Lu Yui even more was that the man in black who came to the villa tonight was not the murderer, but another end of the world player. This is the first time that Su Ruhan and Lu Yui have seen an end of the world player other than themselves in the game. Stop, hack her live broadcast room, and bring her here. Su Ruhan immediately decided to meet this apocalypse player in person. She retracted her attack and spoke to Lu Yui beside her. Su Ruhan was not familiar with the name Xiachuya. But as an apocalypse player, she was also a special psychic, so Su Ruhan had a guess in mind. However, whether he knew her or not would be known only after meeting her. Lu Yui understood what Su Ruhan meant, so he also stopped attacking and began to operate skills to hack the person's live broadcast room, and then teleported behind the person. After a few breaths, Lu Yui led a person back to Su Ruhan's side. Your live broadcast room is closed, please take off your face scarf, Su Ruhan said politely. As the words fell, Su Ruhan's eyes were also looking up and down at the black-clothed man in front of him. However, Su Ruhan did not see any sense of familiarity, and could only judge from her figure that it should be a woman. The man heard the words, but he did not hesitate at all, and directly pulled off his face scarf, then smiled, and said to Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, Captain Su, Deputy Commander Lu, long time no see. After the veil was removed, a charming and familiar face was revealed. Su Ruhan recalled carefully, and then suddenly realized, it's you, Captain Xia of the 3rd base. Yes. But now I am just an ordinary member of the Hope Territory. Xiachuya's smile deepened when she saw Su Ruhan recognized her. In the end times, Su Ruhan also heard a little about the 3rd base where Xiachuya was. It was a base composed entirely of women, but its overall strength could be ranked 3rd in the end times, and it was a base that should not be underestimated. As the head of the 3rd base, Xiachuya's psychic ability has reached the early stage of level 9. Although her ability level is not as good as Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, due to the special nature of psychic ability, even Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are unwilling to be enemies with her. Moreover, Xiachuya's reputation in the end times is still very good. She manages the 3rd territory very well, and her character is trustworthy. In addition, after entering the game, her favorability towards the Hope territory has reached 85. If we can pull her into our camp, she will be a very good ally. When did you enter the game? Have you found other apocalyptic players? Su Ruhan had a plan in mind, and she continued to ask Xiachuya. Xiachuya nodded and shook her head, then sighed deeply, and then said, when I first entered the game, I found a member of our base. But she was unlucky, the territory was too small, and she had no superpowers. She couldn't survive the storm during the novice protection period. For players in the end of the world, if they don't have superpowers, they are not much stronger than ordinary players. If you are unlucky, it is normal that you can't survive the novice protection period. After the game was upgraded, I was also one of the first to come to the Hope territory. But your live broadcast room was still live at that time, and I didn't have any chance to speak. Xiachuya continued to talk about her experience after entering the game. After a long while, she suddenly changed the subject and said, this time I also guessed that you might be designing to lure out the enemy, so I took the risk to come here tonight to see the situation and see if there is a chance to meet you up close. You are really taking a risk. If Lu Yui hadn't checked the hidden attribute skills, you would have been killed by us as an enemy. Su Ruhan was a little helpless. Xiachuya smiled playfully, but I guessed right, didn't I? Su Ruhan was also moved by Xiachuya's relaxed and playful performance. The corners of her lips slightly raised, and more hope was aroused in her heart. If there were other Doomsday players, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui would not be isolated and helpless. However, 3 people is still too few, and we still have to find more Doomsday players. It seems that there are a lot of Doomsday players in Area C13. Including me, Xiachuya, and the heroine who didn't make it through the novice period, there are already 3 of them. Su Ruhan suddenly thought of this question. After a little thought, she continued, we can focus on checking the players in Area C13 later, find an opportunity to gather them together, and check if there are other Doomsday players there. The other 2 also agreed with Su Ruhan's guess, and thought it was a feasible idea. The 3 chatted for a while, and Xiachuya suddenly thought of something, and she said, Captain Su, Deputy Captain Lu, you should be investigating the murderer who destroyed the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse, and killed the guards, right? Su Ruhan and Lu Yui looked at each other and nodded slightly. I do have a suggestion, but this involves my supernatural power. Xia Chuya seemed a little hesitant after she finished speaking. Don't worry, whether in the end times or in the game, our ultimate goal is the same. Please believe that we will be each other's most reliable allies. Su Ruhan promised. In the end times, every superpower will try to hide the various attributes of their superpowers as much as possible, and no one will easily tell others the detailed functions of their superpowers. Su Ruhan naturally understood what Xia Chuya was worried about. When Xia Chuya heard Su Ruhan say this, she looked at her deeply, and after a moment of silence, she finally said, Okay, I believe in the character of Captain Su. To a certain extent, actively telling others about the characteristics of one's superpowers is actually showing one's weaknesses to others. If it were still the end of the world, Xia Chuya would definitely not choose to do this. But now it is a game. Since Captain Su has said so, she must also show her sincerity. That's right. In addition to ordinary mental attacks, my psychic ability has several special uses, two of which are very important, foreknowledge and retrospection. After Xia Chuya finished speaking, she continued to explain solemnly, as the name suggests, it is to foreknow the future and retrospect the past. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were also a little shocked when they heard Xia Chuya's words. Although everyone knew that Xia Chuya's psychic ability was special in the end times, few people knew the detailed function of her ability. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui naturally did not expect that there would be such a miraculous effect. I guessed about your ability before the end of the world, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Su Ruhan came back to his senses and said with a smile, You mean, you can use the retrospective effect of the mental ability to help us check the specific characteristics of the murderer who destroyed the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse and killed the guards? Xia Chuya nodded. Yes, the retrospective effect of my mental ability can be like a scene reenactment, retracing what happened in the past. I hope it can help you find the murderer. Okay, I trouble you then. Su Ruhan said happily. If what Xia Chuya said is true, then her spiritual ability, in the game, with so few players in the end times. If it can be used properly, it can also guarantee the safety of her teammates to the greatest extent, which is a very good ability. Chapter 30 for the 34th day of survival on the isolated island. Because Xia Chuya's spiritual ability scene replay has certain limitations when it works. It needs to return to the scene of the incident to take effect. Therefore, Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and Xia Chuya took advantage of the dark night, when no one was around and quickly came to the vicinity of the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse. After arriving at the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse, Xia Chuya immediately activated her level 9 spiritual ability. After the spiritual ability took effect, a faint white light began to linger in the entire Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse. As time went by, the white light became more intense, and some illusory scenes gradually began to appear. These scenes were like a mirage, or a movie that was being played at a faster speed. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui could vaguely see the contents of the scene changing rapidly through the white light. They could even see the whole process of Chinese herbal medicine from germination to maturity in the greenhouse through these rapidly changing scenes. This was really a very magical scene. However, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui both felt that Xia Chuya's ability was really amazing. They looked at each other and noticed the shock in each other's eyes. The content of the white light in the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse continued to change. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's attention was once again attracted by the content in the white light. A few minutes later, the scene in the white light had changed to the night of the incident. Finally, it was the critical moment. The speed of the content displayed in the white light also slowed down significantly under Xia Chuya's intentional control. I saw that the guards in the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse were patrolling diligently. Suddenly, for some reason, the guards' eyes were dulled at the same time, their movement stopped, and then they all fell to the ground. Then, a few minutes later, several figures appeared in the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse one after another. These people were wearing uniform loose clothes, and all covered their faces. Su Ruhan and the others could not judge the identities of these people by their appearance, body shape, and other characteristics. Moreover, according to the special dress of these people, they are very likely to have closed all the live broadcast rooms and arrived at the Chinese medicine greenhouse in the middle of the night when no one was around, or to have killed people along the way. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why such a strange group of people came to the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse so smoothly without anyone noticing or reporting. The content in the white light continued to change. Su Ruhan retracted his thoughts and continued to look at the scene in the light. The first step for the members of this unknown organization to enter the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse was to check the guards, who had fainted on the ground. After confirming that all the guards were in a coma or were directly poisoned to death, they began to wantonly destroy the Chinese herbal medicine in the greenhouse. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui also immediately focused their attention and wanted to see more information about these players through the white light. But what surprised Su Ruhan and Lu Yui was that when Lu Yui tried to use the skill of view hidden attributes to explore the hidden information of these people, it didn't work. This has never happened before. However, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were shocked, but they soon figured out the reason. Perhaps, it was because the skill of view hidden attributes needed to be used through a certain medium. For example, it needed to be through the forums, live broadcast rooms, follow lists and other players' avatar IDs on the game screen, or through the content displayed in the detector, etc. However, the human figure in the scene replay shown by Xia Chuya's spiritual ability was illusory. Without a medium, it may not be possible to check. Or, there is another more ominous possibility. That is, the players of this unknown organization have some special methods or skills to avoid being detected by others. All this is unknown for the time being. Su Ruhan and others suppressed their worries, and continued to observe the subsequent development of the matter in this light. In the white light, the members of these unknown organizations made a mess of the Chinese herbal medicines in the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse, and then left quickly without hesitation. Not long after, Lin Yihua appeared at the entrance of the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse. When she saw the mess in the greenhouse, she screamed immediately. She ran into the greenhouse, and quickly checked the condition of the Chinese herbal medicine in the greenhouse, as well as the condition of the two guards, who were still alive, and had not died on the spot. The white light dissipated, and the scene ended here. Xia Chuya retracted her spiritual power in time. The scene replay effect of using spiritual power is still very energy-consuming. The moment the power was withdrawn, Xia Chuya staggered 2 steps in exhaustion. Su Ruhan quickly stepped forward and helped her sit down. "Are you okay?" Su Ruhan took out some water and food and handed them to Xia Chuya, so that she could replenish some energy. When Xia Chuya took the food, she seemed a little embarrassed. She touched her nose awkwardly and said, "It seems that I didn't help much. Sorry." When recalling the scene just now, Xia Chuya also noticed the clothes of those who destroyed the greenhouse and killed the guards, and realized that these might be small fry. It was difficult for Su Ruhan and the others to use this as a basis to determine who was behind the organization. Xia Chuya originally thought that once she used her psychic powers to make contributions, it could be considered as a sign of sincerity in forming an alliance with Captain Su Ji and the others. But she did not expect that the opponent she encountered this time was so cunning, and she did not seem to be able to help at all. Don't say that. At least we know that the murderer behind the scenes is not a person, but an organization. This information is also very important to us. Su Ruhan smiled and said soothingly, what she said was true. Originally, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had always suspected that the one who destroyed the greenhouse and killed the players was a powerful person who could use poison and block the players in the live broadcast room. Now it seems that this should be an organization composed of many players, and the players in this organization include players who can use poison and players who can block the live broadcast room and other skills. This information is indeed very important to Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. They had never thought about this before. Unexpectedly, such an unknown hostile organization would infiltrate the Hope territory. Moreover, the person behind the scenes who could set up such an organization must be very powerful. Things have become more complicated. The opponents that Su Ruhan and Lu Yui have to face are more difficult than they imagined. Do you want me to use the foreknowledge effect to see what will happen in the future? Xia Chuya saw that Su Ruhan looked a little worried, so she suggested sympathetically. Su Ruhan was naturally very happy with Xia Chuya's suggestion. However, when Su Ruhan saw Xia Chuya's weak appearance due to overuse of her superpowers, he also knew that if she continued to use her superpowers immediately, she would probably overdraw her mental strength. You should have a good rest first. It won't be too late to predict it later when you recover. Su Ruhan patted his head and said. Xia Chuya nodded and said nothing more. In general, the clues provided by Xia Chuya's use of superpowers this time, and the scene replay were still helpful to Su Ruhan and Lu Yui in searching for the hostile organization. But it was not possible to immediately identify the murderer, or who was behind the scenes, so the matter was put on hold for the time being. After Su Ruhan and others left the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse, and returned to the villa, Su Ruhan took the lead in speaking to Xia Chuya. You dressed up as a man in black and sneaked into the villa. In other people's eyes, you should have been silenced by us. You better not show up these days. Why don't you stay in the villa for the time being? Su Ruhan continued to ask Xiaochuya. That's fine. Xiaochuya naturally had no objection. In essence, she was just here to seek refuge with Su Ruhan, so it would be safer to live in Su Ruhan's villa. Seeing that Xiaochuya agreed, Su Ruhan continued, okay. But the second floor needs to be vacated for growing Chinese herbs. Or you can stay in the same room with me first, and I help you exchange a single bed for my room later. Xiaochuya was a little surprised when she heard Su Ruhan's words. In her previous impression, she always thought that Captain Su Ji was a rather cold person, but she didn't expect that he was so easy to get along with in private. Su Ruhan saw Xiaochuya staring at her for a long time without saying anything, and thought that she was not willing and felt awkward. So she spoke again. If you are not used to living with other people, you can. That's not what I meant, I'm just a little surprised. Xiaochuya smiled brightly and spoke. Su Ruhan saw that Xiaochuya's expression did not seem reluctant, so she didn't say much. Okay. You have consumed too much energy, go and rest first. Lu Yui and I need to keep watch at night. Xiaochuya's eyes swept across Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's faces, and her smile deepened. However, she did not say much, just waved her hand and walked towards Su Ruhan's room. After Xiaochuya left, Su Ruhan then leaned close to Lu Yui's ear and whispered what she had always wanted to say. Next, you could observe the territory members belonging to Area C-13 in the Hope Territory in private to see if there are any other Doomsday players among them. That's fine. Lu Yui paused and glanced in the direction of Su Ruhan's room with a hint of meaning. But if you find them, where do you plan to place them? Su Ruhan's mouth corners slightly raised, oh so sour. Don't worry, if I find other Doomsday players later, I will arrange them in your house next door. Is this okay? Su Ruhan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he spoke softly to comfort her. Okay. After hearing Su Ruhan say this, Lu Yui's mood improved a little. However, he suddenly remembered something and continued, Captain Xiao's psychic ability of foresight and retrospection is really amazing. If it's a friendly force, it's okay, but if it's an opponent, don't think too much about it. Now in the game, we are all on the same boat. The ultimate goal is to pass the game. There is no conflict of interest. Su Ruhan paused and continued, if we return to the end of the world in the future, it won't be too late to be vigilant then. Su Ruhan could understand what Lu Yui meant, which was to tell her not to trust others so easily. But now in the game, they are the only 3 known players of the apocalypse. If players of one camp cannot be trusted, then what else is worth trusting in this game? What's more, Xiaochuya's favorability towards the Hope Territory is as high as 85. Lu Yui's skill of checking hidden attributes has never been wrong. This is also the main basis for Su Ruhan's judgment. One night passed. The number of hostile players who sneaked into Su Ruhan's villa this night and had ill intentions towards Hope Territory was not as many as the previous night. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui only killed a dozen of them throughout the night. However, this night was not completely fruitless. By checking the hidden attribute of this skill, Lu Yui found that among the more than 10 players who sneaked in tonight, several players had their live broadcast rooms closed. Moreover, even the detailed attributes of those people were in a state of being unavailable for viewing. Except for the names and coordinates, Lu Yui's skills could not detect any other information. This was something that had never happened before, and Su Ruhan's previous guess was also well confirmed. It seems that these special players tonight should be in the same group as the players of the unknown organization who destroyed the greenhouse and killed the guards. This group of people has the skill of shielding detection. I just don't know if they have the same skills as Lu Yui to detect hidden attributes. If they do, it would be a real hassle. Su Ruhan restrained himself from thinking about it. He just quickly thought about how to face such a group of opponents in his mind. This is also the most difficult opponent Su Ruhan has encountered since entering the game. 2 more nights passed. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui still killed many players with ulterior motives in the same way. However, those players who had bad intentions towards Hope Territory were not all fools. They soon discovered that many players who approached the villa never returned, since they saw something was wrong. Therefore, in the next 2 nights, the number of players who came to Su Ruhan's villa to find out what was going on naturally became less and less. Su Ruhan saw that the time was almost right, and the person behind the unknown organization would not show up easily. So, she returned to the site of everyone in the territory around the 5th day of the 2nd week of the 2nd round of trials. Although this brief show of weakness did not completely lead out the person behind the organization, it was not completely useless. At least, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui also collected some information about the unknown organization. Sister Ruhan, the 2nd floor of the villa has been renovated, and we can start planting Chinese herbal medicines today. Lin Yihua came down from the second floor of the villa and spoke to Su Ruhan. Su Ruhan nodded. With the joint efforts of Lin Yihua, Xia Chuya, and herself, the progress of converting the second floor of the villa into a Chinese herbal medicine planting base has been very fast in the past few days. I go get the backup power supply. Hua, go count the most scarce Chinese medicinal materials. We plant the seeds today. Su Ruhan responded. Okay, Sister Ruhan. Lord Su, I go up to help too. Lin Yihua and Xia Chuya spoke one after another. Su Ruhan agreed and then turned and walked into Lu Yui's room. However, she didn't really come to get the backup power supply. She just used the backup power supply as a pretext to let Lu Yui use the lightning ability. After a while, Su Ruhan, Lin Yihua, and Xia Chuya met again. Wow, how long can this backup power supply last? Can it last until the end of the second round of tests? Lin Yihua asked curiously. Su Ruhan pulled the corner of his mouth, but said seriously, the second floor is not large, and the power consumption should not be much. I think it should be no problem to last until the end of the second round of tests. Xia Chuya, who was standing aside, listened to the conversation between the two, but did not speak, but secretly complained, this backup power supply. I'm afraid it can be used to complete the game. Lin Yihua didn't know about Lu Yui's thunder ability, so how could Xia Chuya, who also came from the end of the world, not know? However, since Su Ruhan didn't plan to make it public, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. That's really great. If you add your wood ability to ripen, Sister Ruhan, I guess our territory won't have to face the problem of insufficient medicine in this second round of tests. Lin Yihua said happily. She didn't notice the complexity in the eyes of the other two people around her. Yes, I have to trouble Wawawaduo to take care of these Chinese herbs later. Su Ruhan agreed with a smile. Lin Yihua naturally took up the task actively. After solving another big problem of Chinese herbs. In the second round of tests, Hope Territory did not have any worries. However, Su Ruhan was thinking more about the problem of the hostile organization. If she guessed correctly, the organization could probably confirm her and Lu Yui's identity as doomsday players. The reason why there is no action is that we are in the second round of the game, and everyone is in a state of anxiety. The person behind the scenes probably thinks that even if this heavy news is announced now, no one will have time to care about it. So he is probably waiting for the right time. And that time is most likely the rest time after the second round of the test. What's wrong? Xia Chuya is very perceptive. After Lin Yihua turned around and left, she immediately noticed that Su Ruhan seemed to be worried about something. Su Ruhan did not speak immediately, but took Xia Chuya back to the room downstairs, and then said, I am thinking about how to deal with the unknown hostile organization. They are very likely planning to reveal my and Lu Yui's identities after the second round of tests. Su Ruhan continued. She couldn't help but speculate on the bad side these 2 days. Originally, Xia Chuya hadn't thought of this level, but after hearing what Su Ruhan said, she felt it made sense. Xia Chuya hesitated for a few seconds, but still suggested, why don't I use my ability to predict the future? If you feel that you have recovered, you can try it. Su Ruhan did not refuse this time. Xia Chuya rested for 2 or 3 days, and was in much better condition than before. If they can determine the enemy's next move in advance, then they can prepare for it in advance. Xia Chuya nodded, and then prepared to start using her mental ability. The effect of the psychic ability to predict the future is different from the situation recall. Xia Chuya found a place to sit down and closed her eyes. A white light slowly emerged and then lingered around her body. Su Ruhan, who was standing next to Xia Chuya, could not see anything else except the white light. I don't know how long it took. The white light around Xia Chuya faded away, and when she opened her eyes, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Are you okay? Su Ruhan tried to use the wood power to check Xia Chuya's injuries. However, the injuries caused by excessive use of this power cannot be cured by the wood power. Su Ruhan was also somewhat helpless. Looking at Xia Chuya's sickly appearance, Su Ruhan suddenly remembered that in the end of the world, Xia Chuya, the head of the third base, had the title of Sick Beauty. It seems that this title is inseparable from Xia Chuya's excessive use of spiritual power. Don't worry. Xia Chuya was used to it, she said nonchalantly. Before Su Ruhan could speak again, Xia Chuya had already sorted out what she had predicted, and immediately said, you guessed right before. I saw that as soon as the second round of the test was over, a post about your and Lu Yui's identities appeared in the forum. It directly posted several screenshots to prove your identity as a doomsday player. Xia Chuya's expression was a little solemn, and her tone was also hurried. She continued, this post is well-founded, almost like a hammer. Many players believe this post. Many territories have united to attack the Hope territory. But many players in the Hope territory stand on our side. Xia Chuya continued to describe in detail what she had predicted with her ability. Su Ruhan frowned deeply when she heard this. Sure enough, it was almost as she expected. There should be players in that unknown organization who have the ability to view hidden attributes. Fortunately, there are still more than 2 weeks before the end of the second round of trials, so there is still time to prepare. She must take advantage of this time to plan how to deal with such a situation. In Xia Chuya's prediction, many players in the Hope territory will still stand on their side even if they know her and Liu Yuhui's identities. This surprised Su Ruhan. Originally, she thought that after their identities were exposed, most of the players would definitely betray the Hope territory. But there are many reasons to explain it. For example, in this second round of tests, if Su Ruhan and Liu Yui had not prepared supplies in advance, strengthened defense, and enhanced military strength, I hope that many players in the territory will die of illness in the extremely cold and rainy weather, and die in the mouths of sea monsters and bosses. In addition, the strength of Su Ruhan and Liu Yui is there, and many people can't catch up. What's more, even if they are doomsday players, there are only 2 of them. Even if they are both killed, there are only 2 places to leave the game. So many players may be thinking, instead of risking their lives to kill Su Ruhan and Liu Yui, it is better to develop well with Hope territory. When the game is completed, everyone can return to reality. Su Ruhan pulled back her drifting thoughts. She spoke as if talking to herself. I still have to find a way to restore my other fire ability. Although Su Ruhan's wood ability can reach a maximum of about 5,000 points of attack under the blessing of double attack. But it is still far inferior to the main attack fire ability. If the fire ability is restored, with a double attack, Su Ruhan's attack power may exceed 10,000. In my prediction, you have reached the maximum level and restored the fire ability. You don't need to worry about this. Xia Chuya then continued Su Ruhan's words. When Su Ruhan heard Xia Chuya's words, he immediately figured out the development of the matter. In the 3rd and 4th weeks of this second round of tests, the SS level boss and SSS level boss should appear as everyone guessed. And the number of these bosses is not small. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain where Su Ruhan got all the experience she needed to reach the maximum level. Thank you. This information is very useful. Su Ruhan expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Xia Chuya's predictions are indeed very useful. If you can always predict what will happen in the future, it will be much easier to deal with the problem. However, Su Ruhan did not take it lightly because she understood that those predictions were just predictions after all. Who knows if there will be any changes in the process of development of things that have not happened yet. Su Ruhan will still take a cautious attitude to deal with what may happen next. Chapter 35 Day 35. Time flies. Soon it was the 59th day since Su Ruhan entered the game. This was also the second round of tests, the last night of the second week. Under the extremely cold and rainy conditions, the global temperature has dropped to -31 degrees Celsius, and the sea level of all player territories has risen by 14 meters. Countless small territories were directly submerged by sea water. Even the Hope territory was submerged by sea water again, near the moat outside the 3rd ring. Announcement. Congratulations to all players for survival on the island game territory infrastructure. Successfully survived 14 days in the second round of the version. The 14th gift package has been distributed, please check it out. Announcement. There are 14 days left before the end of the second round of the test. The game difficulty has been upgraded, and the SS level boss will soon join the battlefield. Please be prepared. Current number of territories, 14951. Current number of survivors, 6414790. The reminder sound of the game announcement once a week has arrived again as expected, resounding over the territory of every player in the island survival game. The content of this announcement is not much different from the last one. It is nothing more than the S-level boss becoming the SS level boss, and the number of territories and players in the game have been greatly reduced. The SS level boss will appear in the 3rd week of the test, which is what most players have already guessed. There is nothing strange about this. It is also easy to understand why the number of players is still decreasing so quickly. After all, many territories are not strong enough, so ordinary players are often forced to fight against the S-level boss. And those players, after being injured or catching a cold from being caught in the rain, did not have enough medicine to treat, so the mortality rate was naturally very high. As for the fact that the number of territories has been reduced to only more than 10,000, this is what surprised Su Ruhan the most among these data. If Su Ruhan remembered correctly, in the game announcement last week, it seemed that there were still more than 200,000 territories in the world. But in just the past week, the number of territories has been reduced by more than 10 or 20 times. Only more than 10,000 left. This is really an extremely exaggerated decay rate. Su Ruhan was a little confused and clicked on the game forum to browse for a while. I wanted to see what major events happened last week that led to such a sharp decrease in the number of territories. Su Ruhan's fingers slid quickly on the game screen. Soon, she roughly knew the reason why the number of territories decreased so quickly. First of all, those small territories with too small an area and too few players naturally need not be mentioned. The rising sea level alone can directly submerge their territories. For those small territories that are submerged, even if there are still players alive, the territories will automatically disband. Secondly, the smaller and smaller the territories are, the more they force the members of the territories to fight against sea monsters. And these players who are forced to fight against sea monsters will either be killed by sea monsters, die of illness, or rebel and leave the territory. Many players who don't want to die will unite, and either leave the territory or defeat the Lord and become the Lord themselves. In this way, the small and medium-sized territories will become extremely chaotic. After repeated cycles, most of these small and medium-sized territories will be dissolved. As for the remaining medium-sized and large territories, the situation is better than that of small and medium-sized territories. But the number of medium-sized and large territories is originally small, so even if there are not many dissolved, the overall number will not be large. In short, most of the territories that were dissolved last week were small, medium and small territories. The rest are some medium-sized and large territories. The number of these territories is naturally not as large as the previous 200,000. Su Ruhan shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about the number of territories and the number of players. Instead, he put his focus back on the issue of SS-level boss landing. If it is said that when S-level boss lands, most territories can barely gather combatants and deal with it with difficulty, then the SS-level boss in the 3rd week and the SSS-level boss in the 4th week that is coming later will be difficult for most territories to deal with even if they fight to the death. After all, this SS-level boss is much more powerful than the S-level boss. Not only is the average attribute value above 1,000, but the lowest HP is 50,000. Moreover, if some SS-level boss is on the verge of breaking through the SSS level, its attribute points and HP will double. On the other hand, the number of players with a single attack of more than 1,000 is estimated to be less than 100 even in a large territory. This disparity in strength is much greater than when dealing with the S-level boss before. However, despite the huge gap between the strength of the players and the SS-level boss, every territory has to deal with the SS-level boss. But the lack of combat power requires countless players to fill it with their lives regardless of life and death. This time, even the members of the Hope Territory are a little anxious. Although the members of the Hope Territory have the blessing of weapons and equipment, their strength is higher than that of ordinary players in other territories. But there is still an unbridgeable gap between them and the SS-level boss. Just when the members of Hope Territory, like other territory players, were all in a sad atmosphere, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui stood up. The game announcement for the start of the 3rd week of the test had not been heard for long. Su Ruhan used the live broadcast room of Zhao Shui and others to give a speech to all members of Hope Territory in a timely manner. Good evening, all members of Hope Territory. Thank you for your hard work in the first 2 weeks of the test. Su Ruhan seemed very familiar with this kind of speech. She comforted everyone in the Hope Territory right away, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties. From tonight, the night fighters in the territory no longer need to fight against the boss. Su Ruhan paused for a moment, and then continued, the SS-level boss and SSS-level boss that will appear later will be dealt with by me and the Deputy Lord, so please rest assured. Everyone just needs to stay in their own house and keep warm. Su Ruhan is naturally very familiar with the strength of the players in her territory. She knows very well that after the SS-level boss joins the battlefield in the 3rd week of the test, the ordinary players in the Hope Territory can no longer play a big role. Sending them to the battlefield will only increase casualties. What's more, Su Ruhan is now in urgent need of killing monsters and killing boss to gain experience points to improve her level. As for the problem of catching a cold and fever after being exposed to the rain for a long time when dealing with SS-level boss, this is simple for Su Ruhan. She can use her wood-based abilities to weave some huge umbrellas to keep out the rain, and then lure the SS-level boss under these umbrellas to kill them. Moreover, even if Su Ruhan has a cold or a fever, her wood-based abilities can instantly cure her illness. So, these problems that are extremely troublesome for others are not particularly serious for Su Ruhan. Everyone take care of yourselves. If you don't have enough supplies, You can go to the auditorium to register and receive them. Su Ruhan explained some precautions in detail to the members of the territory. Then, she paused and said a few inspiring words. Please believe that we hope that the territory will work together to overcome the second round of the game. Finally, Su Ruhan explained a few more words to several core members of the territory and quickly ended this speech. She turned around and went to the direction where the SS-level boss might come ashore with Lu Yui. Different from Su Ruhan's calm demeanor. At this moment, I hope every member of the territory is excited. Their lords and deputy lords are not going to send them to die, but are going to personally fight against the upcoming SS-level and SSS-level boss. You know, after the second round of tests, in the game, most of the lords and deputy lords of the territories are hiding in their own houses to make decisions and never go out in the rain. The members of the territory will be sent to fight sea monsters and bosses in the rain. So it is normal for the members of these territories to be dissatisfied and have complaints. This is also the main reason why the regimes of these territories are often easily overthrown. In the Hope territory, since Su Ruhan prepared sufficient supplies in advance, most of the members, seeing the sufficient supplies and extremely low mortality rate, are also willing to work hard. Originally, the members of the Hope territory also thought that their lords and deputy lords would send a large number of members in the territory to fight against SS-level bosses with their lives, just like the lords of other territories. But they didn't expect that they would hear the lords say that they didn't need to fight the boss, they just needed to take care of themselves. This is great news for all players in the Hope territory. Most members of the Hope territory feel that their lord is the first and only good lord in the game who really considers his territory members and cares about their lives. They are all moved that the lord and deputy lord can do this in order not to sacrifice ordinary players. But Su Ruhan knew nothing about this. If she knew what the players in the territory were thinking, she would definitely sigh. Everyone is too imaginative, right? I just want to level up in peace. As soon as 2300 hours in the evening arrived, the sea monster tide, SS-level boss began to land one after another. Su Ruhan immediately started her happy experience brushing journey. The division of labor between Su Ruhan and Lu Yui was very clear. SS-level boss were killed by Su Ruhan, and Lu Yui was mainly responsible for cleaning up the sea monsters that had luckily avoided the traps. Detectorate plays its role at the right time. Whenever an SS-level boss comes ashore, Su Ruhan can always arrive in time to kill it. However, although the SS-level boss is much stronger than the S-level boss in the second week, the number is much less. After one night, only about 10 SS-level boss came ashore, and Su Ruhan got 500,000 experience points. If we calculated based on 10 SS-level bosses a day, 50,000 experience points for each. By the end of the third week, Su Ruhan will have gained a total of 3.5 million experience points, which will allow her to directly upgrade from level 60 to level 90. This speed is not very fast, but it is not slow either. Su Ruhan now only hopes that the number of SSS level bosses that land in the fourth week will allow her to reach level 100. Unlike the Hope territory, where Su Ruhan can easily deal with SS level bosses, many other territories in the game are almost facing desperate situations on the first night of the third week of the test. Although there are some players with combat power exceeding 1,000 in many territories, the number is very rare. There are only 100 or so in large territories, and the number of players with combat power exceeding 1,000 in smaller territories will be even smaller. These high combat power players, who are originally few in number, can barely cope with it when they unite to fight against an SS level boss. They will just get hurt more or less. However, what makes everyone despair is that there are about 10 SS level bosses that came ashore that night. Moreover, every time a new boss came ashore, it was in a state of complete victory. But the players in the territory with combat power of over 1,000, their status would only get worse and worse in the continuous battle. Almost all territories had a very hard time dealing with SS level boss this night, and the losses were also huge, and this was only the first night of the third week. In this state of decline and increase, the number of players with high combat power is also decreasing. All the players are feeling infinite sadness at this moment. But on this night, some inappropriate posts appeared in the game forum. Who would have thought that we would eat grilled fish by the bonfire in the third week of the game? We fought too many S-level bosses last week. It's a waste if we can't finish them. What is it like to have a lord who is too powerful as the deputy lord? There is no choice but to lie down. Unlike the sad atmosphere in other territories, the Hope territory is bustling at this moment. In the first 2 weeks of the test, many players in the Hope territory, like players in other territories, also needed to keep watch and fight against sea monsters and bosses at night. Although they had sufficient medicine and food and a low mortality rate, all players were still in a state of tension. But after the third week, the situation was completely different. Players in the Hope territory no longer needed to fight against sea monsters and bosses at night, but their supplies and lives were still guaranteed. They were free, had nothing to do, and were in a good mood, so they naturally thought of doing something to relax. The weather was cold, and it was raining outside, so they couldn't go out. Therefore, grilling fish indoors was the best choice for players in Hope territory. Therefore, many players in Hope territory chose to have supper by the bonfire on this night. When they were happy, they would naturally post some forum posts. During Su Ruhan's free time in the evening when he was killing the SS-level boss, he also noticed those posts in the forum. She randomly clicked on one of the posts showing off grilled fish and saw 1L, original poster grilledfish.jpg, bonfire.jpg, groupphoto.jpg. I am so happy to have supper with my brothers tonight. The grilled fish tastes good. 2L, why are you so idle? Don't you have to fight the SS-level boss? 3L, original poster replying to 2L, you don't know this. Our Lord and Deputy Lord are very powerful. They personally went on the field, and let the ordinary members of our territory stay aside and don't cause trouble, ha ha. 16L, the OP, please pay attention to your words. When did the Lord tell us to stay away? She told me to stay warm at home. 17L, OB replied to 16L, yes, 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 you see I am too excited and speak without thinking. Our Lord is the best in the world, ha ha ha. When other players in the territory are hungry, injured, rained on, or cold, they hope that the players in the territory can have a midnight snack with delicious food and warm themselves by the fire. This treatment is really a world of difference. 205L, damn it, I hope the players in the territory can stop being so Versailles. The smell of tea from floors 16 and 17 hits me. 206L, reply to the original poster. The original poster is too mean. It's fine if he eats it himself. He also posts pictures. It's fine if he posts pictures, but he doesn't even let us eat it. I want to eat grilled fish too, and I don't want to fight the boss. Many players in other territories shed tears of envy and jealousy at this moment. But they can only stare blankly. Just because the Hope territory had reached 200,000 people not long ago, Su Ruhan had ended the plan to recruit new players. Other players now want to join the Hope territory, but before the territory infrastructure system is restored, that is impossible. Su Ruhan looked at the conversations between the Hope territory players and other territory players in the post, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Taking advantage of the break time, she continued to read a few more posts. However, at this moment, Su Ruhan suddenly noticed an experience post with a slightly out-of-place title, Experience Post, How Can Ordinary Players Survive the Second Round of Trials in the Case of Extreme Cold and Heavy Rain? Hot 1L, original poster. After the second round of trials began, the global temperature dropped sharply, the sea level rose every day, and many players had to fight against sea monsters in the rain. In this case, how should we survive the second round of trials? 2L, OP first. Players in small and medium-sized territories should find ways to join nearby large territories as quickly as possible. Second, replace all unnecessary supplies with food, medicine, and warm clothes. Third, players with supplies should be careful not to show off their wealth and avoid being targeted by malicious players. Fourth, in a chaotic situation, don't trust anyone easily. Sometimes people are scarier than sea monsters. 18L, OP. One more thing to add, you can pay attention to the experience post of the First Territory Lord's oral prescription. The Chinese medicine prescriptions in it are all effective. In this situation where Western medicine is hard to buy, maybe those Chinese medicines can save your life. Su Ruhan noticed that this post was posted a long time ago. According to the time calculation, it should have been published a few days after the second round of trials began. It has been more than a week since then, and the floors have been piled up to tens of thousands of floors. In this experience post, the first two floors are actually normal, telling some survival experiences about the second round of trials. But the OP mentioned an experience post on the 18th floor that Lin Yihua wrote for Su Ruhan at the time, which collected many Chinese medicine prescriptions. This was something Su Ruhan had not expected. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and continued to read the post. 132L. The OP is a die-hard fan of the Lord of the First Territory, right? Even at this time, you still don't forget to praise the Lord of the First Territory. 133L. Reply to 132L, then don't use the Chinese medicine prescriptions in that post. I just hate people like you who are both powerful and insolent. All the Chinese medicines in the post have been snapped up. Now you are here to say that the experience post is useless. Where is your face? 134L. Ignore post 132. I used the Mahuan decoction in the post to cure my fever 2 days ago. I think the poster shared this experience post out of good intentions. The players in this post have mixed opinions on the Chinese medicine experience post mentioned by the poster. However, overall, unlike the previous slanderous comments, this time, most players mention the Chinese medicine experience post with gratitude. The post is still the same post, and it has never changed. But the players' opinions on the post were completely different from before. Su Ruhan frowned slightly and clicked into the Chinese medicine experience post written by Linihua. She found that at the end of this post, the comments that had previously insulted her as the peerless saint were also found out by sharp-eyed players one by one, and those people were asked to apologize. In response, Su Ruhan just curled her lips, rolled her eyes, snorted secretly, and did not make any comments. Good and bad words were said by these players, and Su Ruhan's mood now was only speechless. 2 words can describe it. Su Ruhan no longer pays attention to this Chinese medicine experience post. She closes the post and continues to browse the experience post about the second round of tests that she found before. 21405L. It is said that the first territory has built a Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse and is planting Chinese herbal medicine. I wonder if they will have extra. Can I buy some from them? 21406L. Reply to 2145L. I can see that the above is not well informed. I heard that the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse in the Hope territory was destroyed yesterday. All the Chinese herbs for treating colds were trampled and broken. What a pity! Those players who deliberately destroyed the Chinese herbs greenhouse are really vicious. 21418L. Reply to 21406L. Yes, Hope territory probably has a shortage of Chinese herbs right now. If the Chinese herbs greenhouse hadn't been destroyed, maybe there would be extra Chinese herbs that could be put on the player exchange and sold to others. 21419L. The players who destroyed the Chinese herbs are really vicious. I think these people don't want Hope territory to be better off, let alone us. It's a typical case of harming others and not benefiting oneself. It's totally wrong. The post was quite biased, and many players were discussing the issue of Chinese herbal medicine. Su Ruhan was secretly glad that after the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse was destroyed, she secretly moved the Chinese herbal medicine in Hope territory to the second floor of the villa for planting. There were not many players in Hope territory who knew the inside story, let alone outsiders. The players now felt that Hope territory didn't have enough Chinese herbal medicine for themselves, so naturally they wouldn't ask for it. Otherwise, Su Ruhan could imagine that everyone's comments in the post would definitely not be scolding the players who destroyed the Chinese herbal medicine greenhouse. Instead, they would point the finger at Hope territory, at her, and say something like, why can't we share some Chinese herbal medicine and sell it to other territory players? Su Ruhan flipped a few pages back in the post. After not finding any other special comments, he closed the post. He didn't care about it anymore. What's wrong? Lu Yui happened to see Su Ruhan staring at the game screen with a complicated expression, so he asked. Su Ruhan came back to his senses, forced a faint smile, looked at Lu Yui and said, nothing. I just saw some posts. One of them mentioned the Chinese medicine experience post that Hua wrote for me before. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were still on the coast of the territory at this moment. There were only the two of them on the coast. And after their game live broadcast room was closed, they no longer needed to be shy about talking. Are there any more malicious comments? Lu Yui frowned. Not really, the comments this time are okay, but I feel that many players are fickle. Su Ruhan said indifferently. She paused and continued, however, it is a good thing that the Chinese medicine experience post can help so many people. What Su Ruhan said was not false. Although, after Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's apocalyptic identities are revealed later, many players will definitely become hostile. But there will also be many players who have been helped and will stand on the side of Su Ruhan and the others. So at this time, being able to help more people may also attract more friendly forces. That's right. Lu Yui agreed. He also knew Xia Chuya's prediction, so he naturally understood the deep meaning of Su Ruhan's words. Su Ruhan nodded slightly, then moved closer to Lu Yui and whispered, how are the players who I asked you to look for these 2 days? Lu Yui shook his head upon hearing this. No other Doomsday players have been found yet. Su Ruhan sighed slightly. However, having Xia Chuya join is a good start. She now hopes that the other Doomsday players are just hiding better. It's not that the number is really so small that they can't be found. Don't think too much. After all, in order to avoid attracting attention, I haven't launched a large-scale investigation. Seeing that Su Ruhan was not in a good mood, Lu Yui explained a few more words. Most of the players in the territory have not been investigated yet. There is still a chance to find other Doomsday players later. Su Ruhan nodded. She knew in her heart that what Lu Yui said was just words of comfort to her. Because she knew that in the past few days, Lu Yui had checked almost all the players in C-13 area in the Hope territory, where the players were most likely to be Doomsday players. If there were no other Doomsday players among the players in C-13 area, then it would be even more difficult to say about other areas. However, it is hard to say. Perhaps, many Doomsday players have now developed to the same level as Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Then their means of hiding their identities are naturally very high. It can be explained that Su Ruhan and Lu Yui could not discover their existence. Chapter 36, the 36th day. The third week of the second round of trials. This week, the members of Hope Territory had Lord Su Ruhan and Vice Lord Lu Yui rushing to the front to fight against SS-level boss and clear sea monsters. So overall, everyone had a very leisurely life. In fact, it can be regarded as the most peaceful period since they entered the game. However, at night, the Lord and Vice Lord charged into battle. During the day, the ordinary members of Hope Territory were not idle either. Although they no longer have to fight the boss or kill sea monsters, they will spontaneously and actively join the construction of high-rise buildings and large ships in the territory during the day. A few days ago, the Hope Territory stopped recruiting new members. But the sea level still rises by 1 meter every day. Therefore, the area of the Hope Territory is also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Today, the sea water has submerged the moat of the third ring of the Hope Territory. It looks like the fence, and the 3 rings will be flooded in 2 days. The players in Hope Territory are so active in building high-rise buildings and large ships. In fact, they are also planning for their future. Building high-rise buildings and large ships requires a lot of wood. Fortunately, before the second round of trials began, Hope Territory had a lot of wood stored. However, after the trial began, the wood stock in Hope Territory continued to decrease due to continuous use and consumption in the past half-month. Seeing that the wood in the territory warehouse was about to run out. At this time, the players in the Hope Territory took the initiative to contribute all the wood they had stored privately. This would never happen in other territories, although many players in other territories also stored wood. However, the defense measures in their territories were not as complete as those in the Hope Territory. Many players owned houses, and defense fences were destroyed by sea monsters. So the wood they stored in advance would naturally be kept to repair their own houses and defense fences. How could it be possible to contribute it and give it to the territory for nothing? After the second round of trials, those sea monsters and bosses in Hope Territory never broke through the territory defense fence outside the third ring. Hope Territory players' houses have never been destroyed by sea monsters, so naturally they don't need wood. Besides, Hope Territory is one of the few territories that has been distributing food and various supplies to territory members for free. Now that ordinary members of Hope Territory have contributed their not-so-urgent wood, it can actually be regarded as a return of favor. Besides, everyone understands that building high-rise buildings and large ships is actually for themselves. So, even if they take out all the wood they have stored, they are willing to do it. I hope that the territory will develop in an orderly manner and be united. Therefore, many lords of other territories were a little angry when they saw that Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were so good at winning people's hearts. Many lords also began to imitate Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, wanting to rush to the front of their territory members to fight against the SS-level boss. But most of these lords didn't see their own strength clearly. And, even if we don't talk about strength for now, just to say, Su Ruhan's wood-based ability that can instantly cure colds and fevers is now the only one in the game. So, even if many lords personally go to the battlefield, they often fail to inspire people. In the end, it is very likely that they will get injured, be assassinated, and lose their lordship. In response to this, Su Ruhan just shook his head, holding the attitude of a bystander, and did not express any opinions. A few days passed. During the third week of the test, Su Ruhan, like most players, originally guessed that many territories would not be able to hold out and be conquered by SS-level boss. But to everyone's surprise, quite a few territories successfully held out after the SS-level boss joined the battlefield in the third week. There are many reasons for this, but in the final analysis, most of them are because at the critical moment, when these territories could not hold out and were about to be conquered by SS-level boss, one or several big men with hidden strength would suddenly appear in their territories. They are often extremely powerful and can turn the tide with one person. From the posts about hidden bosses that keep appearing in the forum, there are still quite a few of these hidden bosses in the game. Even Su Ruhan didn't expect that so many hidden bosses would appear in the third week of the second round of tests, according to Su Ruhan's guess. Among these hidden bosses, many have an attack power of more than 2,000. There are even some with an attack power of more than 5,000, and their strength is not weaker than hers. Moreover, these are just their demonstrated strengths. As for whether this is their real strength, it is hard to say. Some of the hidden bosses are the top 100 players in the strength rankings. But more of them are players who do not exist in the rankings. Su Ruhan did not ask Lu Yui to explore the real attributes of these hidden bosses. However, they soon discovered that those hidden bosses who can make themselves outside the rankings can almost hide their attributes and not be explored. Su Ruhan was somewhat helpless. When did the skill of blocking detection become so common? Speaking of which, not only Su Ruhan was surprised by the appearance of these hidden bosses, but also most of the players in the game were very shocked. These days, in the game forum, there are endless discussions about these hidden bosses. Among them, one of the more popular posts is titled, "I always thought my roommate was a sickly little poor guy, but I didn't expect that he was actually a hidden boss. His real strength is not inferior to the First Territory Lord and Deputy Lord." Hot 1L, original poster. I always thought that my roommate was a poor fellow. Except for me, who occasionally entered his live broadcast room, I never saw other viewers. I never expected that he was actually a big boss with hidden strength. Today I saw him kill the SS level boss in a few moves, which completely refreshed my 3 views. I feel that his strength is not weaker than the First Territory Lord and Deputy Lord. 2L, I think the OP is just bragging. If he is really that powerful, why does he keep pretending to be weak? I don't believe it. 3L, OP, there is a video to prove it. I really think he is super powerful. Screen recording.avi. These big guys who hide their strength cannot be completely invisible and not participate in any social activities when they are in their territory on weekdays. Therefore, many hidden big guys will pretend to be ordinary players and blend in with the crowd. The roommate mentioned by the poster of this post is one of these hidden bosses. 14L replied to 3L, I just watched the video, and this seems to be a real hidden boss. Looks pretty powerful. However, it is hard to say whether the hidden boss in the video is more powerful, or the Lord and Deputy Lord of the First Territory are more powerful. 15L, I have to say that I think this hidden boss is more powerful. 16L, let's be honest, you can say whatever you want, but can you please stop dragging down our Lord and Deputy Lord? I provoke you. So unlucky. The title of this post seems to be a bit of a smear campaign against Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. So it's not surprising that there are comments about Su Ruhan and Lu Yui in this post. Su Ruhan didn't dwell on this issue, but continued to read the post. 157L, these hidden bosses are so powerful, why didn't they come out before? They killed so many of us ordinary players, and now they're showing off. 158L replied to 157L, that's not the way to say it. Other big guys don't owe you anything. And now, at this critical moment, they can stand up. No matter what, they have saved everyone's life. Seeing the mixed comments about these hidden big guys in the post, Su Ruhan was not surprised at all. She just had a feeling of as expected. She continued to look through the post for a while, and closed the game forum after not seeing any useful information. Speaking of which, Su Ruhan can completely understand the feelings of these hidden bosses. For herself, if she had not encountered the SSS level boss before, and had no choice but to use the wood type ability, she would probably have always hidden her true strength. After all, there are many dangers in the game. Anyone with a little bit of brains would not be willing to easily reveal all their cards. This time, it was also because of the SS level boss that appeared in the third week, and ordinary players really couldn't deal with it. These players who hide their strengths are watching their territories being breached. They are forced to expose their strengths. Of course, it is not impossible that some players with ulterior motives want to take this opportunity to show off. However, these are not the main points. What shocked Su Ruhan the most in this incident was that among these hidden bosses, there were actually 2 Doomsday players. Moreover, these 2 people were old acquaintances of Su Ruhan in the Doomsday. These 2 Apocalypse players were the top leaders of the 2nd and 5th bases of the Apocalypse. At that time, when Su Ruhan saw the 2 screen recording posts about them in the game forum, he immediately recognized them. Originally, it should be a very happy thing to discover 2 new Apocalypse players. However, Su Ruhan did not have a smile on his face at this moment, but frowned slightly. Just because these 2 Apocalypse players were not good people, at the end of the world, Su Ruhan didn't have a very good impression of these 2 people and the base they belonged to. And these 2 people and their base can't be said to be the mortal enemy of Su Ruhan's first base. However, The relationship between the first base and these two territories is really not that good. Moreover, judging from the fact that the two people should have noticed that Su Ruhan came to the game and created the Hope territory, but chose not to join the Hope territory. In fact, it has already explained a lot of problems. Su Ruhan sighed slightly. She didn't expect these two people to help her. She just hoped that they wouldn't cause trouble for her later. That would be great. Don't worry. They weren't very strong in the end times. They have been in the game for so many years, but they didn't dare to show up. In the end, they were not strong enough. Lu Yui naturally discovered the existence of the two end times players. He walked to Su Ruhan and spoke. Su Ruhan nodded slightly. But she also knew that what Lu Yui said about not strong was only for the two top players with abilities at the peak of level 9 and the beginning of level 10. You know, these two people's abilities at the end of the world were at the peak of level 8 and the beginning of level 9. This is already very powerful for ordinary players in the game. Moreover, among the hidden bosses that appeared this time, in addition to these two end-of-the-world players, there are also many other powerful hidden bosses. The more powerful players there are, the more beneficial it is to complete this second round of tests. However, this is not a good thing for Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. The stronger these players are, the more danger Su Ruhan and Lu Yui will face after their identities are exposed. But now is not the time to think about these things. Su Ruhan knows that the most important thing for her now is to upgrade her level to level 100. Then draw again to see if she can draw the fire ability. Although Su Ruhan already knows what Xia Chuya predicted. But before the dust settles, Su Ruhan is always worried. The morning of the 21st day of the second round of the game test, which was also the last day of the third week of the test. After Su Ruhan defeated the last SS level boss tonight, his level just happened to be upgraded to level 90. The white light of the upgrade flashed on the game screen. Su Ruhan immediately opened the attribute panel that he had not paid attention to for a long time, wanting to check it out. Personal attributes. Su Ruhan. Level 13,000/200000. Level 90. Territory, Hope Territory. Territory area, 8.22 million, 26.89 million square meters. 18.67 million square meters flooded. Current territory area, 790,000 square meters. Health, 1,000/1000. Satisfaction, 1,000/1000. Physical strength, 1,000/1000. Attributes, attack 395, plus 600, defense 200, plus 600, speed 300, plus 600, intelligence 100, luck 100. Unallocated attribute points * 240. Talent skills, omitted. Item bar, 840th 7-day gift pack *1, 14-day gift pack omitted. This time, the display of territory area in personal attributes is slightly different from before. Although the actual area of the territory is only 8.22 million square meters. However, if the flooded 18.67 million square meters are added, the total is 26.89 million square meters. Moreover, the area of this territory is specially marked as the flooded area. This makes Su Ruhan have to wonder, maybe there will be a way to restore the flooded territory in the future. As for the attributes, the extra plus 600 after the 3 items of attack, defense, and speed is easy to understand. That's because Su Ruhan had just finished beating the monster, and hadn't had time to take off her weapons and equipment. 600 should be the bonus points for the weapons and equipment. Su Ruhan didn't think about it anymore, but began to allocate the 240 attribute points she got from upgrading this week. After a little thought, she allocated 100 points to defense, and the remaining 140 points were all added to attack. Attributes, attack 535, plus 600, defense 300, plus 600, speed 300, plus 600. Su Ruhan is now level 90. Without equipment, and with type abilities, her average attribute value is only 300 or 400. I'm afraid this is the attribute value that a normal player should have. No wonder everyone has such a hard time against SS level bosses. The average attribute value is less than 500, which can actually be compensated by with type abilities. However, Su Ruhan's upper limit of health is only 1,000 points. Now, this is Su Ruhan's biggest shortcoming. With such a small amount of health, if something unexpected happens, and she is attacked by an SSS level boss, she will definitely die. Looking at such low attribute values and health values, Su Ruhan also sighed lightly. She thought that she still had to do more special tasks in the future to obtain attribute points and increase the upper limit of health value, apart from attribute points and health value. Su Ruhan also noticed that in her item bar there were 2 survival gift packs awarded by the second round of tests, which had not been opened. Su Ruhan still remembered that someone seemed to have discussed in the forum what was in the gift pack. The things in the gift pack were good and bad. Some people opened food and medicine, but some people opened skill books, equipment, etc. Although Su Ruhan's luck value of 100 points was not low, it was not high. She frowned slightly, hesitating whether to ask the players with high luck attributes in the territory to help check in. But after thinking for a while, she finally decided to open the gift pack herself. 7-day gift pack. 10 slices of bread, 1 antipyretic, 1 umbrella. 14-day gift pack. 1 skill book, 1 attack gem, 1 defense gem, 1 agility gem. The bread, antipyretic, and umbrella in the 7-day gift pack may be useful for ordinary players. But for Su Ruhan, they are a bit useless. As for the skill book and gems with 3 attributes in the 14-day gift pack, they are quite good. Su Ruhan inlaid the 3 gems on his own top quality weapons and equipment. When she puts on her weapons and equipment, her attack, defense and speed will increase by 700 points respectively. Attributes: attack 535, plus 700, defense 300, plus 700, speed 300, plus 700. From this point of view, if the bonus points of the equipment are added, then Su Ruhan's average attribute value is over 1000. This is equivalent to the average attribute value of an SS level boss. Su Ruhan felt a little better. Afterwards, she set her sights on the skill book again, hoping that she could open a useful skill. Talented skill. Absolute defense. SSS level can resist 1 fatal attack. Cooling time 24 hours. The SSS level absolute defense skill that Su Ruhan drew this time is an extremely good skill, although it can only resist 1 fatal attack within 24 hours. But given that Su Ruhan's defense and health are not high now, it can be regarded as an extra life. Su Ruhan is very satisfied. In this way, her future life safety will be greatly guaranteed. The last night of the 3rd week of the test. I hope that most of the players in the territory have spent this week safely. Everyone does not need to go out to fight monsters, and there is food, drink and warmth. This is the most comfortable period since entering the game. On the other hand, other territories. Those territories with hidden bosses are not bad, and they have survived the 3rd week with the invasion of SS level boss without any danger. But those medium and large territories without hidden bosses have a terrible end. Countless members of the territory were killed and injured, and low-level and ordinary full-level players were almost all killed. In the end, there are often only hundreds or thousands of players with slightly higher strength who are still struggling to support. Many players will be confused at the beginning, since these players in medium and large territories cannot fight against SS level boss. Why don't they choose to give up their territories and join other larger territories? But they will soon find out the reason. In fact, it's not that these players don't want to give up their territories now and join large territories. It's that after the 3rd week of the game, the dangers that may be encountered when going out to sea are much greater than before. Many players actually did not die in their own territories, fighting against the boss, but were swallowed by more dangerous creatures in the sea. This also led to many players preferring to wait for their own small territories rather than venture out to sea to join other territories. Announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving 21 days in the 2nd round of the test of the Survival on the Island Game Territory Infrastructure version. The 21st gift package has been distributed, please check it out. Current number of territories, 1236. Current number of survivors, 451. 24573 game announcement prompt sounded, attracting the attention of all players. The number of players in the system announcement, this time is only about 4.5 million. The number of territories is also 1,236. Su Ruhan remembered that when she first entered the game, there were more than 20 million players. And it has only been 66 days since she entered the game. Now, there are only more than 4.5 million people left in the game. Su Ruhan frowned. Is this 3/4 mortality rate serious? While Su Ruhan lamented that the mortality rate of this game was too high, she also set her sights on the remaining more than 1,000 territories. The number of territories shrank so quickly, which was actually what Su Ruhan expected. It had been 21 days since the 2nd round of trials. After the invasion of the SS level boss, the territories that survived were all relatively large territories. Among the more than 1,000 territories, there were basically hidden bosses in each territory. Without strong players, it was basically impossible to survive the 3rd week of the trials. Su Ruhan had a feeling that was becoming clearer and clearer. She felt that this second round of trials was actually like a screening mechanism for the game. Eliminate players and territories that have no strength and no use. The strongest players and territories that remain. It's like raising poison. Su Ruhan wondered if the consciousness of this game was secretly planning something. She couldn't help but become more vigilant in her heart. At this moment, 2 more announcement reminders sounded, interrupting Su Ruhan's thoughts. Announcement: there are 7 days left before the end of the second round of tests. The game difficulty has been upgraded, and SSS level boss will soon join the battlefield. Please be prepared. Announcement: on the last day of the second round of trials, in the last hour, an unknown level boss will come ashore. Kill the boss within an hour to get a huge reward. If the boss is not dead after an hour, it will escape. Please be prepared. When the 3 previous game announcements did not announce that the SSS level boss was about to join the battlefield, many players felt relieved. But at this moment, 2 announcement prompts sounded a few minutes late, which cruelly broke the fantasy of all players. In the 4th week of the second round of trials, not only will an SSS level boss join the battlefield, but also an unknown level boss will join in the last hour of the trials. Although most of the players in the game are confused about this unknown level boss, the announcement clearly stated that this unknown level boss will come in the last hour before the second round of the game is about to end. After hearing this, even a fool knows that this unknown level boss will definitely not be easy to deal with. In the game, there are also many knowledgeable players who began to be secretly frightened after hearing the unknown level boss in the announcement. Among them, Su Ruhan and Gu Jingling were also included. Su Ruhan still remembered that when she went out to sea alone to fight the boss and level up last time, she encountered a seriously injured S-level boss giant Dunkleistus. This S-level boss should have been SSS level, but because half of its body was bitten off by an unknown creature, its level dropped to S level. Compared with the SSS level boss, the unknown creature is definitely not at the same level of strength. Otherwise, the SSS level boss would not be so defenseless and have half of its body bitten off. Now that I think about it, that unknown creature could not be the unknown level boss announced by the system. If it is really as Su Ruhan guessed, then things will probably become very tricky. Su Ruhan frowned and walked to the hall of the villa. Soon she found Lu Yui on the sofa in the living room. I encountered an SSS level boss that dropped to S level before, and it was seriously injured by an unknown creature. Su Ruhan didn't beat around the bush and directly told her experience of encountering the S-level boss Dunkleistus. Then, she expressed her confusion. I don't know if that unknown creature is the unknown level boss mentioned in the announcement. After listening, Lu Yui frowned slightly and thought for a moment before responding to Su Ruhan. It is very likely. In my 3rd year in the game, I encountered a boss higher than SSS level. Without waiting for Su Ruhan to speak, Lu Yui continued, at that time, I detected that its average attribute was above 5,000, and its HP was as high as 1 million points. With my 5,000 attack points of the 9th level lightning ability at that time, I was no match for it. Later, I had to rely on the teleportation skill to escape by chance. Lu Yui said with a lingering fear. The unknown level boss is so powerful? Su Ruhan was a little shocked. The average attribute value mentioned by Lu Yui was much higher than she imagined. Lu Yui nodded and said, besides, I still don't know if the unknown level boss I encountered last time is a stronger one among the boss of the same level, or just the most ordinary one. Su Ruhan sighed slightly. It seems that things are indeed a bit troublesome. Su Ruhan's current attribute value, even if the double attack skill and all the wood-related abilities are used, the highest attack is only 5,000, and the defense and health are even worse, only about 1,000. And the double attack only lasts for 5 minutes. If these 2 skills are turned off, Su Ruhan's wood ability will only have a maximum attack of 2,500 to 3,000. With this attack power, it is probably difficult to break the defense of the unknown level boss that came ashore. Not to mention killing the boss. As for Lu Yui, although he has a level 10 thunder ability and a strong attack power of nearly 10,000 points, but his defense is only about 2,000. The health value is slightly higher, at 5,000. Lu Yui's current personal attribute value is indeed top-notch among players. However, if it is placed in front of an unknown level boss with an average attribute value of 5,000, it is still not enough. You know, the average attribute value of an unknown level boss is 5,000, but it does not mean that every attribute is 5,000. Often, among their attack, defense, and speed, there may be a special one that far exceeds 5,000. The other 2 are lower than or close to 5,000. On average, the mean is 5,000. For example, the SSS level boss mutant saltwater crocodile that Su Ruhan encountered before Its attribute values are attack 2180, defense 4510, and speed 1030. Although its attribute average is more than 2000, the defense item is as high as 4500. If the unknown attribute boss that landed this time, any attribute is special, reaching nearly 10,000 points, or several thousand points. That would be a nightmare for Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. And no matter what, even if an unknown level boss with average attributes of 5,000 points comes, that is not something that Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and the others can easily deal with now. For a moment, Su Ruhan became a little anxious. Although your level 10 lightning ability has a maximum attack of 10,000 points, which is enough to break the defense of the unknown boss. But our defense and health are too low, which is a big problem. Su Ruhan murmured. Lu Yui could understand what Su Ruhan meant. Although his attack was high, he would have to attack hundreds, or even thousands of times to kill a boss of unknown level. But even if the attack of this boss of unknown level was only 5,000, they would be killed instantly if they attacked them once. The huge gap in health could not be easily made up by a higher attack power. The announcement said that as long as we hold on for an hour, the boss should leave. Su Ruhan finished her words and sighed again. She paused, then continued, but normally, if you encounter a boss of this level, it would be hard to hold out for even a minute, let alone an hour. Lu Yui nodded silently. He was also trying to think about how to deal with this crisis. We have to find a way to transfer the ordinary players in the territory out. Otherwise, even if the ordinary players are affected by the aftermath of the battle, they will probably die on the spot. Su Ruhan pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. Su Ruhan was right. They had to transfer all the players in the territory out before the unknown level boss came ashore on the last day of the second round of trials. Otherwise, if the unknown level boss attacked at random, the ordinary players in the Hope territory might suffer countless casualties and great suffering. Fortunately, these days, the ordinary players in the Hope territory have a strong sense of crisis. Many of the large wooden ships they had previously built would be useful at that time. Because of this unknown level boss, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui felt a little heavy in their hearts for a while. They didn't know how to deal with this unknown level boss in a short period of time. I'm speechless. Why would the game set up such an almost unkillable unknown level boss to join the battlefield? Su Ruhan was really a bit of a headache, so he complained a little. Then he thought of something and suggested, why don't I ask Xia Chuya later, and ask her to help predict how we will deal with this matter? That's fine. Lu Yui also thought Su Ruhan's suggestion was good. If we can know in advance how they deal with the unknown level boss, it will be much easier to prepare in that direction. But at this moment, Lin Hua suddenly rushed into the hall of the villa. She glanced at Su Ruhan nervously. After a few glances at Lu Yui, she said, Sister Ruhan, it's not good, check the forum. Su Ruhan frowned even more when she heard this. Just now, she and Lu Yui had been discussing a series of issues about the unknown level boss, but they didn't pay attention to the new posts of players in the forum. With Lin Hua's special reminder, Su Ruhan also knew that something urgent must have happened. She didn't delay any longer, and immediately opened the game forum interface in the game screen. I saw that in the game forum. At this moment, a hot post about the first territory was pushed to the top of the forum. When Su Ruhan saw the title of this hot post, she was also shocked on the spot. The first territory lord and the deputy lord are doomsday players. There are solid screenshots. Hot 1L, original poster screenshot 1.jpg, screenshot 2.jpg, screenshot 3.jpg. I told you they must be doomsday players, but you still don't believe it. You can take a look at the screenshots yourself. I spent a lot of money to buy them from a player who has the skill to view hidden attributes. 2L, shocked. This screenshot is not photoshopped. I have never seen such a detailed attribute interface. 3L, reply to 2L, you think this is real, and you Photoshop it. All videos, screenshots, and photos in this game cannot be photoshopped. This time it is confirmed. For 56L, speaking of which, when someone in the forum suspected that they were Apocalypse players last time, the action of the deputy lord of the first territory covering his mouth was very suspicious. I didn't expect that they were actually doomsday players. For 57L, actually, I have long felt that the first territory lord and deputy lord are a bit suspicious. It's just that there is no evidence, and I dare not say it because of the bounty on the coordinates at that time. It has not been 2 minutes since this post was published, and hundreds and thousands of floors have been built directly. The number of floors is still rising. In fact, Su Ruhan didn't click on the post just now. When he saw the title of this post, he immediately felt very bad. Just because this title is exactly the same as the post that Xia Chuya predicted before, which revealed their identities as the Apocalypse players. After clicking in and taking a few glances, Su Ruhan was even more certain that this should be the post that Xia Chuya predicted. But Xia Chuya said at the time that this post that revealed their identities would only appear in the forum after the second round of trials was completely over. But now there is still a whole week before the end of the second round of trials. I don't know if Xia Chuya's prediction was wrong, or did she not tell the truth at all? As far as Su Ruhan is concerned, he is still willing to believe that Xia Chuya just predicted it wrong. After all, if Xia Chuya deliberately said the wrong time and eventually led to a bad result, it would not be good for her. But if we assume that Xia Chuya did not lie, then the purpose of the person behind the scenes, who chose to disclose the identities of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui as doomsday players at this time is worth pondering. However, although Su Ruhan believes in Xia Chuya's character, he will not completely rule out the possibility that Xia Chuya is lying. At this moment, Xia Chuya ran out of Su Ruhan's room with an anxious look. When she saw Su Ruhan and Lu Yui in the living room, she was about to speak. But when she caught a glimpse of Lin Yihua standing beside her, she swallowed the words back. You say it. Hua is not an outsider either. Su Ruhan's tone was very calm at this moment, and no emotion could be heard. Lin Yihua was able to rush over to report the news anxiously when she saw the article that revealed the identities of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui as doomsday players. This is enough to show Lin Yihua's position and attitude after knowing their identities as doomsday players. Su Ruhan will naturally not deliberately exclude her anymore. Ruhan, you also saw that post. I don't know why, my prediction was wrong. Xia Chuya is also very anxious now. When she heard Su Ruhan say this, she immediately didn't care about anything else. She took a deep look at Lin Yihua beside Su Ruhan, paused for a few seconds, and continued to speak out her proposal. What are you going to do now? How about I predict it again immediately? Not for now. Su Ruhan thought for a moment before saying, let me think about it again. Su Ruhan was also caught off guard by this post that revealed her identity. Originally, she was thinking that she would concentrate on finding a way to solve the unknown level boss first, and then deal with this matter with all her heart and soul. But now it seems that she may have to deal with these two difficult things at the same time. Chapter 37, Day 37. In the game forum, the post that revealed the identities of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui as doomsday players is still fermenting. Su Ruhan frowned, swiped the screen a few times with his fingers, and continued to scroll down. 6244L. I was originally envious of the good treatment of players in the Hope Territory. Now it seems that it is a good thing that I did not choose to join the Hope Territory at that time. Who knows if the doomsday players will suddenly go crazy and kill people? Will I not be unable to sleep in the middle of the night if I stay in the territory created by the doomsday players? Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified, and my back goes cold. 6245L. That is to say, I don't know if these apocalyptic players will have the task of killing ordinary players, or the task of destroying the world and all territories. This is really too scary. 6246L replied to 6245L, do you think it's scary? We sleep well at night? Shut up. A bunch of people who say grapes are sour because they can't eat them. As expected by Ruhan, there were many conspiracy theory posts in the post. However, what made Su Ruhan feel a little warm was that many members of the Hope Territory were standing up for her. 26345L. No matter what, our Lord has never done anything to hurt other ordinary players. On the contrary, he has always been helping everyone. Why should he be so ostracized because of their identity as apocalyptic players? 26346L. They are buying people's hearts. You are so easy to deceive. You were bought by a little favor, hee. A bunch of brainless fans. 26347L. But the fact is that the death rate of players in Hope Territory is the lowest among all territories in the world. If the goal of the Apocalypse players is to destroy the world and all territories, then the lords and deputy lords don't need to care about the life and death of players in Hope Territory. The more players die, the happier they are. But the fact is just the opposite. The lords and deputy lords really care about our life and death. The comments in the post are extremely polarized. There were many malicious speculations, but there were also people who hoped that the territory members, or the passers-by players in other territories, who had been helped by the Chinese medicine experience posts, would stand on Su Ruhan's side. The direction of the development of things was slightly better than Su Ruhan imagined. Su Ruhan clicked the game screen to exit this post, wanting to see if there were any other comments about this matter in the forum. So, she quickly noticed a hot post that had just been published. The Lord of the First Territory. Even if the Deputy Lord is a doomsday player, what does it matter? They are still the gods in my heart. Hot 1L. Original poster. When my small territory was about to be breached by the sea monster tide, I brought dozens of people from the entire territory to the Hope territory. When we were on the road, we thought that refugees like us might be rejected, but we didn't expect that the Hope territory would not only take us in, but also provide us with free accommodation. Although the recruitment notice said that no supplies would be distributed, in fact, as long as the players joined the army or participated in labor, they could get food supplies. The territory's defense is also very strong. Even though we live in the outermost 3 rings, we have never been attacked by sea monsters. The territory also provides many support policies for talents. I have now transformed from a poor refugee to the captain of a brigade. I will never forget the kindness of the Lord and Deputy Lord of Hope territory. Even if they are really doomsday players now, I will still stand on their side. This post is written from the perspective of an ordinary player of Hope territory. It describes the process of an ordinary player who, after the second round of trials, went from a small territory to the Hope territory after going through numerous hardships. It also describes the process of a refugee from the third ring of the outermost layer of the Hope territory, who, through his own efforts and the support of the territory policy, eventually became a captain of the Hope territory. Su Ruhan still has some impression of this member. If I remember correctly, he should be a slightly dull, honest and decent player, but I didn't expect him to say such a touching speech. As soon as this post was published, it was immediately echoed by many players in the Hope territory. 18L. My experience is similar to the original posters, but it was even worse when I first joined the territory. I got caught in the rain and had a fever at the beginning of the second round of trials. When I finally arrived at the Hope territory, my health was only more than 200 points. I originally thought I would definitely die of the disease. I didn't expect that after I signed up for the army, the territory directly advanced me the Chinese medicine for fever reduction, which saved my life. At that time, I was thinking, I came to the right place. Even if the Lord and Deputy Lord are really apocalyptic players, I will not betray them. 19L. But we don't know if the Lord and Deputy Lord have any special purpose in doing this. 20L. Reply to 19L. What purpose could it have? The Lord and Deputy Lord are so good to us. Supplies and lives are guaranteed. I saw that post. Someone is jealous of our territory's development, deliberately wanting to create conflicts and cause internal strife in our territory. Everyone must not be fooled. In the post, other players in the Hope territory began to speak up for Su Ruhan and Liu Yue. Although there were occasional doubts, they were soon drowned out. Moreover, with this post leading the way, many similar posts soon appeared in the forum. The specific development of this matter, and the attitude of the players in the Hope territory were exactly the same as what Xia Chuya had predicted. Su Ruhan was somewhat moved, and he also believed that Xia Chuya should not have deliberately said the wrong time. It was almost 2300 hours, and the SSS-level boss should come ashore. Su Ruhan didn't have time to read the forum anymore, so he had to put the matter aside for now, and deal with it tomorrow after solving the SSS-level boss tonight. I will find a way to deal with this matter. You can go back and rest first. Su Ruhan closed the forum, and spoke to Xia Chuya and Lin Yihua. Xia Chuya and Lin Yihua saw that they really couldn't help at the moment, so they didn't say much, just nodded, and went back to their own residences. After Xia Chuya and Lin Yihua left, Su Ruhan also sighed secretly, then put aside his chaotic thoughts and walked towards the coast of the territory. No matter what, the SSS-level boss still needs to be fought. You can't just let the boss invade the Hope territory. Moreover, now that Su Ruhan's identity as a doomsday player has been exposed, he needs to kill the SSS-level boss even more, raise his level to the maximum level faster, and withdraw his main attack fire ability. The morning of the 22nd day of the second round of trials. The first ray of sunshine in the morning fell on the territory of every player in the game. This was also the first sunny day in the 22 days since the second round of trials. Has the rain stopped? Su Ruhan stretched her hand out of the range of the wood-type supernatural umbrella, but did not feel the raindrops falling on her palm. Su Ruhan was a little surprised. Then, when she raised her eyes slightly, she noticed that there seemed to be a rainbow hanging in the distant sky. Has the sky cleared up after the rain? However, Su Ruhan's mood at this moment did not improve like the clear sky. Let's go back. Su Ruhan solved the last SSS-level boss, and spoke to Liu Yue, who came to pick her up with a bit of lack of interest. Liu Yue nodded silently. He understood that it was useless to say more comforting words at this moment. Only when the issue of their identity as doomsday players was truly resolved, would Su Ruhan's mood naturally improve. But just when Su Ruhan and Liu Yue turned around and prepared to teleport back to the villa, Su Ruhan saw that there were many players in the Hope territory, walking towards them with smiles on their faces. Good morning, Lord. Lord, Thank you for your hard work, Deputy Lord. Lord, we will always stand by your side. Protect the Hope territory. So what if it's a player in the end times? My life was given by the Lord. Even if you want to take it back, I have no complaints. We must unite as one and not fall for the conspiracy of the poster. In this huge group of people, in addition to core members such as Lin Yihua and Zhao Shui, there are also many other ordinary members of the Hope territory. At this moment, they all came out to greet Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. At the same time, they also expressed their position of living and dying together with the Hope territory and the Lord and Deputy Lord. To be honest, Su Ruhan was a little surprised when she saw these players. She really didn't expect that after a night of fermentation, things would eventually develop to this point. Su Ruhan was still guessing that last night, or this morning, there might be riots in the territory. But she never thought that she would be greeted by everyone's smiles in the morning. This was the first time that Su Ruhan felt in the game that things would not always develop as badly as she imagined. Since entering the game, Su Ruhan has been in a state of high tension, since she knew that ordinary players have the task of killing doomsday players. Moreover, she has always subconsciously distinguished her identity as a doomsday player from that of an ordinary player. And she would also subconsciously define the two as hostile. But now, when Su Ruhan saw everyone's determination to protect the territory of Hope and their attitude, Su Ruhan felt for the first time that there was actually no difference between doomsday players and ordinary players. Everyone is just a member trapped in the game, so why should we distinguish so clearly? Su Ruhan and several core members walked back to the villa from the coast. Many ordinary players from the territory came to greet them along the way. Su Ruhan seemed to feel the atmosphere of sincere love from the base members, just like walking in the Apocalypse base. Her original bad guesses were completely broken at this moment. The players in the territory did not riot on a large scale as she imagined. On the contrary, the vast majority of players held the same attitude as before when they did not know their identity as Apocalypse players. And the content of Xia Chuya's prediction was verified again. Things really went as smoothly as predicted. The haze in Su Ruhan's heart has also dissipated little by little. Back to the villa. At this moment, the ordinary members of the territory around Su Ruhan have dispersed, leaving only a few core members. As soon as Zhao Shui walked into the villa, she stretched and yawned. The status of the other core members of the territory was not much better at the moment, and they all looked sleepy. Why do you look so sleepy? You have such dark circles under your eyes. Su Ruhan's mood has been completely adjusted at this moment, and he is in the mood to tease everyone. When the people present heard this, they all glanced at Lu Yui secretly with their peripheral vision, but did not speak. Only Zhao Shui smiled and was about to speak. It's because of last night. Nothing happened last night. Everyone go back and rest. But Lu Yui immediately interrupted Zhao Shui's words. Seeing this, Zhao Shui, Qin Yu and others smiled at each other, and did not say anything more, but waved goodbye to Su Ruhan, and then they all left quickly. Lord, go to bed early. You've worked hard all night. Lord, let's go to rest first. Don't take that to heart. Everyone is on your side. Su Ruhan could feel everyone's concern for her. She smiled and responded, Okay, you go back and rest. After everyone left, Su Ruhan walked to Lu Yui and patted his shoulder. Tell me, what happened last night? Su Ruhan also saw the eye contact between Zhao Shui and others just now. The reason why she didn't expose it on the spot was to save some face for Lu Yui. Nothing. Lu Yui touched his nose awkwardly and tried to change the subject. It's late, you should rest. Su Ruhan raised the corner of his lips and shook his head slightly. In fact, even if Lu Yui didn't say it, Su Ruhan knew what they did last night. You know, when Su Ruhan was fighting the SSS level boss last night, the system prompt sound of the player exiting the territory never stopped. Moreover, it started from the 4th week of the test. At night, apart from a few SSS level bosses coming ashore, ordinary sea monsters are rare. Lu Yui didn't have to clean up sea monsters at night, so she had some free time. So, it is very likely that Lu Yui took people to deal with the riots caused by the players, who left the territory, while she had to deal with the SSS level bosses at night. Therefore, the next morning, the territory showed such a warm and peaceful scene. Did you go to deal with the riots caused by the players, who left the territory last night? Su Ruhan spoke again, directly pointing out Lu Yui's actions last night. Lu Yui raised his head immediately after hearing this, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. You know everything. The surprise in Lu Yui's eyes quickly dissipated. He thought of the prompt sound of the game's screen. He knew that Su Ruhan should have seen the flaw from this aspect. In fact, Su Ruhan was not wrong. There was indeed a riot in Hope territory last night. However, Under the encouragement and call of Lu Yui, Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng, Qin Yu and others, most of the army members chose to stand on the side of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. As for the remaining players, or small groups, who refused to obey and wanted to gather to cause riots, they were all violently suppressed last night. And the reason why Lu Yui didn't let the core members mention this matter again was because he didn't want Su Ruhan to know that there were still many players in the territory who were afraid of and resisted their identity as doomsday players. Lest Su Ruhan know her mood, which had just improved this morning, would become melancholy again. Are you worried that I'm unhappy again? Su Ruhan stared into Lu Yui's eyes and continued to speak. Lu Yui nodded slightly. He thought Su Ruhan was too busy killing the SSS level boss last night to have time to look at the game screen, but he didn't expect that she still knew. Don't worry, I won't think about it anymore. The smile on Su Ruhan's face faded a little. She paused and continued, thank you for everything you have done for me. It was unclear whether Su Ruhan's previous words were meant for Lu Yui to hear, or to hint that she should not think of the worst of everything. In fact, Lu Yui's worries were not wrong at all. After everyone in the territory left, Su Ruhan calmed down, and she couldn't help but start to think that the reason why most of the members of the territory didn't turn against each other immediately was probably because they still needed them to rush to the front to resist the SSS level boss in the 4th week and the unknown level boss that was about to appear later. If all the dangers were resolved and the second round of tests were over, everything would be hard to say. Lu Yui opened his mouth and was about to say something. At this time, Su Ruhan smiled and waved his hand, ending the conversation. I'm going to rest. You've been tired all night. Go and rest. Lu Yui was a little helpless, knowing that Su Ruhan wanted to be alone, so he couldn't say anything more, so he nodded and went back to his room. After Lu Yui left, Su Ruhan also went to his room. But as soon as Su Ruhan returned to the room, he immediately noticed Xia Chuya sitting in the room. Why haven't you slept yet? Su Ruhan was a little surprised. After all, Xia Chuya should have been resting at this time in the past. But at this moment, Xia Chuya's delicate face had obvious dark circles under her eyes, which made it easy for people to see that she must have not slept all night. Seeing that Su Ruhan had finally returned, Xia Chuya immediately took 2 steps forward and explained, I was worried about the problem of my prediction being wrong. So I thought about waiting for you to come back and ask you if you want to predict it again. Su Ruhan heard this and immediately remembered that when she was confused last night, Xia Chuya proposed to predict again. She refused with a slightly stiff tone. She didn't expect that Xia Chuya would keep this matter in her heart and stay awake all night anxiously. Speaking of which, last night when Su Ruhan just found out that the post that revealed their identities in the end of the world appeared at a time that didn't match the time in the prediction, there was indeed a moment when she doubted Xia Chuya's intention. So, when Xia Chuya proposed to predict again, she directly refused. Her tone was not bad, but it was really not very good either. However, after a night of fermentation, Su Ruhan also knew that the prophecy of this post, except for the wrong time, the subsequent development was exactly the same as what Xia Chuya predicted. If Xia Chuya wanted to lie, she would not lie only about the time. Moreover, this was the first time Xia Chuya helped predict the future. Even if she really had ulterior motives, she would not show it so obviously before she gained Su Ruhan's full trust. Therefore, for the above reasons, Su Ruhan can basically rule out the possibility that Xia Chuya is lying on purpose. Don't think too much, I was just a little confused last night, so my tone. Su Ruhan saw Xia Chuya blaming herself and not sleeping all night, and immediately felt a little guilty. Xia Chuya shook her head slightly. It was my prediction that was wrong, which caused you so much trouble. Even if you really blame me, you deserve it. I don't mean to blame you. Su Ruhan was worried that Xia Chuya would think too much, so she continued to speak and added 2 sentences. Your prediction is basically correct. It's just that it was deliberate manipulation by someone with ulterior motives that led to the deviation. Last night, Su Ruhan took advantage of her free time to fight against the SSS level boss alone, and analyzed this matter for a long time. She thought of various possibilities about this matter. If Xia Chuya did not lie, then the person behind the post, who deliberately chose to publish the post exposing their identity as the Apocalypse players, when the system broadcast the unknown level boss. His or their purpose is very clear. That is, they want to make the Hope territory have internal strife again at this critical moment, so that Su Ruhan and Lu Yui will have to be on guard against sneak attacks from countless players in the Hope territory when dealing with unknown level boss. The ultimate goal of the person behind the scenes is nothing more than to make Su Ruhan and Lu Yui die tragically in this second round of trials. However, there is no rush to deal with the matter of the identity of the apocalyptic player being revealed. Su Ruhen feels that what is more important at the moment is something else. If you are willing to help predict how to solve the problem of unknown level boss, it would be great. Su Ruhen thought for a moment and then spoke. Although the identity of the players in the end of the world has not been completely resolved. However, for the current situation, the unknown level boss is the biggest knife hanging over Su Ruhen and the others' heads. If the unknown level boss issue cannot be solved, then it will not be as simple as a few random players dying. Instead, all 200,000 members of the entire Hope territory will face a desperate situation. Everyone can tell the importance of things. Su Ruhen also understood why he was so easily suppressed last night. That is because, even if most players have different intentions, they will not choose to jump out and oppose the rule of Su Ruhen and Lu Yui at this time, because the second round of tests is still going on. In the final analysis, they still need Su Ruhen and Lu Yui to rush to the front to block the knife for them. Therefore, those who are now expressing their loyalty to Su Ruhen and Lu Yui may not be truly loyal. It is also possible that they just want to temporarily stabilize Su Ruhen and Lu Yui, and want them to continue to fight for everyone and kill SSS level boss and unknown level boss. Perhaps, only after the second round of tests is over and all crises are resolved, the true attitude of the players in the Hope territory will be revealed. Su Ruhen shook her head and took back her drifting thoughts. She sighed secretly, thinking that her habit of thinking wildly and pessimistically speculating is really not so easy to change. However, Su Ruhen sometimes felt that. Perhaps it was her cautious attitude of thinking of the worst outcome in everything that allowed her to live well for so many years in the apocalypse. Perhaps, we should not think that the players in the game are as bad as some superpowers in the apocalypse. However, Su Ruhen did not dare to take risks. After all, whether in the apocalypse or in the game, as long as she trusted the wrong person and missed a pit, death would be waiting for her. Su Ruhen's thoughts drifted away again. At this time, Xia Chuya suddenly spoke, attracting Su Ruhen's attention. Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely look more carefully this time. I give you a reference. I hope there will be no mistakes. Xia Chuya was a little bit unconfident because of the prediction of the error. In the past, when Xia Chuya was in the end of the world, she had predicted so many times, and she had never made a mistake. I don't know what happened after entering the game. The first prediction actually showed such a big deviation. Fortunately, no irreversible consequences were caused, otherwise Xia Chuya would not know how to explain to Su Ruhen. Relax and believe in yourself. Su Ruhen also saw Xia Chuya's nervousness. He patted her shoulder and spoke. Xia Chuya nodded. She then found a seat and sat down, activated her spiritual power, and began to predict the problem of the unknown level boss. Soon, the prediction ended. Since Xia Chuya predicted a specific time and specific content this time, the spiritual power and power required were relatively small. She didn't suffer any internal injuries this time. Su Ruhen was slightly relieved when she saw this. If Xia Chuya had predicted every time and got hurt every time, Su Ruhen would have a little psychological burden. How is it? Su Ruhen's eyes were slightly expectant. In general, Hope Territory was able to get through this safely. Xia Chuya spoke out the final conclusion first. Then, Xia Chuya paused for a few seconds, sorted out the content of her prediction, and then continued, although the attribute value of the unknown level boss is very high, under the continuous attacks of you and Deputy Base Commander Lu, and, in the end, the unknown level boss was still killed. Hope Territory has successfully passed this difficult time. But, Xia Chuya hesitated. But after seeing Su Ruhen's inquiring eyes, she paused and said, many core members of the territory died in the battle with the unknown level boss. Su Ruhen frowned upon hearing this. According to her previous rough idea, the players in the territory should have been transferred away from the Hope territory by her. How could there be unnecessary casualties? How could this happen? Su Ruhen asked hurriedly, in your prediction, didn't I arrange for everyone to go out to sea by boat? Xia Chuya recalled the scene in her prediction again, and after a few seconds, she said, it was arranged. All players left the territory, but the ship of the core members turned back to the territory. And it seems that you also need their help to kill the boss this time. Xia Chuya paused, and then described what she saw in her prediction in more detail. However, the scope of her prediction this time was only the Hope territory, so she could not check the specific reasons why the core member ship left the territory and turned back. Maybe the prediction is not accurate, and there will be some unexpected changes. It is not impossible. Xia Chuya saw that Su Ruhen's face was not very good, so she spoke a few words to comfort him. Xia Chuya really hoped that this prediction would be better off not being accurate. However, judging from Xia Chuya's previous experience of prediction since the end of the world. Whatever is predicted, it will be achieved in the end, no matter how it is achieved. However, now that we have entered the game, it is hard to say whether the prediction is still accurate. After all, wasn't there a deviation in the prediction last time? I know you should take a rest first. Su Ruhan sighed secretly, and said to Xia Chuya. At the same time, she also kept this in mind, thinking about how to avoid such a tragedy. Xia Chuya nodded slightly, and she didn't know what to say to ease the atmosphere at this moment. She was lying on the bed, thinking about the effects of her psychic ability, and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Although Su Ruhan, who was standing beside her, had not slept all night, she was also tossing and turning for a while after learning about Xia Chuya's predictions, and was worried and couldn't sleep. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the last day of the second round of trials, and it was also the 73rd day that Su Ruhan entered the game. On the morning of the 4th week of the trial, the weather cleared up, and there was no heavy rain this week. However, the temperature is still dropping, and the sea level is still rising. Now, the temperature has reached -53 degrees, and the sea level has risen by 28 meters. However, fortunately, the more than 1,000 territories that survived in the 3rd week of the second round are almost all large territories. In this 4th week, there was no situation where the territory of the territory was completely flooded. Many territories, although most of the territory was flooded. But it didn't rain this week. Many people set up tents in the open air and rested together, and they could barely have a place to stay. The weather cleared up, and except for a few SSS-level bosses every night, there were no other sea monsters coming ashore. These phenomena seemed like a good omen. But none of the players who survived until now are stupid. Everyone can see that this is just the calm before the storm. As for the territory of hope, although at the beginning of the 4th week, the identities of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui as Doomsday players were revealed. However, in the past few days, except for a little incident on the first day, the following days were surprisingly calm, and no special incidents occurred. But Su Ruhan and Lu Yui would naturally not be dazzled by the false appearance of peace. They knew that this was only superficial peace, and the moment of real chaos had not yet arrived. However, just last night, 2 things happened that made Su Ruhan happy. The first was that Su Ruhan's wood ability broke through the peak of level 9 and reached the early stage of level 10. The other was that Su Ruhan's level was also successfully upgraded to the maximum level. And, in the talent skill lottery, he also successfully won the fire ability. The wood ability was upgraded to the early stage of level 10, and the fire ability returned to the peak of level 9. These 2 pieces of news were great news for Su Ruhan. She finally recovered her peak state in the end of the world before the unknown level boss came, and the second round of trials ended. This way, Su Ruhan finally had some confidence when facing the unknown level boss, and dealing with the attacks of other players. Before her strength was restored, Su Ruhan was always a little worried every day. Although Xia Chuya had predicted twice before that she had fire ability. But before Su Ruhan had truly recovered his fire ability, he was still a little worried that something might happen. Fortunately, there was no deviation in the draw this time, and Su Ruhan successfully won the fire ability he had been looking forward to for a long time. As for the wood ability, during this period of time, he continued to kill monsters, ripen Chinese herbs, and treat diseases. Under high-intensity use, he actually broke through to the early stage of level 10 at this critical moment. This is more worthy of joy than recovering the fire ability. According to Su Ruhan's calculation, the attack power of the early 10th level wood ability and the peak 9th level fire ability are basically the same. Both are about 5,000. But the defense, treatment, and speed of the early 10th level wood ability can also reach 5,000. This is equivalent to Su Ruhan having a 5,000 point shield and 5,000 point blood. If used properly, it can also have a speed of 5,000 points. In this way, Su Ruhan's attribute average will directly catch up with the attribute average of the unknown level boss. Then her safety and winning rate against the unknown level boss will be greatly improved. Although if she does not use the double attack skill, her 5,000 attack power may only barely break the defense of the unknown attribute boss and cause little damage. But this shortcoming can be made up by Lu Yui's 10,000 attack power of the lightning ability. In short, the unknown level boss that might have been difficult to deal with before now has the strength to fight. At noon on the last day of the second round of trials, on the coast of Hope Territory, hundreds of large ships continued to enter the sea. How is the transfer of territory personnel going? Su Ruhan asked Zhao Shui in the game screen. Since the 4th week of the trial, the post that revealed the identities of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui as Apocalypse players appeared. The detailed attributes and skills of Su Ruhan and Liu Yui all appeared in the public's view. So, Su Ruhan and the others naturally no longer need to hide the skills. They can close the live broadcast room. Open it when you want to use it, and close it again when you don't want to use it. Zhao Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile, "Everything has been arranged. It is expected that all will be transferred by the afternoon." Su Ruhan nodded, and after chatting with Zhao Shui for a few more words, he started to connect with other core members and asked them about their arrangements one by one. Su Ruhan had already thought about transferring all members of the territory before the unknown level boss came on the last day of the test. These ordinary territory members have little resistance even against SS level and SSS level boss, let alone the unknown level boss that is about to land. However, the time of this transfer cannot be too early. Otherwise, if these players spend the night on the sea, it will be easy to encounter the boss at night. Su Ruhan thought about it, and finally arranged the evacuation time during the daytime of the last day of the game. Moreover, before evacuating the territory members, Su Ruhan also went to the sea for a tour in person. Used detector to check if there is any danger. After confirming that there is no problem, all players in the Hope territory are arranged to evacuate. About 200,000 players evacuated collectively, which was a spectacle. Su Ruhan looked at the ships leaving one by one, and he was a little melancholy. He didn't know how many of these players would come back after they left. In fact, this was also a chance for Su Ruhan to give the players in the Hope territory to choose. Among these players, those who are not truly devoted to the territory of Hope, or who are afraid of the identities of Su Ruhan and Liu Yui as players of the end times, can take advantage of this opportunity to drive the ship away directly. Only those players who are truly devoted to the territory of Hope will return to the territory of Hope again after the second round of trials. In this way, many players with ulterior motives can be screened out, and the majority of those left are players who stand on Su Ruhan's side. Of course, there will definitely be some players with ulterior motives among them, who want to wait for an opportunity to assassinate Su Ruhan and Liu Yui. But that is a minority after all. The previous post showed the attributes of Su Ruhan and Liu Yui, and all players saw it. Before players want to assassinate, they will naturally weigh their success rate of assassination. How much will it be? On the other hand, other territories around the world. They are also preparing in full swing at this moment, and the strategy to deal with the upcoming unknown level boss. However, there is really no territory like Hope territory, where ordinary players are evacuated on a large scale. Not to mention that these territories don't have so many ships. Even if they do, they won't allow ordinary players to evacuate. Moreover, if a player evacuates secretly, he will be accused of deserting the battlefield, and will be caught by the territory and killed as a warning to others. How could ordinary players not know the intentions of the territory? It's nothing more than wanting ordinary players like them to be cannon fodder and meat shields to protect the lives of those high-level territories. At this time, players from other territories began to envy players from Hope territory. Discussion posts about Hope territory in the forum almost filled the entire forum homepage. Should I say it or not? Even if the first territory lord and the deputy lord are really trying to win people's hearts, I am willing to be one. The ugly faces of some territory leaders can no longer be covered up. They want us to be meat shields, which is really abominable. Knew before, I was still laughing at the players of Hope territory for being brainless fans. Now it seems that being a brainless fan is better than being cannon fodder. New. Just say that those of you who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, now you know that our lords are good, hee hee. Go and envy me. Those players who laugh at us for being brainless fans, I see if you can survive tonight. The game forum was very lively, and players were venting their emotions in this last bit of free time before the unknown level boss came ashore. However, Su Ruhan and others were not in the mood to pay attention to the excitement in the forum. She was still busy with the issue of evacuating the territory members. It was not until the evening. All the players in the territory were transferred out, and only the last core member ship had not yet set sail. Lord, do you really not need us to stay and help? Zhao Shui asked with some concern. Su Ruhan remembered Xia Chuya's previous prediction that Zhao Shui, Qin Yu and others had all died in the battle between Hope territory and the unknown attribute boss. So, at this moment, she also directly arranged for all these core members to evacuate from the territory, hoping that they could escape this disaster. Let's go! Even if the Deputy Lord and I can't win, we can still hold out for an hour. Don't worry, everyone. Su Ruhan smiled and waved to everyone, and at the same time signaled Xia Chuya to drive the boat. This time, Su Ruhan also asked Xia Chuya to keep an eye on these core members in advance. After the last core member ship set sail, the huge Hope territory, except for Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, became empty and uninhabited. Su Ruhan looked at the ship going away and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. What are you thinking about? Lu Yui looked at Su Ruhan's slightly worried eyebrows and couldn't help asking. Su Ruhan came back to her senses when she heard Lu Yui's voice. She smiled and shook her head. Nothing. I'm just thinking, after tonight. Su Ruhan didn't finish, but Lu Yui already understood her worries and melancholy. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side, Lu Yui said. Su Ruhan turned her head and looked at Lu Yui's eyebrows. Yeah. This time. It seemed that he was the only one left by her side again. Around 10 o'clock in the evening. This was also the last hour of the second round of the game. Suddenly, the waves roared up. At the same time, several huge lightning flashed across the sky above all the players' territories, and heavy rain fell. The same happened in the Hope territory. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui soon noticed that a giant marine creature surfaced on the coast of the Hope territory. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the so-called unknown level boss mentioned in the game announcement. This unknown level boss is huge. The moment it came ashore, Su Ruhan felt that the ground of Hope territory seemed to be shaking. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui looked at each other, and then used Detector at the same time to check the hidden attribute skills and the attributes of this boss. Chapter 38 The 38th Day. Su Ruhan's Detector soon displayed some basic properties of this unknown level boss. Golden Boss. Name: SSR level Ancient Sea Dragon. Coordinates: Area C13, 666, 666. Text: one of the top overlords in the game sea area, with unrivaled strength. Health: 200,000/200,000. Properties: Attack 7080, Defense 5500, Speed 3270. Skills: Sea Dragon Breath, SSS level. Weakness: unknown. Su Ruhan had never seen a golden SSR level boss before. Detector can only detect some basic information of this SSR level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon. More detailed attributes are in an unknown state. Moreover, this time Lu Yui's skill of viewing hidden attributes also failed to play an additional role. The boss information he checked was basically the same as that on Su Ruhan's Detector. But from the three basic attributes and the upper limit of the HP of this SSR level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon, that the Detector has detected, it is indeed much higher than the normal SSS level boss. Moreover, Su Ruhan also carefully noticed. This golden SSR level boss is different from all the bosses they have encountered before in that it actually has SSS level skills. What's worse is that the specific effect of the SSS level skill of the SSR level boss, after using it, cannot be checked. Let's put aside the SSS level skills of the SSR level boss for now. Su Ruhan quickly analyzed the attribute values and health value comparisons between her, Lu Yui, and the SSR level boss in her mind. This is how we judge whether we have a chance to kill this SSR level boss. This SSR level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon, except for its slightly weaker speed of 3,300, has two other strengths, with an attack power of more than 7,000 and a defense of 5,500. The most important thing is that its health value is as high as 2 million points. This is higher than the health limit of the unknown level boss that Lu Yui encountered by chance before. In contrast, although Su Ruhan's various attributes can reach 5,000 with the blessing of the 10th level wood ability, his health is only 1190. Lu Yui's attack can reach about 10,000 with the 10th level lightning ability, but his other attributes are only defense 3,000, speed 3,500, and health 5,500. In comparison, the average values of the three basic attributes of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are similar to this boss, all around 5,000. However, their health points are far lower than that of this SSR level boss, however. Although Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's health points are not high. But they are not completely without a chance of winning, Su Ruhan thought. Although her own defense and health points are only more than 2,000, if she adds more than 5,000 points of defense from the 10th level wood ability, the total will be more than 7,000. Moreover, Su Ruhan also has an absolute defense skill that can resist a fatal attack, which can greatly ensure her life safety. As for Lu Yui's defense value plus health value, the total is more than 8,500. Even without Su Ruhan's wood power of 5,000 defense, he can withstand the attack of this SSR level boss alone, and with more than 1,000 HP remaining, he will not die immediately. As long as Su Ruhan and Lu Yui can withstand the attack of the SSR level boss without dying, then Su Ruhan's level 10 wood power healing effect can instantly add 5,000 HP. This amount of treatment, even if it is to add blood to Lu Yui with 1,000 HP remaining, it can instantly fill up his HP, generally speaking. After Su Ruhan's analysis, she felt that they still had a chance to fight this SSR level boss. However, Su Ruhan herself had to be more careful. After all, her absolute defense skill could only be used once in 24 hours. And her would-base supernatural defense, plus her own defense and health, totaled only more than 7,000. This was exactly the same as the boss's more than 7,000 attacks. If they were unlucky, they would still be killed instantly by this SSR level boss. As for whether the 2 million HP bar of this SSR level boss can be completely cleared within an hour, this is an unknown. But everything will only be known after trying. After Su Ruhan weighed the pros and cons, he winked at Lu Yui, who was not far away, and also reminded Lu Yui, old rules. Then, Su Ruhan immediately used his wood ability and began to build a defensive vine net. After hearing Su Ruhan's words, Lu Yui also took action immediately. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui have cooperated in fighting for many years, so naturally they have a tacit understanding. Moreover, before the second round of tests, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui discussed for a long time how to deal with the unknown level boss. So at this moment, Su Ruhan simply said 3 words, and Lu Yui immediately understood what she meant. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, one is responsible for control and defense, and the other is responsible for attack. Su Ruhan is responsible for controlling this SSR level boss, and using the defensive vine net woven by the wood type ability in a timely manner to help Lu Yui and herself resist the attack. Lu Yui needs to dodge the attack of the SSR level boss while launching a full-strength attack on the boss. The battle between Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon is about to start. After Su Ruhan's wood type ability has been upgraded to the early stage of level 10, it is more handy to use. When the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon just emerged from the water, Su Ruhan used his level 10 wood type ability vines to entangle the huge body of the SSR level boss, preventing it from launching any attacks. Then, Lu Yui immediately used his level 10 lightning ability to continuously attack various parts of the SSR level boss's body. Although the attack of this SSR level boss is high, its speed is not as fast as Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Moreover, its movements are constantly restricted by Su Ruhan's control of the wood type ability. Therefore, after several rounds, this SSR level boss was played around by Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, and was unable to touch a corner of their clothes. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's attacks continued to fall on the body of the SR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon. However, this SSR level boss has thick skin and flesh. Even if Su Ruhan activated the double attack and Lu Yui used the 10th level lightning ability, the attack power of both of them could reach 10,000 points. Under such a powerful attack, in 5 minutes, the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon only lost 200,000 points of blood. And once the 5 minutes are up, the double attack skill is invalid. Su Ruhan's attack immediately weakened by half. The remaining 5,000 normal attacks of the wood type ability were difficult to break the boss's defense. It could only occasionally cause single-digit or tens-digit damage to the boss. This kind of damage was almost negligible in front of the 2 million health bar of the SSR level boss. It seemed that Su Ruhan could cause a total of 200,000 points of damage to the boss, in addition to using 2 double attacks for 10 minutes. For the rest of the time, we need to rely mainly on Lu Yui's lightning ability of 10,000 attack points to cause damage to the boss. However, according to the blood loss of the SSR level boss in these 5 minutes, Lu Yui can attack more than 20 times in 5 minutes, which is 100,000 blood points. But according to this attack speed, even if Lu Yui keeps attacking for 60 minutes, he can only cause 1.2 million damage. Add to that the 200,000 damage caused by Su Ruhan's 2 double attack skills in 10 minutes. That's a total of 1.4 million damage. But this SSR level boss has a total HP of 2 million. Then, the remaining 600,000 HP is a gap that is difficult to make up. It seems that we still have to find the weakness of this boss to have a chance to kill it within 60 minutes. Otherwise, if we continue to fight like this, it is estimated that in the end, it will be useless, and we will not be able to clear the 2 million HP bar of the boss. Try to attack its eyes, mouth, abdomen, and other parts. Su Ruhan reminded him. These are the common weak spots of ordinary boss. Lu Yui did it immediately after hearing it. But unfortunately, the common weaknesses of these ordinary boss are not the weaknesses of this SSR level boss. Lu Yui's attack can't cause any additional damage to this boss. For a while, the battle between Su Ruhan and Lu Yui and the SSR level boss fell into a stalemate. In the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, the scene of their battle with the SSR level boss is being broadcast live. When Ruhan and Lu Yui were organizing the players of the Hope territory to leave, the live broadcast room was opened and has not been closed until now. So at this moment, the live broadcast room with the two of them on the same screen is very lively. C13 District 6666 Live Broadcast Room. Viewers, 515,710. Popularity, 104,37165 among the 500,000 viewers. At least tens of thousands are players from the Hope Territory. After they were safely transferred out of the Hope Territory today, they had nothing to do, so they all naturally rushed into the live broadcast rooms of the Lord and the Deputy Lord. In addition, with some passers-by players, the number of viewers in Suruhan, Luyui, and their live broadcast rooms has exceeded 500,000. I love eating durian, Jiao Shui Lord. The Deputy Lord's cooperation is really tacit. Linihua, Lord Deputy Lord, come on. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Jin Chaoyujio, Lord Deputy Lord is really amazing. The boss was fooled around and couldn't touch them at all. Ha ha ha. Chrysanthemum Cassia Seed, yes. I just watched the live broadcast room of other territories. Everyone was killed and injured by the boss. It was so miserable. In the live broadcast room, the core members of the territory and ordinary members were cheering for Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. However, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were busy fighting the SSR level boss and had no energy to pay attention. Goji, Chinyu, have you noticed that according to the speed at which the boss's health bar drops, it seems a bit difficult to clear it within an hour. Should we help? The end of the song, Zhou Heng, I think you should not make trouble. Even if we go, we can't break the defense. I love eating durian. Jiao Shui, I remember that I have a group auxiliary skill that can increase the attack power of 6 players by 3 times for 2 minutes at the same time. You two have 2,000 or 3,000 attack power, so find 2 players with higher attack power to help me. Coffee without sugar, Xiaochuya, the Lord won't let you go back. Don't go. Seeing that several core members of the territory were chatting on the public screen of the live broadcast room, Xiaochuya thought of her own predictions and Su Ruhan's repeated instructions before they left. She risked being discovered as a doomsday player, but still said this in the barrage in time, trying to stop everyone's impulse to try. Moreover, Xiaochuya was worried that these people didn't know who she was, so she knocked on the door one by one, found these core members in person, and explained to them what Su Ruhan had said. These core members also understood the weight of Xiaochuya's words. After all, Su Ruhan had told everyone before leaving that all arrangements after boarding the ship would be made by Xiaochuya. However, according to the speed at which the boss loses blood, if there are no other factors, it may be difficult for the Lord and the Deputy Lord to kill it within an hour. Jiao Shui thought for a long time before speaking. Xiaochuya fell silent this time and did not speak. After all, what Jiao Shui said was right. In her prediction, Jiao Shui and others did play a big role. If the fate of Jiao Shui and others was changed, then the result of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui killing the boss would indeed be changed. Xiaochuya also mentioned this issue to Su Ruhan at that time. But Su Ruhan still felt that even if the boss could not be killed, the lives of so many core members could not be exchanged. Xiaochuya did not hesitate for long, and she reaffirmed her idea again. She still had to stop everyone according to Su Ruhan's instructions. You can't go otherwise. Xiaochuya wanted to tell everyone the seriousness of the matter. But at this moment, Xiaochuya suddenly felt that someone hit her neck. The next moment, she fainted. Su Ruhan, Lu Yui's battle with the SSR level boss is still going on. Half an hour has passed. Su Ruhan and Lu Yui still haven't found the weakness of this SSR level boss. So in this half an hour or so, the SSR level boss's health has only dropped by 700,000 in total. 600,000 of which is the damage caused by Lu Yui's lightning ability attack. The remaining 100,000 is naturally the attack damage caused by Su Ruhan's double attack skill for 5 minutes at the beginning. The cooldown time of the double attack skill is 30 minutes. Therefore, Su Ruhan only needs to use it once at the beginning of the battle, and then use it again around the 35th minute of the battle. In this way, Su Ruhan used the double attack skill twice in one battle, causing 200,000 points of damage to the SSR level boss. However, Su Ruhan's previous calculation was not wrong. In this way, in 1 hour, they can only cause 1.4 million points of damage to the SSR level boss. Moreover, the further they go, the worse the condition of Lu Yui and Su Ruhan will be. Therefore, the damage they inflict on the SSR level boss in the last half hour may not be as much as the damage in the first half hour. Su Ruhan feels that this boss may be a little difficult to defeat within an hour. Just then, a large ship in the distance came into Su Ruhan's sight. Su Ruhan's heart suddenly jumped, thinking that it was not good. But she still had to fight the SSR level boss, and she could not get away to stop the ship from docking. For a moment, Su Ruhan became a little anxious and was distracted for a short while. But in a battle with an SSR level boss, there is no room for distraction. In the 1 or 2 seconds when Su Ruhan was distracted, the SSR level boss had already discovered her flaw. The SSR level boss that had been chasing Lu Yui suddenly found the right time to attack Su Ruhan. The defense net formed by the wood-type supernatural power in front of Su Ruhan was broken by the boss. Although the wood power slightly blocked the SSR level boss's pace, the blocking time was very limited. It was difficult for Su Ruhan to react quickly in these few tenths of a second and use the vines to move herself out of the boss's attack range. Her own speed was only 1,000, while the SSR level boss had a speed of 3,000. Seeing that the SSR level boss's attack was close at hand, Su Ruhan was already mentally prepared for her absolute defense skill to be used. But at this critical moment, just when the boss was about to attack Su Ruhan, Lu Yui teleported in front of Su Ruhan. Su Ruhan was shocked. After all, Lu Yui knew that she had the skill of absolute defense. Even if there was a mistake, she could resist a fatal blow at once. And when Lu Yui was attacked by the SSR level boss, although he still had some health left, he would not be killed on the spot. Su Ruhan could also treat him in time. However, Lu Yui was going to be seriously injured. This was much less cost-effective than using the absolute defense skill. The speed of the SSR level boss was very fast. It did not give Su Ruhan and Lu Yui any time to think and prepare. The next moment, the attack of the SSR level boss landed directly on Lu Yui's back. Lu Yui's back was also directly scratched by the SSR level boss's claws, leaving a huge wound deep enough to see the bone. Su Ruhan's eyes suddenly turned red. But now is not the time to be sentimental. The SSR level boss is still eyeing them. She forced herself to calm down and deal with the critical situation in front of her. Su Ruhan controlled the wood-type ability, and took Lu Yui to avoid the attack of the SSR level boss. At the same time, she was also trying to find an opportunity to use the wood-type ability to heal Lu Yui's injuries. A few minutes later, Lu Yui's injuries were finally healed under Su Ruhan's 10th level wood-type ability. Afterwards, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui quickly adjusted their status and resumed the tug-of-war with the SSR level boss. But Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's attack on the SSR level boss was delayed for a few minutes as they kept dodging the SSR level boss. There were only more than 20 minutes left, but the SSR level boss still had about 1.3 million HP left. Su Ruhan also felt a little helpless. She felt that it was impossible to empty the health bar of this SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon within 60 minutes. But at this moment, Su Ruhan caught a glimpse of a ship docked at the coast of Hope Territory. Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng and others walked down from the ship. Go back. Su Ruhan tried hard to attract the attention of the SSR level boss, so that Lu Yui could continue to attack, and at the same time shouted in the direction of the ship. Su Ruhan had witnessed the attack of this SSR level boss just now. Even Lu Yui could barely withstand one blow, and other players coming over would only be sending themselves to death. However, the core members of the territory did not obey Su Ruhan's orders this time, but collectively came in the direction of the boss. Lord, Deputy Lord, get ready, I have a group auxiliary skill that increases the attack by 3 times. Zhao Shui shouted from a distance. Su Ruhan was surprised when she heard this, and she didn't have time to say anything else, so she immediately mobilized her fire ability. At the same time, she immediately activated her double attack skill, wanting to try whether the triple attack mentioned by Zhao Shui and her double attack could have a superposition effect. What surprised Su Ruhan was that the triple attack auxiliary skill and the double attack skill could be superimposed. That was equivalent to increasing the attack 6 times. So, at the moment when Zhao Shui activated the 3 auxiliary skills, Su Ruhan and Lu Yui's attack power instantly reached about 30,000 points. An attack on an SSR level boss can cause about 25,000 points of damage. The attack power of the other 4 high power players instantly reached more than 8,000 and 9,000 points, and each of their attacks could cause 2,000 and 3,000 points of damage to the boss. In just 2 minutes, under the attack of Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and the other 4 high power players, this SSR level boss directly lost 1.2 million points of health. This SSR level boss was instantly depleted of health, with only 100,000 HP left. Victory was imminent. But Su Ruhan discovered that this SSR level boss seemed to be a little bit wrong. During the 2 minutes when it was attacked by many people, its movements seemed to be a little slow, as if it was accumulating power. Not good, everyone retreat quickly. Su Ruhan suddenly remembered that this SSR level boss had a skill that had not been used yet. Moreover, Judging from the situation, it is very likely to be a group attack. However, Su Ruhan's reminder was too late. This SSR-level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon, had already completed its charge in the 2 minutes when Su Ruhan and the others attacked it with all their strength. The speed of the crowd's evacuation was far behind the speed of the SSR-level boss's skill attack. The next moment, the attack range of the SSS-level skill Sea Dragon Breath of the SSR-level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon, covered everyone present, including Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Su Ruhan and others, as well as all the audience in the live broadcast room, were all in their throats at this moment. Chapter 39, the 39th day. Suddenly, countless comments were floating in the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui. Golden honeysuckle tea, what should I do? I'm so scared. I dare not watch anymore. Please don't be in trouble. Life is like a dream. I really hope that the Lord, Deputy Lord, and other members of the Hope Territory can turn danger into safety. Unknown Erguzi, run. This seems to be a group skill. Help. At this time, the only people who can still post comments in the live broadcast room of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are the ordinary members of the Hope Territory who have been safely transferred out. Therefore, the contents of these bullet comments were very harmonious, and almost no one wanted their lords, deputy lords, and other members to get into trouble at this time, at the moment when the SSR-level boss launched its skills. These ordinary members of the Hope Territory were sweating for their lords, deputy lords, and others across the screen. But across the screen, even if ordinary members wanted to do something, they were powerless. They could only pray for the members who were still within the skill attack range of the SSR-level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon, hoping that everyone would be fine. But their prayers and calls were destined not to be heard by Su Ruhan, Lu Yui, and others. After all, in such an emergency, all players, including Su Ruhan, had no energy to pay attention to the content on the game screen. In the territory of Hope. At the moment when the SSR-level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon's SSS skill attack fell, Su Ruhan used up all his wood-type energy to weave layers of huge vine nets. After covering most of the players present in the defense range of his vine net. It's a group attack skill. Everyone, evacuate quickly. Su Ruhan spoke again to remind all the players present. Su Ruhan had previously made some assumptions about this SSS-level Sea Dragon Breath skill. I thought it might increase attack power, break defense, or increase negative effects. But I never thought of a group attack skill. This time, Su Ruhan was able to find something wrong the moment before the SSR-level boss launched the skill. This is also thanks to Zhao Shue's auxiliary skill that increases the group's attack power by 3 times, which reminded Su Ruhan. However, although Su Ruhan responded in time, and used the 10th level wood ability to make a defensive vine net. However, Su Ruhan's 10th level wood ability with more than 5,000 defenses still cannot completely block the attack of this SSR-level boss. So at this moment, even if Su Ruhan consumes all his abilities and weaves several layers of defensive vine nets, it can only buy a few more seconds for everyone to escape. At the moment when Su Ruhan finished speaking, all the players within the attack range of the SSR-level boss's SSS-level skills also knew that now was not the time to say more, and they would only cause trouble if they stayed. Therefore, everyone evacuated out of the attack range of the SSR-level boss's skills at their fastest speed, but unlike all the players, Lu Yui just sighed, without any action, just waiting beside Su Ruhan, waiting for her to retract her superpowers and evacuate together. In a flash, the SSS-level skill of the SSR-level boss, Ancient Sea Dragon, collided with Su Ruhan's defensive vine net. As expected, it was just as Su Ruhan expected. The defensive vine net composed of several layers of wood-type superpowers only lasted for a short 3 seconds before it was shattered by the attack of the SSR-level boss. But Su Ruhan overused her superpowers, and after the vine net was broken, she suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fell into a coma. Lu Yui, who had been standing silently beside Su Ruhan, and did not stop her from doing these things. At this moment, he just sighed deeply, then picked up the fainted Su Ruhan, and wanted to teleport quickly out of the attack range of the SSR-level boss's skills. However, because Su Ruhan was too close to the SSR-level boss, so, even if Lu Yui used the teleport skill at the moment he picked up Su Ruhan, it was a little late. Although his teleport skill was activated successfully, he was still hit by the SSR-level boss's SSS skill Sea Dragon Breath. Before leaving, Lu Yui was injured again, and his HP dropped to about 1,000 points again in an instant. However, Su Ruhan, who was unconscious in his arms, was safe and sound. The few seconds that Su Ruhan had bought for everyone at the cost of exhausting his superpowers were not wasted. This also provided a glimmer of hope for all the players present. Nearly half of the players quickly escaped from the attack range of the SSR level boss. What happened to the Lord? What happened to Sister Ruhan? Deputy Lord, are you injured too? The surviving members of the territory saw the miserable appearance of Su Ruhan and Lu Yui, who were the last to leave the attack range of the SSR level boss. Everyone was shocked for a moment. They all stepped forward and asked with concern. However, Lu Yui just glanced at these members of the territory coldly, and did not speak. If it weren't for these members of the territory, who were supposed to leave, suddenly returning again and distracting Su Ruhan would not have been almost attacked by the SSR level boss that time. This time, Su Ruhan fainted due to excessive use of his wood type ability, and that was all because of protecting these territory members. Although, Lu Yui also understood that these members came back with good intentions. However, it was indeed because of their appearance that Su Ruhan was involved in danger many times. Therefore, Lu Yui naturally would not have a good face for them. The SSS level skill attack of the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon lasted for 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Lu Yui gently placed Su Ruhan next to the members of the Hope territory who had managed to escape the attack range of the SSR level boss, and instructed, "Please take good care of her for me." When everyone agreed, Lu Yui immediately ignored his injured back and dragged his remaining blood back to the side of the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon. This SSR level boss only had the last 100,000 health points left. Although Su Ruhan fell into a coma, others could not break the defense of this SSR level boss, and Lu Yui himself was still in a state of remaining blood. But if he gave up at this time, wouldn't the sacrifices of Su Ruhan and many other members of the territory be in vain? As soon as Lu Yui teleported to the side of the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon, he immediately tried to activate his level 10 lightning ability to attack the SSR level boss. The SSR level boss would naturally not stand there stupidly and be attacked by Lu Yui. The moment it saw Lu Yui, it opened its huge mouth and stretched out its claws to attack Lu Yui. The battle between Lu Yui and the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon began again. But this time, Lu Yui found something wrong before a few rounds of fighting. This SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon didn't know why, but its attack speed this time, or the speed of avoiding Lu Yui's attack, was not as good as before. Maybe it was because it had little health, or because it had just used an SSS level group skill. Lu Yui was a little confused, and after fighting, he threw a skill to check the hidden attributes at this SSR level boss. Golden Boss. Name: SSR level Ancient Sea Dragon. Weakness. Coordinates: Area C13, 666, 666. Text: one of the top overlords in the game C area, with unrivaled strength. Health: 1002040/20000000. Attributes: Attack 3540, 7080, Defense 2750, 5500, Speed 1635, 3270. Skill: Sea Dragon Breath, SSS level, group skill, will fall into a 30-minute weakness period after use. Weakness: after using the skill, will fall into a weak state, the attack, defense, and speed attribute values halved. This time, Lu Yui used the View Hidden Attributes skill, which can view all hidden attributes. He noticed at first glance that there was a weak status behind the name of the SSR level Ancient Sea Dragon. After Lu Yui carefully checked, he found that the weakness of this SSR level boss was that it would fall into a 10-minute weak period after using skills. All attribute values will be halved. Lu Yui was delighted. This news was really good news for Lu Yui, who was now injured and only had more than 1000 HP left. Lu Yui did not waste any more time, and only increased the speed of using lightning powers to attack the SSR level boss. In the last 10 minutes of the second round of the test, the SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon was finally killed by Lu Yui. At the moment when the SSR level boss fell to the ground, 2 game announcements sounded over the territories of all players in the game. Announcement: congratulations to the players in Hope territory for successfully killing SSR level boss Ancient Sea Dragon, and the reward is SSR level treasure chest *1, popularity value *10 billion. All rewards will be distributed to the inventory of the territory lord. Announcement: Hope territory is the first territory to successfully kill the SSR level boss. The area of Hope territory that was submerged by the sea in the second round of the test will be restored. Please continue to work hard in other territories. As the game announcement sounded, Lu Yui and others also found that the dark clouds above Hope territory dispersed and the rainstorm stopped abruptly. The next moment, the sea level dropped rapidly until it dropped 28 meters. Soon, within the 28th day of the second round of trials for the Hope territory, all the submerged territories were restored to their original state. The ships of the members of the Hope Territory were not far from the Hope Territory. So after the sea level dropped, many players' ships were directly stranded. I am your future. Oh my god, this is great. The Hope Territory passed the second round of trials without any losses. The territory area is also back. This is great. Jean Zhao Yujio, Lord, Deputy Lord are injured, don't you see? Many high-ranking officials in the territory have died in the group skills released by the SSR level boss just now. What's there to be excited about? I am your future. Hey, I am also happy for everyone. Life is like a dream. What are you happy about? I am happy that you can still have your own territory when you split up. I am your future. Don't say such harsh words. I hope that many members in the territory are not anxious about the ship running aground, but are extremely excited, just because the territories that originally belonged to them and were submerged by the sea in the second round of trials have returned again. However, their little tricks were also seen at a glance by many players who really care about the territory of Hope. In this battle with the SSR level boss, the Lord, Deputy Lord, and many members of the territory of Hope were injured or sacrificed. At this moment, normal members of the territory of Hope should be sad for the injuries of the Lord and Deputy Lord and the sacrifice of other members, but at this time, there was a group of players who did not feel any grief at all, and were still immersed in the joy and excitement of the return of their territory. Whether they did this intentionally or unintentionally, it was an extremely stupid move. It would only make everyone feel extremely annoyed, so for a while, the barrage in Su Ruhan's live broadcast room also became noisy. Of course, Su Ruhan naturally knew nothing about the debate between the live broadcast room or the players of Hope Territory, as she was still in a coma at the moment. Not long after, it was finally time for the second round of trials to end. All the players in the game had been waiting for a long time, and the game announcement about the second round of trials finally sounded. Announcement. Congratulations to all players for passing the second round of trials of the Survival on the Island Game Territory Infrastructure version. All surviving players will receive a second round of trials gift pack *1, popularity value *100, and experience value *1 million. Max level players can get 100 unallocated attribute points. Note: the game Popularity Mall and Infrastructure Mall are open again. Players can go to the Popularity Mall and Infrastructure Mall to buy whatever they need. Current number of territories: 218. Current number of survivors: 2,654,571. The first three game announcements still reported the number of territories and the number of survivors as usual. But before everyone had time to discuss, another game announcement sounded above the territory. Announcement. After this round of trials, in the territory rankings, the first place is the Hope Territory, and the reward is to increase the territory level by 3. The second place is the Supreme Territory of Military Power, and the reward is to increase the territory level by 2. The third place is the Supreme Territory of the whole server, and the reward is to increase the game level by 1. Please continue to work hard in other territories. Note: when the territory level is upgraded, the level of all basic buildings in the territory will be upgraded simultaneously. After this test, in addition to the high popularity points, experience points and gift packs that every player can get, the top 3 territories in the territory ranking list can also get rewards for upgrading the territory level. And the corresponding territory basic building level can also be upgraded. The richness of this second round of rewards is really unprecedented. Moreover, according to the 3 previous game announcements, there are only about 200 territories left in the world, and the total number of players in the world is only 2 or 3 million. This is much better than everyone imagined. Originally, everyone thought that by the 4th week of this test, most of the territories and players would be destroyed. But what was unexpected was that in the 4th week, there were only a few SSS level bosses every night, and in the last hour, not all the unknown level bosses encountered in all territories were SSR-level. In fact, in most territories, the unknown level boss encountered is only SR level. There are also some particularly lucky territories, where the boss encountered is only SS level or SSS level. So it is not as difficult to deal with unknown level boss in other territories as in Hope Territory. However, danger is often proportional to reward. Those territories encountering unknown level boss with low risk coefficient and the rewards obtained are naturally very small. Moreover, except for Su Ruhan's Hope Territory, which successfully killed the SSR level boss and restored all the flooded territories, most of the other territories that unfortunately encountered the SSR level and SR level boss could not withstand the attack of the boss, and within an hour, all the players in the territory were slaughtered by the boss. Not to mention getting high rewards. However, no matter what, the second round of tests is finally over. All the surviving players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, announcement, in view of the fact that the second round of the test of the version of survival on a deserted island territory infrastructure has ended. Players will have 28 days to rest and prepare. Please pay attention to rest, adjust your status in time, and strengthen the infrastructure of the territory to cope with the third round of tests in 28 days. After this belated reminder sounded, all the players in the game, who had just let go of their hearts, lifted them up again. Although there will be a 28-day break after the second round of trials, it can be regarded as a buffer time for everyone. But no one knows what they will face in the third round of trials 28 days later. But the players who can survive the second round of trials are all players who are selected by the game, with strength and brains. So although the players are worried about the upcoming third round of trials, there are almost no posts in the game forum at this moment that feel desperate or emotional breakdown. Instead, there were more posts with calm analysis. In the lobby of Su Ruhan's villa. Everyone go away, Xiaochuya stay. After Lu Yui carried Su Ruhan back to the villa and settled her down, he returned to the lobby and spoke to everyone. He dismissed the others, leaving only Xiaochuya, wanting to ask her about some related matters regarding Su Ruhan's coma. After everyone had dispersed, Lu Yui frowned and asked Xiaochuya, "In your previous prediction, was she injured?" At that time, Su Ruhan also found time to tell Lu Yui everything Xiaochuya had predicted about the SSR-level boss. So Lu Yui naturally knew what Xiaochuya had predicted. And during the actual battle with the SSR-level boss this time, the development of the matter was obviously different from what Xiaochuya had predicted. Lu Yui asked this question just to hear what reasonable explanation Xiaochuya had this time. "No." Xiaochuya answered truthfully, paused and continued, "It may be that Lord Su forced the exhaustion of wood power. Although this action changed the fate of many core members, her own fate also changed." Xiaochuya thought for a long time, and could only think of this reason to explain why some players, who should have died did not die, but Su Ruhan, who should not have been injured, was injured instead. Lu Yui stared at Xiaochuya coldly for a few seconds, judging whether she was lying. The scene was a little quiet for a while, and Xiaochuya was also a little flustered by the stare. Although she knew that she didn't miss anything on purpose, and she didn't mean to hurt Su Ruhan at all. But anyone would feel a little uncomfortable being stared at like this. Just when Xiaochuya wanted to say something and explain a few words, Lu Yui looked away, and didn't continue to talk about this question, but asked, "When can she wake up?" Xiaochuya breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she also understood the hidden meaning of Lu Yui's words. She doesn't know how to treat or perform medical skills, so what Lu Yui meant was that he wanted her to use her psychic abilities to predict when Su Ruhan would wake up. "Let me predict it," Xiaochuya immediately replied. In fact, even if Lu Yui didn't say it, Xiaochuya herself was very worried about Su Ruhan's safety, and wanted to try to predict Su Ruhan's situation. After Xiaochuya finished speaking, she didn't delay any longer. She sat down directly on the ground and began to use her psychic abilities to predict Su Ruhan's situation in the next few days. Soon, the predicted result came out. It will be 3 days later. Xiaochuya didn't waste any words, and directly said the result she predicted. Xiaochuya paused, and soon continued to speak with more details. However, during her coma, you must pay attention to protecting her personal safety. In Xiaochuya's prediction, Su Ruhan encountered several sneak attacks during her coma. Although the results were all solved smoothly, and Su Ruhan did not suffer any substantial damage, Xiaochuya still reminded Lu Yui a few more times out of concern. Lu Yui frowned even more after hearing that. Soon, he figured out why those players chose to attack Su Ruhan at this time. First, it was Su Ruhan's identity as a Doomsday player. Although Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had never responded to the post that revealed their identities as Doomsday players. But the vast majority of players in the game have actually confirmed that Su Ruhan and Lu Yui are Doomsday players. Many players don't really care whether others can leave the game and return to reality. They only thought that if they could complete the special mission of killing the Doomsday players and return to reality, that would be enough. Originally, when Su Ruhan was awake, her strength was not weak, so many players were desperate but not brave. But now that Su Ruhan was in a coma, she undoubtedly immediately became a living target in the eyes of those players who wanted to return to reality by taking the shortcut of killing the Doomsday players. Although, these players also understood that Lu Yui and others would definitely protect the unconscious Su Ruhan. However, there are still many players with a gambler's mentality who think they can find a time when Su Ruhan's defense is relaxed, successfully kill Su Ruhan, and return to reality. And, let's put aside the identity of the Apocalypse player. Su Ruhan's identity as the first territory lord, and the huge popularity points and other rewards in the previous game announcement for defeating the SSR level boss. These are all huge pieces of fat meat in the eyes of countless players. You know, not long after the second round of trials begins, players who kill players can obtain all the items in the inventory of the killed player, as well as the entire balance of the popularity mall. Although the security in Hope territory is very good, and this kind of violent shooting incidents rarely occur, such incidents are common in other territories. Nowadays, the rewards for defeating the SSR level boss in Hope territory are so generous. These players who want to attack Su Ruhan must think that even if they kill Su Ruhan and cannot return to reality, they can still become the lord of the first territory and have a popularity value of 10 billion. Any of the above conditions may lead to countless sneak attacks on Su Ruhan. What's more, Su Ruhan is now in a coma. Thinking of this, Lu Yui felt that the announcement of the game specifically marked the location of the huge rewards, which seemed to have ulterior motives. Who attacked her? Lu Yui asked in a deep voice. If we can know in advance which players attack Su Ruhan, we can make preparations in advance. After Xiaochuya carefully recalled for a moment, immediately described the body shape, appearance and other characteristics of those desperate criminals as much as possible. Lu Yui wrote down the players described by Xiaochuya one by one, with a cold look in his eyes. 3 days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 76th day since Su Ruhan entered the game. In the center of Hope territory, in the lobby and master bedroom of Su Ruhan's villa, Lu Yui, Xiaochuya, and some surviving core members of Hope territory, who had known the time of Su Ruhan's awakening, were waiting here quietly. And Su Ruhan, who had been in a coma for 3 days, finally showed signs of waking up this morning. Some time passed. I saw Su Ruhan's eyelids tremble slightly, and the next moment, she slowly opened her eyes. You woke up? Lord, you finally woke up? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Ruhan, who had just woken up, was still relatively weak. With Lu Yui's support, Su Ruhan sat up slightly and leaned against the head of the bed. Have some porridge first. Lu Yui picked up a bowl of hot porridge on the bedside table and said. Su Ruhan shook his head. She pinched her aching brows and recalled that before she fainted, she was dealing with a group attack from an SSR level boss. Su Ruhan swept her eyes across everyone present. Soon, she realized, there seemed to be a lot of familiar faces missing. Su Ruhan's heart sank immediately. What are the casualties in the battle? Su Ruhan's voice was a little hoarse. She looked at everyone and asked a question that she was most concerned about at the moment. Chapter 40, the 40th day. When Su Ruhan asked this question, everyone present looked at each other, but no one spoke first. They didn't know how to answer this extremely sad answer. In the end, it was Lu Yui who sighed and explained for Su Ruhan. Lin Yihua, Qin Yu, Song Bowen, died, Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng, severely injured. After Su Ruhan heard the list of names reported by Lu Yui, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. As expected, most of these names were on the death list predicted by Xiaochuya. Although Su Ruhan had taken various actions to prevent such a tragedy from happening. However, these core members of the Hope territory still could not escape the fate of death in the end. Su Ruhan suppressed the grief in his heart. He looked at Xiaochuya and wanted to hear what happened on the ship that failed to stop the ship from returning. Xiaochuya felt Su Ruhan's gaze and immediately understood and explained. At that time, I tried my best to dissuade everyone and was just about to explain the relationship in detail. But I don't know how, I was suddenly hit in the back of the neck. Then I fainted. But in the end, I didn't do what you asked me to do. I'm sorry. If you want to punish me, it's right. Xiaochuya bowed slightly, without making too many excuses for her negligence. Su Ruhan heard this, but just sighed slightly, didn't continue to talk about this issue, and didn't mean to blame Xiaochuya. After all, it can be seen that Xiaochuya has tried her best. As a novice player, she really couldn't do better. After a long silence, Su Ruhan said, Everyone go away, I go see Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng and other seriously injured people. Okay, I'm glad you're okay, Lord. Lord, take care of your rest. Lord, you go ahead, we're leaving. When everyone saw that Su Ruhan was okay, they naturally felt relieved and soon dispersed. In the room of the villa. Soon, only Su Ruhan and Lu Yui were left. Drink some porridge first, replenish your energy before going. Lu Yui raised his hand and gently pressed Su Ruhan's shoulder, and pushed Su Ruhan, who was about to stand up, to sit back down. Su Ruhan rubbed her aching eyebrows. Feeling that her body was indeed a little weak, she did not refuse Lu Yui's kindness again. After she sat back down, she began to drink porridge in small sips. Hey. I clearly told Zhao Shui, Qin Yu, and Zhou Heng about this matter, and explained the seriousness of the matter to them. Why didn't they listen? Su Ruhan quickly finished the porridge, and handed the bowl and chopsticks to Lu Yui. Then she frowned slightly and sighed. Su Ruhan said this, not really to blame Zhao Shui, Qin Yu, and Zhou Heng, but she couldn't understand why she had tried her best to prevent such a tragedy from happening, but the ending remained the same. They are all flesh and blood people, not just obedient puppets. It's normal to have your own ideas. Lu Yui said softly, you have tried your best. Originally, most of them should have died in this battle with the SSR-level boss, but now a small number of them have survived, which has already changed the life trajectory of these people. Su Ruhan sighed again. She understood what Lu Yui meant. In fact, in Xia Chuya's prophecy, these core members of the territory who returned were almost wiped out. Now that a small number of them can be saved, it is already a good ending. However, whenever Su Ruhan thought of the dead Linihua, Qin Yu, Song Wenba and others, she still felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Don't think about it. Are we going to see Zhao Shui, Zhou Heng and the other injured? Lu Yui also knew that no matter how much comfort he said at this moment, it would be useless, so he thought of changing the topic to distract Su Ruhan. Yeah, that's right. Su Ruhan's attention was really attracted, and she nodded in response. The next moment, Su Ruhan, led by Lu Yui, teleported directly to the injured accommodation. This is a new infrastructure built by Hope Territory after the second round of trials, which is specially used to accommodate those members who were seriously or slightly injured under the attack of SSR-level boss skills. Walking into the somewhat unfamiliar hospital for the injured, Su Ruhan soon found the beds of Zhao Shui and Zhou Heng in the crowd. How are they? Su Ruhan looked at the unconscious Zhao Shui and Zhou Heng. She asked the doctors and nurses who were taking care of them with some concern. Among them, the leading doctor said, they were both burned by the residual power of the SSR-level boss's skills at the time. They were both seriously injured and had little health. They have been using health recovery potions to keep them alive these days. However, due to the inadequate medical conditions in the territory, they are unable to suture their wounds, and their wounds have become inflamed. If they continue to waste time like this, they probably won't be able to hold on for a few days. The doctor continued. Su Ruhan nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and said, let me try. You just woke up from a coma due to exhaustion of your superpowers, and your with superpowers have not yet fully recovered. It's better not to use your with superpowers for the time being. Lu Yui shook his head slightly and stopped him. Su Ruhan heard this, but just patted Lu Yui's arm and said, don't worry, I know my own body. The doctor also said that they can hold on for a few more days. It won't be too late for you to treat them after 2 days, when their abilities are fully restored. Lu Yui insisted. The doctor next to him was a little anxious when he heard Lu Yui's words. What he meant just now was that they could only hold on for 2 or 3 days at most, not at least. The doctor was about to open his mouth to correct him, but suddenly noticed the coldness in Lu Yui's eyes when he swept over him, and he immediately wilted and stopped talking. Okay, I come back tomorrow. Su Ruhan nodded in agreement after a brief thought. Su Ruhan did not notice the eye contact between Lu Yui and the doctor. However, she thought that her ability had not fully recovered today. If she ran out of ability after half of the treatment, that would be a troublesome matter. It would be better to wait until the next day or the day after tomorrow when her ability is fully recovered, and then come back to cure the 2 at once. Su Ruhan checked the injuries of other territory members in the patient accommodation. After making a rough estimate in her mind, she and Lu Yui left the patient accommodation center and returned to her villa. In the lobby of the villa, Su Ruhan curled up on the sofa and asked Lu Yui in a somewhat depressed mood, among the core members, except Zhao Shui and Zhou Heng, are all dead? Until now, Su Ruhan still finds it hard to believe that Linihua and others died. Not long before she fell into a coma, on the last day of the second round of tests, she was still waving goodbye to Linihua, Qin Yu and others. Unexpectedly, after the SSR-level boss came, she woke up from coma and received the news of their death. Su Ruhan can still recall that when she first established the Hope Territory, Linihua was the first player to come alone and join the Hope Territory. These days, Su Ruhan also witnessed with her own eyes that Linihua changed from an inferior and cowardly little girl to a core member who could manage the entire territory farm and stockpile the entire territory's supplies on her own. Qin Yu, Song Bowen and others were the first group of people who came to the Hope territory by group buying and sharing boats. The group purchase initiated by Chin Yu brought the first batch of new members to the Hope territory. Later, Chin Yu continued to go out to sea and brought many members to the Hope territory. Song Bowen has been concentrating on the Research Institute. Whether it is the research on the territory generator before the second round of tests, or the research on warm and cold-proof materials after the second round of tests, he has been doing his best. Lin Yihua, Chin Yu, Song Bowen, and others have made a lot of contributions to the Hope territory. Moreover, let's not talk about the issue of contribution. From a personal emotional perspective, Su Ruhan also knew that Lin Yihua and the others were teammates who could sincerely rely on her. But she didn't expect that the end of their lives would be in this second round of tests. Many people would think that Su Ruhan, who came from the end of the world, should be very indifferent to life and death. But Liu Yui knew that Su Ruhan was actually a person who valued feelings. At the beginning of the end of the world, every time a teammate Su Ruhan cared about died in the Hope base, she would be silent for a long time. This time, although it was in the game, Su Ruhan herself probably didn't know that the affection she had for these core members was no less than that of the core members of the Hope base in the end times. At this moment, Liu Yui didn't know what to say to comfort Su Ruhan. After all, no matter what kind of comforting words, in the face of such a helpless thing, they would appear very pale and powerless. What was their specific situation after I fainted? Su Ruhan pursed her lips and asked. Although Su Ruhan didn't want to know the miserable scene of Lin Yihua and the others facing a desperate situation at that time. But she felt sorry for Lin Yihua and the others. She felt that she had to understand the specific situation. Liu Yui frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally answered. At that time, Chin Yu, Zhou Heng and other core members with stronger strength had already run out of the skill attack range of the SSR level boss. But Zhao Shui and other core members were relatively slow. Seeing that the slow ones were about to be hit by the SSR level boss's skills, Chin Yu, Zhou Heng and others turned back to help Zhao Shui, Lin Yihua and others. This back and forth delayed the best opportunity to escape. Liu Yue paused and continued. The final result was that Zhou Heng, Zhao Shui, and others were burned by the residual power of the SSR level boss's skills. As for Chin Yu, Lin Yihua, Song Bowen and others, they stayed there forever. Su Ruhan was even more silent after hearing this, and after a long while he spoke. So after they died, their bodies also disappeared out of thin air? Yes. Liu Yui did not deny it. After a player dies in the game, it will be as if the game never existed, and nothing related to it will be left. After Lin Yihua and others were killed by the SSR level boss, they also disappeared on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Even if Su Ruhan and others wanted to pay tribute to them, they couldn't even build a tomb for them. Before, Su Ruhan, who had seen other players' death scenes, felt a little strange about this. Now that Lin Yihua and others also had the same ending, Su Ruhan couldn't help but think of more. When these players died, they all disappeared on the spot. Does that mean that they all probably only entered the game with their consciousness? But Su Ruhan was very sure that Liu Yui entered the game with his body and consciousness, and she herself was also very likely to be the same as Liu Yui. In this way, if Su Ruhan's assumptions are true, then it can explain a lot of problems. First, why does the game distinguish between ordinary players and Doomsday players? Is it because ordinary players only enter the game with consciousness, while Doomsday players enter the game with both body and consciousness? Secondly, under what circumstances did these ordinary players enter the game? After they failed in the game, if their consciousness dissipated, what would happen to their bodies? Moreover, why can they return to reality after killing them? Doomsday players? Is the reality they return to their original world, or? These are all very thought-provoking questions. For a moment, Su Ruhan's thoughts were also very chaotic. She knew that the answers to these questions were destined to be unanswerable by anyone. After a long time, Su Ruhan still couldn't figure it out. She shook her head, and had to put these questions aside for the time being. When she looked up, Su Ruhan's eyes happened to meet Liu Yui's worried eyes. Su Ruhan sighed slightly in her heart, no longer thinking about those questions that she couldn't figure out, but changed the subject and asked Liu Yui. Did anything special happen in the territory during the 3 days I was unconscious? How many players from Hope territory have returned? Su Ruhan asked. Seeing that Su Ruhan could think of changing the subject, Liu Yui encouraged her and responded, there are 230,000 people in the territory now. Of them, 150,000 are members of the original territory, and the remaining 80,000 are new members. So, about 3/4 of the players from Hope territory have chosen to come back? Su Ruhan was a little surprised when she heard this. She originally thought that at least half of the players would choose to leave the Hope territory directly and join other territories. Seeing Su Ruhan's puzzled expression, Lu Yui reminded her, "You can look at the new announcements that appeared after the second round of tests in the game introduction, and you will understand." Su Ruhan was in a coma when the second round of tests ended, so naturally she didn't know what was posted or heard any announcements. Fortunately, most of the content in this game announcement is updated in the game introduction, so it is the same when Su Ruhan reads the game introduction. At Lu Yui's reminder, Su Ruhan did not delay, and immediately opened the game screen to check the series of announcements about the end of the second round of tests in game introduction. When Su Ruhan saw the announcement about the territory reward and the notes below, he was also a little shocked. As the first territory in the entire game, Hope territory was already level 5 when the second round of tests ended. Later, the second round of trials ended, and the game rewarded the first place territory by upgrading it by 3 levels. Now Hope territory has reached level 8. In addition, the note in that announcement also stated that the system reward was not only a reward for the territory level, but also that all the buildings in the territory were upgraded by 3 levels. For example, Su Ruhan originally only had a level 4 villa and a level 5 defense fence. When the territory was upgraded to level 8, the villa was also upgraded to level 7, and the defense fence was also upgraded to level 8. Su Ruhan was a little dazed when she just woke up, and she hadn't noticed the changes in the villa and other buildings in the territory. She hurriedly ran out of the villa and looked at the changes in the villa inside and out, and also checked the defense of the 8-level defense fence around the villa. Soon Su Ruhan found that her villa had become 3 stories high. Except for the second floor, which was still a Chinese herbal medicine base, the first, second and third floors had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms respectively. The defensive fence outside the villa could no longer be called a fence, but had become a thick iron wall about 20 centimeters wide. Su Ruhan regained his concentration, returned to the sofa in the villa hall, and continued to study several other announcements. Game introduction. In the last 2 announcements, it was mentioned that there would be a 28-day rest period between the second and third rounds of trials. Although Su Ruhan had thought a long time ago that there might be a third and fourth round of trials after the second round of trials, he still frowned after this idea was really verified. Moreover, from the announcement on the last day, "Please prepare yourselves and strengthen the territory infrastructure," it seems that the third round of the game may be related to the territory infrastructure. Su Ruhan also instantly understood the reason why the number of people in Hope territory increased instead of decreased. In this case, the higher the level of the territory, the higher the infrastructure value, the safer it is. No one will not understand this truth. It seems that the main reason why so many players in Hope territory chose to come back is indeed because of these system announcements. If Su Ruhan and Lu Yui had not been players in the end times, there would be even more players who would choose to join the territory of Hope. The rewards for our territory from this test are quite generous. Add to that the hints in the last 2 announcements, it's no wonder so many players would choose to join the territory of Hope. Su Ruhan concluded. Lu Yui nodded in agreement. However, I don't know what this third round of test is. Is it really related to the territory's infrastructure as hinted in the announcement? Su Ruhan said uncertainly. After all, the last time the game seemed to hint at the second round of trials, mainly the invasion of sea monsters. But in fact, more players died from diseases caused by extreme cold and rainstorms, as well as the shortage of supplies. This time, it is unknown whether the game is deliberately misleading players again. Or is the next round of trials really related to the game infrastructure? These are still unknown for the time being. But anyway, since the game announcement has clearly stated that the territory infrastructure needs to be strengthened, this should most likely happen. As for whether there will be any other tests, that is unknown. Su Ruhan collected her thoughts and continued to ask Lu Yui some questions about the territory. Has anything else happened in the territory these days? Su Ruhan thought that before the end of the second round of tests, the matter of her identity being revealed in the end of the world had not been resolved. Originally, due to the tests, no one had the time and energy to take care of this matter. After the tests were over these few days, it was certain that things would not be so calm about this matter. Nothing else, everything is going smoothly. Lu Yui's eyes flickered slightly, but he continued to speak seriously. Su Ruhan naturally didn't believe it. She looked at Lu Yui with some suspicion. The next moment, she operated the game screen and opened the game forum. Lu Yui stretched out his hand to stop Su Ruhan's action, but it was too late. Su Ruhan just opened the game forum and immediately saw several popular posts, which were pushed to the front. Is it really appropriate for the First Territory's Lord and Deputy Lord to be a Doomsday player? Hot, the first territory's deputy lord deliberately killed people, and the Doomsday player was so reckless. Hot. Seeing the titles of these posts, Su Ruhan knew before she even clicked in that they were not good content. Su Ruhan had expected this to happen regarding the identity of the players in the apocalypse, so there was nothing unexpected about it. And the title of the second hot post, Lu Yui intentionally killed someone, this made Su Ruhan frown. She looked up and glanced at Lu Yui, then clicked on the post to check it out. 1L, original poster screen recording. Avi, I have been very hesitant about whether to release this screen recording. I am very worried about being retaliated, but after thinking for a long time, I still want to show everyone the truth. 2L, original poster. This is what happened. I have been following this anchor for a long time. Last night, when he was live streaming, I just happened to pass by the villa of the Lord and Deputy Lord of the First Territory. The Deputy Lord killed him. 3L, original poster. Such a Doomsday player, who likes to kill people at will, what qualifications does he have to be the Lord and Deputy Lord of the First Territory? Personally, I firmly oppose the survival of Doomsday players in the world, and I am even more opposed to them being the Lord and Deputy Lord of the First Territory. After reading the content of this post, Su Ruhan almost laughed out of anger. Of course, the reason why Su Ruhan was angry was not because she did not trust Lu Yui, and suspected his motive of killing without her knowing. On the contrary, Su Ruhan absolutely trusted Lu Yui as a person. He could not possibly like to kill innocent people as described in the post. In this post, the screen recording that was cut off only showed the scene of Lu Yui killing people, but the cause and effect of the incident were not shown at all. This kind of video is obviously a malicious editing. I didn't expect that there would be players who like to maliciously edit and attract attention in the game. The screen recording has no beginning or end, and the cause and process of the incident are all based on the narration of the poster. The intention is too obvious. 18L, so scary. I'm really a little scared. I was thinking about joining the First Territory, but now it seems that I don't dare to go. 19L, aren't you surprised why this anchor appeared in the villa of the First Territory Lord in the middle of the night? Although it is true that the Deputy Lord killed someone, what if this player did something shameful? If the OP has the ability, please release the entire video. Don't release this kind of video without a beginning or an end. 20L, I think the above poster is a brainless fan of the First Territory. The solid evidence has been released, but he is still speaking for the Deputy Lord of the First Territory. In this post, many players who don't know the truth were fooled. They think that Lu Yui's murder is a fact. No matter what his reason is, it doesn't matter. Because of this post, many players think that Lu Yui is a murderous and terrifying apocalyptic player. Even if there are occasionally a few players in the post who help the First Territory and Lu Yui to analyze rationally. But these voices will soon be drowned out by those crazy and fierce remarks. Moreover, some of these players who speak for the First Territory will be severely criticized. Su Ruhan frowned and moved his eyes away from the game screen, and turned to look at Lu Yui not far away.